Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Inside the black ball is a huge void. These skulls crawled out of the hollow. What is this stuff? Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my children have devoured countless bones of 07. Sishen said, so they all became extremely hungry, eager for fresh life, especially young men like you. They have been looking forward to your death so that they can be reborn. Si Xian disappeared suddenly. When he appeared behind Bai Ye, with a pitch-black sickle condensed on the palm of his hand. Aim at Bai Ye's head and chop off, but at this moment, Si Xian felt a sense of danger. Huh? Not good. Sishen screamed inwardly, and disappeared in place instantly. Immediately afterwards, an extremely sharp arrow appeared at the position where he was originally standing and pierced deeply into the wall. Sishen evaded in time, otherwise, even if it didn't penetrate the chest, it would definitely leave a scar. You know how to use arrows? Si Xian's eyes were full of surprise. Ah. Bai Ye didn't answer, but let out a sneer. This level of sneak attack can't kill me. How do you know how to archery? Don't you? That's right, it's the arrow master, Bai Ye said. Advertisement. Ha. Sixian showed a blank expression. Afterwards, he suddenly said, it turns out that you, the Ghost Knight, are also related to us. But, so what, we are the same. Really? Then why are you blocking me? Bai Ye asked. Si Xian was speechless. Because he didn't know why he blocked Bai Ye, why he was hostile to Bai Ye. Since you don't say anything, then, I'll try it myself. As he said, he jumped up day and night. He kicked Si Xian on the head. Bai Ye walked into the depths of the darkness, wanting to continue searching for the trace of Sishen. At this moment, a sharp pain suddenly spread throughout the body. Peefed. A short dagger pierced into Bai Ye's chest, splashing out with blood. This dagger is very sharp, and it is specially designed to restrain the existence of evil things. Bai Ye's flesh and blood were cut open. Ha 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 ha. You are still dead after all. Sishen laughed wildly, took a step forward, and appeared beside Bai Ye. In his hand, he held the short dagger, a determined look. Ah! Bai Ye gave a low laugh, and a fiery flame burst out of his body. The flames enveloped Bai Ye, protecting him in it. Si Xian's short dagger couldn't penetrate an inch. What? Sishen's eyes widened. This is, I learned the skill, Burning Ember, a long time ago. Bai Ye said that a large number of flame runes appeared on his body. These runes flickered with strange fluctuations. No, do not want. Si Xian shouted in panic. These mysterious flame runes seemed to threaten him fatally. What do you want to do? Si Xian roared, let me go. That's not what you said just now, Bai Ye said indifferently. Ah, Si Xian's body suddenly swelled up, click, a few times. Advertisement his legs and lumbar spine were broken. However, Si Xian didn't stop, she was still expanding, and even her whole body became taller. A terrifying evil ghost face appeared on his forehead. This is the soul of a god. Sishen's voice came from the evil ghost's mouth, with a trace of sadness and determination. You see, this is your power, but this power belongs to me only. You don't want to take this power, I am the god of eternity. Accompanied by Si Xian's roar, a series of illusory figures appeared beside him. Together, we will destroy this world. Si Xian's face became crazy. The figures that appeared nodded one after another, and then rushed towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye stretched out his hand, and a ball of thunder fell down. It turned into a thick electric snake and greeted it. The two collide. Bai Ye was ejected and fell heavily to the ground. However, there was no decadence or fear on his face. Instead, with mockery and banter, you. Sishen's face flushed suddenly, then turned blue, and finally turned pale, rolled his eyes, and fainted. This is my true strength, Bai Ye said, raising his head slowly, looking at the phantom figures rushing towards him. Boom! There was a roar. Those phantoms all turned into meteors all over the sky and fell down. Not bad, Bai Ye said with a smile, you are quite handsome, you are worthy of being my chosen target. I decided to fatten you up and slaughter you. Si Xian's eyebrows trembled a few times. He felt that he seemed to have returned to the previous state of being controlled and unconscious. What the hell are you doing? Si Xian's tone was a little angry. Don't worry, I'm not done yet. Bai Ye grabbed Si Xian and waved his hand. Pieces of crystals floated in front of him. He began to arrange formations. Although Sishen has never seen it before, he knows what this formation is used for. I warn you, stop immediately. Si Xian's tone was extremely cold. Are you threatening me? Bai Ye looked at Si Xian and said. I am your savior. How dare you treat me like this? Si Xian said, I not only saved you, but also helped you practice the taboo secret technique, burning. How can you repay me? Oh, burning? Bai Ye smiled. It seems that you are quite familiar with this skill, but didn't you say that the power of burning is evil? And, have you forgotten that I have other histories? 221. Something is wrong with this guy. Si Xian froze for a moment. He did forget something. It was about evil, conspiracy, stuff like that. But so what? Sishen snorted coldly. I am a god. I am an eternal god. I am omnipotent. I am omnipotent. Even if you have evil power, you are not my opponent. Ah. Bai Ye shook his head and activated the burning secret method again, which restored Shen's clarity. At the same time, burn, to Shen. Shen's eyes turned red, and a faint blue flame burned in his pupils. Ah! He raised his head and let out a roar, spread his arms, and the whole person rose into the air. The body is getting bigger and bigger, soon it surpassed a house and reached the height of a second floor. Who are you? Shen's voice also began to change, becoming hoarse, like the sound of gold and iron rubbing against each other. You guess. Bai Ye said with a smile. His eyes gradually turned into pitch black. This is the price of burning, at the cost of burning life, improve the experience. This is the price of Ninja God, however, Bai Ye is used to it. His own lifespan is far longer than that of ordinary people. Not to mention that now his soul has been fused with burning heart, and he has obtained a huge improvement. In terms of life expectancy, there is basically no shortage. Moreover, he can also enhance his lifespan through various channels such as absorbing psionic energy and devouring souls. In short, these costs and life expectancy are not too serious. Back then when he was having fun, Bai Ye put his life on the line, desperately trying to break down his soul, and almost died. That's tragic. But now, he only paid a small price to obtain such powerful power, which is simply uneconomical. Shen obviously thought so too. Therefore, when Bai Ye cast burning, all his attention was focused on Bai Ye. He didn't feel the mystery and danger of Yi Shikang's technique at all. A smile was outlined on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Let's keep fighting. After that, he grabbed Zan and left the room. After they left, the original broken door was restored as before, as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Shen crazily attacked Bai Ye. How? What other moves? Bai Ye asked, how much life do you have left to waste? As he spoke, he attacked with ease. Advertisement. Kill you, and I will gain eternal life. Shen's eyes were full of madness. I will kill you, kill all your friends, lovers, and family members. After finishing speaking, the mighty power of the Japanese stock market broke out. Shen's strength instantly increased several times. Fist out. Bai Ye quickly dodged. The fist wind swept across the ground, leaving a deep trace, several meters long. Sure enough, you are not a good thing either, you are allied with those devils, I will kill you. Shen shouted angrily, and punched out again. This time, the speed is several times faster than before. Bai Ye only had time to block a punch, the whole person was blasted out. The sternum was sunken, and blood spurted out from the mouth. Flames also burned on his body. It is evil fire, and it is very strange and corrosive. However, for the current Bai Ye, such injuries are still bearable. Bai Ye jumped up and attacked Shen again, but the amount of kindness swelled up again, and it sent him flying. How come? Bai Ye roared in a low voice, what the hell did you do? I am God, and God cannot be profaned. Shen's voice echoed in the room like a bell. Boom. Shen kept making shots. Bai Ye retreated steadily, and burns began to appear on the skin on his body, and gradually spread. However, he gained strength by relying on the secret method of burning, and his body became extraordinarily tough and tyrannical, with a posture of iron and steel. After resisting Shen's rounds of attacks, Bai Ye suddenly jumped onto Shen's back. A palm was slapped, and it was imprinted hard on his head. Boom. Shen fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Bai Ye jumped off Shen's body. His body swayed, barely maintaining his balance. Just now, Shen struggled to stand up. Although he finally fell to the ground, he was still alive. This guy is really tenacious, but, let it burn. Bai Ye chanted this mantra again, and streams of black flames poured into Shen's body. His eyes became red again, and the clothes on his body also burned with black flames. The whole person turned into a god of darkness. A wave of ultimate terror, the power to destroy the world, enveloped Shen. Advertisement dark lines also appeared on his body, resembling ferocious centipedes. It looks pretty ugly. Roar, accompanied by a roar of Shen. He lunged at Bai Ye violently. The two collided, setting off a violent gust of wind. Everything around was swept and torn apart. Shen tilted her body, half kneeling on the ground, spitting blood. However, Bai Ye's condition is also very bad, his body is bent, and his face shows the color of pain. Although the power of Shen is not strong, but it is better than pure and indomitable. Ha 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 ha. Shen smiled presumptuously, with such power, I feel as if I have returned to my youth, I am sure to win. Bai Ye stood up with difficulty, and the blackness on his body slowly disappeared. Wisps of lavender light emerged, condensed in front of Shen, forming a tiny ball of light. What is this? Shen frowned. For some reason, when the purple ball of light appeared, he felt numb all over. This breath of power seems to be very familiar, and it seems to be a little scary. Shen was startled, but soon stabilized again. Promise. I am the chosen one, this guy is just one person. However, Bai Ye's body shortened and he avoided it. Reflect. He felt something was wrong with this guy. He laughed and ran after him. His mind was in a trance for a moment. Shen laughed and rushed towards Bai Ye. You can't escape. Ha ha ha, you must die. Shen threw out again, towards the hostage of Bai Ye. His speed is faster than before, I am going to kill you. After a while, the two stopped chasing, panting day and night, and stood on opposite sides of the string. Sishen hit the air. Huh, aren't you running away? Sishion asked suspiciously. But then, he reacted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Bai Ye ignored Sishion and let him chase you. Even if he obtained unparalleled power with the help of the burning secret technique, how could he threaten himself? 222. You should understand what this means, escape. Why should I escape? Bai Ye grinned. I want to give you a gift, oh? Sishion narrowed his eyes. Sacrifice. Bai Ye said in a low voice, stretched out his right hand, and an extremely thick and evil flame emerged from his fingertips. A group of black flames flowed out from between his fingers and circled around his palm. Then, a mass of black flames wrapped around something and shot towards Sishen. Sishion stretched out his left hand, made a fist and punched. The black flame burst instantly, splitting into dense black sparks. Sishen's left arm exploded directly, turning into blood mist that filled the sky. Sishen snorted and couldn't help but staggered a step. The power of this move exceeded his expectations. He didn't understand, how did Bai Ye use such power? It's not just the power brought by the burning secret method, it's another higher level power zone. Sishen sneered again. Do you think this is the end? Let me tell you, despair. All your power has been taken away. Next, I will show you the real power of God. Bai Ye's complexion changed. He felt that the strength in his body was rapidly weakening. This kind of weakness seems to be plundered by some kind of power and then swallowed. Where is my divinity? 403 Where is my divinity? Bai Ye muttered to himself. His strength was actually rapidly weakening. Even, he couldn't control those evil flames. The pieces of flames began to go out, shrinking into a ball again. You don't have to think about escaping or fighting back, because this place has been sealed off. You can't escape at all. The only thing waiting for you is death. Sishion said, now, obediently surrender to me and hand over your soul. Come on, your soul will give me even stronger power. He raised his hand, and a beam of dark light fell from the sky. Bai Ye raised his hands and resisted in front of him. However, the dark beam of light pierced through his defense and came straight towards him. Bai Ye let out a scream, and blood began to overflow from his palm. Ha ha ha. Sishion laughed wildly, damn it. Bai Ye gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead popped out. Stop struggling, it's pointless, you are just meat on the chopping board, Sishion said. Advertisement he is ready to completely solve this hidden danger. I will not admit defeat, Bai Ye roared angrily. An inexplicable fluctuation passed. Aegea, out. Sishen's face changed slightly, and a chilly breath permeated him, making him tremble all over. He looked at Bai Ye. This guy is actually burning his soul. The power brought by the burning secret method was actually abandoned by him. Moreover, he still has the energy to perform such a weird secret technique. As expected of the chosen one, it's really amazing. Bai Ye grinned, in that case, I'll help you again. After the words fell, Sishion, who was in a normal state, suddenly froze, and the green flames in her eye sockets began to sway crazily. A sense of terror, confusion, and violence filled his consciousness. What the hell did you do? Sishion's body began to tremble. You'll soon find out, Bai Ye said, now. Before the words finished, Sishen opened his mouth and spat out a piece of bone. A huge black stone. The whole body is pitch black, like ink. Under the control of Sishen, he floated up and flew to the Air Force. Then it crashed into the ground. Boom. The earth shook. Countless dust rose up. Sishen's body shook for a while, and his face became extremely pale. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he spent a lot of power to summon an artifact to seal Bai Ye. And lure him to take the initiative to attack and injure. It's just that Sishion didn't expect the final outcome at all. His artifact actually shattered. Your artifact is broken. Bai Ye's eyes brightened. That's great. Sishion's body shook again, and a mouthful of old blood gushed out. It was anger, and deep humiliation. He worked so hard to plan and set up traps, but in the end it was cheaper for Bai Ye. The figure of Bai Ye suddenly appeared beside Sixian, grabbed his neck fiercely, and lifted him up. The eyes turned scarlet. Streaks of black light continuously gushed out from his body, surrounding his body. Advertisement. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by a demon god, his momentum soared, and he slapped Sixian on the head with his palm. Paji. Sishion flew out backwards. Bai Ye jumped up and landed on Sishion, riding on him and beating wildly. A look of venting. Sixian struggled continuously, but he had lost his strength at this moment, even the ability to commit suicide. Beaten by Bai Ye, he was powerless to fight back. I don't know how long it has been. Bai Ye stopped. Sixian's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was dying. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Bai Ye. What do you want? Don't come over, Zan said weakly. Bai Ye sneered and kicked Sishion on the chest. Sixian crashed into the wall like a cannonball. Shocking bloodstains were left behind along the way. Immediately, Bai Ye rushed to Sishion, grabbed his throat, and dragged him out of the wall. Sishion's voice was hoarse and trembling. What exactly do you want? Hey. Bai Ye laughed strangely. What do you think? His expression was extremely ferocious. Sixian quickly broke away from Bai Ye's attack and ran to the distance. It's a pity that I haven't met such a wonderful guy yet. Bai Ye nodded. He has lived for so many years and met many people. He thought Bai Ye was scared. Bai Ye followed, and the distance between the two became closer and closer. After all, as it is now, it is not certain who wins and who loses. Sixian is speechless. What is the reason for this M***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Although your strength has increased a lot, this is a forbidden method. Sixian slowly raised his hand. You should understand what this means. Represents death. Why not? Bai Ye shrugged. It's already like this anyway. Death is nothing. What? Are you scared? Sixian gasped. Then you still dare to do this now? Sixian asked. There was a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Now kneel down and beg for mercy. I can consider letting you live. Bai Ye also stopped and stood in front of the black ball of light. Bai Ye stared at Sixian. The battle between us was destined not to be a draw from the very beginning. Sixian turned around sharply, leaning his back against the wall, and the dark power surged around his body, forming a shield similar to a circle shape. 223, infinite starlight. Sixian said, this time, I still want to suppress you, you can't escape. Oh, Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. This body is your only chance. Sixian said, in this world, unless you have the strength beyond the limit of this plane, there is no way to leave here at all. That's why you are so confident. Bai Ye said, but, are you sure you can really suppress me? Hehe, I should say this sentence. Sixian sneered. Oh, is it so? Bai Ye smiled, it seems that I underestimated you. While speaking, a star appeared behind him. Sixian's eyelids twitched, so what? Although your stars are powerful, there is absolutely nothing you can do to get me. Yeah, Bai Ye's body dissipated and turned into infinite starlight. Teleport. A bright star appeared in front of Li Sixian. Sixian was silent. This skill, he's seen it before. How far is your strength? You couldn't help asking. Bai Ye didn't speak, and continued to manipulate the stars to crush them towards Sixian. Sixian resisted with a punch. But in the next second, endless rivers of stars flowed, directly devouring his fist strength, and covering him down. Impossible. How could your strength be so strong? Sixian shouted loudly. A cloud of gray light erupted from his body. Blocked the invasion of infinite starlight. Part of his strength has been restored. Not as embarrassing as last time. But only a part of it has recovered. If you want to return to the peak period, you have to pay a more painful price. Your strength cannot exceed the limit. Sixian roared, your potential has been exhausted, you will never be able to transcend. Shut up. Bai Ye interrupted Sixian's words impatiently. The next moment, Sixian felt that his limbs were bound, and a transparent cage appeared, wrapping him, making him unable to move at all. Bai Ye said, impossible, you are courting death. Sixian shouted loudly. Bai Ye stretched out his right hand, with pale golden flames burning at his fingertips. It's impossible, it's not Shinobu. Sixian was horrified, he knew Ninyo, and even tried to use ninja to practice. However, he has never seen ninfire like Bai Ye is now. Advertisement. Full of destructive and terrifying aura. A wisp of flame floated and spread instantly. Wrap Bai Ye's whole body in it. The flame quickly shrank and condensed together, forming a fire lotus. A black mist surged on Sixian's body, trying to drive away the sudden disappearance. Then, useless. Sixian cried out in pain, and the black robe shattered. The exposed body suddenly took on the appearance of a strange skeleton, with black symbols flickering, as if they were some kind of spells. This is dark ninjutsu. No, do not want. Sixian shouted in horror, his voice became extremely sharp. I have this thing too. Bai Ye smiled slightly. A coquettish bana flower emerged. The black petals opened slightly. An incomparably shrill howl resounded through the sky. Sixian's soul seemed to be torn apart, one piece after another, each piece was accompanied by severe pain. His will, as if deprived and out of control, flew towards the flower on the other side. No, Sixian screamed and quickly broke away from Bai Ye's attack. However, the surrounding darkness has already been annihilated by Bai Ye's star power. His power is completely unable to display it. Moreover, there was a sense of emptiness inside the body. It was as if something heavy had fallen on him. Sixian looked down and saw Bai Ye attacking towards him. Seeing that Sixian quickly changed from passive to active, his body suddenly swelled up, like a small titan, and rushed towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't back down either, and went towards Sixian. The two sides collided together. Bai Ye was knocked back several meters. Sixian didn't move at all. A cruel and bloodthirsty look appeared on his face again. In this case, don't even think about leaving. Before he finished speaking, he attacked Bai Ye again. The two were entangled and fighting, and the fight was inseparable. Sixian flipped the knot seal with both hands, a strong chakra wave came out, unexpectedly a black ninja beast opened its fangs and opened its mouth to bite. Roll. Bai Ye roared angrily. Advertisement. The flames on his body skyrocketed suddenly, like a god of fire coming down. 0. Seeking flowers. Push out with one palm. With a muffled sound of bang, the ninja beast exploded, and the flames burned it up. Si Xian was sent flying hundreds of meters away. His chest was dripping with blood, and his white ribs could be vaguely seen. As expected of Sixian, she is really tough. Bai Ye praised, however, I didn't use all my strength just now. HMPH, pretending to be a ghost. Si Xian clutched his wound, the anger on his face had gradually disappeared, replaced by a bone-deep coldness and chill. I admit, you're strong, beyond my expectations, but so what? Sixian said slowly, I can consume you to death. Is it? Bai Ye shook his head and said, you are too weak, so weak that you can't even block my 3 moves. On his body, flames were burning fiercely. The boundless heat waves swept all around, making people sweat all over the body. Don't think that some secret techniques can last for a long time. Si Xian said, you guessed right. Bai Ye's eyes locked on Sixian's neck. This level of flames will not cause serious damage to you. His words made Sixian's heart twitch violently. This burning is not too strong. Even he himself can't use it perfectly. Si Xian's eyes widened. Once approached, Bai Ye's flames could penetrate along his pores, and then cause more paralyzing effects. Sixian knew that this level of flames could not destroy herself. That is the strange, suffocating horror force zone before. Another thing suddenly appeared in Si Xian's mind. Quote. However, in the next second, endless vines burst out from under Si Xian's feet, wrapping around his ankles. This is his special power. No matter who it is, just wait for me. I will never let you go. That time, for Si Xian, this is simply fatal. But, it can have a paralyzing effect. Just a little bit of contamination by this flame will cause the body to become stiff and unable to resist. Sixian gave Bai Ye a venomous look, and was about to escape into the ground, protecting herself first. Because Bai Ye's flame had already penetrated his clothes, ignited his skin, and burned his flesh. He didn't even dare to approach Bai Ye anymore. 7GT 224. Never extinguish on Bai Ye's body, an incomparably rich wood chakra was released. The originally vibrant woods withered in an instant, turning into scorched earth. I didn't do this. With a wave of Bai Ye's hand, all the withered trees flew out, turned into dust all over the sky and scattered with the wind. Then, a towering tree appeared in front of Si Xian. It was the big tree he used just before he escaped. However, at this moment, the big tree is densely covered with hideous and terrifying vines, which are like tentacles winding towards Sishen. Sishen's body twisted, barely avoiding the pursuit of the vines. He glanced at Bai Ye, with a look of fear in his eyes, and then he shot up into the sky, about to leave. Want to escape? Dream? Bai Ye raised his hand and punched out. Flames curled around the fist. The strength of the fist broke through the air, turning into a long dragon like 443. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Si Xian and slammed into his abdomen. Peefed. Sishen spurted blood wildly, and his body fell from midair. Damn. Damn. Sishen let out a roar, and he felt that the chakra in his body was passing away at an extremely fast speed. He could clearly sense that his body was in Shaowei's. Although it won't cause immediate death, if this force continues to wreak havoc in the body, problems will definitely occur. And most importantly, Bai Ye didn't stop the flames from burning at all. Those flames seemed to have the characteristic of never being extinguished. You. What ninjutsu were you doing? Sishen spoke with difficulty. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders. This is a new type of fire-style technique called Flame Dragon, and its power is pretty good, master. You. A hoarse voice came from Si Xian's throat. This feeling is really bad. I still have a lot of ninjutsu, do you want to listen to it? Bai Ye stepped forward with one step. Sishen's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, crazily mobilizing chakra in his body, trying to get rid of this bondage. However, Bai Ye's kick landed on his back like a rolling mountain. Boom. There was a muffled sound. Sishen flew upside down, and the armor on his body was broken. Advertisement: the chest was sunken, and a large mist of blood spit out from the mouth. This is Bai Ye's whip kick, kicking Zan into a serious injury. Sishen flew upside down and broke several big trees. Sishen's painful cry came. Oh, looks like he's not dead. Bai Ye was slightly surprised. Although this kick is strong enough, Zixuan is a reincarnation after all. Unless it directly hits the opponent's vitals, it should not die directly. The injuries on Sishen's body seemed very scary, but in fact, this is just a skin trauma. Do you really think you can win? Si Xian's tone suddenly became flat. Bai Ye frowned. From his perception, there seemed to be something unusual in his body. At this time, there was a slight tremor on the ground in the distance. Immediately afterwards, the ground cracked open. A gigantic spider crawled out of the dirt. The whole body of this spider is blue-gray, and each spider leg is thick and powerful. Especially its head, covered with sharp fangs, Kurama. Bai Ye recognized the appearance of this spider. Is this the clone of Nine Tails? Hey, my master. The spider clone of Nine Tails grinned. Its body surface was covered with a thin layer of black scales. You can actually use Nine Tails chakra clone, and you can also control Nine Tails chakra. Sishen looked at Bai Ye, her eyes were full of greed. He finally understood why those little fellows were so afraid of Bai Ye. For ordinary people, Nine Tails chakra is a taboo. But for people like Sishen who have the Nine Tails gene, it is a supreme treasure. I do manipulate Nine Tails chakra, but not in the way you might imagine. Bai Ye looked at Xi, stretched out his index finger, and hooked it. Xi, do you dare to fight?
Haha, what's not to dare? Sixian stood up, slapping the mud on his body.
On his chest, the huge hole has healed, and there is no trace of it.
Then come on. Blazing flames rose from Bai Ye's body. Advertisement. The two faced each other from afar. The black robe on Sixian's body was Lily, looking ready to attack, as if he was about to launch an attack at any time. Bai Ye, on the other hand, stood there without moving. It looks like it was suppressed by Sixian's aura. Sixian heaved a sigh of relief. If Bai did not move, it meant that he was at the end of his rope. Ah, Xi snorted coldly, raised his right arm, and pressed down on Bai Ye. Fire-style great fireball technique. Fiery red light erupted instantly, forming a pillar of fire tens of meters high, engulfing Xi figure. This move is the fire-style ninjutsu that Sixian is best at. In the past, Sixian directly caused third Hokage to fall with this move. This time, in Xi-Xian's view, it is definitely a 100% sure kill move. The pillar of fire gradually dissipated, revealing Xi-Xian's figure. There was a hint of complacency on Xi-Xian's face. But soon, this complacency solidified. A jet black figure walked in slowly. How is it possible? Sixian looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. The great fireball technique just now obviously didn't hurt his body, so why was it able to block it? And, he's still unscathed. I said, you are too weak. Bai Ye shook his head and said, I want you to die. Xi-Xian let out a low growl, the chakra on his body began to boil, and a huge black ball emerged from his body. The black ball spun and spread, covering the surrounding space, trapping Bai Ye in it. Fire-style great fireball technique super large Rasengan. The black ball turned faster and faster, and expanded rapidly, turning into a huge fireball, and then exploded violently. Amidst the terrifying explosion, a huge mushroom cloud rose slowly. Sixian looked at the mushroom cloud, narrowed his eyes, and showed a cruel expression. My Rasengan can even disturb magma lakes. No matter how strong your body is, under such an attack, it can only be turned into coke. In his mind, he even fantasized about being blown to pieces day and night. What Sixian didn't know was that Bai Ye was completely attracted by his so-called Rasengan at the moment. This style of Rasengan is exactly the same as a certain move in his memory. Even if Bai Ye didn't admit it, he still had a premonition. This is born from the same source. And what Bai Ye learned was this trick. Sixian's Rasengan is almost a perfect fit with that ninjutsu. No wonder he was able to practice successfully, it seems that he had some kind of adventure. Quote. 225. Rasengan Keto. Bai Ye muttered to himself. Sixian didn't know that at this time, his Rasengan prototype had been completely stabilized. It just takes a little time and effort to incorporate it into yourself. At that time, perhaps there will be another powerful trump card. Boom. The smoke and dust from the explosion gradually disappeared, and Sixian's eyes fell on Bai Ye. Bai Ye, still standing intact. Not affected in the slightest. How can it be? Sixian's eyes widened, and she looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. His own Rasengan, even in his prime, cannot be resisted. Not to mention that Bai Ye is still seriously injured at the moment. In this situation, he is actually rich and unharmed. Sixian didn't believe in evil, and a thick black mist gushed out of his body. He raised his hand, and a pitch-black kunai appeared in his palm. This weapon looks neither gold nor iron, but it contains extremely strange and powerful chakra fluctuations. Rasengan Keto. Xi-Xian shouted loudly, and kunai pierced the air. At the moment when Bai Ye was approaching, a flicker disappeared. It appeared in the next 11 seconds, and it was in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't dodge, he stretched out his left hand, ready to grab Xi-Xian's kunai. Court death. Sixian roared angrily, and the black mist spewed out, enveloping Bai Ye. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the black mist on Bai Ye's body disintegrated, revealing his real body. The bitterness in Xi-Xian's hand was just inserted into Bai Ye's shoulder. But in the next second, Sixian's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt a huge force coming. He couldn't hold kunai at all, and flew out of his palm directly. Bai Ye's fist hit Xi-Xian's face heavily. Sixian stepped back immediately, and half of his face collapsed. The whole body even flew out. He severely smashed two towering ancient trees and fell to the ground.
Cough, poo, cough. Xi-Xian lay on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood with difficulty. His face was contorted into one piece, showing extreme pain. The ninja in this world is not just a ninjutsu like Sage Mode.
Advertisement. In fact, there is another kind of ninjutsu called ninjutsu form.
Unlike Sage Mode, this ninja form is not a summoned beast, but an energy body similar to chakra. It can temporarily provide the user with a strength bonus, so that the user's strength can be increased. This Xishen actually hides this country. Bai Ye glanced around. Xi-Xian in this plane is indeed a genius. In this environment, one can practice to become A-level ninjutsu. And it's a top middle-level ninja. If he hadn't chosen to go astray, with his qualifications, it would not be a dream to become an S-class ninja in the future. I said before, I am a ninja destined by destiny, you can't stop me. Xi-Xian struggled to get up and said, although this time the confrontation was lost. But Xian was not depressed, instead, he became excited. The stronger and more amazing Bai Ye's strength was, the more excited he was. Bai Ye chuckled lightly, he raised his hand and hooked his fingers at Xian. Xian gritted his teeth, formed mudras with his hands, and cast Rasengan again. This time, he poured all his power into the Rasengan in his hand, and the power was even stronger than before. A black ball with a width of 5 to 6 meters flew out from Xian's hand and shot towards Bai Ye's head. Bai Ye tilted his head slightly, Rasengan stroked his scalp. Boom! A black mushroom cloud rose up. Within a kilometer of Fang Yuan, everything was filled with destructive power, setting off a hurricane. These hurricanes swept wildly, blowing up sand, gravel and mud all over the sky, covering the sky. Xian's body was buried in the dust. Bai Ye waved his hand, and a gust of wind howled, scattering all the dust. Xian's figure appeared in front of Bai Ye. There were dozens of injuries of varying shades on his body, and his clothes were extremely tattered. However, the expression on Xian's face became more ferocious and excited, and his eyes were full of greed and fiery heat. As if seeing some treasure. Ha 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 ha. Xian laughed wildly, with the ultimate joy in his smile. His laughter stopped abruptly. Advertisement. What's the matter, Mr. Xian, are you unhappy? Your strength should not be exhausted yet, right? Bai Ye asked lightly. Snort. Xian snorted coldly. Bai Ye is right, Xian's chakra is not exhausted. He used the Rasengan just now, which almost exhausted everything in his body, and also consumed all the power he had stored. This trick, Zan called, the taboo secret method. Once used, it will pay a heavy price, but the effect is also considerable. As long as Xian is given enough time to recover, then he can crush any enemy with this move. Xian is confident that even if it is an enemy like White Zetsu, he has the ability to defeat and even kill him. It's a pity. The biggest disadvantage of this trick is that it consumes too much chakra. Xian estimated that if he continued to use this taboo secret technique, he would not be able to fight for a long time. That's why Xian stopped. Do you know why I didn't kill you, but left your life as a dog? Bai Ye spoke suddenly. Xian froze for a moment. Because I want you to witness with your own eyes the feeling that my own efforts have been in vain. Bai Ye continued, you should be very clear that I have 100 ways to kill you, but I deliberately spared your life just to torture and humiliate you. Ha 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 ha. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Xian suddenly laughed wildly. Bai Ye, you will never understand. I do live for revenge, but the person I want to take revenge on is not you, nor Uchiha Madara, but... Xian's voice deepened, the ninjas of Konoha village. It was you who took my parents and family. I swear, Konoha village must pay the price and let them pay with blood. His words were full of resentment. Didn't you say you want to show me a genin beast form? Bai Ye looked at Xian. Since you are so impatient, then come and try. Following his voice, a green flame emerged in Xian's mind. At this moment, the breath of the string changed suddenly. Chakra, which had been weakened to the limit, swelled up again. Not only that, Xian's cheeks also turned red, it seems to be burning. Ah! Xian howled in pain. This group of green flames was rapidly burning Xian's life, depriving him of the essence in his body. 226. The truly powerful root, Xian was in great pain. But he didn't run away. No matter who you are or how capable you are, you must die today. Xian roared, and opened his hands, a huge green ball condensed in his hands. Then, throw it towards Bai Ye. Green energy exploded in the air. This scene, like a round of small fireworks, bloomed in front of Bai Ye. But under this gorgeous background, it is full of horror and ferocity. A small tornado storm composed of chakra tore Bai Ye's body. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. This green tornado storm actually posed a slight threat to him. Boom! The thunder exploded and the lights flickered. This time, it's no longer an ordinary chakra attack. It was a thunderous force that was pure to the extreme. A thick blue-purple thunder column fell and collided with the green tornado storm. Crack! Crackling, the violent thunder collided with the green energy, causing a violent explosion. The entire dune was shaking, and large swaths of yellow sand fell down. That's amazing. Is this the ability of the tailed beast? Bai Ye stood where he was, with a dazzling golden light emitting from his body.
Under normal conditions, Xian's strength is comparable to that of a cage-level powerhouse. However, the current Xian has a strength comparable to cage level. This is the tailed beast form, chakra transformed into the superpower zone. This is Xian's secret. In Xian's view, this is the root of his true strength. Ha 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 ha. Xian looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Your secret really interests me. Bai Ye's calm voice came. If that's the case, then tell me your secret. Maybe, I'll spare you. 11. Spare me. Xian's eyes revealed a mocking look. Do you think I still have a choice? Of course there is. Bai Ye said. You can also choose to submit to me, as my loyal subordinate. You want to be free, want revenge, whatever you want. I can help you. Advertisement. Unnecessary. Xian shouted angrily. Oh, is that so? Then, you are ready to die. Bai Ye said indifferently. As soon as the words fell, he took a step forward and rushed towards Xixian. The two hit each other directly. While fighting, there was a weird smile on the corner of the head. Bai Ye's boxing kung fu has absolutely no skill at all. Simple, brutal, each of his punches and kicks contained terrifying power and destructive power. Xixian, on the other hand, used his huge chakra to resist Bai Ye's crude attacks. At the same time, his hands were not idle, and he kept releasing green balls one after another. Chakra of whatever nature. As long as he is under his control, he can transform into various monsters and attack Bai Ye. These monsters include cows, wolves, tigers, leopards. There are many of them, and they are not afraid of death. Bang bang bang. Bai Ye waved his fist, smashing the bodies of many monsters. However, more monsters came and overwhelmed him. Bai Ye's figure gradually fell into chaos. Although his defense is strong, it cannot stand up to the large number, and the quality is getting worse and worse. However, this situation will not last long. When a huge toad with a foul smell fell on Bai Ye, the situation changed suddenly. The toad opened its mouth wide and bit Bai Ye's neck. Crack. The position of the toad's bite made an incomparably crisp sound of bones breaking. Immediately afterwards, there was a series of sounds of bones breaking, and the toad's body twisted. A golden arc shot out from its body, completely destroying it. However, day and night are unscathed. He easily avoided the attacks of other monsters, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Xixian's wrist. Xixian was terrified. He never thought that he could escape all attacks day and night. Could this man really be comparable to Kurama? But Xixian understood in his heart. This is impossible. Bai Ye doesn't have any tail beast chakra on his body, nor does he have any chakra breath. Not even a tailed beast. Advertisement. He is a human being, and a very frail ordinary man at that. For such a person, even if there is any adventure to reach this level, Xixian can understand. However, how could such a weak person have such a strong fighting power? Even a person who owns the tail beast chakra is unlikely to persevere until now in the face of such a siege. Xixian has personally witnessed how powerful that man is. In that battle, even a cage-level powerhouse was killed. But in this world, another Bai Ye appeared. Xixian was full of doubts. Do you know? Bai Ye asked. In the memory of my first awakening, there used to be a very important thing, but it has disappeared in my mind. No matter how hard I try, I can't find its trace. But now, I seem to have found a clue to that treasure, and you, Xixian, are the only clue. If you are willing to cooperate, perhaps, you will have greater gains. I don't believe that, apart from me, there is no one in this world who is qualified to master this precious thing. Oh, stupid man, Xixian snorted coldly, you have no idea what kind of great existence the enemy you are facing is. You don't know what your so-called God is. Xixian's expression became crazy. He raised his head, his face was covered with bloodstains, hideous and terrifying, he looked like a devil crawling out of hell. I'm going to kill you, kill you, kill you. Whoa whoa whoa. You, all deserve to die. Desolate and weird, full of evil howls. Accompanied by the roar of Xixian. Xixian roared, everyone deserves to die, you all deserve to die. Boom. However, his body jumped forward again. They seemed to have been manipulated in some way, launching a new round of attacks towards Bai Ye. Let the power of Xixian be let go in an instant. These deep chanting sounds were not Xixian's passwords, but the voices of those monsters. Zhou de Jiao Jiao suddenly heard a deep chant. He took this move abruptly. Endless resentment gathered on him. Then, he suddenly pulled out the ninja sword at his waist, and slashed it fiercely on the ground. Xixian's eyes turned red. I should be the master of this world, it's me. It's me. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, spreading towards Bai Ye. A strong golden light bloomed from Bai Ye's body. Chirp chirp chirp. 227. Green barrier. He raised his right leg high and kicked towards Bai Ye's abdomen. His kick is enough to smash mountains. Bai Ye raised his arms to block the kick. However, Xixian took the opportunity to press his left hand on Bai Ye's chest, and his 5 fingers snapped. The ear-piercing sound of gold and iron rubbing against each other sounded. Bai Ye swayed, stepped back a few steps, and stabilized his figure. Hey, this body is really good, it even managed to defeat my attack. Xixian laughed, as expected of the man I'm looking for. His body suddenly swelled, from a thin and crooked old man to a burly man with muscles. With jet black armor on his hands, he is tall and strong with dark skin. D. Bai Ye frowned. He finally realized why this Sichuan was so strong. Turns out, he's not just a Jinchuriki, but a wild-tailed beast. Not because he is a Jinchuriki, but because, he is a tailed beast himself. Gia. Xixian laughed loudly. I just said, how could I lose to you? Oh, I got it. Bai Ye nodded and said, 440 you are a pervert, you like eating tailed beasts, but your own strength is so scumbag that you have to devour others to gain power, so is there such a group of monsters born? Shut up. Xixian said. I see. Bai Ye showed a kind smile, you have been hiding your secrets, and you don't want others to know. So, Xixian said with a sneer. Bai Ye shook his head, sighed and said, it's okay, I'm just telling a story, after all, there are not many perverted guys like you, I'm interested in hearing stories. As he spoke, he continued to walk forward, seemingly completely forgetting the monsters around him. Ha ha ha, you idiot, since you want to die, then I'll make you happy. Sixian roared angrily. Then, all the monsters behind him raised their heads to the sky and howled loudly. A cloud of gray mist condensed out of thin air and enveloped Bai Ye. This time, the cries of these monsters did not have a penetrating feeling. On the contrary, there was a strong and incomparably sad and mournful emotion. Advertisement. The transmission of this emotion immediately affected the surrounding monsters. Let them go crazy and tear everything around them crazily. Only the wreckage and blood were left, floating in this weird place. The gray mist also gradually became viscous, turning into a puddle of liquid, flowing down the ravine on the ground to Bai Ye's feet. The extremely corrosive liquid eroded the floor under Bai Ye's feet in an instant. At the same time, thin black threads emerged from the liquid and wound around Bai Ye's body. Zila Zila. The black arc danced and made a sharp noise, as if it could destroy everything. However, these thin black lines could not penetrate Bai Ye's defense. It can only be green smoke constantly. This scene caught Bai Ye's attention. Interesting. Bai Ye looked at these thin black lines with great interest, and reached out to grab one of them. The black thin line struggled twice, and then broke completely. A black bead fell into Bai Ye's hand. Hiss. As soon as the beads leave, they melt quickly. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows slightly. What? Are you scared? Sixian said mockingly. These are all the power of the tailed beast, they belong to me, and only I can control them. I can easily get them to do their bidding. Even if you kneel down now, begging for mercy is useless. After speaking, he opened his arms. Streams of black flames gushed out from behind him, condensing into dozens of black birds. These birds spread their wings and rushed towards Bai Ye with terrifying wind pressure. BBFJ, every bird is sparkling with terrifying lightning power. With a wave of Bai Ye's hand, a layer of pale green light emerged and enveloped him. Those black birds collided with the green barrier and immediately exploded, turning into endless thunderbolts. The green barrier oscillated endlessly. Is that all you can do? Bai Ye asked. Advertisement. Sixian laughed grimly. You will understand soon, the taste of despair. Really? Then I'll wait and see. Bai Ye shrugged. With a wave of his hand, the green barrier dissipated. Countless black birds gathered around Sixian again, forming a huge shadow. Death. Sixian roared, and all the birds fluttered their wings. Black raindrops all over the sky fell down like rain, bringing about endless whistling and thunder. Oh, why bother? Bai Ye sighed, his body suddenly rose from the ground, and flew into the midair. Under his feet, the green lines continued to expand, covering the sky above the entire city, forming a huge green cage. Crack! A streak of black lightning fell and hit the green cage. But it just sprayed out one flower after another, without causing any substantial damage. The power of this cage is too weak, we need to work harder. Standing in midair, Bai Ye said to Sixian, didn't you freak already find a solution to the problem? Hurry up and use it, let me learn your skills. Sixian remained silent and did not answer. After a while, he raised his head and shouted with a ferocious expression, you bastards, why did you follow me to die? I, Sixian, am a big snake with unparalleled power. I am the most powerful existence in the world. What do I need you to do? Just to make you submit to me. In the voice of the words, those monsters soared into the sky one after another. The black mist appeared again. This time, they turned into countless black pythons, and they attacked Bai Ye in midair with their teeth and claws open. The power of these giant black pythons is even better than the one just now. There was even a vague fluctuation beyond the 9th level. Sure enough, seeing this scene, Bai Ye knew in his heart, as expected of the mysterious Otsutsuki clan, they can actually manipulate tailed beasts. He should have guessed it earlier. It's not right. Bai Ye's complexion changed, and he observed carefully, compared with those tailed beasts I met before, these guys are no different except blurred and weak. Wait, it's not that there is no difference, but they are tailed beasts themselves. Just when Bai Ye was thinking, he suddenly thought of something. A thought flashed across his mind. Bai Ye looked down, and saw countless black air surging in the gaps in the ground. 228. Bind it. One after another, little black beasts with strange shapes and characteristics, some hideous and ugly, some beautiful and cute, crawled out. These little beasts are male and female, petite in stature, and completely black, except for a pair of pupils, which are scarlet rays of light. Their mouths are extremely sharp canine teeth. The body is covered with heavy armor, with a strong stench. Seeing Bai Ye, the saliva of these monsters fell on the ground, and immediately bursts of white smoke appeared, obviously containing highly poisonous. Is this the real tailed beast? Bai Ye muttered to himself, it was the first time he saw so many tailed beasts. Ha 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 ha. In the distance, Sixian laughed wildly. Did you know, when I was born, you were no better than egg-laying animals, and you were only worthy of some dirty and menial jobs. But, Sixian became excited, we were trapped here back then, and we will never be able to escape this damned place. Your ancestors, those stupid humans sacrificed countless companions in order to seek shelter and obtain resources. I, Sixian, was born like this. Not only can I control incomparably powerful power, but I also have an infinite lifespan. I'm not reconciled. I'm angry. So, I started trying to get out of this cage. I found a great being to help me, and he told me that my abilities are very suitable to be the patriarch of the Otsutsuki clan. So, I chose to perform the sacrificial ceremony. I sacrificed myself and my soul to Otsutsuki Teruzuki. I have obtained her blessing and have immortality. The power of immortality drove me to continue exploring, until finally I successfully found a brand new cultivation method, that is resurrection. In Sixian's body, a dim light appeared. His originally dry skin slowly regained its elasticity, and the wrinkles gradually disappeared, replaced by vibrant, tender skin like a baby. Not only that, but his body also began to develop, becoming tall and strong, and his skin showed a healthy bronze color, full of a sense of strength. Her short black hair fluttered in the wind, full of unruly wildness. I made it. My immortality, immortal power, I am eternity. I am the king of the Otsutsuki clan. Xian roared up to the sky, took a step forward, and with his own strength, forcibly tore open the barrier of space. Appearing in front of Bai Ye in an instant, he stretched out his withered right hand and grabbed Bai Ye's skirt, restrain it. You trash, what should I fear? Advertisement. I am immortal. Boom. A surging aura rose up, and everything around was suppressed by this overbearing aura. This momentum. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, should it be left by some reincarnated person? Although I don't know the specific information of the other party, there is no doubt that he is a reincarnation. My immortality is enough to suppress you, a humble mortal. Xian said indifferently, you shouldn't have come to stop me. You're wrong, I didn't want to come. Bai Ye shook his head, I just want to confirm whether we are enemies. Now that it is confirmed, let's end it. Xian was stunned for a moment, then said with a cold snort, do you want to resist? Of course not. Bai Ye said, I just feel that there are some things that don't seem necessary to stay. As soon as the words fell, he leaned forward, and the stone house slammed down towards Xian. There was disdain in Sixian's eyes, and he stretched out his hand to block Bai Ye's attack, and with the other hand, he patted Bai Ye's chest with all his strength. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. Where the strengths of the two meet, it is as if there is no explosives bursting out. Terrifying airflow spread out towards the surroundings, completely crushing and destroying the surrounding vegetation. Bai Ye and Xian Chichi took a few steps back, then approached again, punching each other. Every time it hits, violent air waves are generated, rolling towards the courtyard. Sixian punched and said in surprise, your body is so strong. Bai Ye grinned. You will soon understand that neither you nor this group of miscellaneous fish are truly immortal. Because I am immortal. Nonsense. Xian snorted coldly, and rushed forward again, I won't allow you to destroy my plan. Boom. The two kept colliding, and Xian completely gained the upper hand, suppressing Bai Ye to keep retreating. This made him extremely excited. Asking for flowers. But Bai Ye remained calm and calm. How come? Sixian was stunned for a moment, he felt that the other party seemed to be flat and did not use all his strength. Advertisement. T.O.B. Sixian stopped in his tracks, and he suddenly felt that Bai Ye's aura was rising rapidly. Not good. He is absorbing the death breath around him. Xian screamed out. The surrounding endless forest is rapidly withering and decaying. The originally dense vegetation turned into dry branches and leaves in a blink of an eye. Some trees even burned out, turned into dust floating in the air. A suffocating, oppressive atmosphere permeated the doomsday. This place is my territory. Sixian said furiously, the breath of death here belongs to me. 0. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from his body, and his whole body swelled up. He. Bai Ye laughed contemptuously, your strength is too weak. Impossible. Sixian roared, my immortality is immortal. The so-called immortality means that you are immortal, your bloodline is immortal, your strength is immortal, and your lifespan is immortal. Bai Ye said slowly, you are immortal because you devoured the rest of the reincarnation. And your lifespan is immortal, you can only be extended by external forces. My life is free, I am the only immortal being. So, you lost. Sixian's aura is getting stronger and stronger, but his expression is getting more ferocious. You are not a reincarnation. Xian yelled, who are you? Why are you interrupting my plan? What do you think? Bai Ye raised his left hand. On the hand, a shiny green fruit emerged, shining with light and exuding vitality. A ray of life force poured into Bai Ye's body from above. His injury actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skinny body just now quickly swelled up, and the skin became rosy and plump. The original injury has healed. Fruit of life. Sixian looked into Bai Ye's eyes, revealing a greedy look, I never thought that an ant like you would have such a precious thing, I must take it away. 229. I'm not afraid. That's not necessarily the case. Bai Ye laughed, then raised his left arm, I don't need this fruit, and I won't give it away. 11. So, I'm going to eat it. Xian looked shocked. Do you want to eat this fruit? Are you crazy? This is a treasure of the universe. Oh, cosmic treasure. Bai Ye said, sounds really not simple, but what about a mere cosmic treasure? You don't understand, you absolutely don't understand. Xian shook his head and said, the treasures of the universe are the treasures that were born when the world first opened. It not only contains powerful and unparalleled power, but more importantly, it is a unique creative power. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. What power? Si Xian took a deep breath, then closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes, the pupils turned gray and white, with a strange sense of evil. Aren't you afraid of death? Sixian was silent for a second and asked, he had already decided to get this fruit of life first before talking about other things. The taste of death. Bai Ye smiled, have you tried? Si Xian shook his head. That's enough. Bai Ye said, I am not afraid of any power. Si Xian was silent for a while and said, has your mind been eroded? This is your defect. No, it's not a defect. Bai Ye said lightly, this can only prove that you are too stupid. Your road to immortality is simply a dead end, a road of death that even reincarnated people cannot tread. Ha 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 ha. Sixian laughed wildly, you ignorant mortal, you will never understand what it means to be immortal. I admit that you are much better than other reincarnations, even surpassing many people, but after all, you are just a small character. Your strength and realm are too low. You are destined not to reach my level. You are also destined not to understand my greatness and touch the truth. Your road to immortality will not work at all. Doomed to fail. You will fail. Bai Ye sighed. You are like this, is life interesting? Sixian pondered for a few seconds, and then said, life is meaningless. How could you have such naive thoughts? You are just an ordinary person, how can you understand my pursuit? Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders, then smiled. In this case, how about we make a deal? What deal? Si Xian asked. Advertisement. Now he can't wait to kill Bai Ye immediately. Give me a little time, and I will help you become truly immortal. Bai Ye said, when the time comes, you can get everything. I reject. Si Xian said, I'm not afraid of death, even if you have the ability to heal me. My immortality is invincible. I don't need your treatment, and I don't need your power, you just need to be my slave and serve me. This is your last value. Bai Ye didn't speak, but the eyes that looked at Si Xian gradually turned cold, as if they were like eternal glaciers. What? You don't want to? Si Xian frowned slightly, are you still trying to resist me? No. Bai Ye shook his head, I just have some regrets. Pity. Si Xian was stunned, what should I regret for you? Without you, I should be missing one very interesting thing. Bai Ye said. Sixian stopped talking, his face gradually became gloomy. Don't act like this. Bai Ye waved his hand and said, it looks like I'm bullying people. I mean, Sixian stared at Bai Ye, since this cosmic treasure is useless to you, how about you give it to me and be my dog, and I'll let you go. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. Sixian's consciousness fluctuations seemed to be slightly different from those of other reincarnated people. Seems more intelligent. Of course it is relative. With the wisdom of Sixian, let's take a ride with Bai Ye. His wit, filled with a certain chaos and madness. I think this is pretty good. Bai Ye said with a smile. Si Xian opened his mouth, as if he didn't understand what Bai Ye meant. But Si Xian was not entangled. He just hesitated for a moment and said, I am determined to get this fruit of life. I advise you, it is best not to stop me. Otherwise, you will regret it too late. I don't believe you are not afraid of death. Bai Ye said. Advertisement. Why should I be afraid? Sixian sneered and said, I've already seen through life and death, even if it is destroyed, what does it matter to me? Ha 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 ha. Bai Ye was silent for a while, and finally said with a deep sigh, you are very reasonable, but I am speechless. Sixian snorted coldly, since you know, why don't you obediently get out? No rush, no hurry. Bai Ye shook his head, my time is limited, I can't waste it on you. What do you want to say? Si Xian looked at Bai Ye warily. I think you should know what I want to do. Bai Ye pointed to the space ring hanging around Sixian's neck. Sixian's eyes widened immediately. Impossible, you don't know what's inside. Of course I don't know. Bai Ye said, however, why don't you open it and let me have a look? Don't even think about it. Si Xian directly refused. The things stored in the space ring are the key to his cultivation of immortality. This kind of thing is extremely important. It is impossible for him to open it until the most critical moment. I've said it before, it's impossible to be friends between us, and you don't deserve to be friends with me either. Don't forget, you were once my defeated opponent, and you were rubbed against the ground by me. Si Xian sneered and said, you actually dare to ask me to be friends 0.6, you're just wishful thinking. Hee hee. Bai Ye smiled contemptuously, are you so narcissistic? You wanna die? Sixian yelled angrily, raised his hand, and the cracks in the ground opened again, and those black lightning beasts rushed out of it, rushing towards Bai Ye. This is one of Si Xian's strongest cards. Once cast, these dark demonic beasts will instantly go berserk and attack all approaching targets. The power can be called terrifying. Bai Ye, however, stood there without moving, and stretched out his left index finger to point at the rushing dark monster, a black flame ignited out of thin air. This is. Sixian's face changed suddenly, the pressure of this flame was extremely terrifying, even surpassing all the flames he had ever seen. This is a flame that belongs to the level of Renren Shenhe. No, it should be the high-level form of Renren Shenhe. 230. What kind of ability is this? How could this guy control such a terrifying flame? What ability is this? Sixian didn't understand, and there was no introduction in the materials in his mind. The only thing he knows is the word, enduring the divine fire. This is a mysterious flame that only exists in legends. It represents the ultimate of power and surpasses many ordinary flames. A single flame can burn up the sky and turn it into a great sun. The burning flame in Bai Ye's hand was a pure black flame, constantly jumping. Every jump is accompanied by endless scorching heat, and the surrounding temperature soars rapidly. The whole world was distorted because of this, the air seemed to be boiled, and white smoke came out. Boom. The flames collided with the lightning beasts, but the lightning beasts were not afraid, they were born to absorb flames. Black flames continuously poured into the thunder beast's body, and then were pushed out again. These lightning beasts still kept emitting strips of flickering blue light. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly shook his wrist. Fierce black flames erupted instantly, enveloping all the dark monsters rushing forward, completely enveloping 13. The thunder beast let out a scream of pain. Layers of light blue liquid flowed out. This liquid seems to be highly poisonous. Under the erosion of this liquid, the black flame began to shrink, and its color gradually faded, as if it had been greatly damaged. Bai Ye's face became more serious. This liquid, even he felt a little pain. To what extent did Sixian's immortal body reach? Who? Si Xian took a breath and showed a smirk. You can't, you are too weak, this little flame can't help my immortal body at all. Oh, is it so? Bai Ye slightly raised his arms and flipped his palms. The black flame wrapped around the dark monster disappeared, replaced by a long sword as black as ink. A strong breath of death and evil emanated from the long sword. The shape of this long sword is amazingly made up of countless skeletons, and each skeleton has a strange smile on its face. The bodies of these skeletons are covered with dense black lines. It looked rather eerie and scary. Lord of Death. Si Xian shouted in horror. He recognized the origin of this weapon, and also recognized the weapon held by Bai Ye. It was a genuine artifact. An artifact that is enough to kill him. Ha, advertisement. Bai Ye looked at Si Xian in surprise. Are you admitting your mistake? Isn't this the weapon of the Lord of Death? Si Xian asked in shock, why is it in your hands? Didn't I tell you? Bai Ye grinned, and thrust out the jet black long sword in his hand. Sixian's heart twitched violently. His body swelled suddenly, and 3 hideous flesh and blood wings emerged from behind, firmly fixing them in the air. Roar. Sixian roared, his legs bent, and his toes stepped on the void. Circles of ripples spread out from under his feet. Boom. Amidst the loud noise, Si Xian forcibly withstood the long sword of the Lord of Death. Not only that, but also pushed the Lord of Death away. Die. Si Xian roared, waved his hands, and smashed a huge purple-black fist towards Bai Ye. Terrible pressure fell on Bai Ye. Bai Ye's body fell down involuntarily, and his knees were slightly bent. But his arms were held extremely tightly. Even allowing this terrifying force to suppress him, he refused to let go of his hands. At the same time, with the other hand, he picked up the black wooden stick that he picked up from Si Xian just now, and suddenly went up to the doctor. Boom. The black wooden stick hit Si Xian's huge fist, and the two intertwined. The power of terror was released. Sixian's body trembled slightly, and she took a few steps back, her face extremely gloomy. Bai Ye, on the other hand, stood firmly on the spot, with a bright smile on his face. Sixian's resistance proved that he has the ability to resist ninja fire. But, die to me, a shout rang out. Behind Si Xian, the corpse of the Thunder Bat Dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Inside the pitch-black eyeballs, there are no pupils, only endless depth and darkness. Thunder Bat Dragon opened its mouth wide towards Bai Ye. A beam of purple-black thunder spurted out, blasting directly at Bai Ye. Go away. With a curse, Bai Ye slashed out with a sword, directly blocking the thick thunderbolt. Then he flicked it hard, the long sword slashed across, and the thunder exploded, scattering in all directions. Die, die, die. Advertisement. Sixian continued to roar. His eyes were filled with bright red bloodshot eyes, his whole body swelled several times, and black scales were all over his body. A destructive momentum suddenly filled the air. Si Xian threw herself towards Bai Ye. His right hand grabbed Bai Ye's chest. Boom. Bai Ye moved half a step sideways to avoid Si Xian's sharp claws, and then kicked him in the stomach. Immediately, a dent appeared on Sixian's stomach, and the person flew far away. Hiss. Bai Ye rubbed his sore foot. This kick showed no mercy. As a result, Sixian didn't suffer any serious injuries except for the broken stomach. Worthy of being immortal. Ha ha ha. Sixian's crazy laughter sounded. I knew you were not my opponent. Then go ahead, old man. Bai Ye said lightly, today, I want to slaughter God. The voice fell, and in his hand, the weapon of the Lord of Death appeared again at 220 degrees. Court death. Sixian roared and charged towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye thought to himself, however, that's all. Then, a thunderbolt fell, targeting Sixian. Once Bai Ye slashed at him with the Lord of Death, Sixian's defense would immediately collapse, and he would even be injured by the Lord of Death. Bai Ye raised his long sword and fought with Si Xian. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a thunderclap sounded. Boom. This Si Xian is not too wasteful. Once his body is pierced by the power of the Lord of Death, or his head is cut off, his immortal body will be exhausted. Although Xian possesses the power of a god, but lacks combat experience, he is completely at a disadvantage in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. It's just that the thunderbolt was too fast, it hit the Xian accurately. Obviously his immortal body is not invincible. Xian's defense power is amazing, but the attack power is much worse. Xian raised her neck, trying to avoid it. Even if Bai Ye doesn't use ninja fire, relying on the Lord of Death alone, he can already beat Xian. Bai Ye also noticed that Xian's vitality began to decline rapidly. After the two confronted each other for a period of time, Xian began to be clumsy, embarrassing. 231. No, you are wrong. A group of purple-black thunder burst out. Accompanied by heart-piercing howls, Xian turned into a ball of coke and fell from the sky. During the fall, another thunderbolt fell. The charred debris on Xian's body flew, and finally turned into a pile of ashes. Such a scene made Bai Ye frown slightly. This guy's immortal body is quite special. He was smashed into powder by lightning and did not die. However, since he was not dead, it was his turn to fight back. Bai Ye reached out and grabbed the black iron scepter that fell to the ground next to him, and rushed over, striking the corpse. Xian's remaining bones were also completely broken. However, he still didn't die. Death Knight. Xian's bones began to fuse, forming a bone spear, piercing towards Bai Ye. Ding! Bai Ye raised his hand and slashed down with the saber. The bone spear was cut in two. Bai Ye turned around and left. Xian roared and chased after him, but his speed was a beat slower. You can't escape. Xian stood at the door and roared, I will kill you. I will crush you with my own hands. Bai Ye let out a sneer, and pressed his palm on the door. The door collapsed in an instant. Death Knight. Xian yelled angrily. Scum like you is not qualified to be called a knight at all, let alone a Death Knight. Bai Ye shook his head and said, however, since you are obsessed with obsession, I will reluctantly accept you as my younger brother. Quote. But don't worry, I don't like bullying the mentally handicapped, so I don't need you to do anything. Just stay here obediently and protect these children. Xian. He looked at Bai Ye with a question mark in his head. What is this operation? This person actually wants him to protect these little kids. Xian pointed at Bai Ye, with an insulted expression, and said angrily, how dare you humiliate me? Advertisement. Don't dare. Bai Ye waved his hand, this is a kind reminder. Xian. I believe you ghost. You idiot, do you know what kindness is? I am the great kindness, I am the god of mercy, how could I condescend to protect group of ants? Xian glared at Bai Ye, don't insult the name of God. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders. I also find it unbelievable that the majestic god of mercy would call himself an ant, but no matter what, you have to protect these children. I will use my love and compassion to teach them and let them learn to fear the gods. Xian snorted coldly, you mortal, don't even think about meddling in my Xian's affairs, and you are even more unworthy of competing for godhood with me. Oh, your love and compassion. Can I understand that your love is overflowing? Bai Ye mocked, don't tell me that you are really the god of mercy. Of course I'm not, Xian shouted. Then just be obedient. Bai Ye said with a smile, otherwise, you will regret it. Xian said disdainfully. Stupid mortal, do you think I'm afraid of death? Of course I know you are not afraid of death. Bai Ye said with a smile, so, this is your worst choice. After the words fell, Bai Ye jumped up and rushed towards Xian. Xian's face changed drastically, and he quickly raised his spear and stabbed at Bai Ye. With the golden chakra energy, the sharp spear pierced hard into Bai Ye's chest. Catch! Xian heard a crisp sound. He felt a terrifying force pouring in, shaking his internal organs. This time, he had no way to stop it, and flew upside down and landed on the ground. Cough cough cough. Xian lay on the ground and kept vomiting blood. Bai Ye landed slowly, and on his chest, a hideous scar ran through his entire chest. Blood flowed down his chest, soaking his clothes. This blow is quite powerful. Bai Ye estimated that if he hadn't flashed in time just now, he would have been pierced by now. At this time, two groups of purple-red flames suddenly lit up in Xian's eyes. His eyes turned into weird vertical pupils. Immediately afterwards, Xian's aura became extremely violent. The realm of death. Xian roared. A black mist spread. Bai Ye showed a surprised expression, because he sensed some familiar fluctuations in the mist. It is very similar to Xian's magic, Death Domain, in the original book. However, it seems to be a little more perfect and pure than Xian. Advertisement. This is, Bai Ye murmured in a low voice, the power of the evil god. The divine power of the Lord of Death. This Xian actually obtained the divine power of the Lord of Death. Bai Ye's face was full of surprise. He never imagined that he would encounter such a thing. How did this Xian do it? Death Realm, restrain this guy for me. At this moment, let out a sharp drink. Thick black mist rolled and enveloped Bai Ye. It's just a trick. Bai Ye smiled contemptuously and waved his hands. In an instant, a huge shadow emerged. The wings of darkness opened, and the pitch-black feathers exuded a cold and icy aura. It also has an unpleasant sulfur smell. This is The moment he saw the wings of darkness, Sixian's expression became completely stiff. Devil's wings. Bai Ye said, "This, brother, I advise you to give up. I am the king of darkness, your death domain has nothing to do with me." Etc. Xian suddenly said, "Who are you? What are you? How could you have demon wings?" At this time, he didn't care about attacking Bai Ye, his head was full of doubts. Although he has been sealed for many years. But he, Wang Lihao, is a legendary hero after all. It used to be Jinchuriki like Kakarot. Although his strength has plummeted now, his vision and experience are still a bit lost. He immediately understood Bai Ye's true identity. 23. He couldn't say a word and fell into silence. Bai Ye's introduction made him speechless for a moment. "No matter who you are, get out of here." After a while, Sin gritted her teeth and said, "I just want to protect these people, don't force me." "No, you are wrong." Bai Ye shook his head, stretched out his finger and pointed at Cian's forehead. "Your strength, in fact, has already decayed and disappeared, leaving only a trace of instinct left, just trying to survive." "Shut up, shut up." Sin yelled frantically. "My strength is still there, my strength is far beyond yours, and I will definitely be resurrected." "Yeah. Point 232. Stubborn and troublesome." Bai Ye smiled and said, "Then let me help you recover your strength, how about it?" Sixian was stunned for a moment, then realized, her eyes widened. "What are you doing?" he yelled. "I'm going to get you back to your peak condition, and then, give you another ride." Bai Ye said calmly, "Isn't this a fair thing?" "No, no." Sixian struggled violently, but his body couldn't move no matter what. Who are you?" Xian's face turned pale. I have never met you, why are you dealing with me? I have no grievances or enmities with you." Quote. "It's true that you haven't seen me, but you've seen someone." Bai Ye smiled. "Who?" Xian asked. "Arturia Pendragon, her name is Pendragon," said day and night with a smile. Quote. "Sixian, I know you must have heard of her, but I want to ask, is she okay now?" Bai Ye continued. Sixian didn't answer. He just felt trembling all over now and his heart was beating rapidly. "If you can't kill me, you can't kill me." Xian roared frantically. "Oh, are you so confident?" Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. In the next second, Xian burst open suddenly, turning into pieces of meat that filled the sky and fell to the ground. 170 However, it has not dissipated completely, and still maintains a part of its form. This is where Sixian's soul lies. Ah, Bai Ye smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand to grab the void. A huge suction force is produced. The broken corpses all over the sky merged and condensed together, forming a 3-meter-high body. "That's the only way to look like a god," Bai Ye said. "Since you like playing the game of death so much, I'll play it with you." Sixian looked at Bai Ye in front of her, and felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. "It seems that I am in an abyss of fear, and I will fall into it if I don't pay attention, and I will never turn over." Ah! Xian raised his head to the sky and howled furiously. The surrounding black mist rolled violently, turning into sharp black blades like ink, attacking the sky and covering the earth. Madness. Bai Ye snorted lightly. All the black blades hovered in midair, motionless. "This unscientific advertisement." Sixian screamed, "How could this be? What about my death domain? Why didn't you obey my orders?" He kept urging the surrounding fog to attack quickly. However, no matter how he called out those black BFFD snow chi, they remained motionless. "I said, your power has disappeared, and my power comes from the world's top power." Bai Ye walked towards Xian. "Your power is fading, but mine, not only has not disappeared, but is steadily increasing. I don't believe it, I want to prove it to you." Xian yelled frantically, using all his strength to control the surrounding fog. A streak of black light shot out, splitting towards Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye just raised his hand slightly, and the black lights shattered one after another. "I will never be inferior to the weak." Sixian roared angrily, with a scarlet light shining in his eyes. "You all deserve to die." He waved his arms violently. The black mist surged and quickly condensed into 2 huge palms. Slapped hard towards Bai Ye. Boom. After a loud bang, Bai Ye stood in front of Xian unscathed. He put his hand on Xian's shoulder, and said slowly, "No, this is a battle between me and you. I am the winner, I want to kill you and take your power." "Enough." Sixian broke free frantically. "Get out of here." A strong black mist rose into the sky. Xian directly detonated his own soul, releasing the next day's most extreme death calendar. Tisk. Quite decisive. Bai Ye frowned slightly, and stepped back a distance. In the battle just now, he did not gain the upper hand. So he didn't want to continue fighting. Sixian's soul power is too easily restrained by Bai Ye. Unless there is something that is specifically aimed at Bai Ye, or can suppress him and prevent him from exerting his full strength. The curse of death. Xian let out a strange laugh. "You, a foreigner, will suffer eternal pain." The voice just fell. He disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already thousands of meters away. Obviously, some kind of powerful ninjutsu was performed. Bai Ye sighed, "What a stubborn and troublesome guy. Forget it, I'm too lazy to chase you." Sixian ran away, and Bai Ye had to pay attention to it. A young man of this level can't make any waves at all. Advertisement. His main target is still the ninja fragments on Sixian's body. At the beginning, when Sixian obtained the tolerance, it was in his lair. Bai Ye destroyed that castle with his own hands. He couldn't find this position, but he could feel it. So, just need to find it. This guy is probably looking for ninja fragments now, trying to reshape his ninja body, right? Bai Ye stopped suddenly, turned around and looked behind him, his eyes narrowed. Behind him, a group of dense monsters are coming. They look ferocious, with thick limbs, dark purple skin, and huge tentacles dragging behind them. It is the rumored ghoul. There is such a thing in this place. Bai Ye murmured, it seems that my luck is really good. Ghouls are plentiful, a total of 500 or 600. And each one is larger than the average ghoul. The breath of these ghouls is also more fierce and tyrannical. Go ahead and tear him apart. Xian stood behind the ghoul and said in a dark voice. You dare. Almost at the same time, hundreds of ghouls roared in unison, heading towards Bai Ye. Hundreds of ghouls flew out immediately, hit the wall, fell to the ground and wailed. They appear to be badly damaged. Sixian's angry roar sounded, do you know what we are? How dare you treat them like this? You will be punished. Not even the strength to get up. Could it be the brain? Bai Ye whispered. Oh, that's not cute. Their guts seemed to fit together perfectly. However, day and night showed surprise. Just badly hurt. As he said that, he stretched out his hand to rely on the chakra symbol, and a black symbol appeared instantly, sticking towards a ghoul. However, it should not be fatal for a short time. Bai Ye shook his head, stretched out his left hand and flicked casually. Also, their heads seem a little strange. Bai Ye shook his head, it's better to ignoring Hiroto with such a false concept. Because he found that although these ghouls were lying on the ground, they were still alive. Retribution. 233. Deadly sick. The black rune, with a decayed, cold, and even deadly atmosphere, shrouded the ghoul's head. Ah! A miserable cry sounded from the mouth of the ghoul. Its head decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Turned into dry trees. Immediately afterwards, a wisp of black smoke emerged and penetrated into the bodies of the other ghouls. The remaining ghouls immediately struggled to get up, and then rushed to the other ghoul. An engulfment happened silently. Xian watched all this dully. This scene had a huge impact on him. In the blink of an eye, the subordinate he trained so hard turned out to be someone else's sacrifice. How could he not believe it? But the facts are in front of us. Ghouls do devour their companions. Why are you able to control ghouls? Xian asked hysterically. As I said, I have special abilities. Bai Ye said calmly, okay, I won't play with you anymore, until I get rid of you. Don't even think about it. Xian roared angrily, turning into a black shadow and attacking Bai Ye. Oh, with a look of surprise on Bai Ye's face, it's interesting that you have recovered your strength and improved. Your flesh and blood, I want it. After the words fell, Bai Ye punched out. This punch contained a huge amount of black energy, surging like a torrent, instantly submerging Xian. A second later, Xian jumped out of the ruins in a panic. Puff. There was blood dripping from his chest. The body that had just recovered was injured again. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xian roared unwillingly, launching a new offensive again. Are you an idiot? Bai Ye looked at Xian helplessly, do you think you can still beat me? Ha 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 ha. Xian laughed wildly, who do you think you are? You are just a lowly ant, I am a god, I am invincible, and I will not lose. Ah, Bai Ye pouted, it seems that you are really terminally ill and hopeless, I have changed my mind now and will kill you first. Advertisement. Kill me, are you worthy? Sixian let out an angry roar, shaking his arms. On his body, pieces of black stones floated up. Are you actually a god? Bai Ye said with a little surprise, you can actually condense such a pure ninja crystal. To this level, you should have become a god long ago, right? No, I just temporarily borrowed a trace of divine power. Sixian said, I will become a god, but a lowly mortal like you will never be able to become a god. On his body, black light shines. A majestic, profound and terrifying majesty descended, filling the entire room. So what if you are a god? Bai Ye said indifferently, in front of me, you are still trash. After the words fell, Bai Ye stretched out his right hand and grabbed Xian violently, as if to crush him to death. Long live the gods. Behind Xian, those ghouls manipulated by him cheered and jumped for joy. Stupid. 11. Bai Ye's palm pierced through Xian, a mere clone, how dare you call it a god? This is an illusion. Xian reacted. He looked at his arms. It should have been a pitch-black skeleton, but now it is a lump of blood and flesh that is completely integrated into one. Xian raised his head abruptly. He saw a slender, handsome man in a white windbreaker standing not far away. What the hell did you do? Xian glared at Bai Ye. The rule of this world is that the weak obey the strong. Bai Ye said, since you are the strong, then follow the rules of the strong. Don't you want to kill me? Then sign and try. You. Sixian's body exuded monstrous black air, and the whole house began to collapse. As expected of a god, I'm about to advance so soon. Bai Ye sighed slightly, it's a pity, let this world go to peace. After speaking, Bai Ye disappeared in place and came behind the string. Death field. Si Xian's face suddenly changed drastically. The scene around him quickly distorted. You really have mastered the value of the right to die. Sixian said in a deep voice. Then, let me send you to heaven today. There was madness and excitement in his voice. A thick layer of black mist also appeared on Bai Ye's body, merging with the black air on Sixian's body. Advertisement. The two forces are intertwined with each other. 0. The effect of death domain has been fully demonstrated. Under the control of Sixian, the two cancel each other out. Bai Ye's strength could not suppress him at all. I don't care what method you use, if you can get so much death right money, you must die. Si Xian roared. The black energy on his body was so thick that it suddenly turned into a giant cloud, covering the sky. Below, in the town, a large number of black ghouls, including some ordinary zombies, stopped moving. Kneel down. Amid the black mist, Si Xian roared, all human beings, kneel down and submit to me, otherwise, die. Is this the god? Bai Ye nodded slightly, with a very serious expression. It is worthy of being a body that surpasses the ordinary world, and it is worthy of being the god of ninja. Not only that, as he spoke, Bai Ye walked forward slowly and stepped on it. The endless soil on the ground churned up and swept towards Si Xian. This is his earth trampling skill. Small tricks. Sixian snorted coldly, bent his legs slightly, and then stomped heavily on the ground. The earth shattered. Death scepter. Death judgment. Si Xian yelled violently, and a jet black phantom appeared behind him, as high as 100 meters, covered with a layer of black robes from top to bottom, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Countless ferocious faces appeared on the long spear shrouded in black mist. These things. Quote. Bai Ye grinned, raised his hand, and played 6 towards the string. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. In the black mud, various mysterious howling sounds were faintly heard. He held a long spear in his hand and stabbed straight out. The muddy darkness was torn apart in an instant, and endless darkness emerged from the ground, completely covering the muddy black mud. Then I want to try it. Bai Ye said lightly, but in front of me, it can only be considered good. Why? Sixian said with a sneer, the power of ninja god, how can an ant like you be able to contend? Stop pretending. Bai Ye murmured, it seems more dangerous than those ghouls. Well, it's really strong. ... What's this? My ultimate mystery, God's judgment. Si Xian sternly shouted, mortal, go to hell. 234. The beginning of the killing. This time, his fingers did not turn into claws like last time, but directly turned into a thick and powerful arm. Court death. Sixian sneered again and again, and the black mist on his body surged. The pitch-black long spear slammed down hard, like Mount Tai collapsing. The terrifying power spread, distorting the space. This blow is enough to destroy half of the city. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. A black shock wave swept across the surrounding area, and countless buildings collapsed instantly. Whether it was zombies or ghouls, they were all wiped out under this shock wave. Even that building collapsed in an instant. How can it be? Si Xian's eyes widened. He felt as if he had hit an extremely hard wall. Crack, click. At the same time, bursts of crisp sounds came. The black arrogance, 960, on his body gradually dimmed. What's going on? Where's my strength? A blank expression appeared on Sixian's face, and then he found that his feet had left the ground. No, to be precise, he has turned into a stick. Oh shit. Bai Ye shook his head and said, it seems that I still underestimated your strength. You, who are you? Si Xian asked. You don't need to know. Bai Ye waved his hand and said, anyway, when you die, you will forget the name of my ninja god. After all, he flicked his fingers. An invisible force surged out, smashing Si Xian's head into a rotten watermelon. Bai Ye glanced at the corpse on the ground. The black energy on the opponent's body has completely dissipated. However, a heart remained. The power of darkness poured into Si Xian's chest. Sixian's body once again burst into intense black light. Huh, Bai Ye noticed something strange. You actually have 2 hearts. He said in surprise, no, you are no longer a human being, you are a monster. While speaking, a black sickle appeared in Bai Ye's hand. The moment the black sickle appeared, Si Xian's movements suddenly froze. Advertisement. An inexplicable fear spread in Sixian's heart. His eyes were full of horror and despair. He felt the terror of death. Si Xian's body trembled, trying to struggle, but found that he couldn't do it at all. A cold breath descended from the sky, covered his whole body. An incomparably powerful force drilled into his heart along his body. The dark power contained in his body was completely irresistible. Who are you? How can you have such terrifying power? Sixian asked loudly. The long spear formed by the condensed black air kept dancing. But it was useless. The black air spear was just stretched out, and immediately shattered and fell, turning into black rain flying all over the sky. God's judgment. The beginning of the killing. Bai Ye raised the black sickle in his hand and slashed it down. Cut it down with a knife. Boundless silence filled the entire area. PFF'd. Sixian's neck was cut open, and blood sprayed. Ah! A shrill scream came from Si Xian's throat. The black air gathered quickly and wanted to repair it. Bai Ye kicked it up. Boom. A dull voice sounded. The black air dissipated, revealing Si Xian's extremely ferocious face. No. How dare you? Si Xian screamed frantically, but to no avail. Bai Ye hacked him several times. His voice also gradually weakened. Sixian's torso and body, which had swollen a lot, began to shrink. After a while, the humanoid posture was restored. And it looks like a normal person. Only his face had a deep scar. Call. Sixian stood up again. He looked down at the changes in his body, with a puzzled look on his face. Why, became like this? Bai Ye said, because I am shinobi. So, you can only obey my orders. Hee. Advertisement. Sixian laughed. You think I'm an intelligent creature, can you order me? No. Bai Ye shook his head and said, but I can make you stronger, you should be lucky, because this is your chance and your miracle. Who are you? Why? Sixian asked. My power comes from the gods, it's impossible. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and start your ninja kingdom. Bai Ye interrupted Sixian and said, otherwise you will really die. Do you know what is called ninja kingdom? Sixian scolded angrily. I am the great king of darkness, and I am the servant of ninja god. Ninja god has fallen. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders. Now, this place is under my control. If I want, I can let it be destroyed immediately. It's impossible, Si Xian growled. Believe it or not. Bai Ye said, hurry up and open Ninja Kingdom, or I will throw you to those vampires to eat. I believe that group of guys will be happy to taste your taste. My Ninja Kingdom, how could this be? This is my domain, my world, this is impossible. Si Xian roared. Your field, Bai Ye said sarcastically. You are not qualified to be called a domain, you are just a parasite, the dark power in your body comes from your former ninja god. His remnant soul has possessed you, and then with the help of your body, he manipulates you to walk around the rivers and lakes, and handle all kinds of miscellaneous troubles for him. You are just a pawn, and you are the most rubbish and the easiest to sacrifice. What do you know? Si Xian roared. I know a lot more. Bai Ye said casually, the dark power in your body comes from that god, right? His soul has long since died, leaving only a body, so he wants to take you away. Sixian's body was instantly cut into countless pieces. Wisps of black mist rose. You don't have to believe it. Shua. Every strand of black mist condensed was cut and shattered by the blade. A spatula lighted up. I don't believe it. I don't believe it can't kill you like this, you are not a god. Bai Ye laughed loudly. Do you think it's that simple to endure God? Who are you? Si Xian suddenly calmed down. Tell me, who are you? Sixian wanted to escape, but it didn't work at all. In the darkness, an angry roar should be issued. 1.8 inches you lied to me. Sixian snorted coldly. Bai Ye said, I'll show you what real ninja power is. Like I said, I'm the god of ninja. Bai Ye said. In the black mist, there was a heart-piercing cry from Si Xian. As he spoke, he waved his arm. Ha ha ha, can't this kill you? 235, Sixian was absorbed by the black mist. The string of kindness in the black mist keeps twisting and changing. But still can't change his ending. Finally, Sixian stopped struggling and became completely quiet. Bai Ye stepped forward with one step. The surrounding environment changed slightly. They reappeared outside the old village. However, the villagers did not see the existence of the two, and they were still praying devoutly. Bai Ye raised his hand and scratched towards the distant void. The black mist condensed. The huge black ball emerged and turned slowly. On its surface, layers of black mist kept rolling, making painful wailing sounds. Bai Ye threw it to the village chief. The village chief was shocked when he saw this strange black ball. Dodge quickly. But the black ball seemed to have eyes, and rushed straight to the village chief. When it was only 3 or 4 meters away from him, it suddenly exploded. A piercing and unpleasant sound spread out. Well, not bad, very perfect. Bai Ye said appreciatively. Sixian was dead, but the black mist did not disappear. This time the sacrificial ceremony, day and night to obtain a part of the force area. This power 15 is not dominated by Si Xian. Instead, the black mist dominated Sixian, and then through the sacrificial ceremony, part of the dark power belonging to Sixian was extracted. Bai Ye can sense Sixian's memory. At the same time, I also perceived some basic knowledge about the sacrificial ceremony. The name of the black mist is called sacrifice. He is Sixian's gift to a ninja god. This kind of gift does not require Si Xian to do it himself. He can use the sacrificial ceremony to communicate the will of the ninja god and gain strength. The sacrificer is tantamount to the spokesperson of the ninja god, or a slave. The identity of sacrifice is equivalent to the identity of Si Xian. He is the founder of Ninja Kingdom, a special existence with extremely high authority. However, his authority is only within this small ninja kingdom. As for the wider world, the Dark Ninja Kingdom, it is not bound by any rules. No matter how strong the authority of Ninja God is, it can only be shrouded in this narrow range. Advertisement. I don't accept it, I don't sleep. Sixian in the black mist was still roaring, the sound became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. Bai Ye waved his hand lightly. Countless black mist poured out and merged into the kingdom. The battle is finally over. Naruto surrounded him. Are you okay, Bai Ye? He saw the appearance of Bai Ye who almost crushed Si Xian just now, and he was shocked. Although I have already guessed, I think Bai Ye is very powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. This level of power, even in Naruto's impression, is only possessed by those few people. It's okay, just a small scene. Bai Ye waved his hand. Okay, leave it to me next. Naruto nodded and stepped aside. Bai Ye took out something, which was a palm-sized wooden box. Open it, and a round bead floats in the air. Exudes light blue fluorescence. Bai Ye stretched out his right hand to hold the bead, and a majestic force surged out of it and entered his body. Crack, click, bone friction sound came. Bai Ye, who was originally a little thin, quickly swelled up. His imposing manner climbed steadily, and his body became taller and slender. Apparently the ninja magic bead restored his energy. Damn it, Sixian actually disappeared. The ninjas of Shell Organization all have disbelief on their faces. Only the dark expression after the test. It is not so much that Shixian has disappeared, it is better to say that Shixian has been swallowed by Shuan. The strength Bai Ye showed was too strong, so strong that they couldn't react in time. Boom. Bai Ye suddenly raised his foot and stepped on it hard. On the ground, a huge pit appeared. Countless stones are flying. The place where Bai Ye was standing collapsed directly. The surrounding soil all collapsed, forming a terrifying abyss. And Bai Ye, standing at the deepest part of the abyss. A black shadow emerged silently. The black mist condensed and turned into a hideous and distorted face. You, damn it, you dare to hurt Shixian. The black face roared at Bai Ye, damn you, damn you. Advertisement. Snapped. Bai Ye punched him directly. The face formed by the condensed black mist instantly shattered and turned into a cloud of smoke and dust. Stop pretending to be naughty. Bai Ye said disdainfully, I know, you are his servant and lackey. Now, you have two choices. 1. Sign a contract with me and recognize me as master. The other, I kill you. Fart. What are you? How could I submit to you? The black mist began to gather again, transforming into a hideous face. This appearance is similar to Shixian. Bai Ye shook his head, looks like it's useless to be unreasonable. If that's the case, you'd better go die. After finishing the words, he raised his hand, aimed at the condensed face of the black mist, and pressed down with his fingers. Boom. The black mist shattered again. This time, there is no Haman converging inside. As expected of the Xie Ren god, it is really tough. Bai Ye muttered to himself, I don't know how long this situation can last. A miserable howl sounded. The black mist recondensed into a face. However, his body was much smaller than before. It can even be said to be incomplete. I'm not reconciled. 060 black mist face gritted its teeth, it felt that it was about to be unable to hold on. My plan is to save the world, this is the line I said to myself, do you believe it? As long as the container is strong enough, his awakening will also be accelerated. Bai Ye didn't care, then just come here. Ah. Damn B asterisk 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 D. You don't know what you ruined. I know you are very unwilling. Bai Ye sighed, you are just a tool used by him. He just randomly found a suitable container and released you to help him gather strength. Then he will abandon you, continue to sleep, waiting for a new container to be born. Bai Ye smiled contemptuously. I will tell everyone that you are only worthy of being part of my strength. The black shadow gradually changed, forming a phantom of a monster 50 to 60 meters high, with wings growing behind and a crown on its head. I will make you regret it. The power of the dark chakra will come. The next moment, raging green flames blazed from his body, as if an ancient demon descended into the mortal world. Your mission is to find the container and devour it. Oh, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Black Mist yelled frantically. Black Mist laughed wildly, the laughter was full of resentment and resentment. A dense mass of pitch black energy condensed and formed around Bai Ye. I'll let you know, Tien is really desperate. 236. Epic level. He looked down at Bai Ye, his eyes were cold, revealing endless majesty. It was as if the entire heaven and earth would kneel at his feet and worship him. A huge aura instantly enveloped the village, including the entire island. Countless ninjas stopped their movements and froze in place with a look of hell. They felt unprecedented oppression, and it was even difficult for them to breathe. At this moment, they felt like humble ants, they could only look up at the stalwart existence in front of them. One thought can determine your own destiny. This feeling is real despair. These low-level ninjas were all terrified. Only Bai Ye was still standing. He looked up at the gigantic black monster. This is, the legendary Black Mist Ninja, which exists by absorbing the power of darkness. The record of this flashed through his mind. That is the forbidden technique once known as ninjutsu epic. Can create the perfect undead golem. Every corpse has power and potential beyond ordinary people. Unfortunately, it has been lost for thousands of years. Bai Ye never imagined that this taboo secret technique would appear in the world again. Moreover, he is still the king of Konoha village where he is. Who are you? The Black Mist asked. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that I want to kill you. Ri said. Snort. Black Mist let out a sharp and ear-piercing mocking laugh, you know what? People in this world will never understand my glory and wisdom. They are stupid and despicable, dirty and insignificant, they can't understand my will at all. I will replace the master and purify this filthy world. As the voice fell, a terrifying wave spread. Bai Ye frowned. What do you want to do? Jia Jia Jia. A strange and eerie laugh came out, and the black mist drifted slowly, gathering towards a certain place in the center of the village. Bai Ye also moved at the same time, tracking the past. After a while, He Yuan stopped. This is an altar in the center of the village. Advertisement. There were dozens of corpses. But now, these corpses are all decomposed, leaving only thick bones. A black flower quietly blooms in the center of the altar. What you up to? Bai Ye stared at the black flowers, his eyes narrowed. Even through the black mist, he could still feel an ultimate evil aura, which hit his heart like a flood. It seems that he wants to completely occupy his soul. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Black mist laughed wildly. You trash, how can you understand my greatness? Do you think this world is qualified to bear my power? It's just a dream. This is given to you by the great master, you must accept it devoutly, become its nourishment, and offer yourself. You will have greater power. Then, destroy this world. This is true revenge. This is my glory. Along with the crazy roar of the black mist, its body rapidly swelled up. In a blink of an eye, it grew to a height of 700 or 800 meters. The dark atmosphere filled the sky, covering the entire Konoha village, and even the nearby Fangyuan for more than 10 miles. Both men, women, and children trembled and panicked. Various complex emotions such as pain, confusion, fear, and despair appeared on their faces. Is this what the Rinnegan is capable of? Bai Ye raised his head and stared at this gigantic black mist monster. He has 3 huge eyeballs, which are extremely scarlet and emit a trembling light. I am your master. He gave me strength and authority. You should be grateful and work for me. Black Mist said, you are my slave. Really? Then I will also give you the title of loyal dog. Bai Ye said indifferently. The black mist made a deafening roar, rolled violently, turned into a black cloud, and flooded towards Bai Ye overwhelmingly, trying to engulf him. Bai Ye raised his hand. Infinite Tsukuyomi cast. A circle of hemispherical ripples spread out. The movement of the black mist suddenly froze, and then shattered. As I said, nothing escapes me. Bai Ye stretched out his right hand and pressed it into the void. Suddenly, the whole world shook violently. Advertisement. Heaven falls apart. Layers of waves rippling out, the entire Konoha village suffered disasters, countless buildings collapsed, and countless civilians howled and fell into a coma. Everything is disappearing in the collapse. Even the outermost guards of Konoha village couldn't resist the sudden catastrophe. Bai Ye stood in the center of the village, with a calm expression. He didn't have the slightest pity and compassion, so he didn't have any guilt or regret, let alone any emotions like sadness. This is your power. Bai Ye looked at the mess around him, and murmured. Too weak, really too weak. Quote. The black mist regrouped and recovered, and condensed into a human form again. I told you a long time ago, you don't understand my power at all. No, maybe I don't need you to understand, I will kill you with my own hands and take your body away, instead. However, since you want to see it, I will give you this opportunity to let you understand that I give you everything, and I can control your power. After finishing speaking, the black mist punched out fiercely. Terrifying power exploded, there was a thunderous explosion in the air. Endless storms raged. This power is several times stronger than the open black lens bracket moonwalk close black lens bracket that Bai Ye used just now. If moonwalk as a beginner, then black mist clone as a move that has already been mastered. The gap between the two is like the difference between clouds and mud. An indescribable breath of death spread out, and Bai Ye's pupils constricted instantly. This blow is enough to instantly kill Xingtang Jianan. Li Jiao. Even if Bai Ye is the existence of Grandmaster Immortal Being, I am afraid it will be difficult to survive. His body began to melt and shatter like grains of sand. Ah, but there was a chuckle, and then there was no sound. The black substance covering Bai Ye's body receded quickly. He was unscathed, just pale, obviously hurt. Is this your final card? Bai Ye said, it seems that this thing has no effect on ordinary Shinoda. You. Haiwu's voice was filled with unbelievable surprise, how can you be okay? This is righteousness. As I said, this power is not enough. Day and Night shook his head. How dare you despise my power? You seek death. Black Mist was angry. I not only despise your power, but also despise your actions. Bai Ye sneered, I don't even want to believe in the life I created. 237. Something dark to death. My master, not only gave you incomparable strength, but also gave you a new life. Black Mist roared, you are a cursed existence, I will replace you and be reborn. Then you are just discarded trash. Bai Ye said, your existence is a humiliation to your master, so you must be destroyed. Destruction. Ha ha ha. Black Mist laughed wildly, this is Konoha village. Every plant and tree here is integrated with me, how do you destroy it? Oh, that's why I thought you were so strong. Bai Ye sighed and said, let me just say, if this place is so easy to destroy, you wouldn't choose this place. I see, you can't live without Konoha village 11. So, are you planning to live on? The black mist was silent, and then roared angrily, my power is enough to destroy everything. How can a mere Konoha village stop my footsteps? Yeah, I know, your master is Ninja Demon. Day and Night continued. Ninjinma. Black Mist's voice became weird, are you mocking me? That's right. Bai Ye nodded seriously. I mock your stupidity and ignorance. Damn it. How dare you insult Master Ninja 147? This is an unforgivable crime. I will destroy Konoha, kill you, and take away your power. Black Mist yelled frantically. This time, I will kill the entire Zamuyi Cheng, kill everyone. I see what else you can do. Bai Ye snorted coldly. The Black Mist roared continuously, attacking Bai Ye frantically. It is invincible, but very helpless. This is Konoha, and it was born parasitic in Konoha village, not a pure outsider. Therefore, it is also unable to cause devastating damage to the leaves. It won't work if it goes on like this. The Black Mist kept attacking Bai Ye, but found that he couldn't touch Bai Ye at all, and flew past him every time. Bai Ye slowly rose into the sky wrapped in black mist. Heiwu was taken aback. Then its voice became frantic. You want to throw me into the flame, Yamanaka? Stupid guy. Do you know what's in there? The voice of the Black Mist is full of resentment and hatred. I know, Mr. Hokage's Hokage rock. Bai Ye said lightly. It is rumored that it is a super forbidden technique that Mr. Hokage has spent years, even decades, researching, and its power is infinite. The Black Mist was silent. Advertisement. However, I don't want to destroy it. Bai Ye said with a smile. I want to use the power of the Hokage rock to let you try what is called Mangekyo Sharingan. After speaking, Bai Ye closed his eyes. Two Uzumaki appeared above his eyelids. The Uzumaki on the left is dark and deep, as if it wants to absorb people. The Uzumaki on the right is bright red, as if it is about to burn out. The two Uzumaki, one yin and one yang, continued to rotate alternately, and gradually, they turned into a spiral state. This spiral state turned faster, and finally formed a blooming lotus flower. What's this? The Black Mist panicked. It seemed to smell an extremely dangerous smell. The Black Mist involuntarily paused for a moment, and then let out a piercing scream. I don't care what you're saying. My eyes have already turned to the distance. My future is a broader and more beautiful sky. I want to become the master of the universe, the ninja god who controls everything. No matter whether it is a person or something, it should crawl under my feet. You group of ants and bugs are also worthy of dignity. Poor, stupid fellow, get on your knees and wait. The voice fell, and the Black Mist dissipated abruptly. Only Bai Ye was left standing in the void, and said expressionlessly, as expected of something dark to death, can you still be so arrogant after death? Is Dark Mist dead? Definitely not dead. However, his power was completely sealed. Although it still maintains the prototype, it can't move, and it can't even transmit the sound bid. Black Mist felt a great humiliation. An inexplicable fear flooded into my heart. But soon, He Shui suppressed this negative emotion. As a former head of the Dark Domain, Black Mist has his own pride. He absolutely does not allow himself to lose. What's more, Bai Ye is just an ordinary human being. Black Mist decided to use this split body to swallow Bai Ye directly, occupy this body, and recast his physical body. No, what do you want to do? Just when Black Mist was about to act, he heard Bai Ye's murmur. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye reached out and grabbed the air, as if he had caught something. Next second, a stone tablet appeared in front of Bai Ye out of thin air. It is exactly the same as the Black Mist beside Bai Ye. How can it be? Black Mist was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Bai Ye said, I said it long ago, my ability is far beyond your expectations. My avatar was destroyed by you. Black Mist asked. No, we are different, I am invincible. Who told you we were different? Black Mist laughed loudly. Stupid, ignorant mortals, do you think that if you take away my soul, my consciousness will be wiped out? It's too ridiculous. Do you think that your strength is so strong that you can easily crush my soul? The Black Mist wanted to struggle, but it was shocked to find that the surrounding space was blocked. No, this ability is indeed an unlimited increase, but what if I also erase your resurrection ability? Bai Ye asked back, do you think my pupil technique is only Sharingan? Your ability is the ability of unlimited growth and resurrection. Black Mist's tone became high-pitched. Impossible, my resurrection ability is eternal, no one can erase it. I don't know, I only know that your resurrection ability is no longer as simple as infinite increase, but is blocked. I also said that my ability is unlimited. Bai Ye said, his left eye flashed with bloody lines. A strange force descended and enveloped him in black mist, making him miserable. Otherwise, Heiwu's tone was much calmer. Bai Ye said, your resurrection ability cannot be used, but you still have a soul. I can deprive you of your soul right now. Not only was it trapped in place, but even the space itself was affected in some way. Bai Ye said, after all, this is its territory. Ha ha ha. What did you say? What is this? The Black Mist was startled. In a battle of this level, even if there were thousands or tens of thousands more clones, it would still be sure to win. 238. Ninjutsu limit. Do you think that your strength can seal my ability? You are too weak, a tiny ant. Heiwu yelled and cursed frantically, with a strong hatred in his voice. As if Bai Ye was its enemy. At this time, its body began to swell. A layer of black smoke covered its body, and then quickly solidified, turning into a pair of armor, attached to the surface of its body. At the same time, Heiwu's head also turned into a triangular shape, which looked quite hideous. How can you guess my strength? The black mist roared, and rushed towards Bai Ye suddenly. The huge force caused the space to distort. The whole person crashed into Bai Ye like a heavy tank. Oh, Bai Ye opened his mouth, and exhaled out. In an instant, the black mist was pierced and blown out. This scene made Bai Ye frown, with a puzzled expression on his face. The breath just now obviously hit, but why? He Wu's injury didn't ease at all, and he couldn't even retreat a little distance. The recovery power of this black mist is too exaggerated, right? Moreover, this resilience does not come from his chakra or spirit ninja, but from another force area. Could it be? What kind of strange ability? You can't kill me. Black mist roared angrily. Is this your power? I am so disappointed. Do you only have this power? If so, you are doomed to die. Oh, is that so? Bai Ye smiled. With a wave, a dazzling blue light suddenly lit up in midair. Countless water splashes stirred in midair. A huge wave appeared out of thin air, enveloping the black mist. The black mist struggled with all its strength, but its huge body was completely unable to shake the invasion of the waves, and finally, it was submerged in the ocean. This ocean is no ordinary ocean. It is the endless, ever-spreading and expanding, water. Never ending, no end. The black mist kept trying to destroy the ocean, but it didn't help at all. Instead, it sank deeper and deeper, and boundless terror and despair enveloped his heart. What kind of power is this? The black mist felt the icy chill brought by the endless water vapor. Once immersed in the ocean, even it will surely die. What kind of monster are you? Black mist angrily rebuked. It can't resist this endless water flow, it can only be trapped in it. Advertisement. Monster. I'm not. Bai Ye shook his head. Ru is just a warrior who fights according to his own will. Let me out, or I'll explode my soul and turn the entire Konoha village into ashes. Black mist shouted. Oh, so fierce. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll let you know hehehehe. The black mist oozes out, pointing out that the chakra of the fire element begins to evaporate all the surrounding water, turning into water droplets falling from the sky. Bai Ye raised his hand and shook it. Endless water balls are suspended in midair. I will completely annihilate you, and then harvest all the lives in Konoha village. Let you become a lonely family, I will never find a helper again. He Shuan threatened. Oh, Bai Ye seemed to be interested, he looked at the black mist with great interest. Then I want to see what kind of power you have. After the words fell, the water polo flew towards Hailu one by one. The black mist immediately entered a defensive posture, and clusters of flames rose from it. Boom. The violent fluctuations generated by the explosion of the water polo almost overturned the entire Konoha village. Fortunately, Bai Ye was well prepared and activated the barrier of Konoha village in advance. This blocked most of the aftermath and protected many civilians in the city. Otherwise, a riot would inevitably happen. However, although a large number of people were protected, the flames emitted from Haiwu's body were constantly burning the walls inside the village. I will kill you and I will take revenge. The black mist continued to roar. Its power is constantly growing. The surrounding temperature is getting higher and higher, and a piece of water in the vast ocean has gradually disappeared, and its ability is really too terrifying. Even in the water, it can display super ninjutsu and even more powerful moves. You think you can kill me? Bai Ye asked. Black mist didn't answer, but acquiesced that his strength was much stronger than Bai Ye's. A bright smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. Do you know why I've been standing here and not running? Quote. Hey Mist was silent. It is also very puzzled. It stands to reason that since Bai Ye has such strength, he should have escaped long ago. Asking for flowers. Why stay here to fight it? Advertisement. Because I believe that I can't lose. Bai Ye said. An incomparably surging aura emerged from his body. An ultimate sense of destruction permeated from Bai Ye's body. Boundless, endless power filled all around. Everything was devoured. I am the master. Bai Ye gave a loud shout. These words burst into He Wu's ears like thunder. The surrounding temperature is getting higher and higher, and a piece of water in the vast ocean has gradually disappeared, replaced by flames. The flame continued to burn, and the body of He Mist continued to expand along with the flames. Oh. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. Because he felt that Heiji's Luang was constantly running. This is an improvement beyond the limits of human beings and beyond the limits of ninjutsu. But Bai Ye was not much shocked by this. This should be some kind of secret technique, through constantly absorbing chakra and various other powers, to improve one's own history. Bai Ye secretly thought. Ha ha ha. Among the flames, Heiyuan let out an ecstatic laugh. In its eyes, Bai Ye's behavior is tantamount to digging his own grave, allowing him to gain more power. What should I do? Bai Ye asked. Ha ha, this is my world, and I am the only ruler. Black Mist laughed wildly. You despicable fellows, today, I will destroy all of this, and turn your so-called military power into a pile of ruins. Bai Ye stretched out a finger and pointed at the black mist from a distance. I think you may have forgotten that with me, I am also fearless. He Wu was taken aback. Bai Ye stretched out another finger again, and then pressed it into the void. Waves of invisible fluctuation centered on Bai Ye's palm and rushed in all directions. This fluctuation directly penetrated the body of the black mist. The body of the black mist, which was still expanding, suddenly froze in place. What did you do? Black Mist exclaimed. Bai Ye said calmly. I just used my strength to seal off the area we are in, unless you have a way to tear through my blockade and escape, maybe you still have a chance. 239. Dream Seal. The black mist is silent, it doesn't believe that Bai Ye can always seal itself. After all, his own strength far exceeds that of ordinary Jonin. Even if it is a real cage level, it is difficult to completely seal him. But, she's stuck here now. Since you don't want to submit to me, then just stay with me. Bai Ye said. The black mist continuously releases powerful fire chakra, trying to burn everything around and destroy this closed room, so as to get out of trouble. It's a pity that these fire chakras can't be integrated into the water at all, and instead make the water even hotter. Don't bother. Bai Ye said, this is my territory. Within this range, all the power you have will be useless. Unless, your level is lower than mine, but you think this kind of thing exists. HMPH, even if it's useless, 693, is enough for me to use up all your chakra. Heiwu snorted coldly, when the time comes, you will still die. Yeah, a mocking expression appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth, why don't we just wait and see? You, ah. The black mist screamed again and again, and it roared crazily, you dare to ban me, I will never let you go. I will cut your body into pieces, then chop off your head and throw it into the cesspit. I must let you die in pain. Ah. Listening to the almost crazy screams of the black mist. Bai Ye shook his head sympathetically, it seems that this time I got off the hook. The clamor of the black mist not only did not scare Bai Ye away, but stimulated him more and more excited. Streaks of golden lines appeared on the surface of the black mist, binding it in the air like chains. What did you do to me? Why can't I move? Black mist asked. Nothing, just some small means of control. A happy smile appeared on Bai Ye's face, if you want to survive, then be well behaved, understand? Heiwu ignored it, and violently hit the iron chain that restrained him. There were a few crisp clicks. The iron chain wrapped around the black mist collapsed inch by inch and disappeared. As expected of the person who was born in the first place and led the Hokage ninja world to its peak, he is really powerful, but unfortunately, compared to me, he is still far behind. So, you can stay here obediently. My mental force field will always cover the entire dream space, you can't escape, and I have no intention of letting you go. After speaking, Bai Ye waved his hand. A burst of soft white light suddenly lit up on Heiwu's body. Black Mist's body slowly disappeared, as if it had never existed. Advertisement. Well, wouldn't that be fun? Bai Ye sighed. He really didn't need to look for enemies like he used to. As long as this dream space is closed, the enemy will be trapped here permanently. As for the attack of the Black Mist, Bai Ye is not afraid. So what if the Black Mist can mobilize the power of the entire world? In the case of blocking the dream space, his strength will be greatly weakened. As for Bai Ye, his strength will not be damaged. Even, due to the special nature of this dream space, the strength of the Black Mist will be severely suppressed. Bai Ye has enough confidence to kill him. This trick is also to block the dream. Dream Seal, for short. But the Black Mist absorbed the energy of the sympathetic strings, so how could it be easily defeated? In the next moment, a powerful fire dragon painted by chakra, an overwhelming fire element, slammed into the Dream Seal barrier that Bai Ye had set up. The collision of the two produced huge ripples, which spread towards the surroundings, causing violent fluctuations. The position where Bai Ye was standing also began to tremble slightly. The fire dragon transformed from the Black Mist kept swallowing, trying to break through the blockade. Not bad, Bai Ye said with a smile, but, you think you can escape, I don't know. He raised his arms, and a group of dazzling rays of light emerged. I said long ago that this space belongs to me, and you cannot escape. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ye's palms closed suddenly, and a terrifying ball of energy appeared. This is a powerful move he condensed in the phantom space, explosive flame. With a bang, the ball fell. The entire space seemed to be boiling. The storm caused by the horrible explosion swept past. Ah, a miserable roar came from the flames. Heiwu's body reappeared again, it was completely black, and there were hideous and terrifying wounds on its skin, and many pieces of flesh splashed out. How? What? Advertisement. Bai Ye's voice came. Hee. Do you think this energy can hurt me? Black Mist said hoarsely, I am Black Mist, the ultimate existence, what is this injury? I want you to pay the price, burn it zero. Accompanied by its roar, wisps of black air emerged from the portal of darkness. The black air spread rapidly, covering most of the blockade, dreamland. A huge, sinister force permeated the air, causing the temperature of the entire dream space to drop sharply. Sensing the abnormality of the Black Mist, Bai Ye was a little surprised, because the Black Mist contained some kind of strange power. These forces will not increase the power of the Black Mist, nor will it make the black disturbance stronger. But it will enhance the cold resistance of Heiwu's body. This is an effect similar to the ice in the dark portal. Bai Ye's hand loosened. The Black Mist that escaped from blocking the dream space stared at Bai Ye angrily. Damn it, you dare to trick me. Heiwu suddenly opened his mouth and grinned, reaching out and pointing at Bai Ye. Then the overwhelming thunder system chakra emerged. No, it's impossible. Heiwu couldn't believe it, how could Bai Ye's thunder be so powerful? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Black Mist broke away from Bai Ye's control. In an instant, a huge fireball emerged out of thin air. Bai Ye was extremely calm, pointing out the black mist with his right index finger. Nothing is impossible. Boom. Heiwu laughed loudly, as if he was convinced of Bai Ye. Amidst the huge crackling sound, the lightning from the black mist was directly swallowed up by the fireball. Bai Ye said lightly, with a long knife condensed in his hand, "Next is the final game, I hope you don't die so soon." The black mist turned into a thick purple lightning, which fell 0.2 towards Bai Ye. Really? Then I want to see, who is the darkness? Facing the purple lightning, it smashed up. Ha 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 ha, stupid brat, don't you know that I am the real darkness? You are so foolish to try to use thunder to deal with me. It's you who is playing tricks. 240. Nothingness. After saying that, Bai Ye jumped up and slashed down with a samurai sword in his hand. The terrifying blade pierced through the air, cutting towards the black mist with a gorgeous arc. Don't think about it. Heiwu roared angrily, and a cloud of pitch black energy enveloped his whole body, forming a layer of black coat, completely enveloping it. At the same time, a surging force gushed out and gathered in front of it, forming a black wall, blocking the katana. Rumble. A huge explosion resounded throughout the dreamland. The black wall collapsed in an instant. And the samurai sword also stayed half a centimeter away from Haiwu's head, unable to enter any further. I am the black mist. The black mist roared wildly. I don't care if you are black mist or gray mist. Bai Ye's cold voice came. You are my prey. I said you must die, you must die. While speaking, Bai Ye's samurai sword slashed downwards. Terrifying power poured out along the blade. The black wall crumbled again. The katana fell on Black Mist's head. Heiwu's body shook, his huge body shook, and then fell to the ground. Although it is still standing, it is dying. On the 18 sides of the originally pitch black body, fine scars appeared one after another. The blood kept flowing. Each of these wounds is shocking, and the bones can be seen deep. Obviously, the blow just now did cause a lot of damage to the Black Mist day and night. However, you don't really think it's a guaranteed win. Bai Ye's indifferent voice came again. Haha, you don't know what infinite resurrection is, and you don't even know what darkness is. Heiwu laughed loudly. My source of power is nothingness. Nothing here can kill me. Yeah, Bai Ye said calmly. Then let me see how many times your infinite resurrection can bear. While speaking, Bai Ye raised his left fist. Black Mist's pupils shrank suddenly. The long knife formed by the condensed chakra in Bai Ye's hand disappeared, replaced by a palm exuding golden light, like a Buddha's hand holding a Buddha's seal. Advertisement. Dewei Tianlong. The golden palm pressed against Hei Mist's chest, and there was a crackling sound. Black Mist's body began to swell. Immediately afterwards, streaks of golden light burst out from its body. On Bai Ye's palm, a flower bud bloomed. The golden lotus completely enveloped the black mist. Bai Ye's face turned pale, and sweat appeared on his forehead. This golden lotus is the ability obtained by Open Black Lens Bracket Universal Pull Close Black Lens Bracket, named Dewei Tianlong. Like the ability possessed by Nine-Turned Madonna, this is a purely defensive ability, which can guarantee that Bai Ye will not be fatally attacked. Moreover, the signboard of Dewei Tianlong is enough to offset most of the damage. Not only that, but it can also cause the enemy to be paralyzed and slowed down for a period of time. In this case, even without using ninjutsu, Bai Ye can get rid of this dark clone in front of him by relying on fire-style Wei Tianlong. It's a pity that the energy of the black mist is so weird that even chakra can't clear it away. As a result, the defensive skill, fire-style Wei Tianlong, cannot last. Otherwise, Bai Ye can use fire-style Wei Tianlong to trap the black mist here and grind it to death slowly. But in this way, it will be a bit of a delay. So Bai Ye could only choose a more violent method to beat black mist to death. The stronger the energy of the black mist, the shorter the duration of Dewei Tianlong. Therefore, the black group will definitely not be able to last for 3 seconds. But so what? The reaction speed of the black mist is far faster than that of Bai Ye. Even in Bai Ye's full power, he may not be able to defeat the black mist. Now that the black mist has been hit hard, the reaction has obviously slowed down a lot. Bai Ye seized this opportunity and slashed out. The blade tore through the black mist. You lose. Bai Ye said lightly. No. A sharp and piercing cry full of resentment resounded from Hei Lu. A diamond-shaped crystal nucleus appeared above the head of the black mist. This diamond-shaped crystal nucleus presents an extremely rich black color, and the surface is covered with various mysterious and obscure rune patterns. Advertisement. With the injection of black mist consciousness, the diamond-shaped crystal nucleus exudes a dazzling red brilliance. Boom. The diamond-shaped crystal nucleus above the head of the black mist exploded. A huge force swept away, and the ground under the feet of the day and night cracked from time to time. His body also flew back dozens of steps. When Bai Ye stabilized his figure and looked up, the diamond-shaped crystal nucleus on the top of Haiwu's head had completely disappeared. Only a mess of ruins remained. The black mist was nowhere to be seen. I don't know where I went. Bai Ye walked to the location of the diamond-shaped crystal nucleus and squatted down. Within the crystal nucleus, there is a trace of extremely weak energy that can hardly be felt. Like the wind blowing the waves of a lake. However, this actually contains some kind of special calendar area. As expected of the black mist. Bai Ye muttered to himself, but your experimental product seems to be a little bit worse.
Are you talking about me? With a chuckle, the voice of the black mist came. Bai Ye stood up, and behind him, the body of the black mist gradually condensed, returning to its previous form. A hideous and distorted smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you still alive? Bai Ye asked with a slight frown. Of course. He Wu laughed and said, 140, you were really powerful. You actually beat my body into scum, and even forced me to run away. However, you still underestimated my strength after all. Black Mist opened his arms, and there was a wave of evil breath from his body. He wore a ring on the index finger, middle finger, and ring finger of his right hand. These 3 rings shone with a strange brilliance, like a black hole, absorbing the surrounding coldness and darkness, devouring everything around them. In this world, there are only a handful of powers that can kill me, and you too are one of them. Black Mist's raging voice spread throughout the room. You shouldn't push me into a corner, because doing so will only kill me. It will make me fall into madness, and I will go all out regardless of the consequences, and then I will be desperate and destroy all of you. Bai Ye was silent. He knew that the Black Widow was lying. The strength of the Black Mist has not reached the level of being desperate and insane. Otherwise, with that blow just now, he would not have been seriously injured, but had been directly turned into pieces. However, Bai Ye did not expose the other party's words, but said slightly sarcastically, "Oh, if that's the case, you still dare to come? You don't know my abilities, do you? I have already told you that I have endless black mist. No matter how much it is depleted, I can quickly replenish it," Black Mist said. "I can kill whoever I want. You can't stop me." 241. Black Mist descends. Ah. Bai Ye chuckled. So, you still have the strongest power? Yes. Black Mist said without hesitation. His strongest power is Black Arrival. However, this ability cannot be used at will. If once used, then he must pay a painful price, and even make him sleep in the void forever. Moreover, He Shui's current situation is very bad. Once used, I am afraid that most of the soul will be annihilated, and it will never be reborn. Of course, Black Mist is unwilling to take the risk of using Black Mist Descends. This is the only way for Black Mist. Since you are so confident, I will play with you. Bai Ye said with a smile. Haiwu didn't believe that Bai Ye would agree to what he proposed. But soon, Bai Ye did agree. He Wu's heart suddenly rose, and an uneasy premonition flooded into his mind. Did I guess wrong? No, it won't. How could this guy not be worried? After all, he didn't want to die either. Bai Ye's strength is indeed terrifying, but his flaws are also obvious. Bai Ye's physical body is not strong, only about the 5th level of ordinary ninja. And this is Hiksen's best ability, close-range sneak attack and surprise attack. While the opponent is not aware of it, he can quietly touch the opponent's side, give a fatal blow, and even completely kill the opponent. And this is exactly suitable for the current situation of the Black Mist. Although Black Mist does not have a real physical body, his soul has already merged with Black Mist's brain. The shattering of the body of the Black Mist caused his soul to suffer a lot of trauma. Today's Black Mist is actually in a weak stage, and may collapse at any time. He had to rely on the original power of the Black Mist to keep his body alive. That way it won't dissipate, but in his current state, he simply couldn't bear how many times Dark Mist falls, and couldn't continue to use this ability. If he failed to kill Bai Ye, the Black Mist would definitely dissipate completely, and there would be no chance of reincarnation. So, at this moment, he can't be cowardly. You must delay time, let yourself recover, and seek revenge from Bai Ye. You want to spend it with me? Bai Ye said, I'd be more than happy to accompany you. Advertisement. Look at my move. Earth-style big rock palm. Bai Ye pressed down with both hands. A large amount of soil immediately rose from the ground, covering it towards the blackness. At the same time, Bai Ye's body teleported to He Wu's side, and punched out, hitting He Wu's face. This punch is terrifying. Not only smashed half of He Wu's head, but also interrupted the way his neck was put down. Bai Ye slammed his knee into He Wu's belly again. Let his abdomen collapse completely. For a moment, Bai Ye was condescending, trampling the black mist under his feet, like a giant beast trampling on the ants under its claws. Black Mist roared, struggling, waving his hands, trying to get rid of this suppression. However, he can only use the original power of the Black Mist now, and he cannot use too powerful power at all. Give up. Bai Ye's calm voice came from above He Wu's head. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye let go of He Wu's body, jumped up, and landed on the sofa beside him. There was a strange green glow in the Black Mist's eyes. His body suddenly disappeared. The next second, he appeared behind Bai Ye, reached out and grabbed Bai Ye's neck, while opening his mouth to spray a cloud of black mist. These black mist are like a sharp blade, wolves/Bai Ye. This blow of the black mist can be described as earth-shattering and mighty. Snort. Bai Ye snorted coldly, turned around and punched 3 times. The black mist sprayed by the black mist was immediately exploded. Death touch. Bai Ye's palm pierced He Wu's chest, and the enormous power of the Japanese stock suddenly exploded. The black mist's body exploded in an instant. Countless black matter splashed, scattered, and drifted. But soon, it gathered into the appearance of black mist, and rushed towards Bai Ye again. Do you think that I'll have nothing to do with you? Bai Ye mocked. Black Mist ignored it and continued to rush towards Bai Ye. He believed that he could kill him. It only takes a short time for him to win. Ha! Bai Ye suddenly let out a loud drink. Black Mist froze. An earth-style ninjutsu drilled out from the ground and slammed on Haiwu's body. Advertisement. The Black Mist's figure stopped for a moment. At this moment, he seemed to feel the Emperor from Hell. Bai Ye bent slightly, raised one leg, and kicked forward with the other bent. Under Haiwu's dumbfounded gaze, he kicked him in the face. Boom! The whole black mist flew out and fell heavily on the ground. The black mist on his body began to roll like waves. Bai Ye didn't give him any chance to react. He jumped up to catch up and kicked again. This time, Hei Mist didn't dodge and got kicked abruptly. Cough. Cough cough. Black Mist coughed violently, and blood flowed from his mouth. But he was not afraid at all. His body shook, and countless fine black threads emerged and wrapped around him. The black lines are intertwined with each other, forming something like a cage. Hand of imprisonment. Bai Ye frowned. This seems a bit familiar. He had used similar moves before to seal his opponent. Ha ha ha, I finally found it, your secret, Black Mist laughed. Originally, he was very unfamiliar with this hand of imprisonment. But just now, Haiwu suddenly realized something. He sensed the existence of the prisoner's hand, and used his powerful spirit to manipulate it against the enemy. Oh, secret? Bai Ye smiled lightly. Then let me see what you have gained. My harvest. Haiwu grinned and said, you will understand immediately what despair is. Zhao Dahao. Black Mist controlled the hand of imprisonment and attacked Bai Ye. But Bai Ye found that the attack trajectory of the imprisoning hand became chaotic. It's like a puppet transformed by some kind of force. Our secret is my ability to manipulate the mind. Black Mist laughed wildly. Did you know? I discovered you have the ability to manipulate the mind a long time ago. Therefore, I have already ambushed traces of the dark net on your body. The capabilities of the dark web can help me observe you more clearly. It's just that I've been hiding this secret and haven't told others. Because, I think your ability can make it easier for me to devour you. I want to destroy you with my own hands. Let you know who is the master. Bai Ye listened to Haiwu's crazy declaration, with a look of surprise in his eyes. You be ***************, D. Are you still human? Oh, of course, how could I be a wild zombie, Heiji said. 242. I am your nemesis at this moment. A thought suddenly popped up in Bai Ye's heart. Did you forget something? Bai Ye looked at the black mist and asked, I gave you your spiritual power. Haiwu was startled for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Yes, I did forget this, you idiot. You gave me my spiritual power, and I have the right to manipulate your body. Now, is there a way to stop me? The black mist gushed out from behind the black mist, turned into two extremely thick arms, and firmly grasped Bai Ye's shoulders. Aren't you afraid of being exploded if you manipulate my body like this? Bai Ye asked. After all, my physical fitness is far superior to yours. No, Black Mist was full of confidence. As long as I am not defeated by you, you will never be able to defeat me, unless your body is completely destroyed by me. Black Mist's words were full of deception. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have lost their minds long ago. Even Uchiha Itachi, Uzumaki Naruto, are no exception. Only Bai Ye, with a sneer on his face, I am your nemesis. Impossible. Haiwu roared. How can you be my nemesis when you have only one dead end? His face was distorted and ferocious, like a ghost crawling out of hell. Behind the black mist, black tentacles crazily whipped on the ground. The whole house was instantly torn apart, dilapidated. Bai Ye wanted to escape from this damn place. It's a pity that Black Mist's hands were sealed. A thick barrier of chakra blocked Bai Ye's path. This cage is constantly shrinking. It wants to crush Bai Ye to death. This is your trump card. Bai Ye stood where he was, with a faint smile on his face. Although this transparent barrier is tough, its defense is extremely high. But Bai Ye is a man who can even carry a tailed beast bomb. Is this defense really effective? With a crazy and brutal expression on Haiwu's face, he roared and said, I have fully activated my chakra. The power of this barrier is 1,000 times that of the most elementary form. No matter how strong your body is, you will be unable to move an inch here. You will definitely be crushed by me, completely swallowed by me, and become my nourishment, nourish me, and strengthen my strength. I will become a new generation of Rinnegan. Black Mist's tone was almost insane. He waited for this scene for a long time. He didn't even dare to hope that he could kill Bai Ye. Advertisement. I just hope that by devouring Bai Ye, I can improve myself, successfully capture his pupil power, BJAC, and become a Rinnegan. This wish, or ambition, are you talking in your sleep? Bai Ye smiled contemptuously. No matter how hard you try, it's impossible to hurt me even the slightest bit. He stretched out his finger and pressed it on the dark cage. A strange force was transmitted from the inside of the black mist, and penetrated into the black mist. But the wall formed by the black mist bounced back Bai Ye's power, and the huge energy actually bounced Bai Ye several meters away. Ha 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 ha. Black Mist laughed loudly, mocking Bai Ye's overreaching behavior. You are too weak. I am an immortal. How could you hurt me? You have no idea how much power I have mastered. Yeah? Bai Ye landed slowly, His right foot stepped on the ground suddenly, a strong force burst out, and the whole building collapsed in an instant. A burst of dust dispersed, and Bai Ye appeared in front of the black mist again. This time he was closer to the black mist, only about half a meter left. I don't need to know how much power you have, I just need to know that you will die soon, Bai Ye said. Hei Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. Death doesn't exist. I am immortal. Your soul will perish forever. The black chain stretched out, coming towards Bai Ye like a lion majesty. Bai Ye opened his palm, and the black chakra spread. In an instant, all the black iron chains were held in Bai Ye's hands. These are all produced after I absorbed endless negative power, even you can't resist, Hei Yuan roared. These black tentacles contain all kinds of negative energy, enough to destroy everything. Sure enough, Bai Ye's tightly locked hands began to fester. Corrosion, pain, and even death. Stop resisting, it's useless, Black Mist said excitedly, your strength, your blood, your identity, everything about you will belong to me. The tentacles of the Black Mist became tighter and tighter, as if trying to tear Bai Ye's arm off. But Bai Ye only frowned, and then let go to let the black tentacles wrap him. Then amidst the crisp sound of click, the black tentacles broke off in response, and the fracture was scorched black, as if it had been scorched by flames. This is impossible, Black Mist roared sharply and hoarsely. Impossible. Advertisement, Bai Ye said indifferently. It's just a black mud monster, how dare you claim immortality? The one who is truly immortal should be the king of all things, the spirit of heaven and earth. I don't believe you have this power, you must be just bluffing. Black Mist shouted. A blurry picture emerged in his mind. Deja vu. Black Mist folded his hands together, his body trembled slightly, and a cloud of black mist spit out from his mouth. The level of richness has reached an astonishing level. The black mist turned into two pitch-black gloves, covering his hands. His whole body also swelled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a humanoid monster exactly the same size as Bai Ye. I am the Black Mist. I am the master of the Rinnegan. There was a hint of madness on Hei Wu's face. He rushed towards Bai Ye, and swung his pitch-black fists at Bai Ye. Boom. The black mist was blown away by Bai Ye's slap. His chest was dented and his bones shattered. Bright red blood spattered from the mouth and nose. You. How strong are you? Hei Mist raised his head with difficulty, with shock and unwillingness on his face. Bai Ye's slap just now slapped him away like a fly. With the blessing of his chakra, this is him who has nearly equal Rinnegan level strength. He felt like his head was about to explode. It's not a question of whether you are strong or not, but a question of whether I am strong or not, said Bai Ye, jumped up and stepped on Hei Wu's neck. Ahem. The severe pain caused Hei Wu to cough a few times, and blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth. His neck was broken. Bai Ye looked down at him, and said, since you already know so many things, then obediently die, so as not to waste time, you are already a bug anyway. Bai Ye bent one leg and bumped his knee towards the black mist. Boom. The black mist exploded, however, the black mist did not disappear. Instead, it turned into hundreds of tiny tentacles that tightly entwined Yu Yi's limbs. 243. This guy is really annoying. Bai Ye tried to break free, but found that he couldn't struggle at all. Look, this is the power of Rinnegan. Even if I am dead, I can still control this body and continue to bring disaster to the world. Black Mist said proudly. He has already seen the dawn of victory. Your blood, strength, soul, and identity all belong to me. The black mist began to frantically absorb Bai Ye's power. His strength began to skyrocket, surpassing Rinnegan's early stage in a blink of an eye. Oh. 1 inch. Bai Ye let out a mocking smile. Suddenly, a bright, dazzling light flashed on his body. Bai Ye's eyes widened, and a terrifying aura descended, filling the entire room. Around him, densely packed, hundreds of them, Bai Ye. Every Bai Ye's body was filled with an extremely terrifying and tyrannical aura. This is open black lens bracket universal pull close black lens bracket. How can this be? Hei Wu's eyes widened. Aren't you sealed? Aren't you suppressed? When did I say I was sealed? Bai Ye said, I'm just thinking about how to get rid of Rinnegan. You know too much, I can't keep you. With that said, hundreds of Bai Ye rushed towards the black mist and launched a siege. But the black mist is not afraid of fighting the number. They have infinite replicas after all, but soon, the black mist discovered something unusual. Hundreds of his clones were defeated by Bai Ye's clone, screaming continuously. I understand. You are an illusion, you want to scare me in this way and make me give up inheriting Rinnegan, right? Black Mist shouted angrily, stop dreaming. You won't succeed. Bai Ye smiled lightly and went to the power zone again. Hundreds of Bai Ye performed the purest illusion. 0. These are all true, Black Mist shouted loudly. You lied to me. I will never admit defeat. I am the only god in the darkness. The black mist attacked Bai Ye again. There was a pitiful expression on Bai Ye's face. Ignorant, scum like you, why are you called a god? Bai Ye said, his hands formed a strange mark, and he pressed lightly on the ground. Around the black mist, hundreds of white runes suddenly lit up. They quickly condensed into a huge white sculpture, holding up a scepter, pointing at the black mist. The black mist stopped in place, his face was full of blankness. Advertisement, Black Mist illusion. Bai Ye muttered to himself, this kind of thing may be useful to others, but I have other tricks to deal with you. He stretched out his hand, erected his index finger, pressed the hilt with his thumb, and issued a long sword. Bai Ye swung his long sword and slashed towards the black mist. Hei Wu dodged sideways uncontrollably, avoiding the sharp edge. His heart was filled with horror. He clearly had the upper hand, but why did Bai Ye still display such terrifying fighting power? His strength is not even weaker than him. Golden chakra, die by the light. The black mist actually flashed golden brilliance, and then rushed towards Bai Ye at an even faster speed. Is this going to die with Bai Ye? The idiot. Bai Ye shook his head, and swung his sword again. The blade pierced the air. The golden chakra collapsed instantly, and the body of the black mist was chopped off in half, and then slowly dissipated. You think I'll give you a chance? Bai Ye said, kicking over half of the corpse on the ground. The corpse fell to the ground, turned into countless black mist and refused, and turned into the other half of the black mist body. Oh, stupid. You can't hurt me at all. This is my body, my body. Black mist laughed loudly, but soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Bai Ye's left and right hands each held a head, squeezed it hard, and turned it into flesh and blood. Black mist was hit hard again. However, Bai Ye did not hesitate in the slightest and continued to field. Beside him, hundreds of Bai Ye reappeared, rushing towards the black mist. Bai Ye's attack seemed to never end. Impossible, it's not scientific. The black mist yelled hysterically, and black mist continuously emerged from its body, turning into a chain state, wrapping around Bai Ye and binding him up. This guy is really annoying. Bai Ye sighed, 3 bombs. Ah, a shrill scream sounded. The chains of black mist transformed into black mist were completely shattered. A cloud of ashes floated on the floor. Bai Ye walked up to ashes and picked up a black token. Advertisement. Some kind of information is hidden in the token. Asking for flowers. This is where the black mist body is. Through the black token, the black mist can find Bai Ye at any time and then attack. Bai Ye put away the black token. Although he doesn't need this now, it's always good just in case. The main body of the black mist must have many strange and unpredictable means. Do you think it's safe to kill me? Haha, stupid. The remnant voice of the black mist came. This is the unique world I created, unless you can destroy this world, otherwise I can be continuously produced. No matter how many you kill me, I can be resurrected instantly, and be stronger than before. Bai Ye frowned. This is the proud capital of Black Mist. However, Bai Ye need not worry, because he was already prepared. He swapped 2 boxes over his left hand. Impossible. Black Mist roared loudly. Nothing is impossible. Bai Ye said, throwing 2 boxes to the Air Force. The black smoke incarnated by the Black Mist immediately flew forward, wanting to take back his treasure. But those 2 boxes exploded on the spot. 2 beams of light shot out from it, covering Hailu. The Black Mist screamed, turned into a pile of black mist again, and then quickly melted away. He felt that the beam of light contained some kind of wonderful energy, which was devouring his abilities. After only a moment, the black noise disappeared completely. The black box has also returned to its normal wooden box form. Bai Ye reached out, picked up the black box, and opened a second layer of boxes. In the box, there is a black ninja knife. Bai Ye stretched out his hand and clenched it tightly, and there was a crisp sound. A pitch-black arc spread from the blade to the handle, swimming along Bai Ye's palm. It seems to be similar to Naruto's Reikiri, but unfortunately the power is too small, Yu Yi commented. This kind of Reikiri is not the pure lightning-style ninjutsu of Naruto. It also has a strange power attached to it. This power can produce a strange resonance effect in the body and spirit of the user. This increases the user's strength. This should be Thor's former power, which was later stolen by the Black Mist, and then fell on Kakashi. Point 244. Something that can be met but not sought after. However, Bai Ye quite liked this increase. As long as the user is strong enough, he can get additional improvements even without practicing. Moreover, this is something that cannot be met. For the sake of your cooperation, please spare your soul, you can be reincarnated and live your happy life. Bai Ye said, raising his right hand. The remaining half of Hei Mist's body trembled violently, struggling to escape. Late. Bai Ye smiled slightly, a huge suction surged from his right arm, completely bound the Black Mist, and then yanked it off. The Black Mist turned into wisps of black smoke, which was inhaled by Bai Ye's right arm into the reincarnation watch on his wrist. The Rinne Tensai technique, skill on the reincarnation watch is activated. The Black Mist roared, hissed, and wailed within Bai Ye's body. But there is no escape from it. 823. Under the power of Rinne Tensai technique, the Black Mist was gradually reduced and finally wiped away. Ha 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 ha. Solve another one. Your shell tissue is really useless. Bai Ye laughed out loud. B***************. How dare you provoke my shell organization? Suddenly, the whole house shook violently and then collapsed. Bai Ye fell directly to the ground. Surrounded by raging flames, it seems that the end is coming. Bai Ye looked up. Kauta stood in front of him with a hideous expression on his face. Behind him is a huge ring that covers the entire room. In the circle is the endless darkness. Shell tissue? Bai Ye snorted coldly. It turns out that you are the masterminds of the Y organization. Good. Kauda nodded and said, now that you know my identity, do you still want to live? Want to live? Bai Ye smiled, how is it possible? I am a man with a strong sense of justice and absolutely do not allow any evil to exist. Bai Ye said, besides, I hate others bullying me, I want to uproot the shell tissue myself. Arrogance, you simply don't, Kauda shouted angrily, and the darkness in the circle suddenly condensed into tentacles, pulling towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye said indifferently. Advertisement 2 spiral chakras appeared on his legs, pushing him away from the place at once. And these tentacles were drawn to the wall, leaving scorched marks one after another. Just a few meters away from Bai Ye's original position, he heard a loud bang, and the wall collapsed. Cord and a group of high-ranking Shell Organ members are revealed. They all wore uniform costumes and held weapons such as black sticks or hammers in their hands. He looked like he was going all out. Yo, what are you guys trying to do? Bai Ye asked with slightly squinted eyes. You devil, you will be torn to pieces by us. A senior Shell member glared at Bai Ye, gnashing his teeth. This senior member of the Shell organization is about 30 years old. He looks like a ninja, but with dark skin and fierce appearance, he looks like a ruthless character who has experienced countless battles. You have said this many times. Bai Ye said, if you keep talking, I can't help but smash your mouth. I bother. The man spat, pointed at Bai Ye and cursed, you Konoha ninjas are all rubbish, they're all trash. Our Shell organization is the orthodoxy of the Uchiha clan. Oh. Bai Ye replied lightly, the Uchiha clan, I have been extinct for a long time. The man froze, then yelled, you're talking nonsense, we Uchiha clan. Am I talking nonsense? You can ask Uchiha Madara. Bai Ye said, as for me, my name is Bai Ye. The man fell silent. The rest of the Shell organization members were also silent. Obviously, they all know the secrets of Konoha village very well. Don't believe me, otherwise, I'll show you. Bai Ye raised his hand slightly, and a breath surged. In the next second, the void around him split open, and a shining golden eyeball emerged, emitting unparalleled destructive fluctuations. Even the old fritters like Shell organization, who are used to seeing strong winds and waves, are still stunned at this moment. The golden eyeball stared at the Shell organization member in front of him. The next moment, the senior member screamed and fell to the ground, steaming all over his body. In the blink of an eye it turned into a skeleton. Very scary. Bai Ye put away his illusion pupil technique. Advertisement the senior member just now really died. The other senior members of the Shell organization were trembling with fear on their faces. Although they knew that the man in front of them was very scary. But it was far from expected, it was so terrible. This is the Rinnegan. Bai Ye said, it's just that the current Rinnegan is obviously different from the defective products in the past. It is more concise and tougher inside. Rinnegan, round Rinnegan, but not flawless, because it has only 9 hooked jade, which represents the 9 heavens. Bai Ye's Rinnegan actually looks like this too, just bigger, sturdier and more stable than normal Rinnegan. This is why Bai Ye has such power, but he is unwilling to use it. Because the Rinnegan is consumed too quickly. Every time it is used, it needs to consume a lot of chakra and mental power. Even with Bai Ye's current situation, it's a bit unbearable. Where's your leader? Bai Ye looked at the members of the Shell organization and asked. You have something, but you want to see it. How can our leader be so easy to see? Another Shell organization member came out and said. Bai Ye glanced at him and ignored him. This guy seems to be the number 2 person in the Shell organization. But from Bai Ye's point of view, it's just rubbish. Bai Ye raised his foot and stomped towards that person very fast. But the member of the Shell organization didn't panic, and reached out to hold down the wall next to him. In the wall, countless tiny grains of sand flew out and condensed in the palm of the man. It turned into a small and exquisite short sword, blocking the trampled feet day and night. Immediately afterwards, sand flowed out from the blade. A sand sword formed and chopped towards Bai Ye's ankle. This method is considered powerful for ordinary ninjas, but facing Bai Ye except for hurting him at the beginning. The upper part of Bai Ye's shoe is intact, and his right foot, still maintaining the posture just now, continued to step on the member of the Shell organization. Damn it. The member of the Shell organization let out a low curse, brandished a sand sword and stabbed Bai Ye. Bai Ye kicked on sand sword. 245. Test out Kacha, the sand sword broke, his footsteps paused, and then he stepped on the member of the Shell organization without stopping. The man jumped in fright and hurriedly avoided. Bai Ye's toes kicked against the wall next to him. Click, click, click. Immediately dense cracks appeared on the wall. Then, boom, the walls exploded and rubble flew. This guy's destructive power seems to be a little more terrifying, Bai Ye muttered to himself. He didn't use his full strength in the attack just now, it was just a random blow. But that hard rock wall couldn't withstand Bai Ye's kick. Is this man a monster? The remaining high-level members of the Shell organization retreated one after another. These people had horror on their faces, they didn't know how much strength Bai Ye had. But they know that today's matter, whether successful or not, is a failure. Bai Ye didn't just kill their companions, also get rid of them. The so-called shell tissue is simply weak in Bai Ye's opinion. What to do? These people began to discuss countermeasures. Snort. At this moment, an incomparably cold voice came. 21. Then a dense black mist rose up. There, a figure slowly condensed into shape. The man was wrapped in black armor, and on top of his head was a pitch black hat. The whole is dark gray, with some precious stones and patterns inlaid on it. It looks full of evil and strangeness, giving people a strong feeling of depression and danger. Seeing that man, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. The Rinnegan's threat dissipated, and he could feel that the Rinnegan's strength was not waning. That said, Rinnegan hasn't completely broken down yet. It turned out to be a test. There was a gloomy and cold laughter. The man in black armor spoke. His throat was cut by a sharp weapon, and the sound he made sounded rather weird. Okay. Advertisement, Bai Ye said. You are indeed beyond my expectations, but do you think you can survive and leave here? Cod said, since I am here, you must die. Oh, I almost forgot. Bai Ye said suddenly, the enmity between the two of us has long been doomed. It's normal for you to kill me. In this case, why don't you come to me for revenge as soon as possible? The armored man was taken aback. Because you are cowardly. Bai Ye showed a mocking expression. Ha ha ha. Kauda laughed wildly. His voice was very hoarse and unpleasant. Bai Ye, who do you think you are? Do you think you can really kill me? Do you think our shell tissue is so easy to deal with? I told you. Bai Ye was too lazy to listen to these guys beeping. With a shake of both arms, a powerful chakra shot out. The surrounding environment became distorted in an instant. The next moment, these environments turned into countless sharp teeth, biting Cowd's body. However, those sharp teeth shattered the moment they touched the armor. Kauda was still standing, without any scars on his body. Even, the long hair on his back moved automatically without wind, and the majesty of the vastness of the Japanese stock descended. Like a king descended into the world. What's this? Bai Ye frowned. This coercion is definitely not something a Rinnegan can bring. Perhaps, the strength of this man himself is quite terrifying. Only, there is nothing to doubt. Kauda said indifferently, our organization is not as simple as you imagined. I know. Bai Ye said lightly, after all, if you can create a shell tissue, it proves that you have your own unique technology. You know, after taking the test, he was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted angrily. Are you kidding me? Of course not. Bai Ye shook his head. His words made Kauda relax his vigilance, but in the next second, Bai Ye's words made him angry again. Because you are simply a bunch of trash. There was a tyrannical expression on Kauda's face. In that case, I will send you to hell to repent. Cod said, I will crush you to ashes, sealed in the abyss of hell forever. Rumble. Endless thunder appeared out of thin air. I don't like thunder. Bai Ye said something lightly, and then, on. The infinite thunder that fell from the sky disappeared in an instant. This advertisement, I was taken aback for a while. It looks bluffing, but it's actually just a paper tiger. Bai Ye said lightly, so, you are so arrogant, is it because the shell tissue is very strong? Sorry, you were wrong. Cowd's reaction was extremely quick. He turned slightly to one side, and grabbed his right shoulder with his left hand. Click. There was a crisp fracture sound. There, it was pierced by Bai Ye's finger, dripping with blood. However, he didn't appear to be in the slightest pain, but rushed towards Bai Ye again. In his left hand, he took out several strangely shaped metal balls. Bai Ye said speechlessly, are you stupid? He slapped Kauda with a slap. A burst of dazzling red light lit up. A huge slap phantom appeared, and the sun slapped Kauda into the king of the underground. Then, the slap was withdrawn. Bai Ye stood where he was, looking at the ground, lost in thought. After a while, he sighed and said, it still doesn't look right. Just now, Bai Ye's slap was with Rasengan. But after that slap, he was still alive and crawled out of the 653 pit. Sure enough, Rasengan doesn't need it, Bai Ye thought to himself. Although this trick is the ninja secret technique he learned, it is also one of his best skills. It's a pity that this body is not suitable for using Rasengan, and it needs enough mental support. If it is an ordinary person, it is estimated that one slap will make him pass out, and he will be in a coma for 3 to 5 days. Even elite ninjas cannot withstand this level of Rasengan attack. But the Kauda in front of him is obviously completely different from ordinary humans. Humans of Rasengan immune to death, your body is very good. Bai Ye raised his head and looked at the sky. His Rasengan just now was powerful enough to smash a hill into pieces, but it was actually blocked by that guy. Kauda was suspended in midair, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. Your body is very good. It is much stronger than I imagined. You can actually resist my Rasengan. Then, next, it's my turn, Bai Ye said lightly. His hands quickly seal. A rune appeared in front of Bai Ye. A stream of light flashed by, and the rune flew into the sky. Then, stop the class. Layers of white ripples spread in all directions. Wherever they passed, countless black mist dissipated. What are you doing? After seeing Bai Ye's methods, he was a little surprised in the exam. 246. Rock Escape Rock Dragon. His goal is to destroy the world, and he doesn't know much about the world. Therefore, he thought that Bai Ye was calling for something. However, he is not afraid. Under the crushing of absolute strength, everything is in vain. Bai Ye stretched out a finger and pointed it at Kauda from afar. The next moment, a terrifying coercion suddenly broke out. Cowd's pupils suddenly constricted. He discovered that the source of this coercion came from the sky. The sky of this world also belongs to you? Bai Ye asked. Of course, it belongs to the territory of Shell Organization, you don't deserve to own this world. Kauda said in a cold voice. Then, this world is also under my control. Bai Ye asked with a smile, then, I declare that the Shell Organization will be disbanded. Disband? Who do you think you are? Can you make decisions instead of Shell Organization? The tester sneered. No, the Shell Organization is a powerful ninja organization, and I'm just helping you share a little responsibility. Bai Ye said, besides, I'm your boss, how can I not manage the employees? Boss? I don't admit it. After the exam, he roared angrily, and the whole person soared into the sky. He held two hideous short swords in his hands. The pair of knives danced, and a series of afterimages emerged, intertwined to form a lotus flower. Go! The lotus flower shattered, and a terrifying shockwave surged towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye raised his hand, gently caught the shockwave with his two fingers, and threw it out casually. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Kauda fell directly to the ground. Numerous buildings were smashed. Blood spit out of his mouth. How can it be? I got up with difficulty in the exam, but felt weak all over. How can you be so strong? Ah. Bai Ye walked towards Kauda slowly, with a playful expression on the corner of his mouth. You Shell Organization, do you really think you are invincible? I don't agree, Cod growled, I'm going to beat you. He waved his hands, one after another hard rocks rose from the ground and piled up around him. Rock escape 1000 rock crack. With a loud shout from Kauda, the piled up solid rocks suddenly erupted. Each piece fell to Bai Ye like a meteorite, dense as rain. Advertisement like a storm. But, bang bang bang. Bai Ye stretched out two fingers, easily blocked all the falling rocks, and even bounced them a few times. Stop playing with your petty tricks. Bai Ye mocked, I'll give you one last chance to tell me where the headquarters of Shell Organization is, otherwise I don't mind turning you into a rock. You. Don't even think about it, gritting his teeth, Kauda said, the shell tissue will never yield. Around him, more and more rocks gathered. Under Bai Ye's feet, circles appeared one after another. If you don't listen to the persuasion, then I will have to reluctantly kill you. Bai Ye said, and flicked his fingers again. A more terrifying Rasengan was condensed and struck with an indomitable momentum. Kr. A look of shock appeared on Cowd's face, and he felt the danger of death. But he still didn't retreat. Rock Dungeon Rock Dragon. One sound the body swelled suddenly. In an instant, it turned into a thick and huge rock dragon. The dragon's head looked up to the sky and roared. A terrifying sound wave swept across. The surrounding houses, woods, and even the distant lake all collapsed. The huge sonic bar shook Bai Ye an inch away. Oh? Bai Ye was slightly taken aback, but he didn't pursue Cowd's surprise attack. Anyway, he has habitually ignored such a small role. At this time, Bai Ye noticed that in the middle of the lake in the distance, water columns appeared. Then, countless fish jumped out of the water, frantically wagging their tails. Ha ha ha, your strength is impressive, and you can actually force me to perform Rock Escape 1000 scales. Kauda laughed wantonly, since that's the case, you should obediently become my sacrifice, let me gain powerful power, and reshape my body. Bai Ye looked at Kauda in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? B****************. He really didn't know what Wanlin was, but what he can be sure of is that this guy is definitely not a rock escape. It is nothing more than a special ninjutsu that uses external force to achieve an increase effect, or certain techniques to temporarily regenerate oneself. Moreover, this way, it is very easy to fail. Many ninjutsu are essentially produced in this way. As long as you understand a little bit, it is not difficult to find a way to crack them. You weak chicken, stop struggling and become my sacrifice. Advertisement. Kauda yelled and rushed towards Bai Ye again. He wants to take the bottle from Bai Ye's hand, madness. Bai Ye shook his head. He took out a bottle, and the liquid inside was dark red. With a flick of his hand, the bottle flew towards Kauda. Encountered countless attacks along the way, all of which were blocked by it. What? Cow's eyes widened, and he watched a huge suction gushing out of the bottle, sucking him into the bottle. The liquid in the bottle is tumbling, and it seems that some kind of transformation and refining is going on. After a while, Kauda got out of the bottle. His expression was quite painful, and he kept screaming. The chakra on the body also became disordered. It seems that it is really useful. Bai Ye touched his chin. Although it seems that the exam has become like this for some reason. In fact, the Shell Organization foundation of this world is fairly complete. They should have a comprehensive treatment plan. However, this treatment plan, Bai Ye estimated that it is impossible to realize. After all, Kauda is just an ordinary person. His current state is similar to the Kakashi that Bai Ye met before. Bai Ye sighed, opened his hands, and the chakra ejected from his palms instantly transformed into a black sphere.
An explosion occurred, and smoke and dust filled the air.
Pregnant? Unfortunately, it didn't have much blocking effect. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't wear armor? Blast towards Kauda. Since you don't want to say, okay, then go to hell. I am immortal, the immortality of shell tissue. I control my own life. Kauda used rocks to make a barrier against himself. Boom. A layer of pale golden light shrouded his body, preventing the smoke from spreading. They all belong to the kind of existence that is only suitable for cultivation and not suitable for fighting. Really, I'm looking forward to it. Kauta let out an angry and mournful voice. Wei organization will never be defeated. Kauta shouted loudly. You be asterisk 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 D. You don't deserve to use this kind of power. With a punch, he faced Bai Ye's attack. Cod was covered in a strange suit of armor. 247. Rock Armor Man Bai Ye smiled and slashed out with a sword. The bright sword light shines. Rock escape earth flow wall. He got the seal of both hands in the test. The ground trembled, and countless tentacles of mud condensed drilled out of the ground, entangled on the sword glow. Crack, click. There was a crisp sound, and the backflow split open. The power of Bai Ye's sword is beyond imagination. This is impossible. He got a hellish expression on the test. Bai Ye's attack just now was obviously much stronger than him. If this trend continues, he will be completely torn apart in no time. However, just when Bai Ye was about to take the opportunity to launch an offensive, an inexplicable sense of crisis emerged from his heart. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge palm grabbed over from a distance. Bai Ye hastily drew his sword to block, but his speed, compared with the speed of palms, is like a snail. Boom. Amidst the dull impact, Bai Ye's body was slapped to the ground by the giant hand. The whole ground was cracked, leaving a deep pit. Kauta took the opportunity to get out of trouble and fled to a safe area. This is the secret technique of shell tissue? Bai Ye stood in the pit, looking at the distance rising slowly, gradually floating in the air, asked the big hand covering half of the sky. In the big hand 680 is a man dressed in rock armor, with a well-defined face and handsome and resolute features. There are pitch black wings on the back, a pair of black wings flapping slowly behind the back. Are you okay? How is that possible? Kauta stared at Bai Ye with extremely cold eyes. There's more you don't know. Woolen cloth. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders. His sight fell on the rock armor man's abdomen. A narrow and sharp short sword was inserted into it. However, it didn't bring fatal damage to this shell tissue person, it just made his body stiff. This level has no effect on Bai Ye. Bai Ye raised his right leg and kicked towards the rock armor man's abdomen. The rock armor man stretched out his left hand, trying to block Bai Ye's attack. Two fingers clamped Bai Ye's knee easily. Then, he snapped violently, trying to break Bai Ye's knee. Bai Ye's body quickly bent for a few seconds, and then returned to normal, brandishing a dagger with the other hand and stabbing out. Ding. Advertisement. The dagger pierced the rock armor man's chest, making a crisp impact sound. The Yanjia man's muscles swelled, and his body tilted to the side, avoiding the risk of being pierced by the dagger. Then, he stretched out his hand to hold the stabbed dagger. The other hand grabbed Bai Ye's neck. Only this time, Bai Ye didn't evade, and let the other party grab his throat. Then, Bai's body suddenly disappeared. The rock armor man's pupils shrank suddenly. In the next second, he felt a sharp pain spread all over his body. Accompanied by it, there was a scorching heat. A long sword pierced the rock armor man's abdomen and pierced into his heart. At the same time, he kicked the opponent's belly. A powerful force instantly lifted it into the air. The Yanjia man vomited blood and fell to the ground, his body twisting continuously. Blood spilled from his mouth. All this happened in just a split second. Bai Ye drew his weapon. At this time, Kauta also climbed up again. His eyes were about to split, and he rushed towards Bai Ye frantically. Pieces of skin on his body squirmed like living creatures and then gathered together. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a perfect body. Oh, what is this thing? Bai Ye watched this scene in surprise. It's my strongest defensive stance. Cod growled, you can't kill me. Yeah? Bai Ye showed a weird smile. In the next second, his whole body turned into a black light and rushed in front of Kauta. He raised his arm high and smashed it down with a heavy hammer. Boom. Amidst a muffled sound, Kauta struck again, and Rii's fist landed on Rii's waist. But Kakuzu didn't even touch the opponent's clothes. Bai Ye, Sasi, flashed to his side at the critical moment, and it was another heavy hammer. Kauta could only choose to give up melee combat and use the rock flow wall to resist again. Bai Ye turned around, stretched out his left hand, and pinched Cowd's neck. A terrifying suction force came. Even with the tenacity obtained by the test, he couldn't help screaming. Bai Ye lifted it up with one hand, stabbed the dagger in his mouth with his right hand, and then spun it around. Wow! Kauta uttered a mournful wail, opened his mouth, and his tongue flew out. After shaking it a few times in the air, it fell to the ground. You are the devil. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Kauta lying on the ground was full of despair. Wrong, I'm a devil. Bai Ye said, the so-called shell tissue is just my food. You are not human. After a difficult test, he said with a very positive tone. Not human? Ha 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 ha. Bai Ye let out a mocking laugh. No matter what it is, you are dead. Despair. He laughed maniacally after the exam, but his body began to swell, and streaks of black light bloomed. Those black lights are small rocks. Bai Ye's left hand was wrapped in black light, and it fell to the ground hard. The ground shook and the dust scattered. Boom. Amidst the smog, a gigantic figure appeared behind Bai Ye. It was a dark green door with a whole body. On the door, symbols and patterns are engraved one after another. Bai Ye punched the door. This time, it was bounced back, and the fist was slightly red and swollen. Is this the real headquarters of the Shell organization? Bai Ye squinted his eyes and said, it's kind of interesting, it seems that there should be something amazing hidden here. There was a sound like a bell ringing, but the gate was still extremely stable and undamaged. Then it hit the door. Snort, the Angia people attacked from behind Bai Ye. Instead, a circle of ripples spread out. Boom.
After the two sides clashed dozens of moves, the day and night chakra revealed. While in the air, Bai Ye put his hands together, and a ball of lightning formed in his hands. While speaking, Bai Ye jumped forward. The two collided with each other. Bai Ye took a few steps back, and the rock armor man also staggered back, but quickly stopped his retreat and rushed towards Bai Ye again. Gritting his teeth, Bai Ye took out two kunai and threw them out. Bai Ye turned around and swept across. In an instant, Bai Ye's face changed greatly, because he found that the chakra in his body was passing away rapidly. Bai Ye went up to meet him again. Boom. The whole person shot out like a cannonball. Bai Ye hastened to run the sage art of 9 tails, speeding up to replenish the depleted chakra. How is this going? 248. Rock Beast Technique. The rock armor man wanted to use a shield to resist, but the shield collapsed directly. His body was also severely injured, barely maintaining the rock armor on his body, and it was not broken. And the two kunai also stuck on his body. The rock armor was broken. Kaode's body got out from the rock armor. I'll kill you, roared Kaode. So many years of hard work were ruined. And the culprit who caused all this was unscathed. This filled his heart with infinite anger. We are indeed enemies, but not enemies. Bai Ye said, I need your cooperation. Dream. Kaode said, with a palm, the black light condensed into a huge palm print and slapped towards Bai Ye. The power contained in this palm, even an ordinary chunin, even a genin would not dare to take it hard. However, Bai Ye's eyes flickered slightly. The breath on his body rose sharply. Then, he raised his leg and kicked the huge palm print with a whip. Boom. A loud noise erupted. The whole person flew upside down like a sandbag during the test. A large amount of blood was sprayed out in midair. Bai Ye stood on the spot, with a relaxed and freehand look, as if the kick just now was effortless at all. You, what kind of monster are you? The one who flew upside down asked with difficulty. Monster. Bai Ye shook his head, don't forget my name. Bai Ye. Some information about Konoha's rebellion came to Kao's mind. Bai Ye, a man who was once called the second most ruthless Konoha. Although I don't know how strong Bai Ye is. But it is certain that he is definitely beyond the general Chunin level. Not to mention, now Bai Ye still has the power to play Super Chunin. Under normal circumstances, this kind of person will be called a monster. Bai Ye said indifferently. You don't need to understand who I am, you just need to know that starting today, all your shell tissues will be destroyed. Ah, Kaode sneered, he didn't believe there was any monster in this world that could deal with shell tissue. Then let's try it, Bai Ye said slowly. A strange voice suddenly appeared in Kaode's ear. With it comes an unrivaled spirit of chakra. It feels like the surging tide. Bai Ye's pupils contracted at the same time. Advertisement. He clearly felt the pure chakra. The richness, the purity, the vastness of this chakra. It's unbelievable. Not even Kakashi could have such a majestic chakra. What is this? What method did you use? Bai Ye said in a deep voice. You'll find out soon enough. Kaode let out a low drink. In his field of vision, the majestic and vast chakra began to condense and compress rapidly, and finally turned into a spear. The moment the spear appeared, the surrounding environment changed day and night. A dark gap appeared in the sky. A glare of sunlight shone in. A icy wind swept in from the outside world. Kord's body was ablaze with flames, and his skin turned a dark gold. The momentum of the whole person has also undergone an earth-shaking change. FK, this guy is not simple. Bai Ye I said, although I don't know the specific attributes of the test. But Bai Ye understands one thing. This guy named Kaode is a real cage-level ninja. Perhaps there is a big gap compared with third Hokage. But it is definitely not weak. And judging from the color of the rock armor on his body, it has turned into gold, obviously turning the rock into a weapon, although it is not a weapon in the true sense. In front of Bai Ye, a thick earth wall rose from the ground, protecting himself in it. Kaode waved his arm and flew out because of the gun. With the sound of breaking through the sky, it penetrated the earth wall. Puff. The rock gun did not stop after penetrating the earth wall, and landed directly on the ground behind. I told you, I'm going to kill you. Kaode growled. Go to hell, B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** expect this rock gun to have a locking and tracking function. Come straight to him, all the way through the ground. Not only is there no reduction, but it is becoming stronger and more powerful. XE. Bai Ye frowned. He had seen this move once before. It is the attack method used by the former Kaharu Suigetsu, that is, the female shadow in the Land of Water. It's just that the power of this method is completely different from that displayed by Kaode. Asking for flowers. 0. The one that got the test was a completely different style. Advertisement. Bai Ye's right eye flushed with scarlet, and then closed. Open it again, and it has returned to normal. He stretched out his hand to grab it forward, and the rock spear immediately stopped in midair. Immediately afterwards, cracks spread across the rock gun. Finally it shattered. Fragments shot out in all directions. This time, Bai Ye didn't choose to avoid them, but let them fall on him. For a time, blood spattered. But it didn't hurt Bai Ye. These debris swirled and floated in the air. Bai Ye's left eye shone bright red. Among the red lights is the manic aura of ultimate. A huge monster with a height of 3 meters emerged out of thin air. Rock Beast. This is the effect of Rock Beast technique. Under Bai Ye's control, Yin once opened his mouth wide. Terrifying suction force is generated from the Rock Beast's mouth. The debris immediately gathered towards it. In a blink of an eye, these debris turned into a long knife. The whole body is red, with a layer of blood flowing on the surface. It looks like a mass of burning lava. Holding the handle of the knife, Bai aimed at Kaode. This is an extremely ancient fighting form. Where he was originally standing, there was a deep pit. The rock blade fell down. A ferocious look appeared on Kaode's face, the sun rose. A circle of ripples spread out, the ground was cracked inch by inch, and smoke and dust filled the air. The rock beast roared and rushed towards Kaode. On the surface of the fist, there is a layer of armor similar to rock. Rock blade and rock fist collided. Boom. But because its defense and attack are not very good, the basic attribute is biased towards melee combat. But now, the test is a cage-level ninja, and I don't know what ability I have mastered, so I can only use the rock beast technique. When the smoke disappeared, Kaode had already appeared hundreds of meters away. At least a few dozen steps back. The test actually resisted it. Bai Ye was a little surprised. Although his rock beast technique is only at the 5th level, its power should be pretty good. Therefore, Bai Ye is generally used to assist him in melee combat. Roar. Rock beast's attack range is very wide. 249. Phew, what else do you have? How much does his strength increase? Come again. B*****************. D. After the exam, he cursed angrily and made seals with his hands. The body jumped up suddenly, and rushed towards the rock. Both of his hands are covered with fine scales. The rock beast's attack couldn't cause too much damage. With a thought in Bai Ye's mind, the rock beast charged out again, facing Kaode who rushed over. One man and one beast fought again. Bai Ye's rock beast was still at a disadvantage, and he couldn't even pass the test. But there is no way to win the test. This situation made him feel a little tricky. It's like, I clearly have an absolute advantage, but there is nothing I can do about the opponent. This feeling is really terrible. Do not care. Gritting his teeth for the test, he made mudras with his hands and shouted, Rock Shinobi Technique Earth Explosion. Crack, click, 690. There was a crisp sound. The entire valley began to tremble violently, and pieces of shattered boulders flew out of the mountain wall. Slammed hard at Bai Ye. Rock Shinobi Technique Earth Explosion is Rock Shinobi's unique forbidden technique, which is specially aimed at the enemy. It's a pity that it's not enough to look at in front of Rock Beast technique. The boulders were easily torn apart by the rock beasts, and finally collapsed completely. The test stared round his eyes, unable to believe this fact. Bai Ye did not intend to give up the attack. The rock beast continued to rush towards Kaode, its tail swept out. The sound of the boulder shattering sounded again. He moved sideways in a hurry, narrowly dodging the blow, but he paid a price. Several wounds appeared on his chest, and a lot of blood oozes out. No, you must get rid of this thing first, otherwise it will be very troublesome. I thought to myself, he has already confirmed that the ninjutsu in this world is somewhat different from the ninjutsu he has seen before. However, he did not panic, but fell into a state of excitement. Hand seal. Bound of rock. Accompanied by the incantation obtained by the test, the earth trembled again. Rattans made of earth elements drilled out one by one, binding the body of the rock beast. Roar. The rock beast roared angrily, broke free from its restraints, and continued to pounce on Kaode. Advertisement. After the examination, he snorted coldly, and sealed the seal again, Jayan's trapped rock. The rock and soil around him suddenly exploded, and thick rock spikes popped out one by one. It attacked the rock beast crazily like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. Even if the rock beast's defense was beyond imagination, it couldn't withstand such a dense attack. Various wounds began to appear on the body. Ha ha ha. Tested with a smile. I'll see how long you can last, let's go. A rock shield with a radius of tens of meters covering the rock beast appeared. After the test, he jumped up and landed on the rock shield. The Yan shield immediately rose to the level of the Yan beast, trapping Yanzeng in it. The rock beast attacked desperately, trying to break free, but it couldn't do it for a while. This made the test even more excited, and he manipulated the rock shield to launch an attack, and every attack was a fatal attack. Finally, the rock beast was smashed to pieces alive on the spot amidst a painful whine. Kaode stood on the rock shield, looking down at the boulders and soil below. His eyes were fierce, as if he wanted to eat the enemy in front of him. However, the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because, those boulders and soil suddenly squirmed and piled up quickly, finally forming a figure. It was the rock beast that he killed just now. But, this time, the rock beast is no longer a simple rock beast technique. A set of rock armor appeared on top of the human figure piled up with rock and soil. A full body covering armor that looks a bit hockey. This scene made the exam a little dazed. And not just because this guy actually came back to life. What's more, the other party perfectly displayed the rock shinobi technique that he had just learned. Could it be that the other party has comprehended the essence of the rock shinobi technique? This is not acceptable. Absolutely not. I am a genius, a strong man in the future. With such a talent, the regiment shouldn't be destroyed by such a small character. A more blazing light emerged from Kode's body, and his whole body seemed to become a big sun. The aura on his body was rising steadily, and there was an oppressive feeling. Rock shinobi technique katakana middle dot inferno style katakana middle dot magma blazing sun. A scorching fireball fell from the sky and landed on the rock beast. The rock beast was hit hard again. Huh, what else do you have? Kode let out a sigh of relief. This kind of attack is enough to make anyone terrified. DJ. Bai Ye chuckled lightly. Advertisement. Kindness. Hearing this sound, Kode turned his head, and saw the human form of the rock beast technique condensed, raising his right arm, ready to attack. Is this an offense? A sneer appeared on Kode's face. This guy is still too young. The rock beast technique is terrifying, but its actual strength has not reached cage level, but it is much stronger than ordinary cage level. If it is a serious cage level, maybe you really need to think about it. But this rock beast is obviously a newly born existence. At this time, even if you have cage level power, you won't be able to use it to the limit. In this case, trying to take the initiative to attack is simply courting death. Boom. In the next second, the magma condensed by Kode directly shattered. The huge body of the rock beast came out of the rock. Impossible. Kode's eyes widened. How can this be? Rock beast technique cannot be broken. And the rock beast just now is obviously a fake. It is impossible to have such an astonishing defense power. Could it be that this is the method they developed by Iwagakure to restrain the rock beast technique? However, at this moment, the rock beast opened its mouth, and a bead shining with blue light appeared in its mouth. Immediately afterwards, it was swallowed directly into the stomach. Boom. The rock beast was shocked, and its size began to expand rapidly, reaching a size of 3 to 4 feet in just a few seconds. A terrifying breath erupted from its 5.3 body. A frightening force came from the rock beast. How can it be? Kode's pupils contracted again. Roar. With a roar, the rock beast rushed over, and its huge body enveloped Kode into its embrace. He wrapped his arms around Kode, and then fell hard to the ground. The ground beneath him sank in an instant. Cough, cough. Kode lay on the ground. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, staining the grass red. He had no strength left to fight back. The strength of this rock beast is too strong, and its defense is amazing. Under this fall, it felt like the skeleton was about to shatter. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Kode murmured. Why can you, a monster, learn the profound meaning of the rock shinobi technique? Why? 250. The air seems to have become thicker. The body of the rock beast continued to expand. It quickly turned into a giant rock beast. It lowered its head, condescending, and stepped on Kode on the ground. Impossible. I will never be defeated. Kode murmured in a low voice. Boom. However, in the terrified eyes of the test, the rock beast below directly raised its head, looking up at the scorching fireball in the sky. A stream of water sprayed out and turned into a spear. The rock beast stretched out its finger, fastened the water gun, exerted force suddenly, and flung it out. Boom. The spear cut through the flames and pierced the rockfire cannon in the sky. In an instant, the illusion obtained by the test was declared shattered. He can no longer sustain the rock shinobi technique. How can it be? Kode stared blankly at this scene and murmured. The body of the rock beast came out of the rock shield, walked in front of Kode with steady steps, opened its mouth, and was ready to attack. Etc. Looking at the big mouth of the rock beast, Kode quickly turned over and rolled away. 24. Kode wiped the sweat off his forehead. As expected of Bai Ye, it seems that I have to be serious. In the next second, red chakra burned on his body, his aura suddenly became stronger, and the skin on the surface of his body had a faint metallic luster and 10 circles of patterns. Delay. Rock escaped Chidori. There was a sharp and piercing chirping sound. Countless chakra condensed into dozens of rock eagles, overwhelming the sky and swallowing Bai Ye. A cruel smile appeared on Kode's face. Rock beast is powerful, but its shortcomings are also very obvious. That is extremely slow, and the attack range is relatively small. If the opponent is not a rock beast, but a human being, then perhaps it can be avoided with agility. But rock beasts can't. Under the package of Yan Ying, unless one possesses space ninjutsu, there is absolutely no life. Boom. Advertisement. There was a loud noise and flames shot out. He was taken aback for a moment, and he sensed that Bai Ye, who had been silent for a long time in the Rock Eagle package, actually destroyed all the attacks including the Rock Eagle at this moment. Impossible. He was extremely surprised in the test. How could his attack be cracked so easily? Rock shinobi technique rock tornado. Bai Ye's body once again burst into raging flames. His left arm turned into a lava giant palm, and his right hand turned into a magma long sword. Under the attack from both sides, the Rock Eagles burst and turned into balls of ashes. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye stomped on the ground again, and rushed out with a scorching and terrifying temperature. Rock soil meteor hammer. With a serious face after the test, he folded his hands together, and once again condensed a huge hammer, smashing towards Bai Ye fiercely. This time, Bai Ye didn't resist hard and chose to dodge. But the giant hammer of rock and soil followed it up. Swinging continuously, blocked all the space of Bai Ye. This move is more powerful than the rock beast technique before. However, under such circumstances, how could it be possible to sit still day and night? He stretched out his hands, and a group of red rays of light emerged from his palms. In the next instant, the light turned into a long sword. Flame-killing sword Moon Blossom. The long sword swung, cutting through the void. That terrifying rock-earth giant hammer fell apart directly. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the test gasped, his eyes were horrified, he couldn't help taking a few steps back, staring at Bai Ye vigilantly, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "The one who killed you," Bai Ye said. Squatting slightly, he kicked the ground. A shallow groove appeared in the ground. Then, Day and Night raised his right leg and stepped in. Immediately afterwards, the dents on the ground spread rapidly. Boom. The ground shook. Countless rock fragments tumbled, and huge mounds rose from the rocky ground one by one. Going towards the crushing test. Under the rock, there are huge stone pillars hidden, like a big net, covering the test. Kaode wanted to escape, but found that the surrounding air seemed to have become thicker, making it difficult for him to breathe. Advertisement. Rock escape rock snake strangulation. A muffled sound came from a crack in the rock, followed by a tumble. A lot of stone chips splashed. Kaode was entangled and pulled out from under the rock, and fell to the ground. He was horrified and inexplicably discovered that a 3-meter-long black snake-like creature appeared in the body of the rock beast. This is the latest move developed by Bai Ye. Using the rock snake as a carrier, create a rock snake with a huge chakra to attack from a distance. The rock snake pounced on Kaode directly, crushing him all the way. Rock escape rock snake strangulation is a rock escape technique that uses rock snakes as the carrier. The rock snake can gain stronger power by devouring the enemy's chakra, and it can also provide a huge chakra. To put it simply, if there is no rock snake, Huzung is almost like an ordinary beast. The only difference, I am afraid, is that their bodies are tougher and able to resist blows. But if there is a rock snake, the combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. Rock shield. Kaode shouted loudly, his body glowed with red light, and a shield made of condensed soil appeared. The rock snake slammed into the rock shield fiercely, and the surging energy directly sent Kaode flying. Cough cough. Kaode was lying on the ground, with a look of astonishment on his face. Did the attack just now have no effect? How come? Could it be that? Kaode looked at Bai Ye not far away. Don't get me wrong, I just slightly improved the rock shinobi technique with the rock beast technique. Bai Ye said, after all, the essence of the rock shinobi technique lies in the word, earth, and the rock beast technique also happens to be a king attribute. Ninjutsu. His face was full of doubts. He had absolutely no idea what it meant. Ninjutsu mixed with rock and soil, the picture shows rock house. Bai Ye said, I just used the power of rock and earth and the technique of rock beasts, and they merged into one to produce new changes. You could call it, the dragon of rock and earth. The principle of this technique, well, how should I put it, it's a bit similar to the illusions, seals, transfers, etc. used by ninjas, but it's quite special. Bai Ye pointed to the dragon of rock and earth below. You don't know about this? Kaode asked. Although he is a genius and has mastered a lot of knowledge that ordinary ninjas don't have, he certainly doesn't know about the power of rock and soil. After all, the concept of power of rock and soil was not created by him. Of course I don't know, you are the only one who is qualified to learn the geotechnical technique, and the rest of the ninjas just learned the simplified version. Bai Ye said, this is your record. 251. Not the kind of blindly reckless person. Luck. Cao frowned, what do you mean by that? It's literally. Bai Ye said, in this world, no one's luck is eternal. Your luck is almost exhausted, prepare to meet the coming of death. Ah, Kaode sneered and raised his hand, ready to launch a new attack. Wait a moment. Bai Ye stopped Kaode. Oh, have a last word. Then hurry up and leave it, or you won't have a chance. Kaode slowly approached while manipulating the rock soil shield, mocking the wind at the same time. Oh, have a last word. Then hurry up and leave it, or you won't have a chance. Kaode taunted while manipulating the rock soil shield to approach slowly. I have a trick called Rock Dunwan Snake, but I prefer to call it Lava-style Rock Dragon Flame Pillar, or Rock Dragon Flame Cannon. Do you want to think about it? The rock beast who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke. Lava style. I was taken aback for a moment, and then sneered. How is it possible? A mere rascal in Rock Shinobi Village knows what rock escape is. Even if you know it, so what? He has witnessed Rock Shinobi villages, lava style, with his own eyes. That is a very terrifying existence. Once it is used, even some ordinary big trees will be burned down. The rock beast in front of him actually said that he has a rock escape. Just kidding. Really? Then, the rock beast opened its mouth. A pillar of fire spurted out and turned into a huge dragon head. With an earth-shattering piercing sound, it came towards Kaode. Snort. Kaode snorted coldly, raised his right foot, and stepped on the neck of the leader. The huge dragon body was immediately suppressed and stopped moving forward, and it was difficult to move forward anymore. Ha ha ha, I have already guessed that your Iwagaker's rock escape is not orthodox at all. Only I am the authentic rock shinobi technique. Kauda laughed proudly. Watch me defeat it, and then capture you alive. Go back and torture your rock shinobi's rock escape secrets and cultivation methods. You are really whimsical, Bai Ye said with a smile, making seals with both hands. Rock escape landslide. A huge rock fell from the sky and ruthlessly crushed towards Kaode. The rock beast's attack method is head-to-head center and crushing. The strength of the rock is enough to make the exam suffer. Advertisement. After the test, his expression froze, he jumped up suddenly, and his body flew into the air, avoiding the impact of the rock. HMPH. I knew that Iwagaker's ninjutsu will never be too powerful. I was relieved to take the test. But in the next second, his eyes widened. Only a boom was heard. The ground exploded, and a huge rock titan rushed out. Two huge pillars, pointing to the sky. Damn it. Kaode cursed, and immediately mobilized Chakra, whose body swelled and turned into a huge rock titan, raised one foot, and kicked on the rock titan. Crack. The solid rock titan was directly smashed to pieces. Kaode took the opportunity to leave the place where he was standing. However, since you have been exposed, there is no need to exist. Kaode said, Rock beast, rock tornado. Endless waves of sand and dust surged. Like whirlpools, they frantically tore away the sand and dust, leaving the rock titan nowhere to hide. As expected of rock shinobi, he really has two brushes, no wonder he can become a powerful family. Bai Ye praised, it's a pity that I met a super ninjutsu master like me. Why? Bai Ye reached out and patted the ground a few times. Crack, click, a series of crisp sounds and countless cracks appeared. The earth shook. How can it be? The test was exclaimed. Numerous cracks suddenly appeared on the calm ground just now. Lava fountains emerged one after another, covering the entire ground. Rock beast, sand wine sand iron, lava, sand bomb, magma fist, rock snake. A series of rock type ninjutsu was released from the body of the rock titan. Kaode's rock titan had nowhere to hide, and was directly submerged in endless attacks. The magma is constantly boiling. The ground where Kaode was located was completely destroyed. Only the scorched black marks left on the ground proved that an extremely fierce war had just taken place here. Rock snake. Kaode's voice came. The rock snake crawled from a distance, flicked its tail, and slapped the rock titan's body, causing it to back up a few steps. Advertisement. But soon, the rock snake's attack fell on the rock titan again. It hurts. Bai Ye clutched his chest and said, it hurts so much, even I, a super ninjutsu master, probably can't last long. The test was silent, and he felt that his situation was not optimistic. The round of offensive just now had almost used up all his defensive means. The flaws of the rock titan technique were revealed after all. Bai Ye whispered. Although the actual manipulation skills obtained in the test are much worse than Bai Ye's. But not the kind of blindly reckless person. He had noticed this just now. So prepared in advance. It took advantage of the weakness of the rock's titan technique. It can't last for too long. Once it reaches this level, even Bai Ye himself will be hurt. And he can also find a flaw and destroy the rock titan. However, after Bai Ye took the initiative to expose himself and used the rock escape ninjutsu, rock titan technique, he didn't dare to shoot at will. After all, his status is special. Once exposed, it will definitely be jointly suppressed by all parties. Since you dare not continue to use Yanden, then try fire style, Yanden technique. Bai Ye said lightly, sexually. With a sound of pu kai, countless magma burst out from the surrounding soil. In the end, they converged into thick magma snakes, which opened their teeth and claws, and devoured Kaode. These magma snakes, Zhao Hao Hao, are completely different from ordinary rock escape ninjutsu, possessing extremely strong corrosiveness and toxins. Once wound up, even a cage-level presence can hurt. Not only that, in the package of the rock flame snake. Whether it is the rock titan technique or the rock tornado of Kaode, it has become the food of the magma snake. After the exam, he could only flee in embarrassment. However, his speed is much slower than that of the rock flame snake. Stone country, get over here. Kaode's voice suddenly became high-pitched. A tyrannical breath rose from him. The void around him became distorted unexpectedly. Immediately afterwards, a large lizard covered with sharp stone thorns appeared. The country of rocks. Is this what you rely on? Bai Ye sneered, do you dare to do tricks with mere illusion? Wrath of the rock serpent. Accompanied by his words, the wrath of the rock snake opened its huge fangs. 252. Binding the coffin of sand. Endless flames spurted from its mouth. With a hiss, the country of rocks was instantly torn apart. A gust of wind blew by. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes. What a powerful illusion, it is indeed a rock face. This country of rocks is nothing more than a small illusion. Bai Ye used the wrath of the rock serpent, and it was easily resolved. But Bai Ye didn't relax at all, instead he got more and more excited. Because, this is the second time that Bai Ye encountered such an unfathomable illusion. The first time was in Akatsuki's base. And the illusion at that time was even more advanced than the present rock country. Could it be that the enemy this time is related to the person from the Shao organization? Bai Ye narrowed his eyes and thought. How could you break the rock country so easily? At the same time, Radao's startled and angrily voice came. Bai Ye followed the prestige, and in a place very far away from here, a vague human figure appeared. This guy should have passed the exam. Who are you? Bai Ye asked. Don't worry about who I am. Kaode said coldly, tell me, how could you destroy my country of rocks so easily? It's simple, your illusion is just child's play in my eyes. Bai Ye said with a smile. 573. Kaode's pupils shrank suddenly. Illusion. This. Impossible. Genjutsu is one of the branches of ninjutsu, which is a ninjutsu that combines various spiritual systems and illusions. Such ninjutsu is very rare and precious in any ninjutsu. Therefore, the attainment of illusion obtained in the test is also very high. He was confident that with his terrifying illusion skills, he would have no problem dealing with a little rock escape ninja. Even be able to take advantage. Who would have thought that this rock shinobi possessed such terrifying illusion skills? Who the hell are you? Kaode shouted. Don't panic, you'll find out soon. The voice fell. Countless sand and gravel fell from the sky and covered the ground, blocking sight. What is this? Kaode asked, frowning. But these gravels did not stop falling in the slightest. Soon, the gravel piled up a sand dune. Titan of rock. Kaude's rock titan reappeared, punching the pile of gravel in front of him. However, the moment his fist hit the ground, the pile of sand turned into grains of gravel. Advertisement. The grit stuck CGFG directly to his rocky titan body. Immediately afterwards, countless tree vines rose in the desert. The landscape of the desert has also changed. Countless slender plants drilled out from the ground, binding Kaode up. Sand binding coffin. Bai Ye's voice sounded, and Kaode's body froze. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. You actually know Earth-style ninjutsu, and it's still such a weird Earth-style. I don't remember that Konoha village has such a powerful Earth-style ninja. He hadn't seen it either. It's not Earth-style, it's just a simulated unearthed property. Bai Ye said. The sand mixed with the soil formed a ball of mud, which was wrapped in it. Then, the mud ball moved rapidly. Soon, the size of the mud ball became bigger and condensed into the image of Bai Ye again. This guy. His face was a little pale after the test, and the bones of his left arm had been broken. And the right hand is drooping, seems to have lost the ability to fight. This is the sequelae brought to him by Rock Snake technique. How long will your Rock Titan technique last? Bai Ye asked. Snort. The tester snorted, his cheeks flushed, and he said through gritted teeth. Don't underestimate the titans of rocks, they can never go out and never rest, unless the power of rocks is exhausted. No, they take any effort. Bai Ye shook his head. The plague of rock snakes dissipated instantly. Kaode stared blankly at his right arm, half of his body had disappeared. Your illusion is very high, but my spiritual realm is far above yours. Bai Ye walked up to Kaode and said, illusions are useless to me. Hee. The tester said with a sneer, do you think you are sure to win? I told you, no matter who comes, they can't save you. Bai Ye said, if you don't believe me, let me show you. Kaode looked at Bai Ye suspiciously. In the next second, he felt cold all over his body, and the cold hit his whole body. How can it be? Even if he passed the exam, a trace of fear appeared on his face. A stone appeared out of nowhere and fell on his head, knocking his whole body into the air. Didn't even react yet. Advertisement. I said that in this world, no one who can defeat me has yet been born. Bai Ye said, not all cage levels are as stupid as you. Rock snake technique. Kaode growled angrily, but to no avail, more dense rock snakes appeared beside him. Rock snakes are very numerous. One or two may not be able to pose a threat. However, when more and more rock snakes emerged, a torrent was formed. No matter how hard the test is, it is just futile. After the test, he could only summon the wood thorns, which grew fiercely, stabbing all the rock snakes back, but they couldn't stop them from rushing again. Rock snakes are not only numerous in number, but also of terrible quality. The pierced rock snake recovered in the blink of an eye without hindrance. I said, you can't escape. Bai Ye said, B************ D thing. Kaode roared, his body swelled suddenly, and Guan Ran turned into a titan. Clenching his fists with both hands, he slammed heavily towards Bai Ye's position. This is exactly the Rock Titan technique that Bai Ye used before, but under Kaode's display, it is even more powerful. Rock Titan technique. Cough cough. Blood flowed. The Rock Titan is exactly the same as Kaode, the difference is that this Rock Titan is composed of magma. The two collided fiercely together, making a huge and incomparable sound. That move just now almost made him lose the ability to fight. But he still stared into the distance and saw a flash of red light. Kaode coughed twice, spit out a mouthful of blood, and sat down slowly. The earth trembled for it. Rock Dragon, go, Bai Ye ordered. The red light flew by, with a strong sulfur smell. Bai Ye frowned slightly, he didn't expect to pass the exam so hard. The injuries on his body were extremely serious. Ha, cough cough, ha, it's exactly as I guessed. A hideous gash appeared on his left arm. Kaode laughed loudly, the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth indicated that he had been seriously injured. Yes, I got to dodge it. Bai Ye waved his hands, a large amount of rock condensed, quickly combined in the air, and turned into a rock titan. 253. Hard resistance. Directly chose to confront him head-on. Get out, Kauda shouted angrily, and fine metal scales appeared on his arms. Waving a huge fist, the rock snake that was approaching flew out. His entire right arm became extremely black, as if forged from metal. This guy is really desperate. It seems that I underestimated him, not just a first-generation disciple. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. It is indeed qualified to be a disciple of the first-generation purpose, even compared to third cage, it is more excellent. He is the existence with the most potential to advance to cage level. But the current situation is that he not only has no way to win. Instead, it fell into a disadvantage. No matter what, the test is cage level strong. It's not such an easy role to deal with. Two cage level powerhouses fight. All the surrounding areas were reduced to ruins. Boom. There was another violent explosion. COD was moved by a huge rock titan from high speed and changed its position. A punch hit the ground, leaving a deep hole. But just as he landed, Bai Ye's rock titan stepped down hard again. Boom. The ground trembled. Countless amounts of mud splashed out. Cao had to use space to replace himself before he escaped, with an expression of embarrassment on his face. After the test, he stretched out his hand and grasped the city with 5 glues. A ninjutsu rune was condensed into his hand, Earth-style Big Earth Flow. Boom. Countless lumps of mud churned and rushed towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked up at the sky, unhurriedly raised his arms to block these attacks, and at the same time said, Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. An Earth Dragon emerged from the ground, baring its teeth and claws, and rushed towards Kaode. Kaode moved his footsteps lightly. After dodging the Earth Dragon, he launched ninjutsu again. 2 ninjutsu were released in succession, but they still couldn't hurt Bai Ye at all. Bai Ye was standing there, his clothes were neat and his hair was not damaged at all. However, a strong sense of crisis and fear arose in the heart of the test. Advertisement. Earth-style Earth Quicksand. COD performed Earth-style ninjutsu as quickly as possible, and the surrounding soil froze quickly, cracking into small sand dunes one after another. With such a huge size, it is difficult for even ordinary people to dodge it, let alone other protective measures. However, Bai Ye still stood with a bright smile on his face. A gust of wind was born out of thin air, blowing over all the gravel, making them all fly back, and wrapping around Kaode instead. In the blink of an eye, Kaode was wrapped in sand and became like a huge yellow-brown sphere, exuding astonishingly high temperature. Such power is already comparable to a rocket. Cough. Do you think this will work for me? A dry cough came out, and the sand and gravel around him gradually turned into water vapor, disappeared without a trace, and calm was restored. His body slowly appeared. Bai Ye looked at Kaode in a little surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to resist my ninjutsu. You know, he is a 4-star mid-level ninja. Although due to some reasons, the combat power has declined, but in fact it still has the existence of a 5-star elementary strength. The ninjutsu just now, even a 5-star mid-level ninja, would be injured if he was a little careless. I only passed the 4-star elementary ninja test, how did I do it? The tester snorted coldly. Don't be too arrogant. After the words fell, Kaode launched ninjutsu again. Earth-style rock shinobi technique. Kaode's soul stepped on the ground, and in an instant, endless yellow-brown gravel surged up wildly, forming a supergiant desert with a height of tens of meters and a width of hundreds of meters. Looking from a distance, it seems that there is an extra boulder in the desert. Kaode is in this huge desert, walking around at will. It seems that he is not worried at all that he will get lost in this sea of sand. What a powerful ninjutsu. Bai Ye praised. He also knows ninjutsu and has learned it for a long time, but this is really the first time he has seen ninjutsu of this scale. Not only the way the sand is manipulated, but the degree of sophistication and the use of the environment are completely beyond the scope of common sense. This should be a special trick. You're pretty good at it. Kaode continued to use ninjutsu. In the sand sea, more and more giant gravels appeared, constantly attacking Bai Ye. While dodging, Bai Ye evaluated the situation inside the desert. According to the current situation, he can break through easily, but he will definitely not let it go if he passes the exam. After all, he is a proud and talented boy, how could he not take revenge when Bai Ye teased him like this? This was something Bai Ye had expected a long time ago. No, you can't be so exhausted, you must defeat the opponent first to get out of trouble. Advertisement. Then, let's get rid of the opponent's signature ninjutsu first. Bai Ye thought to himself. Compared with the common ninjutsu, the ninjutsu obtained in the test is very different. Each of these grains of sand contains an extremely large amount of chakra. If these giant gravels are attacked directly, it will cause very serious consequences. Anyway, sand is sand, not metal. Therefore, the only way is to pinpoint the opponent's weakness, or the core. Once it is destroyed, there is nothing that can be done. To get rid of the opponent, the first thing is to break the opponent's signature ninjutsu. As for the opponent's offensive, leave it to the ninjas of Konoha village to deal with it. 0. Bai Ye's figure flickered a few times. The ninjutsu obtained by Kao was bombarded again. Bai Ye jumped up suddenly and jumped into the air. Earth-style Earth Quicksand. Exams are in hot pursuit. With a wave of his arms, a large number of fine and sharp gravel flew out, stabbing Bai Ye in midair like a long sword. As expected of a guy who can win the title of Earth-style sand quicksand, he is indeed a little bit strong. After putting his hands together, the earth and quicksand behind him suddenly exploded, turning into countless fine and sharp sands, forming a sandstorm. Come again. Bai Ye frowned. Sand, stone and sand waves collide with each other, forming huge waves. Earth-style earthquake. He clenched his fists tightly and smashed hard at the tester. Bai Ye shouted loudly, and rushed towards Chaos again. This guy is actually hidden in this endless sand, without a trace. Chaos's body twisted in the air, dodging Bai Ye's attack. Chaos was forced to fall back to the ground. Bai Ye let out a low cry, and there was a violent vibration under his feet, and a large amount of sand and stones splashed out, turning into sand waves and sweeping across. Earth-style sand blast. At the same time, his body also turned into a ball of sand, blended into the dust all over the sky, and completely disappeared. There was a hint of horror in his eyes. Bai Ye's strength is so terrifying. Bai Ye turned in midair, dodged Chaos's attack, and landed at the same time. 254, this guy's location. But Bai Ye is not from common. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and his perception expanded, covering any corner within a kilometer of Fang Yuan. This guy's location. The next moment, Bai Ye opened his eyes and locked a position. Here is the edge of the sandstorm, a raised stone pestle. Chaos is behind the stone pestle, waiting for Bai Ye to approach. At this time, Bai Ye was very, very close to passing the test. He only needs 3 or 2 steps to reach Chaos. However, at this time, there was a strange noise in the desert. Immediately afterwards, countless boulders rose up from the sand pile from all directions, completely covering the space where Bai Ye was. A sneer appeared on Chaos's face among the boulders. This unique move of his not only possesses powerful offensive power, but also has amazing defense. Unless Bai Ye's strength has reached the level of elite Jonin in 407, it is impossible to break it easily. However, Kauda did not think that Bai Ye would exist in this realm. His strength is at best the peak of Chunin. Hee. Chaos sneered, in that case, let me send you on your way, hand of death. As his voice fell, the entire desert suddenly boiled. The endless grit gathered and condensed, and finally formed a pair of huge fingers, grabbing towards the air. The surface of the fingers is covered with dense barbs. If he was caught this time, he might be crushed to pieces. The figure of Bai Ye appeared in front of this finger, stretched out his left hand to block his chest, raised his right hand, squeezed it into a claw shape, and punched out fiercely. Boom. A dull voice came out. The fingers made of endless gravel burst apart in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Bai Ye was unscathed. However, in the desert, the more intense desert wind blows past. Chaos's body came out from another direction. This is the improved version of sand dune earth quicksand after he used open black lens bracket earth style sand quicksand close black lens bracket. The power of sand quicksand will increase by 10 times. Oh, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. The power of sand and quicksand has surpassed the level of Jonin. Even Shadow Clone can hardly handle its pressure. Advertisement. But is it possible to manipulate them? This kind of ability and comprehension is a bit amazing. But in this case, it saved Bai Ye a lot of effort. You only need to crack the opponent's sand and quicksand. Earth-style Salon Bomb. Chaos used his new move again. This time he did not choose to attack Bai Ye's body. Instead, he wrapped his own sand and quicksand in front of him, forming a dragon form composed of yellow sand, and rushed towards Bai Ye. Swish, swish, swish. The wind howled. A salon more than 100 meters long roared, rushing forward with the aura of destroying everything. The surrounding sand dunes were shaking wildly. Some slightly fragile sand dunes were even ground into sand powder under the salon. Fire-style Hao Yan destruction. Bai Ye's eyes were red, and a flaming door of flame appeared behind him. The turbulent fire burst out, turning into a huge and matchless pillar of fire in the air. The pillar of flame collided fiercely with the huge Sharon. A huge explosion was produced, and countless tiny flames flew around. Getting the location of the exam caused a monstrous wave. Bai Ye looked at the submerged Chaos with an extremely calm expression, as if he had never done anything. But in the depths of his pupils, there is a pale blue light shining. Behind the tumbling sand waves, a piece of green grassland can be vaguely seen. Trees rose from the ground. Here, it is an illusion created by Chaos using sand and quicksand. Illusion. Bai Ye glanced around. This kind of thing is useless to me. Ha ha ha, do you think I'll just stand there stupidly like last time? A slightly gloomy male voice came from a distance. As the words fell, a rock suddenly flew out from the nearby sand dunes and slammed into Bai Ye fiercely. This stone turned into a real boulder unexpectedly. It's fake again. Bai Ye's mouth twitched slightly. Although the effect of the illusion technique obtained in the test is not very useful at certain times. Advertisement. It's a pity, before meeting Bai Ye who owns Wheel Tomb Border Prison and Mangekyo Sharingan, these things are completely indiscriminate. A open black lens bracket illusion sand quicksand close black lens bracket, even if it is a high-end skill of illusionists. Bai Ye didn't pay attention at all. Your ability is too bad, you'd better die obediently. Cod said, You will soon understand what real power is. As soon as the words fell, endless sand fell from the sky, pouring towards Bai Ye overwhelmingly. The weight of sand grains is almost comparable to tons of cement sandbags. Once it lands, it will be an unimaginable disaster. I'm sorry, I'm a person whose pursuit of power is never ending. A smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. It's impossible for a sandstorm of this degree to get me. A black shadow emerged from behind Bai Ye. This time, it was Bai Ye's body. Shadow. Body. Kauda frowned slightly, and then stretched out. No matter which one, they are exactly the same. You think I'll play games with you? Bai Ye shook his head. This time, it's the real body. What? Then, after a brief pause, it quickly fell downwards and turned into endless sand. I can control the power inside the enemy's quicksand and let them transfer by themselves, or counterattack the enemy. In this way, the enemy's offensive will definitely be blocked and give me a chance to counterattack. Bai Ye said slowly, when the enemy's sand and quicksand attack falls on me, I will encounter a backlash, and the power of this backlash all depends on the enemy's casters too. Experience. W. Bai Ye said with a smile, if the enemy's strength is strong enough, then the feedback will not be common's backlash. But, Kaode suddenly widened his eyes, and then saw in his own eyes, the sand around his body suddenly stagnated for a second. Do you know that I hate people questioning my judgment the most, especially when dealing with a fool like you, and I don't like listening to any doubting voices. It's hard to understand. Quote. How can it be? The exam opened his mouth wide. Sand will attack the enemy in reverse. Now, I'll kick your brains out of the ball. But Bai Ye told him that the sand would hurt him. Sand is impossible to hurt yourself. How come? This is simply ridiculous. The special feature of sand and quicksand is that. Because, he is a shadow. 255. Doomed to fail. Bai Ye gave a low drink, and a black Uzumaki appeared behind him, with one arm sticking out. The 5 fingers bent, turned into claws, and grabbed the desert god Kaode. At the same time, flames jumped on the surface of the pitch-black sharp claw. In an instant, the desert god's body was covered with a layer of scorched black flame armor. You shouldn't have PD'd me off. Kaode snorted coldly. The next moment, a huge sword slashed down, facing Bai Ye. He also learned to be smart, and did not directly engage in hand-to-hand combat with Bai Ye. When two people fight, it is often close hand-to-hand combat that can occupy an absolute advantage. And this kind of melee combat can often put the opponent into an extremely dangerous situation. It's a pity that the idea of passing the test is doomed to fail. In less than 3 rounds of fighting with Bai Ye, he was kicked away. Bai Ye's strength and speed completely overwhelmed him. Even if it is the illusion obtained in the test, it is difficult to resist Bai Ye. This feeling is like an ant facing a mountain. Even if it bites desperately, it is still difficult to shake. And on Bai Ye, there are still many secret ministers. Such as that ring, that piece of armor and so on. Taking out 28 for each item may cause quite a bit of controversy. Even, it may plunge the whole world into chaos. I'm going to kill you, I must kill you. Kaode roared angrily. He took a bite of a sand core that had been peeled off from his body, and swallowed it into his stomach as a minister. The grains of sand seemed to come alive at this moment. Countless sand and dust condensed together, turning into thick and hard chains, rolling towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked at the guy who passed the exam, and couldn't help but sigh. How did you come up with such a stupid idea? A bloody light rose into the sky. A blade that was as sharp as the ultimate swept across, easily breaking the chains formed by the sand and dust, and slashed towards Kaode. Kaode's body hastily dodged. However, it was pulled back by a huge suction force. In midair, his body completely shattered, and even the sand and soil were integrated into the blade glow minister. Bai Ye stretched out his right hand. A sand core the size of a fist floated up and landed in the palm of his hand. Vulnerable. Bai Ye said. This is a sand core. The heart of the desert god. Once lost, it is equivalent to losing a force zone. Ah, with the screams of pain, a cloud of smoke rose and disappeared in the area. Advertisement. The god of the desert passed the test and jumped again. As expected of the existence of cage level, his reaction ability is amazing. At the critical moment, he showed his extraordinary strength and let him get out of trouble smoothly. Bai Ye looked up at the sky, where a group of black spots were approaching quickly. These black dots are obviously the shadow army summoned by Kaode. He was able to escape under Bai Ye's tricks. But, the shadow core of this world is not the one Bai Ye created. Instead, it is composed of countless individual shadows. The sight of Bai Ye crushing the sand core with one move made the other shadows fear. Therefore, they chose to flee one after another, unwilling to continue participating in the battle of the god of the desert. Moreover, the weight of the sand itself makes them unable to maintain balance and stability. Bai Ye chuckled, stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist, and blasted towards the black spot in the sky. Stormy blows fell on the black spot. Countless shadow fragments floated down. With just a few punches, all shadow gatherings were destroyed. This is an absolutely crushing battle, unrivaled. Quote. This power, are you a god? Kaode, the god of the desert, has retreated into the distance. Whether it is a god or not, you will know soon. As Bai Ye said, an illusory figure appeared on his body, rushing towards the desert god. Kaode's eyes turned into deep darkness. It was as if endless darkness enveloped the desert. After a while, I saw countless black tentacles protruding from the darkness, rushing towards Bai Ye. In the darkness, a huge beast roared and rushed out. This time, I didn't hold back when I got the test. He used his current strongest attack. Darkness filled the entire desert in an instant, engulfing everything. In Bai Ye's line of sight, it was pitch black. There are endless neighing in the ear, as if there are thousands of ferocious beasts struggling crazily. Die, 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 ha 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 ha. I won. Bai Ye stood there motionless. The excited and maniacal laughter resounded throughout the world, making everyone shudder. He already has the odds. The Lord of Dust, the god of the desert, is undefeated. Advertisement. He is the only king. However, just when Kaoe thought he had won the victory, the darkness in front of him suddenly dissipated, revealing a ray of light. Bai Ye was still standing quietly. Moreover, the dust around his body has completely disappeared. Instead, there is yellow sand all over the sky. What's the situation? Kaode's eyes widened, and his face was full of bewilderment. What about the attack just now? He remembered very clearly that those dark tentacles entangled Bai Ye just now and began to corrode his body. But now, these tentacles were gone, not even a trace could be found. It was as if it had never appeared at all. This strange situation also subverted the cognition of the desert god Kaode. The figure of Bai Ye appeared in front of Kaode again. You lost. Impossible. Kaode screamed. Bai Ye shook his head slightly, once again showing his weird and unpredictable attack methods. No matter how well you dodge in the test, you will always be tracked and locked, and you can't really escape. His body was caught in Bai Ye's hands. I do not believe. Kaode let out a hysterical growl. This time, he used a special piece of equipment bestowed by the god of the desert. A slate. This stone slab contained extremely terrifying power. Once activated, the power will reach an unimaginable level, capable of tearing apart space and distorting rules. Kaode's arms swelled suddenly. At the same time, under the swelling, the skin also quickly turned red. He wanted to blow himself up and save him from Bai Ye. But this idea is doomed to be futile. Bai Ye grabbed Kaode's body and swung it vigorously. Kaode's body immediately flew out, broke several trees and then stopped, smashing out a human-shaped pothole. Bai Ye took a step towards the human-shaped pothole formed by the test. Moans came from within the pit. Obviously, the test at this moment is not very comfortable, because his injury is more serious. But Bai Ye is not ready to let him go. Ah! In the pit, there was a roar suddenly. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious giant claw stretched out, grabbed Bai Ye, and pulled it in violently. Kaode's figure jumped out of the pothole, jumped high, and stepped on Bai Ye's head with one leg. 256. Splendid tail flame. Roll. With one kick, Bai Ye kicked the giant claw away, and kicked Kaode's body away. The force of the collision between the two spread out, causing the surface of this large planet to tremble violently. The dunes crumble and sink in the ground. The ninja god of the desert flew upside down and fell hundreds of meters away. The wound on his body began to crack, and blood spattered everywhere. But the tester did not hesitate, got up and rushed towards Bai Ye again. He had to kill Bai Ye. Otherwise, death is imminent. Bai Ye ignored it and just calmly waited to pass the exam. When the test was still 50 or 60 meters away from Bai Ye, a lot of sand gushed out of him. Every grain of sand is a terrifying attack. The overwhelming sandstorm swept towards Bai Ye, as if to swallow everything. The ninja god of the desert passed the test, and he was indeed the ninja god of the desert. It was such a terrifying attack as soon as he made a move. Bai Ye sighed with emotion, stepped forward slightly, raised his hand and slapped the oncoming sand waves. Boom! An explosion of enormous force that was beyond words. This blow seemed to hit the entire desert. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, endless sand and gravel sprayed away in all directions. With an indiscriminate attack range, even a hill can be overturned in an instant. A human-shaped pile of sand rose from the ground and slowly stood up. The desert ninja god who was covered in blood was tested. Bai Ye raised his head slowly. The attack of the ninja of the desert is terrifying enough. But his defense and resilience are really poor to an astonishing degree. In the short confrontation, Kaode had already suffered heavy losses, and even almost fell. However, he was still tenaciously resisted. You are indeed very powerful. Kaode looked at Bai Ye, but I haven't lost yet. Oh, Bai Ye seemed a little surprised. Then show your true skills. Why, the majestic desert ninja test, only dare to sneak attack. The tester snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and there was a metal ball in his hand. The metal ball emits a bright light. This is. Bai Ye squinted his eyes, and he felt that the metal ball contained a terrifying energy. Godhead. Advertisement. Kaode said, this is the exclusive item of the native gods of our country of sand. It is a godhead, and it possesses stalwart power beyond the ordinary. He threw the metal ball in his hand hard and smashed it at Bai Ye. The metal ball pierced the sky, dragging a brilliant trail of flames. On the way, it suddenly exploded and turned into countless debris. Every piece of debris carried terrifying power, bombarding Bai Ye like missiles or nuclear bombs. The destructive aura almost enveloped the entire Chenshin. Hee hee. Bai Ye chuckled lightly. There was a click sound, and then a huge portal appeared out of thin air. The other side of the portal is endless void. In the void, a sword slowly unsheathed. Afterwards, the sword light burst into an incomparably dazzling brilliance. Where the sword light swept across, everything was chopped into powder. No matter how powerful those debris are, it will be useless under the light of the sword. This is the realm of eternity. Seeing this scene, Kauda's pupils constricted into a needle shape. That frightening sword light is the eternal realm in Legendary. Bai Ye actually comprehended the realm of eternity. No, this is not the realm of eternity. Soon, the result of the test rejected his guess. This level of power is absolutely impossible to be eternal. It's just similar. But in this case, Kaode suddenly changed his offensive, and the sand grains on his back condensed into a huge sand statue, blocking Kaode. At the same time, he made a fist with his left hand and hit Bai Ye. Boom, boom. In the sky, there was a thick general sound. The endless yellow sand frantically surged and condensed. A sandstorm composed of a piece of yellow sand struck towards Bai Ye, encased in tiny diamonds sparkling with electric arcs. These things are destructive enough to run through steel with ease. Even if it is just a little edge, it may completely divide people. These diamonds are the symbol of the Lord of Yellow Sand, the diamond ring of God. At this moment, a vast and inexplicable fluctuation rippled out from Bai Ye's body. On his finger, a jewel ring appeared. This is. Kaode saw the gemstone ring on Bai Ye's finger, and his face suddenly changed. You actually got it too. Impossible, how could you? His voice stopped abruptly. Advertisement. Under the pressure of Bai Ye's will, the originally ferocious sand god began to surrender. Countless yellow sands fused together. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a gigantic scorpion. At this moment, Scorpion seemed to be the master of this area. Desert Scorpion. Bai Ye murmured, interesting, interesting. A hiss sounded, and the desert scorpion opened its mouth and spit out a thick tongue.
The top of the tongue is covered with dense serrations, like a blade.
Desert Storm. Bai Ye stretched out his arms, and the huge portal behind him reappeared.
Countless yellow sand emerged from it, and then gathered together. A huge vortex appeared. Countless yellow sand gathered to form a tornado, entangled with the sandstorm spit out by the desert scorpion, and cancelled each other out. In the end, it completely disappeared, and the two forces disappeared completely. This battle ended in a draw. Ha ha ha, as expected of Bai Ye, I admit that I am indeed not your opponent. Kauda looked at Bai Ye and said with a smile, so what? Bai Ye shrugged and said, anyway, you definitely can't shut me down. Kauda's face turned pale, and blood spurted wildly from his mouth. Sand overflows. You're still too weak, a weapon of this level can't even tickle me. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the weapon collapsed into countless grains of sand. Audible, boom. His cultivation level is exactly the same as that of Bai Ye. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows, reached out and grabbed the weapon condensed by the sand. Wanri Bu. With a wave of Bai Ye's hand, a stone tablet flew out and hit the desert hammer directly. I admit, I can't beat you, but a cloud of smoke filled the air. Because he has already seen Bai Ye's cultivation base, the standard equipment for high-level reincarnation, the initial stage of Eternal Realm. Bai Ye said calmly. In the next second, the sand gathered again, and Kauda appeared in front of Bai Ye again. What did I just say? Didn't you hear? Kauda said, but don't forget, besides me, you have another enemy, and that is you. I know. There was an angry look on Kauda's face, but he didn't get angry. 257. The answer revealed. Kauda took a deep breath and said, today, you must die. You want to kill me, you can try. Bai Ye smiled and stepped back, widening the distance between him and Kauda. His purpose is to kill Bai Ye. Since he can't be killed, then find another way to make his life worse than death. It's just that Bai Ye didn't bother to answer the test at all, and continued to walk towards the town. What do you mean? Kauda's face became gloomy. What do you think? Bai Ye didn't look back. Gritting his teeth, he rushed up suddenly. Bai Ye stopped suddenly, turned around and slapped him out of the doctor. This slap contains indescribable power. The sand sea rolled violently, and a titan with a height of 10,000 meters appeared behind Bai Ye. Stepped out with 1 foot. After the test, his whole body instantly turned into quicksand and dissipated into the air without leaving any traces. The way he escapes is completely different from the reincarnation of Common. However, this did not affect Bai Ye. It's been a long time since I used the Tower of Eternity. Bai Ye whispered, it seems that we still have to find an opportunity to send him in for fun. His slap just now can be said to be unreserved, using the power of the Tower of Eternity. Even the incarnation of the Desert Lord can't bear it. No, I can't mess around like this. 577. Thinking of this, Bai Ye stopped moving. After all, the strength of the Desert Lord should be no less than that of a godhead, and he cannot mess around like this. It would be bad if more powerful existences were attracted. However, although he did not do anything, he was prepared day and night. His mental power has already spread out, looking for a place to test. Got you. Soon, Bai Ye found Kud hiding somewhere behind a sand dune. Raise your hand. Shua. Kauda immediately rushed out from behind the dune. VR. I was astonished at the test. He was hiding well, but he was suddenly caught out. What kind of skill is this? Boom. Bai Ye slapped him directly, sending the tester flying. Wow. Advertisement with a scream, he flew out and landed in a sandpit in the distance. Bai Ye walked over slowly. What are you doing? Kauda stared at Bai Ye vigilantly. Of course I will take you on your way. Bai Ye said, I don't think there is anything to talk about between us. Kauda snorted coldly, his body swelled rapidly, and his body became taller, turning into a giant eagle with wings, and rushed towards Bai Ye. Oh, Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. In this state, Kauda was able to display even more terrifying strength. However, his attack still couldn't do anything to Bai Ye. Perhaps simply competing with various powers such as physical quality and soul power, Bai Ye is far behind the real eternal realm. But on the improvement of combat skills, psychological quality, defense and so on, Bai Ye can crush the test 1,000 times. In this world, not only the Lord of the Desert and Bai Ye have the power of detachment. Beside them, there are other detached beings, even demigods, watching in secret. However, in this case, Bai Ye looked into the distance, seemed to sense something, turned and ran. Where to run? The sand eagle incarnate as the Lord of the Desert let out a roar, and chased after Bai Ye. Boom! There was a loud noise. A mountain exploded. The giant eagle in the form of the Lord of the Desert trapped Bai Ye inside. Ha ha ha! Boy, this is my territory, no one can escape. Sand Eagle laughed wildly. He is the spokesperson of the Lord of the Desert and controls the country. The desert is his domain. At this moment, this field has become a cage to lock Bai Ye. He has decided that after solving this guy, he will bring people back to his main world. At that time, relying on his power, it will be enough to sweep away all the powerhouses in the Eternal Realm. The only thing missing is time, as long as there is enough time. Even the strongest in the Eternal Realm can easily be crushed to death. Sifi. These detached people are just a bunch of rabble. Is it so powerful? Bai Ye stood where he was, with a look of surprise on his face. He originally planned to use his own power to disrupt this desert. Advertisement, but looking at the situation, this desert seems to be very solid. His own strength and destructive power have been reduced to a limit? Oh, stupid, in the face of absolute power, no matter how hard you toss, it's useless, said the giant eagle who was the incarnation of the Desert Lord. His power has been fully activated, turning into a layer of golden light that enveloped his whole body. The whole person is like a real gold warrior, to this extent? Bai Ye nodded, then be stronger. In the next moment, infinite black matter emerged from Bai Ye's body. These black substances turned into pitch black armor and covered his body, making day and night even more strange and unpredictable. A series of strange runes wandered on the surface of Black's armor. Ninja armor. Bai Ye said, this thing, when I put it on, I will get a special attribute. The name is Ninja God. VR. Shane's pupils shrank, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his body. How do you know the power of forbearance? The ninja formula is the sacred scripture of the ninja clan. Only true ninjas can learn. And the giant eagle incarnated by the Desert Lord was taught by the Desert Lord himself. The rest of the Desert Guardians are not qualified to read with pictures. But now, how does this guy in front of him know? Bai Ye looked at Shang in surprise. Do you know how to endure? That would be much more interesting. He was still guessing at first, how many ninja skills the giant eagle incarnated as the Lord of the Desert knew. Now, the answer is revealed. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth curled up. In this case, it will save a lot of trouble. Ninzi Ju, what do you want to do? Shang asked. Bai Ye didn't answer, and stretched out his hand to hold it. A terrifying and suffocating force gathered in his hand. Is this the power of the Eternal Realm? Shang was horrified. Who are you? Why would someone from the Eternal Realm come to a small country like mine? Because I don't like it here. Bai Ye said casually, clenched his hands into fists, and slammed it out. Rumbling thunder resounded through the desert. It's like the end of the world is coming. The power to destroy everything swept over in an instant, covering the Desert Eagle. Countless dust rose into the sky. The desert in this area was completely plunged into the storm. Plop, in the yellow sand all over the sky, the Desert Eagle fell down and lay down in the desert. His body was covered with scars and he was out of breath. This kind of power. Impossible, you are just a small Eternal Realm early stage. How is it possible? 258. Shadow part dividing line. The Desert Eagle spoke with difficulty. He couldn't believe it. Who am I? Does it matter? Bai Ye said, squatting down slowly, grabbing the Desert Eagle's neck. Tell me the secret about ninjutsu. Don't think about it, the Desert Eagle roared. Go to hell then. Bai Ye said indifferently. With a punch, Shang's head was instantly shattered. Hoo-hoochie, Bai Ye gasped heavily. There was a look of pain on his face. This avatar can carry him up to 3 attacks, and this is already the second time. Bai Ye took out another pill and swallowed it. His breath finally stabilized. As expected of an expert in the extraordinary realm of the Eternal Realm, the recovery speed is simply terrifying. Even I dare not resist this move head on. Bai Ye complained, it's really hard to deal with. The Desert Eagle's reaction speed is too fast, almost teleporting in front of Bai Ye. At the same time, the power of the Desert Eagle increased by several points. Let Bai Ye's attack be restricted a lot. Although it won't hurt the Desert Eagle's life, it is certain that it will be invalid for a short time. I want to see how long you can last, Bai Ye muttered to himself, trying again. He is going to exhaust the strength of the Desert Eagle, and then use armament hockey to finish the Desert Eagle in one fell swoop. You are courting death, the Desert Eagle roared. Every time Bai Ye attacks, it will inevitably consume a lot of his strength. If this state continues, he will be grinded to death by Bai Ye sooner or later. It's you who is looking for death, Bai Ye chuckled and continued to punch. Boom. A muffled sound came from the place where the two fought, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. The boundless desert was lifted up, and a deep pit with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters appeared in Bai Ye's field of vision. The surrounding yellow sand was completely blown away. A figure in a state of embarrassment flew out of it. It's the Desert Eagle. This time his appearance was even more miserable. In the tattered robe on his body, there were two long knives sticking out of his chest. This is just now Bai Ye cut off the spear on Shang's body with shadow separation line, and then stabbed him in the body. Not only that, there was also a long sword stuck in Bai Ye's right leg. Advertisement both lose. Who are you? Why do you have such power? Desert Eagle said through gritted teeth. He felt like he had encountered a ghost. A martial artist at the early stage of the Eternal Realm, fighting with him at the peak of the Eternal Realm. In the end it was a draw. This is simply unbelievable. Me. Bai Ye rubbed his nose and thought to himself, as expected, he still can't say he's a coward. Otherwise, these guys will doubt life soon. I am. Cough cough. Just as he was about to answer, Bai Ye suddenly coughed violently, his cheeks became extremely pale, and even blood flowed out. Damn it, the power of this time and space is still eating me back? Bai Ye cursed in his heart, and hastily mobilized pure soul power to repair his injury. Whether it was the Desert Eagle or himself, they had already reached the limit of what they could bear. It can't be delayed any longer. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the distant sky. Boom. A lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating half of the sky. Afterwards, countless thunderbolts fell towards Bai Ye. The sand dunes around the two were flattened in an instant.
Damn it, the Desert Eagle roared. He had never seen such an abnormal astronomical phenomenon.
But he is not helpless. Raising his hand, the Desert Eagle's body began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge monster with a height of hundreds of feet. This form represented that he had fused the Desert Eagle into his body to become a certain organ or part. However, for Bai Ye, this form is still not enough. Because in this world, he can only use the power of the eternal level, without any existence of Power Emperor. As a result, he needs to rely on the power of this world. But this piece of heaven and earth cannot be mobilized casually. Otherwise, this world would not be called forbidden. After the transformation of the Desert Eagle was completed, Bai Ye immediately manipulated Ninjutsu Sandstorm. A violent storm was born out of thin air, swept to the surroundings, enveloping Bai Ye and the Desert Eagle. Once trapped in it, even the Desert Eagle will never be able to escape for a while. Sandstorm. The Desert Eagle muttered in a low voice, I once understood the profound meaning of sandstorms, and today, I will give them to you. You can die in peace. In the next second, his voice suddenly rose. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew across the entire area. Advertisement dust filled the air, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. It's like the end of the world is coming. The Desert Eagle actually caused a sandstorm. At this time, even if he is a strong man in the Eternal Realm, it may be difficult to resist such a large-scale sandstorm attack. Unless there is a similar treasure that can help him resist the erosion of sandstorms. But that kind of thing, even Bai Ye doesn't know if there is one. Boom. There was a loud bang. In the sandstorm, the Desert Eagle once again soared into the sky. His target is still Bai Ye. Damn guy. Bai Ye gritted his teeth and shot again. This time, he directly activated the Emperor of Eternal Seed Realm. A thin layer of golden light also surged from the Desert Eagle's body, and the protective chi appeared. Boom. The two collided together. This time, the two were evenly matched. No, it should be said that the Desert Eagle has the upper hand. Ha 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 ha, you are bound to lose. The Desert Eagle raised its head and laughed loudly, stepped on Bai Ye's shoulder, and pressed down hard. Bai Ye staggered and fell, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. You want to challenge the Great King. Every knife is as heavy and fierce as if it wants to destroy a mountain. But his arms, holding the samurai sword tightly, slashed wildly. This is. The Tsar let out a deafening growl, I will not forgive you, you lowly ant. The originally dark pupils gradually turned into blood red. This is the phantom of the Tsar, his palm pressed against the top of Bai Ye's head. The Tsar's body stretched out its fingers, pointing downwards. A huge illusory humanoid condenses. There was a click sound, and Bai Ye's bones broke. Bai Ye's face changed slightly, a gray light beam fell and hit Bai Ye hard. With a sound of Pu Kai, Bai Ye vomited blood, fell down, smashed through the ground, and fell into the underground abyss. A ferocious look appeared on the face of the Desert Eagle. A cold and evil aura emanated from the Desert Eagle's body. With his hands behind his back, he looks down at all living beings. An analog of the Desert Eagle, 259, horse like a lion majesty. The blow from Tsar Ninja directly penetrated Bai Ye's body. The Desert Eagle smiled contemptuously, you are simply overthinking yourself. With his arms waving, a thick rock chain drilled out of his body, binding Bai Ye on the ground. Pulling all the way, dragging Bai Ye to the front of the Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle opened its mouth. You think this is the end? Stupid ants. Desert of miracles, grant me the strongest power, let me tear you up and devour you completely. Your soul, I want to keep it as a specimen. His voice was cold, as hoarse as a thundersnake. The next moment, a crystal clear bead exuding a bright green light emerged and fell into the mouth of the Desert Eagle. Green's light enveloped the Desert Eagle. His skin quickly faded, replaced by a pair of 061 crystal clear armor. A gift from my god. Desert Eagle murmured, I'll be the true Tsar of Ninja. Then, he grabbed the samurai sword on the ground, took a step forward, and appeared in front of day and night in an instant. My dear little brother. The Desert Eagle grinned and smiled strangely. You are too weak, you don't deserve to stand here at all, so obediently become a sacrifice to the Tsar of Ninja. Flipping the wrist, the samurai sword swiped out. This time, Bai Ye didn't even have a chance to evade, and was about to be cut off in the middle. Ding! A crisp and pleasant sound came out. When the blade touched the blade, a dazzling brilliance burst out. How can it be? Seeing this scene, the Desert Eagle was dumbfounded. He clearly felt that he could definitely kill the guy in front of him with a single strike. Didn't expect it to be blocked. Moreover, judging from this posture, this knife didn't even hurt the opponent's partition. Ha ha ha. It's fun, it's so much fun. A burst of crazy laughter suddenly sounded beside the Desert Eagle's ears. Afterwards, the Ridao figure quickly approached. A punch landed in the stomach of the Desert Eagle. The golden light on the Desert Eagle exploded. He let out a muffled snort, backed up, and at the same time raised his palm. Endless sand particles gathered, formed a thick armor, and firmly protected himself. All this happened in an instant. By the time the Desert Eagle stabilized his figure, Bai Ye's body had already rushed in front of him again. The Desert Eagle swung his knife again and fought with Bai Ye. Advertisement. The two were intertwined and had a great time playing. On the other side, those sand soldiers who crawled out of the desert rushed into the town one after another. Ah! There was a scream. Help! The monster is coming! All kinds of chaotic exclamations came. The Desert Eagle smiled coldly, raised his hand, and patted Bai Ye. A huge illusory palm appeared, enveloped Bai Ye, and sent him flying. Landing on the ground, Bai Ye spat out a mouthful of blood. But soon stood up again. You still don't understand what I just said. Bai Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the Desert Eagle. Desert Eagle, you are not the Tsar of Ninja. Your power is what I give you, and I can deny it. In this case, why should I listen to you and dedicate myself? It's not fair. The Desert Eagle sneered. You don't understand the authority of the King of the Desert. My power belongs exclusively to the King of the Desert. His expression was contorted and his eyes were red. It seems to be in an extreme state. Bai Ye shook his head, not bothering to pay attention to the madness of the Desert Eagle. The authority of the Tsar of Tolerance has long since disappeared. If the Desert Eagle really possesses the ability of the Tsar of Ninja, then even Bai Ye cannot prevent the Tsar of Ninja from coming. But the fact is, on the contrary, the current Desert Eagle is the Ninja Desert. It's just that he inherited some of the power of the Ninja Tsar. This force allowed him to descend into the desert successfully. And, by virtue of the particularity and environment of this land, it gained even more terrifying power. Although I don't know what kind of power the Tsar of Ninja possesses, but there is no doubt that this must be beyond the category of the 9th level. For example, the dusk that Bai Ye has seen before. This level of strength is enough to put Bai Ye in a dangerous situation beyond redemption. And, whether the Ninja Tsar still exists is unknown. This information was told to Bai Ye by Desert Eagle and Tsar Ninja before. Desert Eagle can't confirm whether the Ninja Tsar still exists, or in other words, how many Ninja Tsars are there. Therefore, he chose to use the power of his Ninja Tsar to summon the rest of Ninja Tsars to jointly besiege Bai Ye. 0. Even if you can't take him down, you must completely consume him to death. Desert Eagle has a premonition. As long as Bai Ye is killed, he will become a new generation of Ninja Tsar. Advertisement. No matter what secret Bai Ye harbors, as long as he dies, this power belongs to me. Desert Eagle, your plan is perfect. The Desert Eagle took a step forward and charged towards Bai Ye again. As for Bai Ye, a dazzling ray of light bloomed from his body. The whole person turned into a scorching sun, illuminating the dark desert. A ray of sunlight fell. The landscape around Bai Ye suddenly changed. The original houses have all turned into towering hills. The endless desert Gobi. In the sky, there are endless meteors and meteorites. It's like the end of the world. Boom! A thunderous sound resounded, and groups of terrifying fireballs fell. The breath of destruction spreads. Bai Ye's position became riddled with holes. And the Desert Eagle's attack also collapsed at this moment. His strength cannot withstand such a terrifying attack. Sandstorm. The Desert Eagle let out a low cry, and the surrounding quicksand immediately surged up, covering the sky and the vast land. Countless quicksands have brought violent disasters. Your trick is not bad, Bai Ye said with a smile. It seems that you have realized your own will and thinking, and integrated them into ninjutsu. Your intelligence is not bad, but you lack 1.7 combat experience, so you are bound to lose. As he spoke, he stretched out the group of stones. The scorching flames condensed to form a fiery sword. Burn everything. Bai Ye drank lightly. Holding the fire sword in his hand, he swung it forward violently. The quicksand all over the sky evaporated in an instant. And the Desert Eagle stiffened a bit. Bai Ye took the opportunity to bully him, and punched Desert Eagle hard on the chest. Boom! The Desert Eagle vomited blood, flew out backwards, and crashed into the ruins in the distance. To endure the power of the Tsar, you also want to get your hands on it, you humble ant? Bai Ye chased after him, stepped on the Desert Eagle's face with both feet, and trampled hard. You are just an ant now. As he said that, the flaming long sword in his hand was cut down by the wolf. 260. Sands the Desert Eagle roared, and the surrounding sand flew around his body, forming a solid shield. The flaming long sword fell, directly cut through the sand shield, and hit the Desert Eagle. But he didn't suffer any injuries, only a few deep scars appeared on his body. You, damn, the Desert Eagle roared and punched Bai Ye. Bai Ye dodged sideways, and the Desert Eagle's attack landed in the open space. All of a sudden, there was a storm of sand in the sky. Bai Ye kicked the Desert Eagle in the lower abdomen, and the latter fell to the ground screaming in pain. However, Bai Ye frowned. The Desert Eagle's defense was stronger than he had imagined. Even with his current appearance, he still couldn't kill him instantly. Not only because the other party has the body of the ninja Tsar who can be called an immortal body, but more importantly, the armor of sand on his arm has amazing defensive power. You can't kill me. The Desert Eagle climbed up from the sand, and said with a smirk, unless your body can reach the level of the ninja Tsar. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything to me. Yeah? Bai Ye nodded, and then oh, he raised the flaming long sword with a hot light burning in his hand. He stabbed fiercely towards his left leg, Sheila. Bai Ye's left leg broke immediately. Huh, what's going on? The Desert Eagle froze. He clearly saw that Bai Ye stabbed his leg with the flaming long sword. In the end, it penetrated his afterimage. As I said, my physical body is comparable to that of the Tsar of Ninja, Bai Ye said lightly. On his left shoulder, Rejuang Eye emerged. Impossible, I have already sealed your chakra, how could your strength improve? The Desert Eagle roared. Bai Ye grinned. Have you forgotten? I am a man who is a grandmaster of all kinds of ninjutsu, including illusion. The fire sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, turning into countless fine light spots and floating away. Then, endless ice began to spread. Behind Bai Ye, a giant snow mountain slowly emerged. Crystal clear ice edges hang down from the peak of the snow mountain, piercing towards the Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly mobilized all his chakra. In his body, a huge ninja Tsar phantom appeared. Advertisement. Blocked in front of himself, countless ice edges collided with ninja Tsar phantom, exploded, and produced a huge shock. The Desert Eagle's body was thrown backwards by the impact. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He smiled crazily. Although your strength is weird and unpredictable, but after all, you are only a mere 6th order, and you can't even beat me. How can you defeat my love Tsar? Ninja Tsar, great and powerful, a unique god, an invincible existence. Bai Ye didn't speak, just took a step forward and headed straight for the Desert Eagle. Kingdom of Sand Sky Burial, the Desert Eagle raised his hands. The yellow sand in the sky gathered quickly, forming a round hourglass around him. Endless quicksand, pouring madly, like a quicksand rain sweeping across the city, covering Bai Ye overwhelmingly. Bai Ye snorted coldly, clenched his fist with his right hand, aimed at the place where the quicksand gathered, and slammed it hard. Bright and dazzling white light burst out from his fist, tearing apart all grains of sand and quicksand. Puff! Blood spurted from the Desert Eagle's mouth. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Bai Ye. What the hell did you do? Are not you just saw it? Bai Ye smiled and said, I converted all the sand into sand cannonballs. How can this be? The expression on Desert Eagle's face was full of disbelief.
You fools. Bai Ye shook his head, walked to Desert Eagle and squatted down, grabbed his hair, and dragged him up. Clinging to his ear, he said gloomily, Desert Eagle, tell me your purpose. The Desert Eagle gritted his teeth and said, you are not worthy. Then you go to die. Bai Ye stabbed the Desert Eagle in the heart. Ah! Screaming, the Desert Eagle broke free from Bai Ye's shackles and fled desperately. I can't lose to you. Gun of the Desert. He quickly made seals with both hands, and a tall phantom appeared again behind him. Compared with the original Desert Eagle, Ninja Tsar looks much more majestic and solemn. The palms were opened, and the sand and soil were churning, forming 2 long spears made of condensed sand and gravel. The Desert Eagle grabbed one of the spears and threw it at Bai Ye. Advertisement. This time the offensive was much stronger than before. Small tricks. Bai Ye said lightly, fire-style great fireball technique. Blazing flames emerged from his mouth, facing the throwing spear of the Desert Eagle. 2 completely different fire element chakras collided together, making an earth-shattering sound. Flames splashed and smoke filled the air. Bai Ye stood there motionless. The Desert Eagle staggered back, half kneeling on the ground, coughing non-stop, with blood still hanging from the corner of its mouth. Desert Eagle, Desert Eagle, Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle raised its head and shouted, as if it wanted to wake up something. Then, behind Bai Ye, a black figure emerged. It was the Ninja Tsar summoned by the Desert Eagle. Ridiculous. Bai Ye curled his lips and stretched out his other full arm. A mass of orange flames jumped. Following Bai Ye's movements, it shot towards the Desert Eagle. 557 Yuuzhan of the Ninja Tsar. The Desert Eagle roared, and the spear in his hand swept out violently, colliding with the flames. The two flames annihilated each other. Hee hee. Oh. As expected of the person closest to the Tsar of Ninja. And the aura on Bai Ye's body also began to drop. The Desert Eagle snorted and knelt down on one knee. Around his body, a layer of flame spread instantly, covering the whole body.
And this time, Ninja Tsar turned into a 3-meter-tall golden titan. It took a step forward, stepped on the thick and hard ground, and rolled towards Bai Ye. Then, it rushed towards the Desert Eagle. Bai Ye sighed, "You actually integrated the Desert Gun into your Ninja Tsar? It's amazing." Bai Ye smiled contemptuously. The Desert Eagle laughed lowly, wiped off the blood from his lips, and looked at Bai Ye. "Bai Ye, don't waste your energy. Today, you must die. But it's a pity that even if it's integrated, it's just a nightmare." A layer of golden sand gushed out from his body again, completely covering him and Tsar Ninja. Then, immortality means that it can be cut at will. "Certainly. Do you think you can deal with me with this weapon?" said the Desert Eagle. "Our Tsar of Ninja is eternal." 261. Desert Guard. Damn it, the Desert Eagle cursed angrily. This time, he didn't dare to use any desert guns. Therefore, Bai Ye's target this time is his own body. Desert Eagle was unwilling to let Bai Ye hurt himself. So, he took the initiative to release the spear in his hand, and retreated to avoid Bai Ye's attack. However, such a defense is infallible. At the chest of the Desert Eagle, a piece of cloth was lifted. Bai Ye saw the outline of a pair of armor inside, with all kinds of weird spells engraved on it, wriggling like a living thing. Desert Guardian. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. He had heard the term. It is a weapon created by some special sandstorm gods to protect themselves. "I am going to kill you." The resentful voice of the Desert Eagle sounded, and the phantom of Tsar Ninja behind him kicked him in the stomach. Boom. The body of the Desert Eagle was thrown out. But soon, he stabilized his figure. Then, he waved the spear in his hand again. The flames on Bai Ye's body rose again, but this time, he no longer confronted the Desert Eagle head-on. Instead, he dodged the opponent's attack. The sharp blade in his hand continued to slash out, leaving fine traces behind. But it couldn't destroy the Desert Eagle's armor at all. "You're at the end of your rope." The Desert Eagle roared. "You can't kill me, I will kill you slowly. Then just wait and see." Bai Ye nimbly dodged the spear stabbed by the Desert Eagle, and slashed on his armor with a sword. Clang. There was a crisp sound. The spear snapped. But Bai Ye was also kicked a few steps away by Desert Eagle. A good move. Bai Ye stood firm and praised, "But I won't lose. Endure the Tsar's wrath." The Desert Eagle let out a loud shout. His skin suddenly glowed with a faint metallic luster, and then swelled up. The originally shriveled body has become tall and straight, with knotted muscles and even visible veins. There was a terrifying coercion all over his body. For a time, the wind and sand roared, and the sky was full of dust. Advertisement: the entire area was blurred. This is impressively a power beyond the limits of human beings, the power of the Desert Eagle. Bai Ye still stood where he was, quietly watching the Desert Eagle exert its strength. The power of the Desert Eagle is indeed very bat-like. If he hadn't been wearing a steel suit, Bai Ye would have been knocked down to the ground. A steel battle suit does not mean that he is invincible. What's more, now Bai Ye still holds the control of the steel suit. Boom. The Desert Eagle raised its foot and stomped fiercely on the ground, shaking the desert to keep collapsing. On the ground in front of him, a deep pit appeared. The body of the Desert Eagle slowly fell to the ground. "Bai Ye, suffer death." Desert Eagle raised his left fist and slammed hard at Bai Ye. "Ah." Bai Ye chuckled, raised his right leg, and Diary pulled out his leg. In the air, there was the sound of crackling thunder. The bones of Desert Eagle's left arm were shattered inch by inch, and then the whole person was kicked out. "Ah." A shrill howl of pain sounded. The power of this kick distorted the Desert Eagle's facial features. However, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Swimming twice in the sand, the Desert Eagle rushed out of the dune and continued to charge towards Bai Ye. "Your soul and strength are destined to be devoured by me," the Desert Eagle said hoarsely. "Oh." Bai Ye showed an expression of interest. "Is there a soul in this world?" "I already said that." The Desert Eagle sneered, clenched the Ninja Tsar's spear with both hands, Desert Shield. Buzz. Beside the Desert Eagle, a faint gold-like curtain appeared, blocking him. Enduring the Tsar's spear, he also broke away from him. Then it hovered over the head of the Desert Eagle and spun a few times. "All right." The Desert Eagle panted slightly and said, "Bai Ye, your power has also been sealed." The aura on his body quickly weakened and then returned to normal. Not only that, but his face was much paler, and sweat appeared on his forehead. The manipulation just now was definitely not a small consumption for him. Moreover, the Desert Shield on his body was forged from precious mithril. Advertisement: its value is comparable to a piece of scent-level equipment. Although there is no way to release powerful power like sea-level equipment. But the defense is amazing. Even a level of powerhouse would never think of breaking through the Desert Shield in a short time, giving the Desert Eagle enough time to resist. Well, then, I've had enough. As Bai Ye said, with raging flames burning on his body, he turned into a streamer and charged towards the Desert Eagle. The two fought fiercely together, gun of the desert. The Desert Eagle waved a spear in its hand, driving countless sandstones to form a dense attack. Bai Ye was not afraid at all. Holding a long steel sword in his hand, he kept swaying sword blows one after another. Wherever the sword energy went, sand and stone flew. Impossible, Desert Eagle secretly said in his heart. The defense he was so proud of was actually retreating steadily under Bai Ye's offensive, making it difficult to resist. No matter what, I have an absolute advantage. Even if I lose some life, I must win you. The Desert Eagle's eyes were bloodshot. He frantically swung the spear in his hand and confronted Bai Ye head-on. During the confrontation between the two, Bai Ye suddenly jumped up, jumped into the air, and kicked out with both feet in the air. The power of each kick is somewhat stronger than any previous sword. This kick went straight to the Desert Eagle's head. Boom! Accompanied by a dull crash, the Desert Eagle was kicked out again. On his left shoulder, blood spurted out, showing that he was injured. Ha! Li Qianhao! Ha ha ha! The Desert Eagle laughed loudly, rolled over and stood up again. Holding the ninja czar's spear in both hands, he slammed it towards Bai Ye's neck. This is to crucify Bai Ye to the ground, he. Bai Ye also sneered, raised his hand and grabbed the gun of Czar Ninja. The Desert Eagle struggled hard, but to no avail. Bai Ye held the spear of Czar Ninja in his hand and remained motionless. Is this your ultimate power, Fang? Bai Ye asked. You really are a weak chicken. The power of the Desert Eagle can only be regarded as common. In other words, his attack power is not high. The only thing worthy of praise is probably his sand defense and strength increase. But in front of Bai Ye's sword intent of enduring the Tsar, it was like paper. Desert Shield. Unwilling to fail, the completely restrained Desert Eagle used another skill. Point 262, the most important skill of the ninja. Around the body, a layer of golden light curtain was condensed, covering its body, and its defense power was instantly raised to a higher level. However, Bai Ye's attack still landed on his chest. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Bai Ye's body fell to the ground, while the Desert Eagle fell on the beach, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his body was covered with hideous wounds. But he is still alive, because he still has half his life left. With this level of damage, you're still not dead. Bai Ye shook his head and walked towards the Desert Eagle. It seems that I need to replace your corpse. A hole. Desert Eagle scolded. Bai Ye, don't be too rampant. We still have a victory. He held the Tsar's lance in both hands. The light curtain on his body began to shine, and the rich green brilliance bloomed. At this moment, it was as if a god had descended. At the same time, his strength seemed to have skyrocketed again. Yuuzhan of the desert. Amidst the low growl, the Desert Eagle's body suddenly accelerated, and a huge suction force came from the body. Bai Ye's body flew towards him involuntarily. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Desert Eagle.
Holding the Tsar's spear in both hands, he aimed at Bai Ye and stabbed him. The green light on the Tsar's gun became brighter and brighter, as if it was about to completely submerge Bai Ye's body. Die, the Desert Eagle said with a wild laugh. He has not used this move for a long time. Because it is just too cruel. But now, in order to win, he didn't care much about it. Desert Arrow. However, just as the Desert Eagle's Tsar's spear was about to pierce Bai Ye suddenly let go of his palm. The Desert Eagle froze for a moment, but soon came back to his senses, with joy on his face. This guy can't escape after all. As long as the Tsar's gun is inserted into Bai Ye's body, he can be killed. Pity. Just as the Desert Eagle's mind was spinning, Bai Ye suddenly dodged to the side. The Desert Eagle's target suddenly became the ground. There was a bang, and the ground exploded. The sand flew up, and Bai Ye's body appeared in the distance. Advertisement. A look of resentment flashed in the Desert Eagle's eyes. This feeling is like being played by someone. Bai Ye said, in that case. He opened his hand, and the bow of the desert emerged from his warlord. ACDB, pull the bowstring, and on the bow, Black's runes light up. Endless chakra poured into Black's runes, making the runes on the bow more clear and bright. A pure black Goku with endless destructive power was born. Call out. The whistle sounded. Black's arrows roared, heading straight for the Desert Eagle's head. The Desert Eagle gritted its teeth, and blocked the Tsar's spear in front of him. Crack. There was a crisp cracking sound. The Tsar's lance was pierced by Black's long arrow, and the tip of the arrow pointed directly between the eyebrows of the Desert Eagle. KR. The pupils of the Desert Eagle suddenly narrowed. The arrow pierced his eyebrows and came out directly through his body. On his body, the golden light curtain collapsed and shattered, turning into stars and dissipating, revealing his original appearance. A pair of skeletons, with twisted bones. No, I won't lose. The Desert Eagle roared, and the Tsar's gun in his hand suddenly became illusory and disappeared. But the arrow that pierced his body suddenly disappeared, as if it didn't exist at all. However, at unknown times, a Tsar's spear pierced Bai Ye's body from the side without making a sound. Bai Ye's body was pierced by the Tsar's lance. Die. The Desert Eagle's eyes were fierce, and he punched Bai Ye on the head. In the bang, Bai Ye flew out and landed on the beach. The Desert Eagle wanted to rush over and continue attacking Bai Ye. As a result, his body suddenly froze in place, his expression extremely painful. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, his body, which was pierced by the arrow just now, slowly recovered. Except for the tattered clothes, there is no scar at all. My physical strength has already reached 50 million points. Bai Ye murmured, even if you have a desert gun, you can't easily kill me. Desert Eagle is indeed a powerful sand ninja. However, this is only in the desert. Advertisement. The terrain environment that the Desert Eagle is good at is not suitable for Bai Ye. There was absolutely no way for the Desert Eagle's attack to cause fatal damage to Bai Ye. If it wasn't for Bai Ye, who had expected this situation a long time ago and avoided it in advance, he might have died under the gun of the Desert Eagle by now. You. The Desert Eagle stared at Bai Ye with wide eyes. How is this possible? You obviously. Why did he remain unscathed despite being hit by his unique move, Yuuzhan of the Desert? Could it be that Bai Ye ignored the Desert Eagle? He stretched out his hand, and 2 dark stone balls flew to his hand. Is this the sealing technique? Bai Ye glanced casually. It's somewhat similar to the Desert Bow, but its power is barely enough. Impossible. No one can escape the Desert Arrow. Desert Eagle couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. How did this man do it? Why is he immune to his own trick? Your ninjutsu all come from the desert, right? Bai Ye said, although the power of the Desert Bow is very good, I also have my own unique skills. You don't understand the Desert Arrow, let alone the Tsar's Spear, so I have already found the flaws in these 2 moves. Desert Eagle just wanted to refute a few words. Bai Ye didn't give him a chance. Kingdom of Sand, World of Sand, Shield of the Desert. Now, let me take you on your way. While speaking, Bai Ye's right hand waved out. The bow of the desert disappeared instantly. An incomparably pitch-black long sword appeared in his left hand. There are dark lines on the blade. Cut. Bai Ye snorted coldly, swung his pitch-black long sword, and slashed at the Desert Eagle fiercely. Boom. There was a violent impact sound. The skeleton of the Desert Eagle was cut off instantly by Bai Ye's sword. No, it's impossible. The Desert Eagle roared, I am the Apostle of Destiny, how can I lose my power to you? Don't forget, I am also a ninja. Bai Ye said calmly, the most important skill of a ninja is not fighting skills or ninjutsu, but patience. The screams of the Desert Eagle stopped abruptly. His body shriveled quickly, and finally turned into a dry bone. Not even a drop of blood remained. This is what makes ninja special. 263. You actually understand. They are truly invincible only when they are in the desert. The Sword of the Desert. At this moment, Desert Wings shouted from the other side. A ray of blue's blade pierced the desert, slashed towards Bai Ye. Whether it is the Desert Eagle or the Desert Wings, they are just avatars. This is the true power of Desert Wings. Where's your true self? Bai Ye asked, could it be that these 2 are the only ones left? Oh, I'm not ashamed of my words. Desert Wings said, what I'm waiting for is your words. As the words of Desert Wings fell, dense sand soldiers suddenly appeared around. Each of them has extremely powerful momentum fluctuations, all of them have reached the level of sea level. There are even a handful of A levels. In front of Bai Ye, stood a tall female ninja. She was wearing armor and holding a strange weapon in both hands. As this, the Spear of Sand. Bai Ye recognized the origin of this weapon, as this the trump card of your desert ninja village. Of course it's more than that. Desert Wings shook his head slightly, the power of the sand spear far exceeds your expectations. This place is just a temporary foundation, our lair is the Gate of Hell. Door of Hell. Bai Ye frowned, what do you mean? Ha ha ha, I'll take you to see him right away. Desert Wings laughed wildly, rose into the air, and flew towards the distance. The other sand soldiers followed closely behind. Let's go. Bai Ye grabbed Izanagi who was beside him, stepped out, and chased after him. The target of Desert Wings is obviously somewhere in the desert. There is a huge black stone door. Inside the stone gate, an oasis can be vaguely seen. Not long after, everyone landed near the desert oasis. Bai Ye looked up and saw a gemstone shining brightly. Desert Gem, a precious spar made of desert essence. It is said that once the refining is perfect, it is enough to help Desert Wings break through to the S level. Advertisement. However, in reality, there is obviously no such thing. Because Bai Ye felt a familiar taste in this gem. The Desert Gate. Bai Ye was puzzled. This is the gate to hell. Desert Wings said with a grin. Today, I will take this desert gem and enter hell with you. Saying that, Desert Wing reached out to grab the desert gem. Wait a moment. Bai Ye stopped Desert Wing. What do you want to say? Desert Wing looked at Bai Ye and asked. I want to say that you are too weak to die instead of me. Bai Ye said lightly. I don't need your pity. Desert Wing gritted his teeth. This guy actually mocked him. No. Bai Ye waved his hand. You misunderstood me. I mean, you are not qualified to enter hell. I think you should die first. A look of shock and anger appeared on Desert Wing's face. B****************. D. So what if you kill me? This is the desert, and it's my home field. You must die. Saying that, the deserter raised the desert sword. Sword of the Desert. Huang Quan. A raging flame burned on the blade of the sword, stabbing straight at Bai Ye. Bai Ye still maintains the posture of holding the sword of the desert storm. A gust of wind howled out all over the sky. At the same time, scorching magma spewed out from the tip of Desert Wing's sword. Two completely different forces collided in the void. Boom. Deafening noises sounded from all around. Within a few kilometers of Fang Yuan, there was a mess, and countless buildings were destroyed in the explosion. Countless sand and dust swept over. A dense fog enveloped the two of them. Blocked the line of sight. After an unknown period of time, Desert Wings finally stopped attacking and stood with his sword. How about it, Sword of the Desert? This level of explosion and impact is enough to smash you to pieces. Desert Wing said proudly, but don't worry, I won't kill you, I just plan to abolish you. Do you think I can leave alive? Bai Ye's voice sounded in the dense fog. Your strength is indeed much stronger than I imagined, but it's almost meaningless. If you didn't rely on these inferior puppets, you might have died in my hands long ago. Quote. When speaking, the concentration is scattered. The appearance of two people was revealed. Advertisement. However, Desert Wings, which was supposed to fall down, was unscathed at this moment. 0. Ask for flowers. Under his feet is a pool of fresh red bloodline. On Desert Wings' chest, a hideous wound ran through his entire body. And his body was covered with a layer of sand. Wrap him up. The Sword of the Desert sand armor is specially used to defend against damage caused by sand. Unless your sand is particularly strong, sand armor will not be able to do anything about it, no matter how powerful you are. Desert Wings sneered. Oh, Bai Ye drew out his voice. It seems that you desert ninjas are not as stupid as they appear. What do you mean by that? Desert Wings froze. Nothing. Just curious. Bai Ye said, it stands to reason that such a weak existence like you would definitely be crushed to death by the desert storm, but you were safe and sound. 0. My luck has always been good. Desert Wings said. Our Desert Wings family naturally has our own unique escape skills. What did you just say about sand armor? Oh, I mean, you're lucky. Bai Ye said. You lied, you deliberately provoked me and let me relax my vigilance. Desert Wings reacted and roared angrily. Enraged, Bai Ye said, I really compliment you, okay. Snort. Desert Wings was silent for a while, and then said, as expected of the man I fancy, not bad, not bad. You are very good, so I decided to give you a more wonderful experience. Oh, a more wonderful experience. What do you want to do? Bai Ye asked with interest. You'll find out soon enough. Desert Wings turned around, waved the desert bow, and aimed at the distance. Desert arrow. Following his voice, there was a sound of breaking through the air in the distance. An arrow made of sand was shot towards Bai Ye. A bow and arrow made of sand. Interesting. Bai Ye flicked his fingers lightly, and the sand arrow collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Desert Wing was extremely surprised. Your sand is very special. Bai Ye said, although it's just a simple earth-based chakra structure, it contains some metal properties, a little bit of lightning power, and even a little bit of wind properties. You actually understand. Desert Wings narrowed his eyes and begged. 264. Sand, you can't beat Sword Chi. His desert arrow is composed of sand collected from the depths of the desert and possesses mysterious properties. Even he can't figure out the meaning behind it. But the enemy in front of him just glanced at it and told the mystery. I can't talk about understanding, but I have studied it a little bit. Bai Ye said, although your archery skills are not bad, but this level of archery skills is not enough to threaten me. In that case, I will do it myself. Desert Wings growled. In the next second, his figure turned into quicksand and disappeared in place. Bai Ye stood where he was, letting countless sands completely bury him. Ah, the figure of Desert Wing reappeared, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. This time, you are absolutely dead. My sand can corrode everything, including your body, and swallow all your life energy. 700. Desert Wing's expression became more and more smug. Huh, how did this happen? Then, the smile on his face froze. Bai Ye is still standing in place, intact. Even the clothes were not messed up. You actually avoided it. Desert Wing said with some astonishment. He had obviously locked on the target. How could it suddenly disappear? Bai Ye looked up, looked at the Desert Wings in the sky, and slowly uttered a word. Get out. Ha ha ha. Desert Wings laughed wildly. This is my world. I am the king of this world. No one can drive me away. I am invincible. Yeah. Bai Ye swung his right fist violently, and a terrifying gust of wind hit him, blowing his hair. A black's dragon-shaped tail flicked and moved towards the desert flight layer. Desert Wing's expression changed, and he hurriedly avoided. Then, he felt a huge danger coming, which made his hair stand on end. PFF'd. Blood splashed out. His left shoulder was struck by the dragon's tail. Desert Wings screamed. Not daring to hesitate at all, he quickly retreated towards the castle. As long as you hide in the castle, you will not be afraid of any attack. This weird old castle has an extraordinary recovery ability. Even if it is seriously damaged, it can be quickly repaired and restored to its original appearance. Here it is. As soon as he stepped into the castle, Desert Wing's expression froze there. Because here is completely opposite to the battlefield just now. Advertisement. The corpses and blood all over the ground have long since disappeared. Instead, there are tables, chairs and benches, as well as figures in different sitting postures. Welcome. Bai Ye clapped his palms and said with a smile. Desert Wings looked at Bai Ye sharply. You actually led me into the illusion. He said through gritted teeth. This castle is actually a trap. Illusion. No, this is not an illusion, but a spiritual realm. Bai Ye said calmly, simply speaking, it is the world of the soul. Your body is just a carrier, and this is your home. Impossible. Desert Wings shook his head and said, I have been to the soul world, but no one can arrange it. No, you're wrong, I can. Bai Ye said, because here, I am the master. You are the master. Desert Wing looked at Bai Ye mockingly, how is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Bai Ye said, if I say yes, then it is, and if I say it is false, then it is false, because everything here is false. Desert Wing's pupils shrank suddenly. For a moment, he even forgot to attack. When he came back to his senses, Desert Wings showed a ferocious smile on his face. If that's the case, I'll destroy this place. Eyes of yellow sand condensed in the hands of Desert Wings. Then, the wolf smashed down. This ball of yellow sand fell down like a meteorite, and went straight to Bai Ye's hood. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. The yellow sand scattered all over the sky. HMPH, you want to kill me with such a move? Bai Ye's disdainful voice sounded, and a slender black knife appeared in his hand, and then he jumped into the air. Cut. The black knife swept across, and countless yellow sands were chopped into pieces. Immediately afterwards, countless black blades flashed past. Each black blade, like a black knife, draws a strange arc and cuts towards the Desert Wing. Desert Wing turned slightly to one side, narrowly dodging most of the black blade's attack, and he used his own sand escape to block the remaining half. At the same time, the sandstorm ball in his hand was also thrown out. The two are used interchangeably. Boom. Another violent collision. The shock waves generated by the fighting between the sandstorm and the black blade spread, overturning all the surrounding buildings. Advertisement. In the end, a huge sand dune more than 20 meters high was flattened. Bai Ye stands on the top of the dune and looks at Desert Wings. Desert Wings clutched his left shoulder, his face was in pain, but he resisted the pain and did not fall down. There was a huge scar on his chest and abdomen. How is it possible? Desert Wing let out a low growl, his body swelled up again, and his feet cracked the ground. His arms turned into thick sand whips, and he swung them violently. The sand whip whistled and whipped towards Bai Ye. Sand, you can't beat sword energy. Bai Ye's understated voice fell, and a flash of sword light lit up. The sand whips lashing towards Bai Ye stopped instantly, standing motionless in the void. Desert Wing's face changed drastically. Shua. He reached out and grabbed at his waist, holding a sand gun in his hand. I saw him exerting force with both hands. The sand spear was extended and deformed suddenly, and it turned into an extremely sharp sand spear in the blink of an eye. Call out. With a sharp and ear-piercing sound, the sand spear came out of his hand. Ding. It's a pity that just as the weapon made of fine sand was fired, many fine sand grains appeared around Bai Ye, intercepting it. Am I a phantom? No. Is it real? Where is this? Phantom or something like 5.4. Desert Wing murmured. Desert Wings held it, then threw it violently, heading straight for Bai Ye. Don't just stand there, continue, Bai Ye said. However, this time the sand gun is not a sand spear. A sand gun appeared again in his hand. I am what you think of as a dream. 11. This time, Desert Wing's purpose was very clear, he wanted to let Bai Ye in front of him know how powerful he was. Desert Wings widened his eyes, with an expression of disbelief. Who are you? The sand spear was blocked by a slender branch and nailed to the wall. It is a weapon composed of countless fine sands, cried Desertwing angrily. On the sand spear, a circle of faint ripples emerged. Desert Wings was stunned, unable to believe that he was actually blocked. The fine sand exploded. Boom. I kill you. 265. Scary enough. Bai Ye said. Desert Wings' face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He knows. The man in front of him was the nightmare he was familiar with, or should be called a demon. This is a peculiar ability, constantly creating illusions one after another. Illusions themselves aren't too destructive. The only thing worth noting is that the strength of each phantom is infinitely close to that of a reincarnation, and they seem to have the ultimate loyalty that can perfectly simulate the experience of a reincarnation. Other than that, there are no other features. But even so, it was scary enough. A common phantom can even be compared to a squad-level team. What about an army? Even more terrifying. Because of the method of the army array, it can restrain illusions, and even suppress and even counter-control the illusion bed. Ha ha ha. Great opportunity. Desert Wing suddenly let out a wild laugh. Then he jumped up and hit Bai Ye. At this moment, the sand all over Desert Wing's body shook. O2 on the surface of his skin, a thick layer of gold armor emerged, looking like a gold warrior. Bai Ye brandished his own black knife. Clang clang. Continuous crisp sounds came out, and Desert Wings retreated 5 or 6 steps in a row. Every step that falls will cause spider web-like cracks to appear on the ground. I don't believe I can't kill you. Desert Wings roared, and the sand surged wildly. Sweeping from all directions, forming a torrent, attacking Bai Ye with a destructive power. You're not good enough. Bai Ye still said calmly. Then, He raised the army. Bend your fingers and press forward. Crack. A rock breaks apart. Wisps of lightning flashed from Bai Ye's palm. The thunder light converged, and in his palm, a crystal clear blue-white crystal slowly condensed. Crack. Among the blue and white crystals, thunder flickers. An incomparably huge power was released from the crystal. Advertisement. Bai Ye held the crystal in one hand and threw it towards Desert Wings. The blue and white crystals disappeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, a brilliant blue-white lotus bloomed out of thin air. Boom. A huge explosion sounded throughout the room. Endless smoke filled the air. Bai Ye walked into the thick white smoke with his hands behind his back. His body slowly floated up and moved towards the Desert Wings inside the house. And the thick smoke turned into Uzumaki, constantly devouring Desert Wing's body. Desertwing struggled, trying to leave the room. But above Bai Ye's palm, thunder lingered. With a sound of Zila, he passed through the thick fog and appeared behind Desert Wings. A claw was pressed on Desert Wing's head, and a bloody hole appeared right behind the desert's head. Blood dripped down the wound, and sprinkled red plum blossoms on Desert Wing's head. Desert Wings froze for a second, then knelt down, opened his mouth, and uttered two words with difficulty, Master. Bai Ye withdrew his hand. The original illusion has completely collapsed. The body of Desert Wing also disappeared. Ha 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 ha, is there anyone in your shell organization? With this means, do you want to invade Konoha village? Bai Ye stood in the middle of the battlefield and ruthlessly laughed at the shell organization people. It was resolved, but there are still a group of people in the organization. It also includes a captain and several elite cadres. These people are the real tough guys. Bai Ye didn't bother to look for them either. Since the shell organization chose to act at this time, it must be fully prepared. Even for him, it would be difficult to capture Konoha village in a short time. It's better to concentrate on cleaning up the enemies in front of you first. We are shell tissue. A cadre shouted, we have a strong defensive fortress, thousands of ninjas, and all kinds of powerful equipment. You aboriginals don't want to stop the shell organization's iron hose. While speaking, he took out a capsule in his hand and threw it into the air. Boom. A muffled sound came out, and the capsule exploded directly. A huge black shadow flew out from inside and landed on the ground. It was a huge black dog. This black dog is covered with pitch black scales and has a single horn on its forehead. Advertisement. A palpitating breath emanated from its body. What the hell is this? Bai Ye frowned slightly. To some extent, the sense of danger this dog gave him was even stronger than that of ordinary reincarnations. This is the newly developed extraordinary beast. The cadre of the shell organization said coldly, its speed is astonishingly fast, and it possesses powerful melee combat capabilities. Once it gets close, even I can't resist it. You are dead. After finishing speaking, the cadre of the shell organization rushed towards Bai Ye, and the kunai in his hand stabbed at Bai Ye's throat with a cold glow. He is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was about to touch Bai Ye's neck. Bai Ye stretched out his hand and grabbed the end of kunai. Throw it aside hard. The cadres of the shell organization flew up, spun 720 degrees in the air, and then slammed into the wall. A piece of his chest was sunken. Obviously seriously injured. Unbelievable. It's just that you can throw people so far away just by throwing them casually. I hate you tough guys the most. Bai Ye said indifferently, however, the tougher you are, the more challenges you will face. The cadre of the shell organization was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, you kill me, I won't tell you my name. Bai Ye moved his body. This time, let me see what kind of monster you are. It's been a long time since I met an enemy as strong as you. And, how could it be so fast at 530? There is obviously nothing around, but it seems to have endless life. The location of the Tower of Seal has a very strange landscape. Endless branches drilled out from the ground, crisscrossed and circled, forming a towering tree with a height of 100 meters. As this, the tree of life. On the big tree, countless birds perched there, chirping. He really would rather die than surrender. Bai Ye appreciated, what's your name? Very powerful. Bai Ye smiled contemptuously, stepped on his head, and smashed his head to pieces. As soon as the words fell, his pupils dilated suddenly. The cadre of the shell organization lay on the ground and said with difficulty. There seems to be a very ancient and mysterious existence hidden. The Tower of Ceiling .266. What the hell is shell tissue doing? Bai Ye's face became serious. He had a lot of knowledge about the world, and he recognized what the huge tree in front of him represented. That is the tree of life, which belongs to a mythical plant. It is said to have the effect of heaven-defying life-changing. Not only the tree of life, but also many strange plants, which also have magical and unpredictable effects. And the huge tree in front of Bai Ye is a tree of life. And around it, there are many other plants. Quote. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, as this, life sacrifice. Damn it, what the hell are you shell organizations doing? He cursed. Life sacrifice is a very special and mysterious witchcraft. According to Bai Ye's deduction, this witchcraft does not have any practical effect. The only value is that the life sacrificer who uses the tree of life can obtain a powerful force zone. However, this comes at a price. The price is longevity. The passing speed of longevity is even more terrifying than Sha Chang's life sacrifice ceremony. Basically every year, there will be a group of life sacrifices who run out of life and die. However, Bai Ye doesn't quite understand the crazy behavior of shell tissue. What is the purpose of doing this? Is it just to improve your combat effectiveness? Crack. Suddenly, the subtle sound of the sun breaking through the air sounded. An arrow shot from behind Bai Ye. With a backhand swing by Bai Ye, the arrow was knocked to the ground. He turned around and looked at a man wearing a hood and holding a bow and arrow. Who is this person? His archery skills are very sharp and tricky, combined with his weird body skills. Even a powerful existence like Bai Ye may be killed by a sneak attack if he is a little careless. Of course, no matter how strong this man's archery skills are, he still cannot escape Bai Ye's gaze. After all, this is the sword fairy martial art that Bai Ye learned specially for Carl Olivia. Who are you? Why do you want to help Shell Organization? Bai Ye asked. His voice sounded calm, but there was a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Once the man in front of him shows the slightest tell, he will be greeted with a fatal blow. Advertisement. I'm Carl Olivia. The man took off his hood, looked at Bai Ye, and spoke after a moment of silence. His voice is very old, completely different from the Carl Olivia Bai Ye imagined. Carl Olivia. Bai Ye muttered. Suddenly his eyes froze, and he punched out. Carl Olivia also shot at the same time. The two exchanged moves. Bai Ye remained motionless, while Carl Olivia took 3 steps back. Is this what Carl Olivia is capable of? Now it seems a bit forced. This is the tree of life. Bai Ye raised his head and looked towards the sky, and a huge tree crown appeared in midair. My source of strength is it. Carl Olivia said slowly, his eyes changed to red. The whole person seems to have changed. The original old face returned to the appearance of a young man. And his right arm has turned into a long blade shape, which looks like a crossbow in the shape of a knife. In addition, Carl Olivia's clothes on the left shoulder were torn. The golden armor inside was exposed. This is Carl Olivia's weapon, the shield. Is this the strength of your so-called god? Bai Ye shook his head. Sure enough, is this the real power of your shell organization? The real strength of our shell tissue is more than that. Carl Olivia said, today, I will personally teach your excellency the true power of our shell organization. Oh, Bai Ye looked at Carl Olivia with great interest, then let's try it out. After all, the two rushed directly to each other and started a close fight. Carl Olivia's attack was very fierce and quick, almost in an instant, he had already arrived in front of Bai Ye, slashing out with a long knife in his hand. Bai Ye sideways avoided. Carl Olivia pressed on. The two wrestled together in an instant, and the knives and swords collided and rubbed against each other, making violent sounds. The surging air wave overturned everything around. Some grasses withered directly. Advertisement. However, Carl Olivia never got the upper hand. On the contrary, he was suppressed by Bai Ye, and was even forced to go on the defensive. Carl Olivia frowned slightly. Although Bai Ye looked very relaxed and freehand, there was a sense of shock in his heart. Because he found out that he actually failed to take down this guy named Bai Ye. Carl Olivia knows how powerful he is. Especially with the blessing of the Tree of Life, his strength is definitely far beyond the peak of Common's legendary. Even against black iron, silver, and gold level powerhouses, Carl Olivia is not afraid at all. However, in front of Bai Ye, his consecutive attacks were easily dodged by the opponent. Moreover, Bai Ye's attack also seemed very casual, as if he was just playing a game with Carl Olivia. But Bai Ye also noticed Carl Olivia's dimming eyes. The vitality in his body is rapidly disappearing. From this point of view, Bai Ye's guess is correct, the Shell organization does possess an extremely overbearing curse method. The power of the Tree of Life can continue to grow, instead of just increasing a little bit like it is now. Don't say, hee hee. Bai Ye sneered, and shot out violently. Bai Ye said, and, it's not just Carl Olivia. I said, your strength is too weak, I can hammer you at any time. They will all be sucked out of their own blood, and then absorbed by the Tree of Life. No, you haven't seen it yet. That's why Carl Olivia was sent to appear to stop him from taking the Tree of Life, so that the Shell organization's plan could be implemented smoothly. In the blink of an eye, he came to Carl Olivia's side, and his heavy legs swept past. These curses can extract human essence and blood to strengthen themselves. Faster than the ultimate. Bai Ye understood that Carl Olivia, or the leader of the Shell organization, should have sensed his arrival. Carl Olivia looked gloomy and did not answer Bai Ye's question. Carl Olivia raised his shield to block, but was kicked flying and hit a tree trunk, leaving a deep mark. What exactly is the goal of your Shell organization? Bai Ye asked. Carl Olivia spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this all your strength? There are also other creatures who were captured and imprisoned in the island. 267. This is your strength. Bai Ye stretched out his right hand, with his index and middle fingers bent. A group of blue flames burned out of thin air. The color of the flames ranges from light to dark, and finally condenses into a pure blue-purple. This is your power. Carl Olivia mocked. One of the warriors with the strongest Shell organization. Carl Olivia's strength is not inferior to anyone. The strength Bai Ye displayed now is only slightly better than him. This level of strength, Carl Olivia is not in the eyes. Not always. Bai Ye smiled, and poked forward with his right hand. The blue-purple flame turned into a long dragon and swept towards Carl Olivia. Carl Olivia brandished a dagger and chopped it up. Boom. A terrifying airflow exploded. Carl Olivia was knocked into the air again and fell hard to the ground. But Bai Ye's body is standing in place, without moving sub-stage. How can it be? Carl Olivia got up, his eyes fixed on the blue-purple flame in Bai Ye's hand, and it was difficult to hide the shock in the depths of his eyes. Is this the only history left in your shell organization? Bai Ye looked at Carl Olivia, and said in a cold tone. I will not lose to you. 337. Carl Olivia roared, kicked his feet hard, and jumped up high. The spear in his hand fell from the sky with a piercing scream. His strength seems to have improved a lot. Boom. Bai Ye raised his hand to block Carl Olivia's attack. Where the two weapons collided, there was a violent shock, forming ripples visible to the naked eye and spreading in all directions. You won't win, Bai Ye said, because you simply can't understand what real power is, even if you have gained the right to control this power. Hee hee. Carl Olivia laughed wildly. What a stupid idea. Do you think my real strength is only these? Don't forget, this is my home field, the forest of life. Here, I can continuously obtain abundant vitality and continuously obtain more strength. While speaking, Carl Olivia's body suddenly swelled. Advertisement. The originally burly figure instantly became taller, and at the same time, a layer of strange lines appeared on the surface of the skin. Oh, you actually hide your strength. Bai Ye whispered to himself. At this time, he already understood why Carl Olivia's strength suddenly skyrocketed a lot. Because of the power of the Tree of Life, it is being swallowed by Carl Olivia. Behind Carl Olivia, more huge monster phantoms appeared. Every monster is exuding terrifying coercion. Go, my servants, and destroy the world. Carl Olivia growled. These terrifying existences rushed towards Bai Ye one after another, submerging Bai Ye like a tide. What a hassle, Bai Ye muttered. At this time, he finally understood why Carl Olivia possessed such a huge life energy. It turned out that the Tree of Life was giving him supplements. And Carl Olivia is also worthy of being the strongest warrior of Shell organization. Even if the injury is serious, it is still possible to mobilize this huge energy zone. Bai Ye flicked his fingers. The thunder and lightning flying all over the sky converged to form a thunderball. Boom. There was a muffled sound. The charges of those terrifying monsters were repulsed instantly. Ha ha ha, you really are just a scam, you don't even know what Wanchu is. Carl Olivia laughed wildly. Don't you like that? Then I'll turn everyone into puppets. Then let them kill you, destroy the world, and kill all the creatures in this world. After finishing speaking, Carl Olivia opened his mouth violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a side effect of the powerful resilience given to him by the Tree of Life. The monsters behind Carl Olivia mutated again. AEBJ, they made howls similar to wild animals. All kinds of hideous and ugly patterns appeared on his body, like a demon possessing himself. Crack. A monster directly tore itself apart, exposing the skeleton inside. The bones are densely covered with fine barbs and barbs. They bared their teeth and claws, and rushed towards Bai Ye like a ghost. Is this the biochemical weapon made by shell tissue? Bai Ye frowned and asked. His figure suddenly disappeared in place, and the position where he appeared immediately happened to be among the group of demon monsters that rushed over. Advertisement. Crack, click. Bai Ye punched out, and under the force of the fist, a demon monster's head was smashed, and there was no time to let out a scream. On the other side, Carl Olivia took advantage of the situation and rushed to Bai Ye, his arms turned into a pair of sharp black blades. Slashed hard at Bai Ye's neck. Go away. Bai Ye stretched out his left hand, grabbed Carl Olivia's wrist, and threw him into the air. Carl Olivia's body turned around in the air and landed firmly. There was only a bang, and the surrounding soil sank into the ground. What a strong force. Carl Olivia remained silent. But the subconscious in his body made him have to work hard. Attack at any cost. Regardless of the huge energy given to him by the Tree of Life, regardless of whether the power of the Tree of Life will be exhausted. Carl Olivia also has to beat Bai Ye. I don't know why this kid is so powerful. Carl Olivia secretly communicated with the Tree of Life, but I must not lose to this brat. Who is he? Can you feel his identity? No. Waste. The Tree of Life has no room to refute and can only choose to compromise. It is indeed unable to determine Bai Ye's identity, but instinctively tells it that this person is extremely dangerous. Well, let's get started. Carl Olivia muttered a few words in his heart, and the aura on his body suddenly increased several times. On the surface of the body, patches of strange scales emerged. The joints of the hands and feet are thicker. A great axe appears in Carl Olivia's right hand. Come on, fight, suffer, howl. Carl Olivia yelled frantically. My enemy, please let me taste pain and regret. Demon phantoms also emerged one by one. These demons have different forms, or they are simply human figures, and they also have certain other images. Huge life energy emerged from their bodies. The sound of click, click, continued. Carl Olivia's body kept expanding, becoming bigger and bigger, standing in front of Bai Ye like a mountain. 8 GT. 268. Are you going to destroy our great plan? Hiss. At this time, the green gem hanging on his chest suddenly made strange noises. Carl Olivia let out a low and hoarse roar from his throat, and the muscles all over his body trembled slightly. In the next second, every inch of this body swelled up. PFF'd. His body exploded violently, bursting into countless pieces of minced meat. Those pieces of meat were wriggling quickly, and reassembled into the appearance of Carl Olivia. Without waiting for Bai Ye to make a move, he launched an attack again, and his huge body suddenly rushed towards Bai Ye. The huge sharp blade slashed at the head of day and night. There was a bang. A sword chi swept across and sent Carl Olivia flying. He landed on the ground and rolled a few times before standing still. Tisk, it's not dead yet. Bai Ye looked at Carl Olivia and said, although I don't know what you guys did, but judging from your appearance, you should have temporarily gained strength with the help of the Tree of Life, and have the authority to live for a short time. Ah, Carl Olivia sneered, whoever stands in my way will be damned. Accompanied by his voice just fell. In the distance, 2 more monsters came galloping. What is this? Bai Ye asked. They are my pets in battle, and they are much stronger than weak scum like you. Carl Olivia said. Battle pet. Bai Ye nodded. He had already thought of which one it was, a creature conceived by the Tree of Life. Because the Tree of Life has a strong life force, Carl Olivia has a strong resilience. So he can continuously summon battle pets. No need to worry about power loss. These 2 battle pets also look like demons and monsters, with sharp barbs all over their bodies, and red vertical pupils, full of bloodlust. The target of the 2 monsters is obviously Bai Ye. Oh, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. The strength of the 2 battle pets has surpassed Common's 5th tier professionals and reached the 6th tier level. No wonder Carl Olivia has nothing to fear. The strength he has accumulated over the years is indeed enough to cultivate a group of battle pets comparable to tier 6 professionals. Advertisement. However, such an existence must have extremely strict restrictions. Kill. Bai Ye swung the dragon-slaying sword, and the sword energy roared out. The 2 battle pets also roared and rushed forward, fighting with Bai Ye. A huge, hill-like figure descended from the sky. It was the monster that was knocked into the air by Bai Ye before. This monster was not injured. Moreover, the wound on its body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This speed is astonishingly fast. I told you, you can't kill me. I am the king of immortality. Carl Olivia leapt high and slashed down with a knife. The powerful sword energy brings fierce chakra energy, which is amazingly powerful. Your eternal life is to transform yourself into this virtue. Bai Ye shook his head and raised his sword to resist. It's really disappointing. After the 2 sides fought a few tricks, Carl Olivia fell into a disadvantage. He couldn't break through Bai Ye's defense at all. He couldn't even make Bai Ye move an inch. Bai Ye's strength completely crushed Carl Olivia. Carl Olivia's eyes shone with unwillingness. No. It can't go on any longer. If there is no way to defeat this guy, our plan will definitely fail tonight. This world shouldn't have such terrible humans. His strength, what level has he reached? Why such a powerful monster was born? Could it be that he really has the hope of destroying the entire Tree of Life and destroying our great plan? Carl Olivia's face turned pale, and he felt that he could no longer control his body. These monsters seemed to be tools, used to manipulate Carl Olivia. And he couldn't get rid of this bondage. No, I won't allow it. Absolutely not. Carl Olivia let out an angry roar, his body began to tremble violently, his skin began to crack, and blood flowed out from it. Bai Ye frowned. Advertisement. He could clearly feel that the blood in Carl Olivia's body began to boil. An inexplicable force erupted from his body. 0. Ask for flowers. Bai Ye felt that he seemed to have underestimated the character bred by the Tree of Life. His original plan was to grind Carl Olivia to death slowly, and it would be best to force out this guy's secrets and cards. Unexpectedly, Carl Olivia was ready to go all out. In this case, Bai Ye put away his casual posture, and the momentum on his body suddenly increased. At this moment, Carl Olivia finally showed a look of panic. Boom. A thunder rang in Carl Olivia's ear, and he felt a strong electric current spread throughout his body. Ah! Carl Olivia screamed. Ha! Sure enough. 0. Carl Olivia let out an excited laugh. He stretched out his arms and hugged his head. I have already grasped the essence of these waters of life. As long as I absorb some more soul power, I will become the strongest in this world. My will is the truth. So, go to hell with me. Accompanied by Carl Olivia's crazy roar, the 2 battle pets simultaneously opened their mouths to spit out a stench of poisonous mist, and sprayed it at Bai Ye. A circle of translucent barriers appeared around Bai Ye, bouncing away all Lei Lu. This barrier is formed by chakra. At first, Bai Ye was practicing universal pull. Have tried various chakra shapes and properties. In the end, universal pull was chosen, and the result was not bad. Although it is still far from the range of the final version of universal pull, the effect is still very significant at short distances. 2 black shadows rushed into the poisonous mist, and in an instant, they penetrated the barrier Bai Ye cast and lay down in front of him. The sharp claws pierced Bai Ye's body fiercely. There was a crisp sound of click, 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 and the armor on Bai Ye's body was shattered, turning into a little bit of stardust. However, his body did not change in any way. The claws of those 2 monsters returned in vain, leaving only shallow marks. Huh, seeing such a scene, Carl Olivia made a sound of surprise. Not bad, quite powerful. Bai Ye clapped his hands. In this case, I'll play with you. 269. Life returns to ruins. In the next second, his right foot slammed on the ground, and the whole wooden house exploded. Countless ruins flew up. Bai Ye shot towards Carl Olivia.
HMPH, that's it. Carl Olivia grinned grimly, and a strange gem appeared in his hand, aiming at Bai Ye. Bai Ye paused and stopped. That gemstone bloomed with dazzling brilliance.
Pieces of petals suddenly appeared in the void, and then turned into flower blades, enveloping Bai Ye in it. There was a sound of jingling bells. Those flower blades were all blocked out by the chakra gushing out from day and night. Carl Olivia narrowed his eyes slightly. Bai Ye showed too much strength.
He has decided to use a taboo ninjutsu to seal it. Not hesitating to consume a lot of life. This forbidden technique requires card 313 Olivia to pay a considerable price before it can be used. However, he is still unwilling to waste his precious life. You know what? A piece of shit like you can never imagine our great plans and my future. Carl Olivia murmured. The next moment, his eyes widened, and his body suddenly swelled up. Every inch of skin on the body emits a strong green gas. The body began to skyrocket, and in the blink of an eye, it swelled to about 3 or 4 meters. Moreover, it is still growing rapidly. Not only that, but strange green scales appeared on his legs, arms, chest and other exposed parts, covering his whole body. The skin on his body gradually turned into a deep black green, and fangs grew out of his mouth. The appearance of a beast incarnate. Carl Olivia's eyes turned completely scarlet. No matter how hard you struggle, it will be futile, because I am the only master. He growled. Behind the tailed beast, too, has been upgraded. The body is extended, and a pair of sharp horns grow on the top of the head. The appearance of the tailed beast is also more and more like a huge crocodile. But in his binoculars is to burn the raging flame. These raging flames kept rolling and jumping, as if they were living creatures. These flames are precisely formed by chakra, and these flames are the source of life force in Carl Olivia's body. This is his unique ninjutsu, life returns to ruins. Carl Olivia's pupils were full of madness and killing. His consciousness has been completely confused. Advertisement. Only the desire to kill and destroy remains. He wants to devour the man in front of him. Even at all costs. Roar! Carl Olivia let out a beast howl and rushed towards Bai Ye. He was covered in flames from top to bottom. Bai Ye reached out and grabbed Carl Olivia's neck, trying to strangle it. Then, a hideous and terrifying wound was left on Carl Olivia's body. Carl Olivia is also extremely fast. When Bai Ye was about to touch it, his body shifted abruptly. Dodged this fatal attack. Then, Carl Olivia kicked Bai Ye's abdomen violently. This trick is the same as the previous attack type. It's just that the power is even more terrifying than before. This is an upgraded version of Life Returns to the Market, Vientiane Sky. Once kicked, not only the body will be damaged, but also the soul and life will be sucked into another dimension. Carl Olivia believes that Bai Ye must not be able to resist the power of life returning to the ruins. Facts have also proved this point. Bai Ye was kicked in the stomach by Carl Olivia's foot. The whole body flew upside down. Several windows were smashed, and Bai Ye's body slammed into the wall. The solid wall collapsed directly, and Bai Ye also fell outside the house. Carl Olivia took a deep breath, and his face became a little pale. Just this one can make him consume a lot. However, he didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to walk in the direction of Bai Ye. I'm going to eat you and tear you apart. Carl Olivia said that he was going to eat the enemy in front of him. Then, he saw a figure standing up. An unmatched terrifying aura burst out from Bai Ye's body. The collapsed house was restored again. Not good. Carl Olivia was shocked. This feeling made him somewhat familiar. Could it be? The next moment, countless golden needles appeared in his sight. Advertisement. The golden needles were extremely dense and shot towards him. Carl Olivia roared, and the chakra on his body exploded, forming a protective shield covering his whole body. At the same time, he waved his claws and grabbed the golden needles that filled the sky. Peefed. Countless golden needles pierced his chakra shield and bounced off. Carl Olivia sneered. He used to fight, basically close combat. This time, I intend to do the same. After all, close combat is in line with his habits and can give him more advantages. As for the style, he has long since left it behind. But the next moment, a chill came over. Carl Olivia's heart tightened, and the chakra on his body fluctuated violently. He jerked sideways to avoid the attack. Boom! The original position of Carl Olivia exploded directly, forming a pit. Huh? Carl Olivia froze for a moment, because his attack was actually avoided. But at this time, a black shadow has rushed over. This is the core of his tailed beast bomb. All the smoke was absorbed by Bai Ye's right hand. Bai Ye jumped up, avoiding the range of the ball lightning. A series of dull explosions sounded. Carl Olivia's eyes widened suddenly, and a circle of pale purple light appeared around him. A huge ball of lightning exuding destructive power fell from the sky and fell towards Bai Ye. Although the tailed beast bomb is unleashed by the tailed beast, Carl Olivia still controls the core. Carl Olivia's Vientiane clones were blown up one by one. Then, a dazzling brilliance suddenly burst out, illuminating the surrounding area. There was even one that was directly crushed by Bai Ye when it was close to Carl Olivia, turning into a puff of smoke. Carl Olivia frowned. This is his Vientiane avatar. Can't go on like this. In the next second, a black cloud appeared under his feet, lifted him up into the sky, broke through the defensive barrier above the city, and flew towards the sky. Boom. A small-tailed beast bomb instantly condensed out, floating in midair. Such a 3.9 protracted battle is definitely not what he likes, not to mention that the opponent seems to have some special skills. Carl Olivia opened his mouth and spit out a spar fragment. 270. Improved at this time, Carl Olivia finally caught up. The two entangled and fought again. Ah! The sound of screams continued to come from a distance. Carl Olivia heard, but showed no mercy. This was the trap he set. He wants to use this opportunity to kill his prey. I will never lose to anyone. Carl Olivia roared. His eyes were crazy and distorted. I am Carl Olivia, the strongest tailed beast. I am the strongest in the world. Nothing can stop me. Blast out with a punch. The chakra on Carl Olivia suddenly skyrocketed. If you observe carefully, you can find that his pupils are blood-colored. A terrifying force strong enough to destroy steel. The wolf fell. Click. The floor where Carl Olivia was located suddenly cracked, revealing the extremely dark O6 abyss below. But he didn't let up. Instead, he continued to exert force, preparing to crush Bai Ye completely, and then tear him to pieces. This time, he has more experience. This is what he is best at. He will slowly play with his enemies to death. Ah! Bai Ye's body suddenly burst into raging flames. A fiery red pillar of fire spewed out from Bai Ye's body, sweeping towards all directions. The temperature of this flame is so high that even the void is burning. Boom! Carl Olivia's chakra mask, easily defeated. He himself was directly blasted into the ground. Bai Ye is floating in midair. Under this distance, Carl Olivia's body was still firmly restrained, unable to move. Bai Ye swung his sword. Advertisement blood flowed. Carl Olivia let out a scream of pain, but this pain soon disappeared. A gray flame appeared out of thin air, attached to Carl Olivia's wound, and quickly spread throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, Carl Olivia becomes a human being. Only a pair of scarlet eyes remained. That's Bai Ye's Rinnegan. The Bai Ye at this moment is completely different from before. He is like a real devil, full of evil and tyrannical aura. Rinnegan! Carl Olivia exclaimed. He never thought that the other party's pupil skills had reached the level of Rinnegan. Rinnegan is not as rare as Juguyu Sharingan, and it also needs to cooperate with the blood follower limit used by Rinnegan. Rinnegan, that is the top illusion and pupil art in Ninja Village. Powerful, even some common people can cast Rinnegan's illusion, causing all kinds of misjudgments to the target. Carl Olivia witnessed his people being unknowingly manipulated and killed by the Rinnegan. That scene, he will never forget. Where's your strength? Bai Ye asked. You are the best-tailed beast. No, I'm just studying a new illusion. Carl Olivia said, now I'm calling it, Dreamland. You can call it, Nightmare. Oh. Bai Ye nodded. I understand. After the words fell, he raised the short sword in his hand. The sharp blade drew an arc, pointing directly at Carl Olivia. Just when the blade was about to touch Carl Olivia, Bai Ye stopped suddenly. Carl Olivia looked at Bai Ye suspiciously. What did you just say? Nightmare? Bai Ye asked. That's right, Nightmare, Carl Olivia affirmed. Are you driving? Advertisement. There was a sudden realization expression on Bai Ye's face. I mean, why is your move so familiar? It turned out to be a nightmare. You Konoha village, you really gave Rinnegan to someone else. What Rinnegan? Carl Olivia was slightly taken aback. It seems that you really don't know about Rinnegan. Bai Ye said with a smile. Then, let me tell you. Rinnegan is an illusion pupil technique composed of Rinnegan, which can give others the ability to reincarnate and rebirth. It is an extremely mysterious and strange blood succession boundary. This is a very powerful illusion, which can create illusions and make the enemy fall into endless nightmares. If the enemy's spiritual will is not strong enough, or if they simply don't believe in everything they encounter, even if you chop your body into several pieces, or even chop it into meat paste, you won't die. But don't forget that the human mind ages and decays with time. Your soul is separated from your body. Even without your body, you won't be able to live for long. But as long as Rinnegan exists, then you can gain the power of resurrection. Regardless of whether you are dead or alive, Wheel Xiangyan will give you the qualification to be resurrected. Because Rinnegan can give you the ability to resurrect, so we call it reincarnation. You can't think of it. After a while, he said coldly, not only Rinnegan, including you, but also in my pocket. And I will absorb this power and upgrade my Rinnegan, so that I can control Rinnegan and become the god of revolving heaven in Legendary. We all know that you superheroes, unless you die, you will not really die, and you will not die, even if your body is dead. As long as Rinnegan is there, you can be resurrected again. Ha 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 ha. Understood. Our ninjutsu 970, from the beginning to the end, never planned to talk about feelings with you, because feelings are a must for the weak. But if Rinnegan is taken away, even if you are a person with great power beyond the tailed beast, you will die. Seeing Bai Ye's silent appearance, Carl Olivia opened his arms and raised his head to the sky and screamed. It seems that you hate Rinnegan very much, Bai Ye said. Stop struggling, my Rinnegan, which can devour all things. Even the simplest, death, can be done. I have improved this ability. Under reincarnation, everything about them returns to zero and becomes the most basic energy. Death will not be a simple killing, but a special ceremony. Since you are a weak person, then I will bully you, ravage you, and make you feel the taste of death. Carl Olivia was silent for a while, seemingly thinking. Bai Ye was speechless. The dead merge into the Rinnegan in their purest power. As long as it belongs to Rinnegan's ability, it can play a more terrifying role in my hands. Carl Olivia's face showed an expression of anger and hatred. 271. You should feel honored, you will be the best sacrifice for me to become the real god of revolving heaven. Ha ha ha, god of revolving heaven, you should feel honored. Carl Olivia roared frantically. His figure slowly dissipated, and the surrounding scene was also changing, as if he was in another space. This is his nightmare realm. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Bai Ye's figure also began to dissipate. Not only the body, but even the soul disappeared together, turned into countless tiny particles, and gathered towards Carl Olivia. Rinnegan. A ray of light appeared around Carl Olivia. The light condensed and formed into 6 eyes shining with silver brilliance. It is the 6 visions, and the Rinnegan, each one represents an ability. And they can complement each other. The 6 illusions of Carl Olivia correspond to the 6 attributes. Wind, fire, earth and water, thunder and lightning, and light and darkness. Light and darkness are the most basic elements, which represent Rinnegan's ability and are not aggressive. But Rinnegan can easily adjust the light and dark, making Rinnegan mysterious and powerful. The remaining 5 attributes represent different abilities. The wind can make a common person gain extremely powerful explosive power in an instant, and can fly over eaves and walls, with infinite strength and so on. Water can instantly transform a person into a monster-like existence. Fire can burn everything. Soil can crack the ground and turn the sand into magma. Thunder can make thunderbursts, and the sky will be punished by heaven. Light and darkness can create illusions and make the enemy lost. Once these 6 Rinnegans are fused together, they can become a unique eye of reincarnation. This is Carl Olivia's ambition. Unfortunately, just a phantom, like trapping me? Carl Olivia taunted, stretched out his right hand and pressed it on top of an illusion. Boom, advertisement amidst the violent sound, the illusion was shattered, and countless sand and dust filled the air, blocking the line of sight. Carl Olivia snorted coldly. Suddenly, in the center of the sand and dust, a ball of fiery light lit up. Immediately afterwards, a red light shot out. Carl Olivia stretched out his hand and blocked it. The scorching light fell on his hands, making a crackling sound. Carl Olivia's left hand was immediately covered with a layer of scales, protecting it from the scorching heat. At this time, Carl Olivia suddenly lowered his head, only to see that Bai Ye had come behind him, reaching out to grab his waist and abdomen. Carl Olivia hurriedly dodged sideways. Bai Ye's claws penetrated his shoulder, tearing off a piece of fabric. This is your reincarnation ability. Bai Ye looked at the strip of cloth that he grabbed, took out a handkerchief and wiped his blood-stained fingers, and shook his head. It really is a defective product. Carl Olivia's complexion suddenly changed. He didn't speak, but with a thought, the remaining 5 Rinnegans were activated at the same time. Countless bright and dazzling light beams shot out from their respective hands, shooting towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye's figure also quickly became unreal, completely disappearing in a ray of light. Although this move is powerful, it can block the enemy's movement space, and it can also directly hit the target. However, it is not easy to capture the enemy perfectly. And once attacked, the enemy's body will instantly collapse and disintegrate. The reincarnation ability that Carl Olivia used just now is not omnipotent. Its disadvantage is that it cannot target a single person. Once the enemy escapes or simply does not move, his reincarnation can do nothing. However, this ability, in the hands of Carl Olivia, is definitely considered a top-notch auxiliary ability. Now, all he used was to force Bai Ye to fight back. Moreover, Carl Olivia determined that day and night would definitely be hit hard by this move. After all, he had seen the power of this trick before. Just being hit once is enough to kill someone. However, what was waiting for Carl Olivia was a weapon that was as black as ink and exuded a strong destructive aura, stabbing towards him. There was a poof. Carl Olivia's chest was pierced, bringing out a large pool of blood. He looked at the pitch-black spear on his chest in disbelief, opened his mouth slightly, but couldn't say anything. This sword is called the Gun of Death. You can call it the Blade of Death. Advertisement Bai Ye's figure appeared again, and his tone was flat. There are countless enemies who died under this sword. Your death, Ba will give the world a new order. As the voice fell, thick black flames emerged from the Blade of Death's edge. Carl Olivia used his wind-style ninjutsu, but he couldn't blow away these black flames at all. His whole body was quickly wrapped in black flames, turning into a gigantic fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, the flames raged, and the smoke billowed. However, Carl Olivia remained standing. There is no injury on the body. Backquote, oh. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows in surprise. You are actually immune to my death flames and phantoms? It really impressed me. Is the so-called death blade a weapon with powerful destructive power? Carl Olivia asked. Of course not. As I said, The death blade does not only possess destructive power. Bai Ye said. What's that? Carl Olivia pressed. He already knew now that his phantom did not kill Bai Ye, but made Bai Ye fall into the illusion. Then the next battle, I am afraid it will be very difficult. However, he was not afraid, but showed an excited expression. Because only when there is a real battle, can he be sure, Mo Nuahao, whether Yu Yi possesses strength beyond him. I said before, I am an endless enemy, but you must die. Bai Ye held the blade of death and rushed towards Carl Olivia. Ha, well done. Carl Olivia greeted him with a big smile. The two wrestled together, and the fight was inseparable. Carl Olivia's body is extremely large, even without using chakra form. But he swings his fists, and he also has amazing strength. In particular, his physical defense is extremely amazing, and he resisted Bai Ye's death blade without any damage. It seems that my experiment is still too sloppy. Bai Ye sighed with emotion, bent slightly, and kicked Carl Olivia's knee. Click! Carl Olivia fell to his knees and his kneecap was shattered. His face was twisted, as if he was suffering some kind of pain. 272. Death Flame. Your leg is broken. Bai Ye stopped and said with interest. Carl Olivia's body twitched, and he didn't say a word, but there was a hideous expression on his face. The next second, he suddenly raised his right arm. A ring was worn on his finger. Ring, Bai Ye frowned. Die. The next moment, Carl Olivia roared. A gigantic skeleton phantom appeared behind him. After the phantom appeared, it came straight to Bai Ye. This kind of thing. Bai Ye muttered to himself. In the next second, a blade flashed. The phantom of the skeleton was cut open halfway, turning into countless scattered black and gray particles, and finally became invisible. The figure of Carl Olivia appeared, holding his empty right arm. How could you possibly do this? Carl Olivia couldn't believe it and even suspected that Bai Ye's slash just now was simply an illusion. Unfortunately, that Daoyuan has disappeared. The flame of death can burn everything, even the Soul Society can't stop it, only the flame of death itself. Bai Ye said, as long as you don't control the death flame, you can't get rid of it. Carl Olivia looked gloomy. His illusion, indeed, did not control the death flame. So you lost. Bai Ye continued. Good, Carl Olivia said, I lost, but I didn't lose to you, but to the phantom. My phantom was destroyed by you, and you only rely on phantom. Carl Olivia's pupils turned dark red, and a terrifying aura of death and evil surged out of him. He slowly raised his palm and aimed at Bai Ye. In that case, I will end you with my own hands.
After all, a black light shot towards Bai Ye. Death trial. Carl Olivia said coldly. It was a chain made of countless black silk threads, hanging down from the sky, directly hitting Bai Ye. Bai Ye raised the blade of death. The black flame of death blade burned, condensed, and turned into a raging fire. The black chain fell and collided with the raging black fire. Advertisement. The black fire was instantly extinguished. Immediately afterwards, black chains fell one after another. Black flame was constantly devoured by the flames of death. However, black flame's recovery is extremely high, and it will be able to make up for it soon. My chains are made of death flames, BBCG. Unless you burn them out with death flames, you will never be able to resist my death judgment. Carl Olivia said. The space around him fluctuated and seemed to have changed again. A strange force came. Carl Olivia's body swelled. Almost in the blink of an eye, he became as tall as a hill, with muscles all over his body, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. I'm going to eat you. Carl Olivia roared and rushed over. This posture of him is even more oppressive. Take a paw. The violent chakra vibrated, rolling up the surrounding gravel, obscuring the field of vision. Your chakra is of such poor quality that there is no way to hurt me. Bai Ye easily dodged Carl Olivia's attack. Although Carl Olivia's strength is strong, his speed and flexibility are significantly different, and he can't threaten Bai Ye at all. He can completely avoid Carl Olivia's attack by virtue of his speed advantage. It's just that I disdain this kind of behavior day and night. A powerful chakra also erupted from his body, forming an effect similar to a flame shield. Carl Olivia's attack, opening Bai Ye's shield. This power. Carl Olivia gritted her teeth, leapt up and rushed towards Bai Ye. His arms turned into two short swords, stabbing fiercely at Bai Ye. Vulnerable. Bai Ye shook his head, leaned forward, and reached out to grab the short sword stabbed by Carl Olivia. This kind of thing, even if it tricks us, is it worthy of being called a ninja? Bai Ye whispered to himself, but, I like it. Varied. Before Carl Olivia finished speaking, the whole person flew out and hit the ground heavily. His chest was sunken a lot, and blood flowed out. Carl Olivia struggled to his feet. So, I hate you. I will never allow you to grow up again. Oh, Bai Ye tilted his head. Then you should rescue your son first, and then fight with me. My son, I don't need any assistance, said Carl Olivia. So, you want to single-handedly deal with me? Bai Ye said with a smile. Ah, advertisement. Carl Olivia let out a hoarse, sharp smile. You are the most dangerous but also the most valuable prey I have encountered in my life. While speaking, his left hand reached to the waist. Snapped. Take a random shot. A pitch black iron plate fell to the ground, revealing the mechanical core inside. It turned out that Carl Olivia actually made a piece of armor out of a piece of mithril he was carrying. Not only has a strong defensive ability, it also has great power. Once wearing this suit of armor, Carl Olivia's strength will be greatly improved. No matter what, I will kill you today, Carl Olivia said coldly. Your tone is really loud. Bai Ye shook his head. Snort. Carl Olivia stopped talking nonsense and directly pulled the trigger. A cannonball blasted towards Bai Ye. This is a special bomb strong enough to pierce through steel. As this guy, crazy. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth raised, holding swords in both hands. Black sparks burst from the jet-black death blade. The death blade on the Shinigami scepter also began to tremble violently, as if it might break free at any moment and fly into Bai Ye's body. Death flame merges with death blade. Death. The crematorium. Bai Ye let out angrily. The death fireball whizzed out, wrapped the black bomb, and burned it completely with scorching flames. A cloud of pitch-black smoke drifted out. Don't you like fire? Bai Ye grinned. The pitch-black death flames immediately turned into large pitch-black nets, covering the pitch-black smoke. There was a shrill scream. The smoke dissipated quickly. The appearance of Carl Olivia is revealed. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of pain and horror. I'm going to tear you apart. Carl Olivia roared angrily, and slashed at Bai Ye with the short sword in his hand. Bai Ye moved slightly sideways, stepped forward, stepped on Carl Olivia's abdomen, and kicked him away. Plop. Carl Olivia fell to the ground. 273. This is talent, are you envious? Bai Ye looked at him and said, I know you have other hidden methods, show them to me. He believes that Carl Olivia must still have a whole card. No. Carl Olivia spat out a mouthful of blood, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Kill you. He was insane. Kill me. You are not qualified. Someone who has no chance of winning has the guts to say the word, kill me. This is not courage, but stupidity. Bai Ye said sarcastically, you are just a dog just ants. Quote. Carl Olivia trembled slightly, his eyes gradually dimmed. Suddenly, he raised his finger and pressed it between his eyebrows. Not good, he wants to use the sealing technique. Bai Ye's face changed, he still remembered the metal ball that Carl Olivia used just now. That was a deadly sealing technique, but unfortunately it was stopped by Bai Ye. Now Carl Olivia has actually chosen this trick. No wonder he dared to provoke himself, it turned out that he had already prepared the way out. Carl Olivia suddenly rose up. 6 black wings grow from the back. Each pair of wings shines with faint blue light, full of evil aura. His body began to distort and become illusory, as if he were a demon. That's decent. Bai Ye nodded slightly. However, relying on this method to gain great power is not the right way after all, I think. Boom. Carl Olivia disappeared and appeared in midair, clenched his fist with his right hand and threw it at Bai Ye. An extremely dense power of darkness surged from his body. Yes, that's right, you old B****************** D. Bai Ye laughed loudly, and swiped the death blade in his hand upwards, drawing an arc of a month and a half, and slashed towards Carl Olivia. The death blade made a crisp sound on Carl Olivia. But it didn't cut Carl Olivia down the middle. The death blade couldn't even cut through Carl Olivia's black armor. Carl Olivia had a cruel grin on his face, and in his other hand, there was a strange dagger. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger instantly pierced Bai Ye's neck. Quick. Carl Olivia's action is close to ultimate. This is the powerful strength after absorbing the power of the undead. Advertisement. Clang clang. There were 2 more metal whining sounds. The sinister smile on Carl Olivia's face became even brighter. Because he felt that the blade of death had indeed cut through his armor. However, it didn't pierce his neck. Ha ha ha. Carl Olivia laughed wildly. Little brat, my armor is made of pure gold. It is so hard that even a holy weapon can't even be cut through. No matter how sharp your death blade is. Oh, is it so? Then, let me tell you how sharp your death blade is. A black light flashed in Carl Olivia's hand, and his arm suddenly extended, grabbing at Bai Ye. At the same time, the other hand continued to attack. Ding. There was another crisp crash. The death blade blocked Carl Olivia's other hand attack. How can it be? Carl Olivia's eyes widened. The blade of death actually resisted his palm. Although this is not the power of death blade itself, but the power of that ring. But such a degree of weakening is too exaggerated. Carl Olivia couldn't believe it. How could Bai Ye's power surpass him? Isn't he already cursed? Your death blade is very sharp, but it's only sharp, and it's a broken product, and the power it can carry is limited. Bai Ye said, and your method of burning life for power is not your own power at all, but forcibly activated by secret methods. The control of power is far from ultimate. Carl Olivia gritted her teeth, stomped on the ground with both legs, and rushed towards Bai Ye. That's right, but I can tell you that even if my death blade can't hurt you, you can't do anything to me. Bai Ye raised the blade of death and slashed it down. This time, Carl Olivia didn't hide. Let Bai Ye chop on his own head. The power of darkness circulated, and Carl Olivia's head was not damaged at all. Ask for flowers. On the contrary, the blade of death in Bai Ye's hand shattered inch by inch. Advertisement. Carl Olivia rushed in front of Bai Ye, clenched his fist with his right hand, and smashed it hard. Bai Ye raised his hand, and the blade of death condensed in his hand again, meeting Carl Olivia's fist. Boom. A huge muffled sound came, and Bai Ye's body swayed back. There were footprints tens of meters deep under his feet. Hey, I said it, we're so far apart. Carl Olivia grinned grinningly, took a step forward, and struck again. Yeah, with a playful smile on Bai Ye's face, he stretched out his arms, bowed left and right, and punched dozens of punches in a row. For a while, the fist wind whistled. Carl Olivia froze, he felt as if he had entered the Uzumaki of the hurricane, surrounded by howling winds. This is the audiovisual effect produced by the speed of ultimate. If the common people stand by, they will definitely fall into dizziness. But Carl Olivia recovered after just a moment. In the battle just now, the opponent only relied on his own strength to suppress him. If he hadn't used the skill body of black mist, he might have already lost. A black chain passed through his back, wrapping him tightly. Oh, this is called talent. Are you envious? Are you jealous? Carl Olivia roared and kicked out. Damn it. As Bai Ye pulled back the chain, Carl Olivia fell to the ground. How can you be so strong? Carl Olivia also fell to the ground. The figure of Bai Ye appeared in front of Carl Olivia, and asked with a smile. Bai Ye was shocked by this powerful force and flew upside down, hitting the wall. Boom. Bai Ye's body dissipated, but Carl Olivia sensed danger and rolled over. He gasped. Floor tiles shattered and dust scattered. Although occupying an absolute advantage, Carl Olivia did not mean to relax at all. He snorted coldly, stamped his right foot on the ground, and leapt up, turned into a meteor, fell from the sky, and smashed hard at Bai Ye. Carl Olivia asked in a deep voice. Advertisement 274. Familiar feeling. This feeling is really familiar. I've tried this feeling before, but unfortunately I still couldn't escape the bad luck and was eaten by the black dragon. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. Ah. Carl Olivia struggled wildly. The chains bound his limbs and head tightly, making it difficult for him to move. What the hell is this? Bai Ye looked at Carl Olivia and asked in surprise. Carl Olivia's face turned red, and he let out a hoarse and ugly growl. You will die here, ha 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 ha, you damned ant. While Carl Olivia was struggling, a black stone appeared in his hand. The stone is carved with cumbersome runes. Bai Ye was taken aback. This is a cursed stone. Yeah, that's what I use to control the 6 of these vampires. So, you still have a cursed stone. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. In this case, your strength should be able to increase to 7 stars. How about we fight again? HMPH, if you keep fighting, even if you kill me, I won't die. My strength is more than that, and I still have a lot of whole cards that I haven't used. Carl Olivia shouted angrily. Whole cards. You still have a whole card. Bai Ye sneered. What other whole cards do you have? Didn't you say that this is your territory? I've never heard that there is such a dungeon in your territory. Don't worry about this, my domain is top secret, and no one knows it except myself. Bai Ye nodded. I understand. Since you have the whole cards, you don't need to fight me again. What do you want? Of course I let you go. After all, you are my enemy. If I keep you, it will always bring me a lot of trouble. Are you right? Damn, I won't let you go, just wait for me. Carl Olivia finished speaking through gritted teeth, then stomped her feet. His body suddenly swelled, becoming several times bigger, like a monster the size of a football field, walking out of the basement step by step. Want to run? There is no door. Bai Ye snorted coldly. Boy, you will die today, I will not give you a chance to escape. Yeah, advertisement. Bai Ye grinned and stepped on the ground with his right foot, cracking the ground instantly. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying air wave spread out instantly. Rumble. A huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and gravel splashed everywhere. Carl Olivia freaked out. This is. Bai Ye laughed and said. My ability is called Great Earthquake. My ability can make the ground collapse, and your cursed stone can't resist it no matter how powerful it is. Carl Olivia's pupils shrank. He had heard of this ability, and it was a very strange ability. However, if you want to continue, then I don't mind, I have nothing to do anyway. You. Carl Olivia gritted his teeth, the muscles on his body protruding, he roared, his whole body was filled with a violent force, like the power of a wild beast. Die. With a punch, the air was pierced by his fist, producing a violent sonic boom. Bai Ye didn't dare to be negligent, he grabbed the chain with both hands, and his body moved quickly, dodging the blow. Bang. Carl Olivia's fist hit the wall, and the wall instantly burst into powder. How can it be so strong? Bai Ye was extremely shocked. Carl Olivia's strength was not inferior to him, but the power of the punch just now was much stronger than him. You are the most powerful ninja I have ever seen, and the strongest opponent I have ever seen. Carl Olivia said coldly. So what? You haven't beaten me yet, have you? Bai Ye raised his chin slightly, looking proud. Carl Olivia's eyes were cold. Since this is the case, let me show you what real power is. Bai Ye frowned. Is there any whole cards? Carl Olivia shook his fist again without saying a word. Bang 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 bang. Every inch of his body glowed with dazzling light, just like the sun. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Every time the fist is bombarded, a fist mark will be formed in the void, like a shell, impacting in all directions. Your punching technique is quite beautiful, but do you think you can do anything to me with just such an attack? Advertisement. Bai Ye said with a sneer. Haha, you are indeed powerful, but in terms of strength, I am absolutely crushed. I will use my strength to tell you how much you are. Act recklessly. Since you are looking for death, then I will satisfy you. Carl Olivia waved his fists again, and fist winds condensed in the air, hitting Bai Ye like raindrops. While dodging, Bai Ye mocked, it's just a show. HMPH, what happened to the flower shelf? Carl Olivia roared, the clothes on his body were blown away by the fist wind, revealing his bare chest and firm abdomen. His arms are covered with veins, like steel, like magma, full of terrifying scorching power. As expected of a curse master with a curse stone, he is indeed powerful, but I am not bad. Bai Ye's body suddenly turned into gold, holding a huge sword like a warrior in golden armor. Under the sun, Bai Ye's giant sword shone with dazzling golden light, as if it was the divine soldier of judgment of heaven and earth. Carl Olivia's eyes widened, and disbelief was written on his face. Impossible. His curse stone is formed by condensing the power of curse, and he himself has certain strength. Even if it is a relatively low-level curse stone, it won't hurt him, but this young man, Yu Yi, managed to do it. This is impossible. You, who are you? Carl Olivia said in horror. He didn't think Bai Ye could do this, it was too unscientific. You are not 0.2 worthy to know. Because you're going down with those stupid worms soon. Bai Ye sneered. You. Carl Olivia's eyes were full of resentment. Since this is the case, then I can only let you try it, the feeling of being surrounded by thousands of bugs. This time, you will stay here forever, I want you to die, a death without any suspense. His voice is like a devil, with extremely strong resentment and coldness. Bai Ye gave him a cold look, then turned around like a flash of lightning. Die. Lightning style, wind style flying thunder god. Shish. 5 silver thunderballs emerged from under his feet, gathering behind day and night to form a tornado hurricane with a length of more than 10 meters. 275. Heaven and Earth Thunder Punishment. Seeing this scene, Carl Olivia's pupils shrank suddenly. This is impossible. You shouldn't be weaker than me, who are you? Who am I? You don't deserve to know. Bai Ye snorted coldly. He jumped into the air, and slashed down with his sword. Heaven and Earth Thunder Punishment. Swish. Above the sky, a purple bolt of lightning fell down. Carl Olivia's body trembled suddenly, the skin all over his body was instantly scorched, and wisps of blue smoke rose. Bai Ye looked at Carl Olivia's painful and wailing expression, and felt secretly refreshed. HMPH, let me show you my mind-free punishment. Go to hell. Behind him, the thunderball spun crazily, emitting bursts of ear-piercing thunderous sounds, as if the sky was falling apart, and the end of the world was approaching. The space in front of Carl Olivia continued to collapse. Click, click, click. There was a crack in the armor on Carl Olivia's body, and then 11 was overturned and fell heavily to the ground. Bai Ye looked down at him indifferently. This is your final whole card, it's really vulnerable. Carl Olivia struggled to stand up, but there was pain all over his body, and he couldn't stand up at all. No, this is impossible. I am a curse master with a curse stone. With this level of injury, I don't need treatment to heal at all. How is it possible? How can it be? Carl Olivia growled. He didn't believe he would lose. He is Carl Olivia, a strong man who can rule the world in the future. How could he lose to a yellow-haired kid? Unwillingness, resentment, anger and other emotions were crazily intertwined in his mind. Die. Die to me. Boom. Fiery flames erupted from Carl Olivia's body, and his body continued to burn, turning into a raging flame titan, with both fists carrying the power of destruction, smashing hard at Bai Ye. Lightning style, wind style spiral slash. Holding a huge sword in his hand, Bai Ye rose into the air and faced the flame titan. Two terrifying air waves collided together, and the fire and thunder tore each other, bursting out brilliant light. Boom. Advertisement. Bai Ye collided with the flame titan, his body flew upside down, and smashed hard against the wall. Pooh. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. I don't believe it. Such an attack can't kill you. Wind style, water style, ice art. Bai Ye made a tactic with both hands, and cast wind style water style. Wow. A piece of ice and snow fell down, covering the entire island in an instant. The plants on the island were frozen into ice sculptures, and pieces of ice fell down. Carl Olivia's body was also frozen into an ice sculpture, but he did not die, but stared at Bai Ye with a pair of eyes. Impossible, you can't block these two moves. Bai Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Is this what you call your whole card? Is this all your strength? That's all. You. Carl Olivia's face was twisted into a hideous one. His eyes were red, as if he had been irritated and lost his mind. He opened his mouth suddenly and spewed out a mouthful of blood. The blood essence turned into streaks of blood, connecting them into one body, forming a blood-colored spear, rushing towards Bai Ye. This is the cursed stone. This is the power of the curse. Seeing this, Bai Ye frowned. He was not afraid of the power of the curse. But the power of this curse is very powerful. Once it is contaminated, it must be expelled, otherwise nothing will be scattered. But now, he couldn't stop Carl Olivia at all. I don't believe that your cursed stone can still resist the power of the curse. Carl Olivia frantically activated the power of the curse, and in an instant, those bloody spears turned into black ink, just like black ink, which made people feel creepy. Go to hell. Bai Ye's body suddenly disappeared, followed by a breaking sound. What happened? Bai Ye was taken aback for a moment, because he felt his body being pulled abruptly from the original place to another place by a huge pulling force. This curse stone has such terrifying power. This kind of power simply surpasses all limitations. Advertisement. Bai Ye was shocked. He had just been drawn to another location by this terrifying force. He fixed his eyes on it. I saw a flaming titan roaring to the sky, the flames on his body burned more vigorously, and the whole house turned red. His eyes were full of scarlet, like the mowers of wild beasts. His chest heaved violently, and every breath brought out layers of sparks. What kind of monster is this? Bai Ye's face sank. He never thought that the power contained in Carl Olivia's body was so powerful. As expected of the cursed stone in Legendary. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. Once it is used, it will consume all the energy in its body and completely disappear in this world. Bai Ye watched the body of the flaming titan slowly wither. He couldn't help but think of his cursed stone. Although he can use it, he has to rest for a while before he can use it again. The energy consumption is too great. Unlike Carl Olivia, who can use it a second time with just one move. No, I have to stop 803. Bai Ye thought of this cursed stone, which erupted from Carl Olivia's body, and he must not let this curse be controlled by Carl Olivia. Wind style, earth style, wind barrier. Bai Ye's wrist danced quickly, performing earth style ninjutsu. Boom. A huge earthen wall rose from the ground, completely covering Carl Olivia's body. Ha 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 ha, do you think you can stop me with your three-legged cat skills? My body is condensed from the cursed stone, even if it is lightning, it can't hurt my branch. Carl Olivia let out a wild laugh. But the next moment, his face suddenly became ugly, and in the center of the earth wall, a black petal emerged. Damn it, where's my cursed stone? How can this be? Carl Olivia's face turned ugly looking at Ultimate. He can clearly feel that the cursed stone is constantly weakening, and he can feel that the cursed stone is already dissipating. Ah, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Get out of here. I'm going to kill you all. Carl Olivia roared crazily. While roaring, he activated the power of the curse, trying to blow up Bai Ye to death. Point 276, the power of the cursed stone. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion shook the entire island, and the surrounding rocks and trees were destroyed one after another. Puff. Cough cough. Bai Ye was blown out, spitting out blood, and a pale face appeared on his cheeks, obviously he was severely injured. No, I can't let this thing escape. Bai Ye gritted his teeth, struggling desperately, trying to get up from the ground. I will never give up. Curse stone. There was determination in Bai Ye's eyes, and he stood up abruptly. A layer of black mist emerged from his body, and there were strange runes in the black mist. The runes were combined to form a transparent protective film. Crack. Bai Ye's right arm suddenly grabbed the protective film, pulled it hard, and immediately, that layer of protective film collapsed. Bai Ye's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. This guy, what kind of monster is it? How can his body bear the terrifying explosive power of the cursed stone? Carl Olivia stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of her, completely terrified. With that blow just now, he almost exhausted all his chakra. Even though he had an immortal body, he was injured by that terrifying explosive force. But this guy actually only suffered a little skin trauma. Is this guy the chosen one among human beings? Impossible. In this world, besides me, who else can do this? He's not human. He's a monster. Carl Olivia roared crazily. He knows Bai Ye's real identity. Ha ha ha, I know you now. Your name is Bai Ye. You came to this world to kill me and take away the power of the right of the curse. Good 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 good. I will tear you to pieces with my own hands. Carl Olivia roared, and the cursed stone on his body emitted a dazzling light. With a flash of his figure, he shot directly at Bai Ye. Bai Ye secretly groaned in his heart. He didn't expect that Carl Olivia would be able to guess his identity. But it's no wonder. After all, the cursed stone was created by Carl Olivia himself, and any secrets in his body can be easily understood by Carl Olivia. Now that you know my identity, don't even think about leaving here alive. Bai Ye snorted coldly. Advertisement. Do you think that with the strength of a junior Jonin like you, you can do nothing to defeat me? That's ridiculous. Carl Olivia had a sneer on his face. I won't give you a chance. Cursed stone. Carl Olivia let out a low growl, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat. He found that he couldn't compete with Carl Olivia's aura at all. No, no, I will never admit defeat. Even if you are Jonin, I will fight with all my might. Cursed stone. Bai Ye squeezed the formula with both hands, and said something coldly in his mouth. Next moment, behind him, another huge stone appeared, which was exactly the same as the previous one. Boom. The stones flew down and hit the ground, causing terrifying shock waves to erupt immediately. Those shock waves overflowed and spread, instantly evaporating the surrounding sea water, revealing the blue ocean. Damn it, it turned out to be another treasure. Carl Olivia's pupils narrowed sharply, and a look of deep fear appeared in his eyes. I want to see how capable you are. He jumped up, crossed his body in the air, and attacked Bai Ye. Boom. The two collided again. Bai Ye backed away again, spewing out traces of bright red blood from his mouth and nose. Damn it. How could I not be able to beat a half-divine grade ninja? The cursed stone again. Bai Ye shouted loudly, holding a ball of black mist in his hand, and used it fiercely towards Carl Olivia. The black mist turned into a black whirlwind, instantly covering Carl Olivia's body. Bai Ye shouted loudly, and a more terrifying coercion erupted from his body. He cursed and petrified into a black dragon, baring his teeth and claws, roaring angrily, and devoured Carl Olivia. Ah, no. It's impossible. Carl Olivia yelled frantically. Advertisement. His body twisted crazily, and the cursed stone on his body was also rapidly integrated into his body. Crack. The power of the Black Flood Dragon was too domineering, and Carl Olivia's body began to crack under the bite of the Black Flood Dragon. Ah, no. I'm Carl Olivia. I shouldn't have fallen here. Carl Olivia raised his head to the sky and screamed, his voice extremely shrill. His body suddenly swelled several times, his whole body was covered with scales, and a mark of gold also appeared on his forehead. That mark was like 10 gold crown days. His eyes opened suddenly, and 2 golden rays of light shot out. Single quote dot. Die. I will refine you into a puppet and enslave you forever and ever. Let you be my slave. Carl Olivia said angrily. The aura on his body increased sharply again, his body rushed out suddenly, his fists were like cannonballs, and slammed towards Bai Ye fiercely. Boom. Bai Ye's chest sunken indirectly. Ah. He let out a cry of pain, his whole body flew upside down, and fell heavily on the ground, his body twitched and his face was pale. His eyes were full of disbelief. He never expected that Carl Olivia would be so powerful. Ha ha, you're only a junior Jonin after all. You can't even block my punch, how can you beat me? Good jows. Carl Olivia laughed wildly, his eyes were full of ferocious color. No, it's impossible. Bai Ye roared. He is not reconciled. Unwilling to lose like this. Break it. Bai Ye let out a low growl, and in his palms, strange imprints appeared one after another. Under his urging, those imprints constantly changed their shapes, and finally formed an ancient symbol. Shatter the void. The rune erupted with dazzling brilliance, a dark passage emerged in the void, and then rapidly expanded, spreading towards Carl Olivia. How is it possible? This kind of talisman does not belong to the category of ninjutsu at all. Carl Olivia looked at the passage in horror, he had never seen this kind of symbol, never heard of it, let alone this kind of symbol set. But no matter where these talismans are sacred, he must destroy them. Point 277. 3 Great Jonin's special skills. Carl Olivia's hand condensed a dazzling knife gang, with a cold edge, it slashed towards the talisman. There was a loud noise. PFF'd. Bai Ye spit out a scarlet bloodline again, his face was full of shock. This guy's strength is so terrifying. Could this be the horror of a half-divine grade ninja? Although Carl Olivia is only a demigod, he can explode beyond the level of Jonin. If it weren't for Bai Ye's cursed eyes and cursed heart, he might have already killed him. Ha ha ha, you humble ant, you can't kill me, I'm going to refine you into a puppet. Always at my disposal. Carl Olivia laughed. Impossible, I will never surrender to you. Bai Ye scolded angrily. The battle between the two broke out again, and their figures kept flickering. The power of each punch of Bai Ye is not small, and the speed is extremely fast, Carl Olivia can only defend. But even so, he was still injured by Bai Ye. How is this possible? Carl Olivia's eyes widened. How can this be? A junior Jonin, how could he hurt him? And, still hurting him so lightly. Carl Olivia didn't believe it. No, I will not admit defeat. I will completely suppress you. Carl Olivia roared, and even more terrifying power erupted from his body. A roar resounded throughout, and his fists were like bullets that bombarded out crazily, a wave of vigor surging in all directions, setting off layer after layer of hurricanes. Ah! Bai Ye screamed and was wounded again. But his body erupted with bright light, a huge imprint condensed in front of him, and a vast and terrifying aura was transmitted from it. What? Carl Olivia's pupils suddenly constricted, and his face was full of fear. How could there be such a thing? Damn it, how did that happen? It's absolutely impossible. It's a power that only Jonin has, how did he get it? Damn it, advertisement. Carl Olivia roared wildly. He couldn't imagine that a person who had just set foot on the second star Jonin could release such terrifying power, it was simply unbelievable to him. However, things have reached the point where it is now, and it is impossible for him to change. Because, everything is late. There was a loud noise, and dazzling brilliance bloomed in front of him, like stars falling, emitting endless bright rays of light, as if they could illuminate the whole world. Boom. With a loud muffled sound, Bai Ye flew upside down and fell heavily to the ground, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth again. He got hurt. Bai Ye is injured. This scene made everyone stunned. How could be wounded so easily? This Carl Olivia is so powerful. How the hell did he do that? It's unbelievable. How could he do it? Many ninjas opened their mouths wide in surprise, looking like a ghost. Damn it! Carl Olivia roared angrily, and a terrifying thunder erupted from his body again. Another terrifying electric arc jumped in the void, turning into silver snakes, winding around Carl Olivia, forming a huge thunderball. Go to hell! Carl Olivia roared angrily, and the thunderball went straight to Bai Ye. Boom. The thunderball hit Bai Ye's body instantly. Crack, crack, crack. There was a crackling sound of electric arcs everywhere. But the thunderball didn't tear Bai Ye apart. Bai Ye still stood there peacefully, his face pale, but there was a mocking sneer on the corner of his mouth. You. Carl Olivia's face darkened, BCEA, down. You don't think you can kill me with an electric arc, do you? How naive. Bai Ye shook his head. Since you don't know how to repent, go die. Advertisement. Boom. Carl Olivia's eyes became much colder. Blast me. Another thunderbolt jumped in the void, rushing towards Bai Ye like a group of angry beasts. Bai Ye's body was trembling, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously the injury was serious, but his eyes were extraordinarily firm. Go to hell. Bai Ye roared angrily. The source power surged out of his body, and his body swelled up again, becoming more than 3 meters high, like a human titan, with purple flames lingering all over his body, like a demon god. Lightning style is the god of thunder. The 3 great Jonin stunts were all displayed, and the terrifying air waves rolled, forming terrifying hurricanes, whistling towards Bai Ye, enveloping Bai Ye without leaving a single gap. Snort. Do you think that just 3 moves can solve you? I admit that I was really careless just now. But this is just the beginning. Carl Olivia's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he waved his arms violently. In an instant, his body disappeared without a trace. Huh, this is. Bai Ye was taken aback. It's teleportation. Damn it, even the teleportation technique has been mastered, and it can still be used. Bai Ye's face was serious. Teleportation is a very powerful ninjutsu. It can reach hundreds of kilometers or even thousands of kilometers in an instant just by using it. Carl Olivia appeared behind Bai Ye. Die. Thor roars. As Carl Olivia's voice came out, he clasped his hands together violently, and tiny beams of lightning burst out from his fingers, as if turning into sharp swords, stabbing at Bai fiercely. The back of Ye's head. Bai Ye sensed the mortal danger and hurriedly turned around. Countless lightning swords attacked Bai Ye's body frantically, sending out dense roaring sounds. But the power of these lightning swords did not cause any harm to Bai Ye. How could it be like this? Carl Olivia had an incredible expression on his face, a look of disbelief. How is this possible? You shouldn't be a common human being. Why do you have such a terrifying body? This is simply impossible. Carl Olivia is incomprehensible. You must know that he is the best among thunder ninjas, and no human ninja of the same level can compete with him. Even if he is stronger than him, he will be easily killed by him, or even instantly killed. 278. Today is your memorial day. But now, Bai Ye abruptly blocked all his attacks and remained unscathed. The wrath of Thor. Go to hell. Carl Olivia yelled angrily, and with a violent push with both hands, countless thick lightning bolts rushed towards Bai Ye fiercely like lightning. Thunder and lightning exploded around Bai Ye, forming a terrifying mushroom cloud. As expected of Jonin, it's really extraordinary. Bai Ye licked his lips, his eyes glowed with excitement. For me, this kind of power is exactly what I need. My physical body is originally made of thunder elements, and your thunder attribute chakra is what I need. Combining the two, my strength will definitely be improved. Now, you can't stop me. Ha ha ha, my lightning chakra is much purer than yours, you have no way to resist it. I want to devour your soul, integrate your flesh and blood into my body, and refine your bones into my nourishment. Carl Olivia threw his head back and laughed wildly. As if he saw it, he crushed Bai Ye thoroughly, swallowed him into his stomach, and then slowly integrated his flesh and blood into his body to make his strength even stronger. Thinking of this, Carl Olivia trembled with excitement. Bai Ye, on the other hand, had a calm face. Yeah. Then let you have a good experience, what is despair? There was a hint of madness in Bai Ye's eyes, and the source power in his body surged like a flood, converging towards his fists, forming a long sword of thunder. Boom. Bai Ye held the thunder long sword in both hands, slashed on the thunder and lightning suddenly, and immediately sent Carl Olivia flying, with scorched black marks appearing on his body, and blood was spitting out of his mouth. Damn it, how on earth did you do it? You are obviously just a human being, yet you are able to display a combat power beyond the initial stage of the First Order. You are simply a monster. Carl Olivia was shocked. A monster. No, all of this is thanks to you. You forced me. In that case, let's die together. The wrath of Thor. Advertisement. Bai Ye yelled angrily, stomped his legs, and a dazzling thunder burst out from his body, as if the thunder and lightning were burning on his body. The air in front of Bai Ye was full of cracks, like spider webs torn apart by lightning. The thunder and lightning around Bai Ye slashed at his body frantically, making a loud rumbling sound. Carl Olivia's eyes were red. His eyeballs almost protruded, and he couldn't believe that he was defeated by a human. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a Jonin, with the strength of a 5-star Jonin. How can you, a human being, defeat me? Carl Olivia roared angrily, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. That's why you are too weak. Bai Ye said indifferently, bloodlust appeared in his eyes. No, I'm lightning style Olivia. I am the envoy of Thunder God's wrath, I am the immortal Thunder God's wrath, my body contains endless power of thunder and lightning. Your body is only worthy of nourishment for me. You must die. 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 Carl Olivia formed seals with both hands, and his body exuded terrible thunder attribute chakra fluctuations, and his body was covered with layers of lightning. His whole body is like thunder and lightning, and his whole body is surrounded by layers of thunder and lightning power. It seems that he has endured hockey to the extreme. Die to me. Break it. Carl Olivia roared, moved his body, and rushed towards Bai Ye like a shooting star. The speed is reaching the limit. Lightning-style lightning crash. Carl Olivia's body appeared in front of Bai Ye in an instant as if it had turned into a stream of light, and he punched Bai Ye hard on the chest. A muffled sound resounded, and day and night flew upside down. PFF'd. Bai Ye spat out a mouthful of blood. You cannot. You are too weak, you are not my opponent at all. Bai Ye wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, his body exuded a sharp cold glow, and the skin on his body had a purple-black luster, his whole person was like a god of war, bringing a great sense of oppression to people. This. Advertisement. No. Seeking flowers. 0. What's this? Your body contains the power of thunder and lightning. You are not a human, you are a devil. Who the hell are you? Carl Olivia stared at Bai Ye dumbfounded. He never imagined that in this world, there are still human beings who can absorb the thunder attribute chakra. And this guy has such a tyrannical body. I am human. Bai Ye stared at Carl Olivia indifferently, with endless killing intent in his eyes. I am the #1 pride in the world, and I am the future Thor. How can such trash like you understand? I tell you, today is your Memorial Day. I will dismantle your body into tens of millions of pieces and throw them in the sea to feed the sharks. 0. I'm going to tear you into pieces. I'll make you suffer and die. Bai Ye roared angrily, his whole body exuded a terrifying killing intent, just like a Shinigami from hell. Listening to Bai Ye's words, Carl Olivia's face turned pale instantly. He didn't expect that there are such evil people in this world, and they can also control the power of lightning. It's really terrifying. I admit that I underestimated your strength, but even so, you can't be my opponent, because your strength is limited after all. You only defeated me by relying on your weird moves. It's impossible for you to win now. Carl Olivia yelled ferociously. Then give it a try. Boom. Bai Ye rushed up again, swung his arms out suddenly, and the lightning around his body rushed towards Carl Olivia's body like a tide. Ah! Carl Olivia howled in pain. His whole body was hit by countless lightning bolts. The lightning power on his body quickly disappeared, and his injuries became more and more serious. Even Thor's wrath was defeated by lightning bolts, into nothingness. How can this be? The power of Thunder God's wrath has been defeated by this human being. He can't defeat me. Impossible. Carl Olivia couldn't believe it, he didn't believe at all that the human being in front of him actually had such strength and power. 279. My patience is limited. The lightning exploded, submerging Carl Olivia in it. Bai Ye stood where he was, his face was cold and expressionless. My patience is limited, I will give you one last chance. Hand over Thor's wrath, otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. Bai Ye snorted coldly. Ridiculous. My wrath of the Thunder God is something that trash like you can covet. Even if I die, it is impossible for you to take away the wrath of the God of Thunder. Boom. Carl Olivia roared, and the thunder and lightning above his body became more intense. He wanted to use his life to defend Thor's wrath. Since this is the case, there is no need to talk nonsense. Bai Ye's figure flickered, and his body appeared behind Carl Olivia like a ghost. The right hand became a claw and grabbed Carl Olivia's neck. Die to me. Bai Ye slammed his right hand down hard, home 340 inches. Olivia's head was directly crushed by Bai Ye. Hoo. Bai Ye was panting, his eyes flickering, his body was surrounded by lightning, and the lightning on his body kept rolling, like silver snakes jumping one after another. Thunder God's wrath is really an amazing thing. Unfortunately, I still can't fully control the power of this thing. If I can control it, then the power of Thunder God's wrath is not right. Bai Ye sighed. I will never let humans take away Thor's wrath, absolutely not. Ah, I fight with you. Wrath of Thor, I want you to disappear forever. Ah, go to hell. At this moment, Carl Olivia roared furiously. He crazily circulated the power of lightning in his body. The lightning on his body continued to skyrocket, and the lightning on his body became even more violent. Act recklessly. The two figures kept colliding in midair, each collision produced a huge explosion, and a terrifying aftermath caused the trees within hundreds of meters of Fangyuan to collapse. Honda fly. Boom. Bai Ye and Carl Olivia punched each other, making a deafening sound, and circles of terrifying air waves burst out from their fists. Advertisement. As expected of the Thunder God, although you are not a continuous user of the Thunder God's power, you do possess the Thunder God's wrath. I'll show you the true power of the Thunder God's wrath. Brontosaurus. Boom. Carl Olivia roared, and the lightning on his body began to gather, turning into a huge dragon of lightning. Tens of kilometers long, purple light and thunderous light shone on the stout body, like a purple dragon, bearing its fangs and claws, roaring and charging towards Bai Ye. Vulnerable. Break it. Bai Ye roared, his right foot stepped on the ground suddenly, his body shot out instantly, his hands clenched tightly, the power of lightning condensed into a lightning spear on his palm. Spear of Thor. Bai Ye roared angrily, holding Thor's spear in his hand, and pierced towards Carl Olivia's body. The terrifying thunder spear went straight to Carl Olivia with the power to destroy everything. Boom. The thunder spear pierced into Carl Olivia's body, and the terrifying force of the explosion swept out, swallowing Carl Olivia's body. Ah, damn, you dare to hurt me. I will never let you go. Carl Olivia's body was burning, and wisps of blue smoke emitted from his body, but it was not fatal. It's just that he has become very embarrassed now. His body was covered with dense cracks, and there were still some scars on his body, with streaks of blood continuously flowing down, and it looked shocking to dye the clothes on his body red. You actually hurt the wrath of the Thunder God. What's going on? Isn't the wrath of the Thunder God supposed to belong to the God of Thunder to be eligible to have it? Carl Olivia looked at the wound on his body in shock, his eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. He didn't expect that he was actually injured by the power of Thunder God's wrath. This was simply unimaginable, and he couldn't understand what the situation was. Bai Ye's strength, which he witnessed with his own eyes, was beyond his ability to resist, but now, he was injured by a guy stronger than him. Oh my god, what is this? What's going on? Master of Thor's wrath. Could it be that Thor's power has awakened again? How is this possible? How long has he been dead? Impossible. Impossible. Carl Olivia doesn't want to believe the result. Advertisement. But it cannot be changed, the fact is right in front of our eyes. You, who the hell are you? How dare to blaspheme Thor? You damn it. Brontosaurus. Carl Olivia let out a roar, and the lightning on his body began to swim crazily. A series of lightnings sprang out from the lightning dragon, and turned into countless thunder snakes in the void, densely packed, filling the void. It was like a sea of thunder. Die to me. Carl Olivia pointed to Bai Ye. Whoosh whoosh. The densely packed thunder snakes turned into countless thunder swords and shot towards Bai Ye. Boom. Crush me. Carl Olivia's body exudes lightning light. Thunder Dragon neighed, and its body swelled suddenly, turning into a huge lightning dragon, charging towards Bai Ye with a terrifying aura. Bai Ye raised his arm, swung the thunder spear in his hand, and shattered the thunder swords one after another. At the same time, his body burst out, his face was pale, and there was a smear of blood on the corner of his mouth. That one move just now consumed 1/8 of his combat power. The power of this thunder god's wrath is indeed terrifying and boundless, and only a part of the power broke out, causing him to suffer serious trauma. Is this the power of Thor's wrath? I must resist, must resist. If it's in full swing. The two were fighting crazily. Bai Ye's speed was too fast, and the power of Thunder God's wrath was too terrifying. Every move carried the power to destroy the world. Bai Ye roared angrily, and once again greeted him with Thunder God's wrath in his hand. Brontosaurus. Holy. Bai Ye's face was extremely serious. Damn, I can't be defeated, otherwise, I, Carl Olivia, will lose face. Bai Ye muttered to himself, his eyes shone brightly, and his whole body seemed excited. 0.1. I'm afraid. This was performed by the God of Thunder himself. But Carl Olivia was very aggrieved. The Thunder Dragon's attack was too fast, it was impossible to avoid it, and he was seriously injured every time. But this Thunder God's wrath is really not easy. 280. Thor's inheritance, devour it for me. The stature increased sharply again, and the aura emanating from his body distorted the surrounding space. The collision between the Thunder Dragon and the Lightning Dragon produced a terrifying wave, and thunder and lightning exploded in the void. Thunder God's wrath is, after all, just a weapon, not lightning. Although Carl Olivia's strength is very powerful, he still loses to the Thunder Dragon's sharpness. Thunder Dragon's attack was very fierce and domineering, knocking Carl Olivia back again and again. Damn, I can't lose. Carl Olivia had a look of determination on his face. Wrath of the Thunder God, choose for me. Carl Olivia roared loudly, and the lightning light on his body exploded, and his body suddenly swelled several times, becoming the size of a hill, releasing a terrifying pressure. Explode me. Boom. The lightning dragon on Carl Olivia's body suddenly exploded violently, turning into dazzling lightning bolts, which exploded towards the surroundings, tearing apart the surrounding 14 houses in the ground. Boom. The surrounding land was shattered by the terrifying force, huge boulders fell on the ground, making a loud noise, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and terrifying cracks spread out on the ground. Too horrible. That's the power of lightning. The power of thunder and lightning, how could it become so salty? How is this possible? This is Thor's wrath, it's Thor's ninja weapon, how could it be activated? All of a sudden, the people around were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground, their faces were filled with disbelief, they simply couldn't believe this happened. Thunder God's wrath, this is a terrifying and unparalleled weapon. Once used, even Thor will be severely injured, or even fall. But now, Carl Olivia has used this murder weapon, and even activated this murder weapon, the power is terrifying to the extreme. Haha. Is this the power of Thunder God's wrath? It really is very powerful. Advertisement. Bai Ye's eyes also narrowed slightly. This Thunder God's wrath is indeed a terrifying and incomparable magic weapon. However, Bai Ye doesn't need it, what he needs is a more powerful and terrifying treasure. Do you think that with this level of strength, you can defeat me? Bai Ye said with a sneer. As soon as the words fell, the power of Thor's wrath was instantly restrained, turning into the power of thunder and pouring into his body, while Carl Olivia's body was covered with a layer of thunder armor. In the armor, There is a shadow of a god of thunder hovering in it, and lightning circulates in it. It is an extremely powerful defensive treasure at 10 glances. The Wrath of the Thunder God. This is the real Wrath of the God of Thunder. I should have thought of it a long time ago. This Wrath of the God of Thunder is a top-notch treasure, a treasure comparable to a god-grade artifact, but I didn't recognize this because I was greedy and took the opportunity, and I missed the opportunity, which caused the situation today. I was wrong, it was my stupidity, which made today's big mistake. Carl Olivia's eyes were red, and tears kept falling. He knew that this time he was completely screwed. He is not reconciled. He doesn't want to die here, he still has a lot of things to do. Thor's inheritance. I must get it, I must become a real god, and become the strongest in the world. When time comes, I will destroy this piece of Thor's wrath with my own hands, and then put all this destroy everything, let all the sins disappear, and I will let you be buried with me. Carl Olivia roared up to the sky, the aura on his body rose crazily, and with a flick of his figure, he broke through the Brontosaurus and charged towards Bai Ye. HMPH, you want to kill me just because of Thor's wrath? A look of disdain appeared on Bai Ye's face. The wings of thunder and lightning spread out in an instant, covering the sky and the earth like a piece of gold feathers, and his figure was as fast as lightning, rushing towards Carl Olivia. Thunder God's inheritance, devour it for me. Bai Ye gave a low snort. Thunder God's wrath bloomed with thunder and lightning light, like a star, bursting out with terrifying brilliance, engulfing Bai Ye's figure in it. What? How so? Advertisement. That's Thor's power. That's the lightning power that Thor left in Carl Olivia's body. Why did it explode suddenly? And it was still absorbed by Thor's wrath. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply, their eyeballs almost popped out, and their eyes were full of horror. Wrath of Thor. Fusion for me. Bai Ye's voice suddenly resounded. The next moment, endless thunder power bloomed from his body. These thunder powers, like little dragons, were constantly entangled with the power of thunder and lightning, and constantly devoured those powers of thunder and lightning. Boom. A series of explosions sounded continuously, and the power of thunder and lightning was swallowed up, turning into the secret calendar of Thor. How is it possible? What the hell did you do? Carl Olivia's eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that this guy could control the thunder and even swallow the wrath of Thor in his body. How is this possible? You don't want to ask, how did I master the wrath of the thunder god? It's actually very simple. As long as I have enough powerful 233 lightning power, I can control the power of thunder and lightning, and I can swallow your snow the wrath of God. This is also the reason why the wrath of the thunder god is called the wrath of the thunder god. It is a magical weapon bestowed on him by the god of thunder. It has powerful power and can swallow everything. As long as your power is stronger, its power will be stronger. Quote. And I can use its power to exert greater power, and I can also manipulate the power of thunder and lightning at will, just like you. Bai Ye said indifferently. I did the same way back then, so don't think that I will lose. I lose. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Carl Olivia's body couldn't help but tremble. Impossible. How can you control the power of Thunder God's wrath? This is impossible. In that case, try this. Ice escape. Freeze 10,000 years. Carl Olivia let out a roar, and a terrifying chill permeated the air. In an instant, the entire space was covered by a wave of frost, and everything was frozen in an instant, turning into blocks of ice. Ice sculpture. What kind of ability is this? It can freeze everything. I'm not dreaming, am I? Carl Olivia has reached such a terrifying state. 281. My god. Why do I have an ominous premonition? My god, what ninja skill is he cultivating? How could he have such terrifying power? Everyone felt their heads buzzing, and they were a little confused for a while. They couldn't believe what they saw, it was incredible. Carl Olivia has reached such a state. You are not my match. Bai Ye said coldly. With a flick of his finger, a silver needle flew out from his fingertips, like a long rainbow penetrating the sun. The speed was so fast that Ultimate reached the center of Carl Olivia's eyebrow almost in the blink of an eye. But Carl Olivia's reaction was also extremely fast. At the moment when the silver needle was about to pierce his forehead, his body twisted suddenly, and he avoided Bai Ye's silver task. And, just as he dodged the silver needle, he punched Bai Ye hard. This is Thunder God Fist. It is a move he learned from Thunder God's wrath. It is even more powerful when used. It contains the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Under one blow, even a big rock can be easily smashed into powder. Snort. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and also raised his hand and punched him. The two collided together, and a shocking explosion erupted, and the terrifying aftermath swept across the four directions. Click, click. Huge cracks emerged one after another, spreading hundreds of meters away. The mountains of this mountain range collapsed one after another between the two fist marks, and countless cracks appeared, as if they were about to be torn into pieces. And Carl Olivia also spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards. In the middle of the journey, countless cracks appeared on his body. Not good. He was injured. Take this opportunity and kill him. Yeah, kill him while he is seriously injured. Otherwise, when he recovers, none of us will survive. Kill him. Those black-robed ninjas, seeing Carl Olivia's serious injury, were all excited, and rushed towards Bai Ye, intending to kill Carl Olivia. However, at the moment they slaughtered the past, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. You want to kill me? dreaming. Lightning style Thor comes. Advertisement. Accompanied by Bai Ye's scream, in the void, endless thunder and lightning power poured into the thunder god's wrath. Immediately, the thunder god's wrath burst into dazzling brilliance. Walking in the middle, making a piercing thunderous sound. This is, my god, why do I have an ominous premonition? Seeing this scene, those ninjas in black panicked, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis in their hearts. They feel that their lives seem to be coming to an end, as if there are boundless dangers coming. Get out of here. Seeing this, Carl Olivia also changed his expression greatly, knowing that something was wrong, and wanted to avoid it. However, Bai Ye had been prepared for a long time. When Carl Olivia was dodging, a shining gold chain locked on Carl Olivia. This gold god chain is exactly the wrath of the thunder god, a treasure bestowed by the god of thunder to Bai Ye. Its power is so terrifying that even the god of thunder couldn't break free. Break it. With a roar from Bai Ye, thunder god's wrath erupted with terrifying power, directly knocking Carl Olivia back. Puff. On Carl Olivia's chest, there was a sword mark with deep bones visible, and blood slowly flowed down the wound. Damn it, I will definitely kill you. Carl Olivia's face was extremely hideous and resentful. He has been extremely talented since he was a child, and he has inherited the mantle of Master Kairos. He has been going smoothly all the way, and he has never suffered such a loss. In the hands of Bai Ye today, I ate Sha twice in a row. Carl Olivia went completely crazy, bursts of lightning appeared on his body, like a god of thunder, awe-inspiring. The thunder god phantom behind him is also condensed and formed, like a round of scorching sun, the blazing thunder and lightning, under the illumination of thunder god's wrath, shone with dazzling brilliance. Thor lightning art. Carl Olivia let out a low cry, his eyes burst out with thunder, and purple thunderballs fell from the sky, with a destructive aura, they blasted towards Bai Ye. It's nothing more than a trick. Bai Ye sneered, and thunder dragons shot out from his body, facing the thunder ball. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. The thunder dragon and the thunder ball collided together, making a heaven-shattering sound, as bright as fireworks. But under the radiance of thunder god's wrath, the power of thunderball was greatly weakened, and Bai Ye was helpless. But just when the thunder snake was about to dissipate, Carl Olivia once again shot a ball of thunder and blasted towards Bai Ye. Razor technique god's punishment. Above the thunderball, a dazzling purple light shines like 9 giant pythons. Each of these 9 purple pythons is several meters long, and each one has the energy to destroy everything. Even if a star encounters it, it will explode into powder in an instant. But Bai Ye didn't take him seriously at all. The lightning turned into bolts of lightning, bombarding the bodies of the 9 purple giant pythons, and directly defeated the giant pythons. How is it possible? How could his lightning be so terrifying? Carl Olivia's pupils shrank together, his face full of disbelief. Thunderbolt is originally the most evil attack technique, but at this moment when Bai Ye used it, it was so terrifying, as if the god of thunder descended, and the world trembled. The thunder snake was broken, and the thunder dragon continued to charge forward, directly hitting Bai Ye's body. But to everyone's surprise, Bai Ye was not directly knocked out like before, but still stood in place. How is this possible? Good Zhao's dust. Could it be that the thunder and lightning just now had no effect on him? Seeing that Bai Ye was fine, those black-robed ninjas widened their eyes. All this is beyond their cognition. It was the first time they saw that someone could withstand the attack of Thor's wrath. Even their family could barely resist the wrath of Thunder God, but Bai Ye was not damaged at all. This is simply unbelievable, and they simply cannot understand. Not only did they not believe it, but even Carl Olivia was in a daze, unable to understand what was going on. He clearly remembered that when he cast Thor's wrath, Bai Ye was blown away, but now it seems. What kind of freak is this kid? Carl Olivia was extremely horrified inside, he looked like he had seen a ghost, and he couldn't imagine that Bai Ye's fighting power was so powerful. 282. Mystery, devouring darkness. Although he was surprised by Bai Ye's strength, he was even more shocked by the power of Thunder God's wrath. Because he is very clear that his wrath of the Thunder God has reached the level of the highest law of the Thunder system. In this world, no one can resist unless there are special means. But Bai Ye not only resisted, but also did not have the slightest thing. This made Carl Olivia involuntarily feel that this guy might really be able to compete with Lady. After all, Lady was able to contend against Thunder God's wrath at the beginning, but only by virtue of a clone of Thunder God's wrath, not the real Thor's arrival. This level of law can be described as an invincible existence. If Bai Ye can cultivate to this level, then there is almost no one in this world who can match him. Thinking of this, Carl Olivia's heart went cold. Because, once Bai Ye set foot in the field of Thunder God, the entire Dark Holy Sea will be destroyed, and all of them will be buried in Bai Ye's hands. No, we must get rid of him as soon as possible. Carl Olivia gritted his teeth and said. The power of lightning emerged from his body, condensing into individual cells, and then under his control 630, they burst out one after another, forming a terrifying attack. The cells condensed by thunder and lightning, like countless sharp knives, emit a cold light. Each cell carries extremely terrifying thunder elemental energy. These cells are all condensed by the power of lightning, possessing the terrifying power to destroy everything. Crush it for me. Carl Olivia yelled violently, and the cells shot out one by one, like countless sharp daggers, stabbing towards Bai Ye. Shish. At the same time as the cells burst out, sharp lightning bolts, like raindrops, continuously fell on Bai Ye's body. But, in front of Bai Ye's physical body, it has no effect at all. HMPH. A small trick. Bai Ye snorted coldly in disdain, and a terrifying power of thunder and lightning erupted from his body. Advertisement. Rumbling. The lightning force bombarded the lightning cells, immediately smashing the lightning cells into pieces, and those lightning forces spread towards the surroundings, blowing up all the nearby men in black to scum. Seeing this scene, Carl Olivia's BGDC face changed drastically, and his heart twitched violently. Damn, how could it be so scary? Carl Olivia's heart was filled with shock, and she couldn't accept it at all. You know, those black-robed ninjas are his personal bodyguards, and each of them is a carefully selected elite. But the combined attack of these people did not hurt Bai Ye, instead Bai Ye blasted everyone's bodies, which made him a little dumbfounded. Could it be that this kid also possesses the energy of the thunder attribute, but why have I never heard of it? A ridiculous thought flashed in Carl Olivia's mind. But when he thought about it again, he felt that this was completely impossible. If Bai Ye also possesses the energy of the thunder attribute, then even if it is twice as powerful, it will not help. Carl Olivia is very clear about the power of Thunder God's wrath. Even if Thunder's own son comes, he will be blown away. So he didn't believe at all that Bai Ye could also master the energy of thunder and lightning. How on earth did this guy do it? Is he a holy rank in legendary? Carl Olivia's heart set off a monstrous wave. But he didn't think too much, because Bai Ye's strength, he knew very well, had reached the level that he couldn't provoke. Shua, the power of Thunder God's wrath is so powerful that it is hard to guard against. Looks like I have to use another trick. That's the only thing on Carl Olivia's mind. Thinking of this, a mark of thunder appeared on the center of Carl Olivia's eyebrows, and then Thunder God's wrath shot out again, turning into a thunderbolt, and heading straight for Bai Ye's body. Not good, be careful. The wrath of thunder and lightning cut through the void one after another, terrifying traces, as if tearing apart the void, making people terrified. HMPH, with your little means, you still want to kill me. Go to hell. Bai Ye sneered, and the blood blade in his hand slashed out in an instant, splitting the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. As expected of being the inheritor of the Gorefiend, this combat power is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that you are doomed to be defeated by me in this state. Advertisement. Carl Olivia sneered and flicked his finger at Bai Ye. Immediately, a ball of pitch-black thunder bounced out of his hand, blasting towards Bai Ye. This is a secret technique of Carl Olivia, called Dark Devour. Once it is sucked into this thunder ball, it will be swallowed so that not even the ashes remain, and it will completely disappear in the world. Get out. With a cold snort, Bai Ye raised his foot and stomped fiercely, cracks were stepped on the void behind him, and then his fists blasted out. Boom. In the face of Bai Ye's tyrannical and boundless offensive, the darkness-devouring thunderball couldn't erupt the maximum power at all. Boom. Damn it, don't care. Break it for me. Carl Olivia gritted his teeth, urging the power of thunder to crazily instill into the darkness-swallowing thunderball, wanting to let this darkness swallow the thunderball, bursting out with even more terrifying power, blasting day and night into flesh sauce. Carl Olivia's face was so gloomy that even in his eyes, there was already a stream of blood red flashing. Bai Ye smiled indifferently. I have already warned you, don't disturb me, otherwise, your fate will be similar to those men in black. Haha, do you feel aggrieved? But let me tell you, you are responsible for all of this. Carl Olivia grinned grimly. That's right. Punch after punch hit the darkness-devouring thunderball. With each punch, the darkness-devouring thunderball would shrink a circle, and finally exploded. Carl Olivia's complexion changed suddenly. He didn't expect that Bai Ye's physical body was so terrifying. Punch after punch hit his dark-devouring thunderball, but he didn't suffer any damage. How could this be? My strongest ultimate move has been cracked just like that. I just like to see you in pain. Can you touch my woman? In the end, under the unwilling eyes of Carl Olivia, the darkness swallowed the thunderball, and it exploded into fragments that filled the sky. However, he underestimated Bai Ye's strength. Obviously, he has been irritated by Bai Ye. As he spoke, Bai Ye scanned the corpses on the ground with a playful look on his lips, and said, these people are all your work. 283. Purple Ultralisk. Although he is very afraid of Bai Ye, but in the face of absolute strength, any fear is pale in the face of absolute strength. Your woman. Your woman is in my hands. Bai Ye's eyes suddenly fell on Carl Olivia's chest, and the corner of his mouth showed a wicked and bewitching look. Smiling, why don't you let me take your pair of rabbits away? As he said that, Bai Ye's eyes really looked at that place. Unreasonable. Carl Olivia roared angrily, and flames burned all over his body. He was the majestic generation of Thor's wrath, but was molested by this human. This is simply a great shame. Boom. With a sudden wave of his palm, endless thunder and lightning gathered on his arm in an instant, forming a ferocious thunder dragon. Roar. There was a deafening roar, and Thunder Dragon rushed towards Bai Ye in an instant, baring its teeth and claws, as if it wanted to tear it into pieces. It's nothing more than a trick. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and lightly slapped Thunder Dragon with his right hand. A stream of red blood spewed out from his palm, instantly condensing into a blood-colored long knife. Crush me. With a sudden swipe of the blood-colored long knife, the Thunder Dragon was chopped into pieces. As soon as the brontosaurus shattered, Carl Olivia flew upside down. On his chest, a deep bony scar appeared, and blood flowed out. And above that wound, there is still blood-colored lightning jumping, which seems to erupt with terrifying power at any time. But this kind of injury, Carl Olivia didn't pay attention at all. Haha. You can't do anything to me. Don't try to annoy me with words, because I don't like this. Carl Olivia smiled wildly, his eyes full of sarcasm. Really? Bai Ye's eyes suddenly flashed murderous intent, staring at Carl Olivia indifferently. In that case, I will send you to hell to meet your brothers first. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Ye's left palm suddenly stretched out, and with 5 fingers together, a huge gold fingerprint emerged in the void, like a mountain of gold, oppressing the surrounding space, making people breathless. What kind of method is this? Carl Olivia's pupils shrank suddenly. Wrath of Thor. Kill him. Kill. Advertisement. With a loud shout, the thunder dragon roared, and with a terrifying aura, it rushed towards Bai Ye fiercely, as fast as lightning, as if a bolt of lightning flashed across the air. It's just a trick. Bai Ye smiled indifferently, put his 5 fingers together, and a large handprint of gold appeared in the air, and he rushed towards it. Boom. 2 huge handprints collided fiercely. Crumbs. Gold's big handprint actually directly shattered the thunder dragon, turned into thunder and lightning, and dissipated in Kong Chen. This. Carl Olivia's eyes were wide open, with an expression of disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is the wrath of Thunder God. Carl Olivia knew how powerful it was, and even the strongest in the God King realm couldn't stop it. And the Bai Ye in front of him just blocked it a little bit, and broke this move. This is simply incredible. How can this be? You know, this Thunder God's wrath is a divine grade ninjutsu refined by Lei Di himself. Even Lei Di dare not say that he can completely resist its attack, but the Bai Ye in front of him actually took it lightly. It was broken. This is really unbelievable, but there was a chill in his heart. This Bai Ye is terrible. He actually possesses the strength to challenge the powerhouses of the God King realm by stepping up. Didn't you always want to see how I killed your brothers? Bai Ye smiled teasingly, his body trembled, turned into a stream of light, and instantly caught up with Carl Olivia. Die. With a low growl, Bai Ye slapped Carl Olivia's chest. Puff. Blood splattered. Carl Olivia spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and was immediately thrown out, rolling around in the air for a few times before stopping, his body shaking violently, as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. No, it's absolutely impossible. Carl Olivia's eyeballs were wide open, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He never imagined that Bai Ye in front of him could knock him flying with a single slap. Your strength. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. It's stronger than me. I do not believe. Carl Olivia stood up again, staring at Bai Ye with blood-red eyes, and roared with gritted teeth. I will make you pay the price. Before he finished speaking, a huge purple thunder god appeared behind him. This purple thunder god phantom is hundreds of meters high, and the whole body is purple, like a purple mountain, exuding unparalleled majesty. Purple Thor. Bai Ye's pupils shrank immediately, feeling the terrifying power of this thunder god phantom, and a dignified look appeared on his face. Purple god of thunder is an existence in legendary, forged by a thunder emperor himself, possessing unparalleled terrifying power. 0. Rumor has it that the purple god of thunder is Lei Di's mount. And in ancient times, it was a terrifying existence. The strength of this purple thunder beast is comparable to the half-step divine spirit realm. Once it erupts, it will be very terrifying. Moreover, this purple thunder beast possesses the power of lightning, so it is a very tricky guy. Thunderbolt, come. Carl Olivia roared and waved his hands, and suddenly, the entire sky became dark. And that purple thunder and lightning raged crazily, turning into thunder snakes, sweeping towards Bai Ye overwhelmingly, as if to devour him. Bai Ye raised his right foot and stomped suddenly. A dazzling golden light exploded on the soles of the feet, and gold's energy fluctuations spread out, turning into circles of gold ripples, which spread rapidly. The gold ripples enveloped the entire hall in an instant, engulfing all the thunder snakes. Bang, bang, bang. Purple's electric snakes continued to explode, and under the cover of gold's energy, they exploded one after another, turning into purple awns all over the sky. Bai Ye stepped on the ground, and a tyrannical force instantly poured into the ground, cracking the ground under his feet, and countless cracks appeared in an instant, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. And Carl Olivia took this opportunity to escape quickly. But how could Bai Ye let him escape? Leave it to me. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and his body suddenly jumped up. 284. Earth-style Longhushan. Boom. With a punch, terrifying gold beams of light burst out, annihilating all the purple electric snakes. And Bai Ye also rushed over. Carl Olivia's pupils shrank, he finally realized the danger, and turned around to run away. Late. Boom. As soon as he stepped on the ground, Bai Ye's figure disappeared, and in front of him was Carl Olivia, running forward at a fast speed. Die to me. With a roar, Bai Ye kicked Carl Olivia hard on the back. Carl Olivia screamed, spitting blood, the whole person fell from midair, hit the ground, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Bai Ye's strength is too great, even though Carl, 250, Olivia is a strong God King realm, he was directly kicked by this force until he vomited blood, and was extremely embarrassed. Damn, I will make you pay. Carl Olivia struggled to get up, opened his mouth, and a ball of blues thunder spewed out from his mouth. Thunder God's thunder. Boom. When the thunder hit the ground, it exploded into tens of thousands of thunder in an instant, sweeping towards Bai Ye overwhelmingly at an astonishingly fast speed. This level of speed even surpassed the speed of a strong person in the God King realm. Even Bai Ye couldn't help but feel that it was tricky. But he still didn't retreat. Break it. Boom. A blinding golden light erupted around Bai Ye's body, and a violent wave of air rippled out, directly shaking all the thunder away. What? Carl Olivia's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't expect that his Thunder God's thunder would be cracked abruptly by this young man. Die. Advertisement. The Wrath of Thor. Carl Olivia roared furiously. His whole body was flashing with thunder, as if the god of thunder had descended. He slashed down with a long sword in his hand, a huge purple thunder sword, carrying the power of destroying heaven and earth, slashed directly towards the day and night come over. At this moment, the temperature in this world dropped a lot. Moreover, terrifying hurricanes blew up all around. Small tricks. Boom. Bai Ye stepped forward, and endless arcs of lightning surrounded the golden fist, and suddenly blasted on the terrifying purple lightning sword, crushing the terrifying lightning sword into powder in an instant. How dare you break my lightning sword? Carl Olivia's complexion changed drastically. He never expected that this young man would have such a strong physical body, and he could easily break through the power of the thunder sword. Not only that, Bai Ye's body technique is actually very agile, and his speed is twice as fast as before. At this moment, Carl Olivia was completely flustered, and he was about to fall here. Curse of death. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and a black rune suddenly appeared between his brows, and a strange curse force spread from between his brows instantly corroded his internal organs. Ah! Carl Olivia couldn't help but let out a heart-piercing scream, and a layer of strange dark runes appeared on the surface of the body, quickly permeating the whole body. Damn it! How dare you cast a curse? This is the biggest secret of our shell group ThunderClan. How dare you reveal it? I want you to die. Carl Olivia roared angrily, his eyes widened. He originally thought that he only needed to use the curse technique, and the young man would definitely be finished. How could he have imagined that things were not what he thought at all, but that he had been tricked by himself, or by such a vicious curse technique? Ha ha ha. Bai Ye laughed wildly. Now that you know that I am from the Thunder Clan, then you should have realized that I carry the memory of the Thunder Clan's inheritance, and you, the Thunder Clan, will sooner or later what's in my pocket. Now it's my turn. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, his body exploded and rushed towards Carl Olivia. Damn it, I want you dead. Boom. Carl Olivia let out a roar, and a ball of blue thunder appeared on his palm again. The power of Thor. Advertisement. Blue's thunder ball fell again and hit Bai Ye fiercely, but he was still dodged by Bai Ye and did not cause any harm to him. See you. Carl Olivia's pupils constricted suddenly, and his heart was filled with infinite horror. He didn't expect that when facing this young man with his thunder god power, it would be like a mud cow falling into the sea. Damn, I don't believe in evil, I must kill you. Carl Olivia's eyes were cold, and he held a blue thunder ball, blasting at Bai Ye again. But his attack was slapped away by Bai Ye's palm, and he hit the ground heavily, falling in a mess. Two destructive lightning blades, like two stars, bombarded towards Bai Ye with boundless terrifying fluctuations. Carl Olivia roared crazily, and on his arms, endless thunder and lightning condensed, turned into two giant thunder balls, exploded loudly, and turned into the terrifying thunder artifact, Thor's sword. Facing the terrifying power of the thunder blade, Bai Ye didn't dare to neglect, and quickly sacrificed to battle armor. You rubbish, are you trying to compete with me? You are looking for death. And seeing him display it, he seems to be very proficient, as if he has been practicing for a long time. But, he is the son of the most powerful Tianzhao of the Thunder Clan. Although 5.9 is the second generation Tianzhao, his strength is far above the first generation Tianzhao. But now, he has been defeated by a 15-year-old boy. How could he not feel this? This battle armor has the effect of resisting the attack of lightning chakra, but the power of these lightning is obviously several times stronger than the power of chakra attack. Around Bai Ye's body, a faint khaki mist surged, and then turned into three giant dragons, rushing towards Carl Olivia. Since that's the case, I won't hide anymore, Earth-style Longhushan. This scene surprised Carl Olivia. He never imagined in his dreams that this young man even knew how to escape. Sword of Thunder God, how is it possible? Carl Olivia's face was pale, full of horror. Show off all your Earth style. How is this possible? Carl Olivia was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that he was not the boy's opponent, and Kakuzu didn't even touch the opponent's clothes. Bai Ye glanced at him disdainfully. Thunder God's fury. It is really hard for Bai Ye to guess where his Earth style is hidden, because this guy is too cunning and always gives people a sense of confusion and surprise. 285. Are you freaking out? Bang bang bang. The bombardment of Thunder God's fury and Thunder God's sword slammed into Bai Ye's defensive cover, making a dull sound, which made the protective cover tremble a little. But it didn't suffer the slightest damage. How is it possible? Carl Olivia's face became extremely gloomy. I don't believe it. The Wrath of Thor. Boom. The Wrath of Thunder bombarded Bai Ye's defense cover again, making the defense cover tremble again, but it still didn't suffer any damage. How is this possible? Carl Olivia was horrified. He didn't understand. How could this young man possess such perverted defense power even though he was only a common man? I can't believe it. The Wrath of Thor. Carl Olivia unleashed Thor's wrath again, striking out a total of 9 Thor's swords, each of which was 2 meters long, with infinite power, as if it could swallow the entire world. What a terrifying attack. Bai Ye's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart couldn't help trembling, but his eyes were always extremely tenacious. 18. I want to see how strong your defense is, how many times can you withstand it? Bai Ye let out a low cry, and squeezed the tactic with both hands. A blood-red thunder appeared on his body, and then turned into the armor of Thor. Boom. The ground under Bai Ye's feet collapsed suddenly, turning into a dark pit like an abyss. His figure, like a comet, pierced the sky and rushed into the pitch-black hell, and what he held in his hand was the blood-colored thunder sword. As soon as the blood-colored thunder sword came out, the power of thunder gushed out from the hilt of the sword, pouring out like a waterfall, and went straight to those terrifying thunder and lightning. Wolf chopped down the doctor. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the blood-colored thunder sword went, it cut off those dense lightning directly. With a loud noise, Thor's sword slashed at Carl Olivia's chest fiercely, cutting his body into 2 pieces. 18. Advertisement. His body, however, did not dissipate immediately, but quickly condensed into a bloody skull, suspended in the air, let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry, and then bit down hard on Bai Ye. Die, die. Carl Olivia let out a strange smile, his mouth opened, revealing his cold fangs, as if he wanted to tear off Ku Yi's throat. You damn B*****************, D, lousy must kill you today, otherwise, my heart will be restless. Thunder God's Fury. Thor's sword. Carl Olivia roared crazily, and the lightning on his body became more and more violent. Under his control, giant swords shining with thunder light formed one after another, like a goddess scattering flowers. Attacking towards Bai Ye, one after another, they are mighty and mighty. These lightning swords are completely useless to me. Bai Ye snorted coldly, waved his hand, and suddenly, a violent suction came from the blood-colored thunder sword, absorbing the lightning in an instant, and then turned into pure chakra, blending into his body. What? Looking at the lightning absorbed by Bai Ye, Carl Olivia's face changed drastically. This is impossible. How is this possible? Carl Olivia didn't believe that all of this was true at all. The terrifying power contained in these thunder swords, even a ninja at the master level, might not be able to bear it, but this guy easily absorbed them. The wrath of Thor. Carl Olivia went completely crazy, disregarding his own injuries and the wrath of the thunder god behind him. Another wave of wrath of the god of thunder was released, and then slammed into Bai Ye's body fiercely. Boom. There was an explosion, and those thunder swords shattered. Carl Olivia had a look of complacency on his face, thinking that this young man could be dealt with, but when he saw that the young man in front of him was unscathed, his eyes showed a strong look of horror. How so? The panic in Carl Olivia's heart reached its peak. His thunder god's wrath, but the thunder method left by the Lord of Thunder God, is so powerful that ordinary ninjas can't bear it at all. And it is rare for him, a genius with unparalleled talent, to be able to comprehend Thor's wrath to the peak of the 6th level, but what about this young man? He actually comprehended it to the level of the 7th peak. This level of thunder technique is already comparable to the thunder technique created by Lady, and even surpassed the thunder technique. Advertisement. How can this be? What? Are you scared? Bai Ye stared coldly at the panic-stricken Carl Olivia, his eyes shot out coldly, and he shouted coldly, just now, you wanted to kill me, but now, are you scared to shit? Quote. Carl Olivia blushed, but couldn't speak a word. Since you are afraid, then your time of death is coming. Haha. Little b***************************************** D, it seems that I still underestimated you. I want to see, what means do you have to escape my lightning attack? He knew that it would be difficult for him to kill Carl Olivia, 450. Carl Olivia's body transformed in an instant. The body was covered with scales one after another, emitting arcs of electric arcs, which looked very hockey. Bai Ye's complexion changed, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Blood demon slash. Boom. Then, one after another thunder swords swept away in a frantic manner. Carl Olivia smiled ferociously, and his body swelled up again. Thunder snakes hovered outside his body, exuding a powerful aura that made people feel palpitations. Carl Olivia's eyes froze, and the lightning flashes on his body became more frequent. He was surrounded by purple gold lightning, like a god of thunder descending, filled with a destructive wave of power. The wrath of the blood god. A loud noise came out, and Carl Olivia's body was instantly shattered, but a new body was condensed in the next second. However, he did not choose to retreat, because he knew very well that this was a life and death struggle. Either you die or I die, there is no retreat at all. Thunder snake armor. Bai Ye's eyes were cold and heartless, the power of the blood in his body instantly activated ultimate, and the bloody light spread wildly, turning into a sea of blood, covering Carl Olivia. Blood sword chi. Bai Ye grasped the palm of his hand violently, and a huge sword condensed with blood-colored sword energy roared out, directly slashing towards Carl Olivia viciously. 286. Shell tissue cheats. Space turbulence. The blood-colored ocean spread hundreds of feet in an instant. The wrath of the thunder god, the sword of thunder, the dance of the thunder dragon, and the thunder snake stretch. Carl Olivia roared, swung his arms, and the thunder dragon sword and thunder god's wrath shot out crazily, blasting towards Bai Ye with a devastating pressure. Boom. The two thunder dragons collided fiercely with thunder god's wrath, making loud noises one after another. Although the Thunder Dragon Sword is a derivative of Thunder God's Wrath and possesses powerful destructive power, Bai Ye's strength is not much worse than Carl Olivia's, and he abruptly blocked the two ninjas. Boom. Crack. But, at this moment, the Thunder Dragon's sword suddenly trembled violently. Carl Olivia looked overjoyed, and said in his heart, "Sure enough, such a solid defense can withstand the attack of Thor's wrath. It is indeed an artifact. This time, it finally turned over." Thinking of this, Carl Olivia's eyes became hot. Die. Thunder God's Wrath, all swords are fired, kill him for me. Carl Olivia roared loudly, and the power of lightning around his body surged out again, turning into a series of thick electric dragons, rushing towards Bai Ye crazily. Die. Carl Olivia stepped forward, and his figure turned into an afterimage. The speed was as fast as ultimate, and he came to Bai Ye in an instant. The endless Thunder Dragon sword slashed towards Bai Ye frantically. Boom. Bai Ye frowned, blood gushed out one after another in his body, and boiled in the blood, which made Bai Ye's combat power triple in an instant, and blood streaks continued to emerge on his body, exuding waves of strange fluctuations. Fist of the Gorefiend. The Claw of the Blood God. Gorefiend devours. In an instant, countless fists, blood claws were all unleashed. One after another, the shadows of fists, claws and blood claws directly hit countless thunder dragons, but there were too many thunder dragons, so densely packed that Bai Ye couldn't see any gaps at all. Fist by punch. Advertisement. Moreover, these thunder dragons seemed to have no ninja soul. No matter how many punches Bai Ye punched, they would not be broken apart, and they would still attack continuously. What the hell is this? It's not afraid of my Gorefiend's fist, and it can bounce back. Bai Ye frowned slightly, feeling extremely shocked in his heart, but at the same time felt a slight disapproval. Because, he found that every punch he landed on Thunder Dragon's body didn't have much effect, instead it consumed the power in his body extremely quickly. He had only encountered this kind of situation when confronting the Black Ninja Demon King. Thunder God's Fury, Thunder Fury. Boom. At this moment, the situation between heaven and earth suddenly changed. A huge rift in the void appeared between the sky and the earth, and a terrifying coercion swept away, causing Bai Ye's expression to change slightly. What happened? Why, there is such a huge momentum oppressing. Bai Ye was uncertain in his heart, and the dignified look in his eyes became more and more intense, but soon, he regained his composure. With a turn of his mind, his body instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, it has already appeared at the entrance of the Temple of Thunder. Boom. And at this moment, that huge coercion also came down. Bai Ye only felt his brain humming, as if it was about to explode. His body flew up uncontrollably, and was pulled by a strong suction force. It was pulled into the crack. This scene made Bai Ye's pupils constrict, and a touch of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. What happened? What is this place? Must be some G secret method of shell tissue. This place is amazing. Don't take it lightly. Bai Ye was extremely surprised, but deep down in his heart, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He could feel that everything in front of him was very strange, and even his consciousness seemed to be suppressed. Moreover, the power of space filled all around made him feel suffocated. Not good. Suddenly, Bai Ye's face darkened, and his heart beat violently, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. Advertisement. Damn it. This is the space turbulence. It took me away. The shell tissue actually mastered the space turbulence. Bai Ye exclaimed in his heart, but soon calmed down. The turbulent flow in this space does not hurt him too much, because the power of space cannot cause any harm to him, and he can even use this environment to refine. Immediately, he closed his eyes and stared at the surrounding environment, constantly absorbing the power of this space and merging it into his body. And with the tempering of the power of this space, the skin of Bai Ye's body became more and more crystal clear, and even the bones seemed to have experienced a new life. Hiss. Just when Bai Ye was thinking about where to go, suddenly, a majestic force wrapped around Bai Ye's body, intent to swallow him up. Bai Ye snorted coldly in his heart, and his eyes suddenly became sharper. Wisps of sharp sword intent erupted from his body, cutting his clothes to reveal a strong and thick chest. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The power of space here is really abundant. It is simply the best place for cultivation. But before Bai Ye's footsteps stabilized, that formidable force also followed, submerging Bai Ye. Bai Ye's complexion changed slightly, and his body retreated instantly to avoid suffering. Bai Ye couldn't help but gasp. His face became even paler, and his body almost couldn't stand still. Bai Ye's body was bearing the terrifying impact. Cracks spread across his body, and drops of blood overflowed from them. Bai Ye sneered coldly, clenched his fist with his right hand, and punched out. Immediately, a terrifying and unparalleled fist blasted out, directly smashing the bloody Qianmajao dragon, but he himself stopped tempering his body mobile cabinet. He knew that this place was definitely not a place for him to stay, otherwise, sooner or later, Chen would fall here. Roll. With the gushing out of the sword intent, the entire space vibrated violently. Countless sword marks spread all over the body like spider webs, looking hideous and terrifying. I want to see where you can send me. Just when Bai Ye was about to continue absorbing the power of space and tempering his body, suddenly, there was a light sound from behind, and a huge blood-colored dragon flew from behind, opened its mouth, and bit Bai Ye past. Whoosh whoosh. This is. Quote. Sheila. 287. Black mist is summoned. Damn it, this space turbulence has such a powerful force, it's almost like a mountain. If it is crushed in it, not only the body will collapse, but even the soul will be annihilated in the void. Quote. Who is playing tricks on this? Bai Ye's heart was full of puzzlement and anger, and his face darkened. Boy, this is the turbulent flow of space, which is my home field. In front of my power of space, you are as weak as an ant, let it be slaughtered. Just when Bai Ye was shocked, a playful and mocking sound resounded. After hearing this voice, Bai Ye's eyes flickered with coldness. I said, how could there be such a powerful force? It turned out to be your fault. You wait for Lousy. Today's revenge, Lousy will sooner or later get it back. Bai Ye felt aggrieved. In this world, there is someone who can manipulate the laws of space, putting himself in a dangerous situation. How can he swallow this breath? The shell tissue is at odds with them. But right now, he must survive. Bai Ye was not reconciled, but still gritted his teeth and held back, and walked forward step by step, trying to find a way out for 833 to get out of trouble. Suddenly, the sky and the earth shook violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred, which made people tremble with fear. And that suppressed force of space violently tore apart the space around Bai Ye, as if it wanted to crush him to death. Bai Ye kept resisting this force of space, but it was of no avail, because he couldn't shuttle out at all. Could it be that I, Bai Ye, will be buried in the turbulence of this space? Bai Ye's eyes were cold, and a murderous intent surged in his heart. He had never felt so aggrieved before, like a fish whose neck was pinched by someone's hands, letting others manipulate it. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he still couldn't get rid of the shackles of the turbulent flow of space, and was squeezed and crushed by an inch. Damn it, get out. Bai Ye roared, his heart filled with murderous intent. Ha ha, you little b*********** D is quite capable of showing off. However, you are doomed not to escape today, and this is your grave. At this moment, a teasing voice sounded, and then a cloud of black mist appeared in front of Bai Ye, which was the monster from before. D, what the hell are you? How can you control the laws of space? Bai Ye asked with a frown. Hee, who am I? The black mist smiled contemptuously, aren't I your prey? Are you a space beast? Bai Ye's face changed slightly, and fear flashed in his eyes. Advertisement. That's right, I'm a space beast. You're such an amazing guy, let Carl do this trick and let me out. You little b********, D, since you've entered my turbulent space, do you think you'll survive? Black Mist said sullenly. He has encountered this situation more than once. Every time the space turbulence appears, he can use the power of the space turbulence to devour the opponent's ninja soul. And these people, in the end, without exception, all turned into ashes. And this Bai Ye in front of him was also one of his targets. No matter what you are, Lousy will never sit still today. Bai Ye snorted coldly, his figure disappeared in place in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already above the head of the black mist. Boy, I advise you to be obedient and grab it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. Hei Wu said coldly. Ha ha, what qualifications do you have to say this? Bai Ye sneered disdainfully, his figure flickered, his speed increased to ultimate, and he punched the black mist directly. The momentum blasted towards the black mist. Bang bang bang, a punch hit Hei Wu's body, but was bounced back. Bai Ye's face changed slightly, and then he remembered that his Kaj cultivation was only an alchemist. Although his strength was comparable to that of a fairy, he was still suppressed to death. He had no power to fight back, so he couldn't compete the power of space beasts. This space beast is really extraordinary. Your strength is very strong. Black Mist stared at Bai Ye, and said sinisterly. However, you can't do anything to me, as long as your primordial spirit and ninja soul are immortal, I can exist forever. HMPH, since that's the case, let's try it. In Bai Ye's heart, he had already made a decision, no matter what the price was, he would leave here. He believed that as long as he found a way out, everything would be solved easily. Bai Ye tapped the ground lightly with his toes, and his figure moved quickly. The speed was as fast as lightning, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared beside Hei Wu and slashed at Hei Xuan's with his hand knife. However, something shocking happened. After Bai Ye slashed at Hei Wu's body, his attack was like a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing instantly. How did this happen? Bai Ye's eyes were full of astonishment, and he couldn't believe the result at all. Advertisement. But all of this is true. This black mist is indeed a ninjutsu of the space system, and possesses strength no less than Bai Ye's, and even higher than his strength. What should I do? What should I do? How can I break through? Bai Ye's face turned ugly. Ultimate, he has no choice but to fight hard. Roar. Holding a long sword in his hand, Bai Ye went straight to the black mist and slashed down. Shua. The moment Hei Wu saw the long sword, a look of mockery flashed in his eyes, he stretched out a claw, and grabbed the gold long sword. Although Bai Ye's physical body was strong, it couldn't bear such a fierce attack at all. Bai Ye's eyes were red, and there was infinite hostility in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a golden long sword appeared in his hand. There were bursts of muffled sounds, and the place where Bai Ye hit suddenly collapsed. Hiss. The long sword snapped at the sound. Just when Bai Ye was about to continue his attack, two dragon chants and tiger roars resounded. Ah! A mouthful of reverse blood spewed out from Bai Ye's mouth, and the whole person flew upside down, hitting the distant wall fiercely. Small tricks, you want to hurt me too. PFF'd. 3 huge dragon roars and tiger roars, carrying destructive power, bombarded Bai Ye's body. Sharp baby. Heiwu could not help but gasp when he saw the long sword broken in two. Boy, you have been hurt like this, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Today, I will send you back to the west. Seeing this, Heiwu grinned grimly, and then rushed towards Bai Ye. Another mouthful of reverse blood spurted out, and Bai Ye's eyes became more and more cold. Today, even if I die, I will hold you back. 288. Ninja phantom beasts that keep appearing. Boy, if you have any moves, use them. Heiwu sneered, looking greedily at the broken sword in Bai Ye's hand. Snort. Bai Ye snorted coldly, flipped his wrist, and returned the long sword to his hand. Immediately, Bai Ye's figure moved again, slashing towards the black mist again. The speed was as fast as lightning, and it was impossible to see his movement trajectory clearly. However, Heiwu was not afraid, but instead showed an excited expression. He didn't know where Bai Ye got the courage to touch him with the broken sword. Boy, I will let you know how powerful our space beasts are. Black Mist smiled sinisterly and moved again. Bang bang bang. A series of cracking sounds sounded, and fist shadows crazily swept towards Bai Ye. A series of fist glows and sword energy continuously collided with each other, exploding bright sparks, but they couldn't hurt the Heiyuan district. This guy is simply made of a piece of steel. Bai Ye frowned, and his face became more serious, because he felt that his attack, in front of the black mist, was almost like scratching an itch. The defense of the black mist is too terrifying, it's unbelievable. But Bai Ye didn't give up. He waved the broken sword in his hand to fight against the black mist, while looking for a breakthrough. However, he failed. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so strong? Bai Ye's face was terribly ugly. He had never encountered such a terrifying thing. All along, he was the one who slaughtered other ninjutsu, has never been slaughtered by other ninjutsu. No, this place is too weird. I'd better leave here first, and when I recover my strength, I must seek revenge from this guy. Bai Ye secretly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. But he can't help it. His current state is no match for this monster at all, let alone leave here. Roar. The black mist suddenly let out a roar, and its figure turned into a big black mist snake again, biting at Bai Ye. No, it's too fast, you can't dodge it at all. Bai Ye's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged, but found that he had been locked. Roar. Advertisement. The black mist let out a neigh, and its huge body fell directly in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye was hit on the rock wall, the whole mountain was trembling, the stones kept rolling down, hitting Bai Ye's body, making him feel like his bones were about to fall apart, and the blood at the corner of his mouth it kept gushing out, looking extremely miserable. This guy's strength is too terrifying, he can't beat him at all. Bai Ye's eyes were full of despair, but there was nothing he could do, because the black mist didn't give him a chance to breathe, and directly opened his bloody mouth, biting down on Bai Ye. Ruined. I'm not reconciled. Bai Ye's face was pale, and the unwillingness in his eyes were intense to the extreme, but he knew that he was bound to die. Boom. At the moment when Bai Ye thought he was going to die, a strong suction force came suddenly, and then, his body was sucked into the midair by a strange suction force, suspended in the midair. Bai Ye felt a sense of dizziness, and his body was floating uncontrollably. I was actually sucked away. Bai Ye was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. But, soon, his face became extremely calm. Because he discovered that this strange suction was not aimed at him, but at the surrounding stone walls. These stone walls seemed to have infinite attraction, and they kept sucking his figure in. Not long after, his body was actually sucked into a black hole. Buzz. The next moment, the black hole disappeared, and Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes. What is this place? Bai Ye looked around. This is a piece of empty space. Bai Ye was shocked, and quickly used the sky eye technique to check the surrounding situation. Soon, he found a clue. This clue is exactly where the black hole disappeared, and there actually exists a virtual world here. This is advertisement. This should be a city or a mansion. No, I can't stay here for a long time, otherwise I will be found out, and I will definitely be destroyed. Bai Ye's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately withdrew his sky eye technique, and fled away quickly. Black Snake roared angrily, bursting out with tyrannical force of ninja soul, trying to envelop Bai Ye in ninja soul storm and strangle Bai Ye to death. Damn it, how did this happen? How did these ninja beasts become so powerful all of a sudden? Bai Ye saw more than 20 ninjutsu beasts in the early, middle, and late stages of Jonin, and his face immediately turned ugly. More than 20 Jonin beasts, equivalent to 108 early Jonin ninjas teaming up, even he couldn't resist. Damn, these guys must have something to do with the monsters I killed before, otherwise, these guys wouldn't be able to have such great strength. Bai Ye's face was extremely ugly. Fly away. It doesn't matter. Leave here first, come back when I find a chance, and kill this damned beast. Bai Ye's eyes flashed a flash of determination, and his figure moved towards the distance as fast as lightning. Bai Ye's eyes widened, a golden giant sword rose from behind him, turned into a meteor, and slashed towards the giant python. 0. Damn it, they actually caught up with them. The speed of these guys is really too fast. Bai Ye's eyes were extremely cold, and with a cold snort, an invisible breath shot out instantly, shattering the ninja storm. Huh, you were able to block my ninjutsu attack. It seems that you are really extraordinary. If that's the case, I'll send you back to the west first. The black snake's eyes flashed with a sinister light, and it suddenly slapped out a huge claw. The black python dragon, tearing apart the void, grabbed Bai Ye fiercely with fierce killing intent. However, before Bai Ye escaped far, he found himself surrounded by a group of ninja beasts, and the aura of these ninja beasts was countless times stronger than the black snake before. The strength of these ninjutsu beasts is at the lowest level of Jonin, and there are more than 20 of them in number, all of them are fierce and mighty. Get out. Not long after Bai Ye left, those ninja phantom beasts who were sealed in the stone room all broke free from the shackles of the stone room and rushed out of the stone room. Damn it, you dare to sneak attack on this old man, you really want to die. As soon as Bai Ye left, the black hole slowly closed, hiding Bai Ye's trace. 0 looking for flowers. 289, surrounded. There was a muffled sound, and the huge sword instantly chopped the black python in half, and cut off the python at the same time. Hiss. Blood splattered everywhere, and the giant python was chopped off at the waist, and there was a sound of mourning immediately, and then it turned into black mist and scattered. How is this possible? You actually killed this big snake. A look of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the black snake. Although this black snake is only a first-order ninjutsu illusion beast, but its strength is higher than his cultivation base, it was cut in half with a knife, which is simply unheard of and unseen. The black snake took a breath, eyes full of fear. But he also understands that the current situation does not allow him to hesitate any longer, and he must get rid of Bai Ye as soon as possible, otherwise, when all the ninjutsu monsters wake up, he will probably be torn to pieces. Damn, 050. You ran away again, but it doesn't matter, there are countless ninja phantom beasts here, sooner or later I will capture you alive, skin and cramps, and then make a human puppet. A cold light flashed in He Snake's eyes, and then he went towards Bai Zhang. Shua. He waved his palm, and a huge black bead flew out instantly, exuding a suffocating breath. Not good. Bai Ye's face changed drastically, and his heart sank. He knew that this thing must be very powerful, otherwise, he didn't have to worry about being chased and killed just now, just kill all these ninjutsu beasts. Bai Ye stepped forward several times in a row, dodging the black bead's attack in an instant, but he still received the aftermath, spat out a mouthful of blood, and turned pale. It's dangerous. Bai Ye secretly rejoiced. These ninjutsu beasts are too powerful. If I rely solely on my physical body, I am no match for them at all, but I can rely on mystical power. Bai Ye said silently in his heart, and immediately closed his eyes and sank into it. At the dantian, in that purple crystal clear ball. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden thunderclap from the sky, and a black flood dragon about 1,000 feet long suddenly condensed in the void, opening its mouth and roaring. Its momentum was shocking. Roar. Advertisement. Flood dragon raised its head to the sky and neighed deafeningly, and it shook Bai Ye's mind, as if a monstrous wave had been set off. The dragon roared up to the sky for a while, and suddenly, a terrifying momentum swept out, making people tremble all over, and it was even difficult to breathe.
At this time, Zhaolong opened his mouth and spit out a terrifying black thunder, carrying the power of destroying the world, blasting towards Bai Ye. Break it! Bai Ye's eyes were closed tightly, his fists were clenched tightly, and bright rays of light emerged above his body, setting them off as if the god of war had descended. At the same time, the terrifying aura on Bai Ye's body also exploded in an instant, as if it was real. With the sound of a shocking explosion, Bai Ye's body forcibly withstood the lightning attack of the flood dragon. That's right, it's interesting, it can actually block my thunder attack. Zhaolong let out an excited voice, and immediately the scales of black appeared on his body, and waves of terrifying breath burst out, waves of violent black energy, crazy it spread towards the black scale armor. Boom. The dragon's scales became thicker and thicker, exuding a layer of black luster. Break it! With a roar, the black dragon shot out suddenly, crushing towards Bai Ye with an astonishing sense of oppression. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. He knew that this was his chance, because the dragon was very close to him, and he could kill him with just one move. But he didn't act rashly, he had to wait for the opportunity before he could act, otherwise, he could only seek his own death. At this moment, countless ninja beasts let out angry roars and rushed towards Bai Ye frantically. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye showed a sinister smile. Is it finally here? Zhengqiu didn't have the magic beast to train his hands. Today, I will use you to sacrifice my magic weapon to enhance my sword intent. Shish. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye put his toes on the ground, and his whole body shot towards the black tiger in front like a cannonball. Haihu was caught off guard, and Bai Ye pierced through his body directly, and bright red blood gushed out. Advertisement. Wow. Haihu let out a miserable cry, and after shaking his body a few times, he collapsed to the ground and died. Ha ha ha. This little guy dared to provoke a 9th level ninja phantom beast, he is looking for death. He is destined to lose in this game, ha ha. Roar. Bai Ye is like a demon, every move contains terrifying power, causing the surrounding ninjutsu beasts to fall to the ground one after another, their bodies pierced through. Yeah, those who don't know are so fearless, who does he think he is?
Isn't it just because he has some supernatural powers? But his supernatural powers are not worth mentioning in front of the 9th level ninjutsu. Blasts of terrifying energy, with unparalleled ferocious power and destructive power, continuously bombarded Bai Ye's body, causing Bai Ye's figure to tremble slightly, blood spurting wildly, and he looked in a state of embarrassment. This is the 9th level ninja phantom beast, Haisha Tiger. The other black tigers became even more annoyed when they saw that their clan brother had been killed. Their bodies suddenly grew bigger, and they opened their mouths to spit out streams of terrifying energy, crushing at Bai Ye. This filled his heart with dread. He knew that he had met a ninjutsu of the real boss level. However, Bai Ye didn't show any sign of retreating. Instead, his figure was like lightning, and he quickly rushed towards the remaining black tigers. At this moment, the Haisha tiger roared again, then turned into a puff of black smoke, and quickly disappeared in place. The next moment, it had already arrived in front of Bai Ye. This Bai Ye is really abominable, not only snatching the contents of our ninjutsu's lair, but also dare to provoke this ninjutsu. It's really courting death. It turned out to be the 9th level ninja phantom beast in Legendary, the Haisha tiger. At this time, the dragon had completely disappeared, replaced by another huge black panther, which was more than 5 meters long, with a head like a crocodile, and its eye sockets were covered with dense blood-colored vertical pupils. It looked extremely hideous. Blood flowed like a river. Bai Ye's pupils shrank suddenly, and he found that the speed of the Haisha tiger far exceeded his imagination, and this speed was even a little faster than his Feng Lei Kai. The people around ridiculed Bai Ye one after another, and many people gloated and commented, looking at Bai Ye with contempt and disgust. HMPH. He's just a mere Jonin, but he dared to provoke the 9th level ninja beast Haishahu. He's really overestimated. 290. Shocking soul. This kind of great forbearance illusion beast is definitely not weak in strength, and even, it is very likely to be stronger than Jiaolong. Roar. The Haisha tiger let out a roar, and then grabbed it suddenly, tearing a huge claw mark, tearing towards Bai Ye's chest. Bai Ye's pupils shrank, and his body retreated hastily, but it was too late. His body was torn open by the sharp claws of the Haisha tiger, and a deep scar was visible, and the blood flowed horizontally. It looked shocking. Bai Ye was violently thrown by Haishahu, and fell to the ground with blood flowing from his mouth, and the clothes on his body were torn apart. Ah! The Haisha tiger roared with its mouth open, bared its sharp fangs, and charged towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly used body skills to avoid the attack of the Haisha tiger. There was a series of violent impact sounds, and the Haishahu opened his mouth to spray. Jets of jet black water sprayed out from its throat, and hit Bai Ye's body like raindrops, causing Bai Ye's body to tremble and his face to turn pale. His eyes were even more painful. Bai Ye felt as if his body was about to collapse, and drops of blood dripped down the wound 22 onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. Bai Ye endured the pain and raised his head unwillingly to look at Haishahu. He knew that he could no longer be passively beaten like this, otherwise, he would definitely die here. Roar. Bai Ye roared angrily, his whole body bursting with terrifying purple-gold brilliance, like a god of war. All over his body revealed a Haki who looked down on the world, as if he was the king who ruled the ages. The purple-gold divine light was dazzling, shining out like a round of sun, covering Bai Ye's body. Immediately, Bai Ye took a step forward, and a coercion so terrifying to the point of ultimate swept in all directions, making everyone's ninja souls unable to help but fight bravely for it. All the ninjas were shrouded in the purple-gold divine light, spewing out a mouthful of blood, their faces twisted, their bodies trembling unceasingly, as if they were enduring great torture, and their eyes were filled with horror and fear. Desperate, they never thought that a human ninja would possess such terrifying fighting power. How is this possible? How could it be so powerful? Advertisement. Is he not human? Is he a ninja beast? What kind of ninjutsu is he? Why haven't I heard of this ninjutsu? Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were shocked to the limit, and their faces were filled with deep puzzlement. Roar. The Haisha tiger roared angrily, the hair all over his body exploded, and his roots stood upside down like steel needles. A bloodthirsty and brutal light radiated from his pair of eyes, as if he were a devil. Immediately afterwards, there was an earth-shattering roar, which was so deafening that people couldn't help but cover their ears, and their eardrums ached. The Haisha tiger charged towards Bai Ye again, the speed was as fast as lightning. Bai Ye's pupils contracted to the most dangerous extent. He knew that if he continued to be chased by the Haisha tiger, he would definitely die here. Break it. Boom. Bai Ye clenched his fists, and the aura on his body exploded suddenly, like a wild beast waking up. A tyrannical punch soared into the sky, tearing apart the void, making ear-piercing broken sounds, deafening. Bai Ye punched Haishahu's chest. Bai Ye's body flew upside down immediately, and slammed heavily on the mountain peaks in the distance, directly knocking down a mountain peak. And Haishahu was also shaken by this punch in midair, making him retreat hundreds of feet. Haishahu raised his head and roared, his eyes gleaming with anger. He rushed towards Bai Ye like a mad dog, exuding a monstrous hostility all over his body, and rushed towards Ultimate like a wounded beast. As soon as Bai Ye's body stabilized, he saw the Haisha tiger pounced on him again, and the aura emanating from his body was even more terrifying. Damn, this guy is so powerful. Seeing the Haisha tiger attack again, Bai Ye's eyes became extremely serious, and he cursed inwardly. Bai Ye is worthy of being a human ninja. He is not only invincible in physical defense, but also extremely fast. Like a gust of wind, he quickly darted to the side and escaped the attack of the Haisha tiger. At the same time, he held a spear and aimed at the Haisha tiger's head go through the hole. Bai Ye knew that the head of this black evil tiger was its deadliest part, and only by beheading his head first could he stop his attack. Advertisement. Bai Ye's figure was as fast as lightning, and his speed was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Haishahu in an instant, waved the long spear in his hand, and pierced directly towards Haishahu's head. However, what Bai Ye didn't expect was that Haishahu's reaction speed was also very fast. He just made a move when Haishahu reacted, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the spear fiercely. Bang! The two collided together, and suddenly, a terrifying shock wave rippling away, Bai Ye's entire right arm was instantly broken, and the spear was thrown out of his hand, flying towards Ku Yi's side again. Puff! Bai Ye spit out a mouthful of blood, and threw his body backwards again, drawing arcs along the way, and slammed heavily on the trunk of a towering tree, tearing a leaf of that towering tree forcibly. Cracked in two. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye couldn't help but a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and then, a strong belief surged out, and a surging energy and blood flowed from his body. These chi and blood, like small universes, are vast and majestic, which raised Bai Ye's aura to another level, reaching Jonin's peak state in one fell swoop. The chi and blood in Bai Ye's body, like a river breaking a bank, 047 continuously rushed out of his body, gathered together, turned into a huge wave of air, and spread out circle by circle. This air wave contained tyrannical energy, which made everything around it stand still at this moment. Bai Ye breathed out lightly, and slowly stood up. His face looked a little pale, but his eyes were unusually bright, with fine lights flickering past. Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief, felt the situation in his body, and couldn't help showing a look of joy, finally broke through to the peak of the fairyland. Bai Ye was excited, but he was not happy for too long, because he knew that there would be more and more troubles in the future, and the only thing he could rely on was himself. He didn't dare to be careless, after all, his body needs to be checked by himself. At the beginning, he was beaten all over by the black tiger, and now he is attacked by the black tiger again. There must be a big hidden danger in his body, so he must check it out as soon as possible. Boom. After thinking about it, Bai Ye rushed towards the Haisha tiger again. Bang. Bai Ye punched Haishahu's head, and knocked him back. At the same time, he was also shocked by the counter-shock force and retreated more than 10 feet away, with a streak of scarlet blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. 291. Pierce your eyes. However, after devouring the energy in Haishahu's body, Bai Ye's injury healed at a frightening speed, and he recovered 7 to 8 points in a blink of an eye. The energy of this beast is really powerful. If it weren't for the protective body with the power of devouring in my body, I'm afraid I would have been blasted to pieces. Bai Ye frowned slightly, and looked at Haishahu with serious eyes. At the moment when Bai Ye was stunned, the Haisha tiger rushed towards Bai Ye again, opened his bloody mouth, and bit Bai Ye's chest fiercely, causing the blood to flow wildly. But Bai Ye ignored it. Instead, he grabbed the sharp claw of the Haisha tiger, pulled it hard, and pulled out the claw of the Haisha tiger. Crack. With a crisp sound, Bai Ye grabbed the sharp claws and tore the incomparably hard claws of the Haisha tiger to pieces, dripping blood, shocking. Blood dripped to the ground along the sharp claws, exuding a faint stench. Haishahu let out a scream in pain, and its huge body struggled violently. It's a pity, how could Bai Ye give him a chance to grab Haishahu's sharp claws again and stab the Haishahu in the abdomen? This is Haishahu's weakness, if he was stabbed in the stomach, he would be seriously injured. But Bai Ye didn't know that the Haisha tiger was an ninjutsu phantom beast, his body was stronger than iron, so he was not afraid of Bai Ye's sharp blade at all. Bai Ye stabbed it, although it cut a hideous gash in Haishahu's abdomen, blood spurted out continuously. But Bai Ye's face was extremely serious, he never thought that Haishahu's body was so strong. Haishahu let out a howl, as if he was enduring great pain, but he still did not give up resisting, and launched a frenzied counterattack towards Bai Ye with all his teeth and claws. One man and one tiger, just like this in the mountains and forests, fierce battles broke out, and they continued to fight. After fighting again and again, the two monsters were stained with a lot of blood, and they looked extremely embarrassed. Isn't this beast's defense too pervert? An attack of this level can't even shake its body. Bai Ye frowned, his heart was extremely shocked, and his heart was also full of worry. He didn't know when he would be consumed to death by this beast. Roar. Advertisement. Just as Bai Ye was thinking wildly, the Haisha tiger suddenly launched an attack, and his extremely sharp fangs bit Bai Ye's arm like a wolf. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, bones were dense, and it looked shocking. Under the pain, Bai Ye didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly stimulated the true essence in his body, condensing a thin layer of true essence armor on the surface of his body. Boom. Crack. However, to Bai Ye's surprise, the incomparably sharp teeth of the Haisha tiger actually tore his primeval shield into pieces. Blood was splashed, and bones were dense. What a powerful defense. Bai Ye's face darkened, he still underestimated the power of this monster. Just as Bai Ye was meditating, the Haishahu's claws had already slapped his back fiercely, causing his back to collapse into the rock all of a sudden. Bai Ye snorted, his mouth sweetened, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. Hiss. The power of this monster is too strong, right? This kind of power is comparable to the powerhouse of the 9th level of the true Yuan realm. Bai Ye took a breath. Damn. Damn B asterisk 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 D, lousy will never let you go. Bai Ye gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. He originally wanted to temper his body with the help of the Haisha tiger's energy, but he didn't expect that this monster was so powerful that even he could hardly hurt him. However, at this moment, the Haisha tiger slapped it fiercely again, directly snapping off Bai Ye's left leg, causing blood to scatter. Seeing that Bai Ye's feet had been crippled, Haisha roared excitedly. UB asterisk 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 D. Bai Ye roared, and stepped on Haishahu's head, denting his head. Shi Song's forelegs ruthlessly penetrated into his throat. Minister. Wu. The Haisha tiger let out a mournful cry, and struggled more and more fiercely, but it was still unable to escape from Bai Ye's control. At this moment, bursts of roars suddenly came from a distance. Hearing the roar, Bai Ye and Haishahu looked at the same time. Ah, advertisement. At this moment, Bai Ye saw several wild boars running towards them in the distance. They were much larger than the common wild boars, and their whole bodies were covered with hard scales. These guys turned out to be a group of second-level ninjutsu. It seems that I have to deal with Haishahu quickly, otherwise, once these wild boars come over, I'm afraid I will be in danger. Bai Ye's face changed slightly, and his eyes also changed. Dignified. Boom. While speaking, Bai Ye stomped the sole of his foot on the ground suddenly, and the whole earth shook violently, dust filled the air, and smoke and dust were everywhere. Damn it, these beasts are so cruel, they are devoid of conscience. Seeing Bai Ye fall to the ground, several wild boars immediately slaughtered them ferociously. Their sharp claws directly tore through the void and brought a gust of wind towards Bai Ye's neck. Duh. Feeling the howling wind, Bai Ye's pupils narrowed sharply, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. He quickly turned his body to avoid the sharp claws of several wild boars. PFF'd. The strength of this wild boar is too strong, Bai Ye can't bear it at all. This scene frightened Bai Ye silly. However, at this moment, several wild boars had already rushed forward. Two ear-piercing sounds came, and the sharp fangs had pierced through Bai Ye's shoulder, even the bones were exposed. The next moment, Bai Ye raised his hand violently, with his 5 fingers together, it turned into a sharp eagle claw, and directly pierced Haishahu's eye socket. The chest and other parts were severely scratched. A wild boar directly hit Bai Ye's waist with one tail, breaking several of his waist bones, blood spurted out, Bai Ye screamed, and fell directly to the ground. This scene enraged Bai Ye even more, his eyes instantly turned extremely red, and he let out a roar like an angry beast. Just like that, Bai Ye kept inserting his fingers into Haishahu's eyeballs, blood flowed, and Bai Ye's right hand was also soaked in blood. Ah, this was an extremely terrifying pain, and he could clearly feel that the sharp fangs were slowly digging into his flesh and blood. However, at this time, Bai Zhao, he ignored the other 2 wild boars. Haishahu let out a mournful cry, and the skin all over his body was convulsed and trembling. Advertisement 292, depressed Bai Ye. The Haisha tiger kept struggling, but there was an endless and huge force supporting it on its body. Bai Ye used his finger again and pulled hard. Blood splashed, and the Haisha tiger's head was forcibly torn off. The scarlet blood, like raindrops, dripped down from its torn head, fell into the grass, and splashed a piece of mud. Hoo. Panting heavily, Bai Ye looked at the corpse of the Haisha tiger on the ground, his eyes shone with astonishment. I have actually taken off the head of the Haisha tiger, what kind of strength is this? Quote. He could clearly sense that his cultivation base hadn't increased in the slightest, not even the Sea of Qi had expanded to 3 inches. This is the gap in strength. Bai Ye was very depressed. He thought that he would be able to erupt with extraordinary power by relying on the swallowing Jew, but who would have thought that he would encounter such a predicament? You know, what he just did was a one-hit kill. If he hadn't been assisted by a heaven-defying technique like swallowing Jew, I'm afraid this blow would have killed him. Thinking that he killed a ninja monster with just one move, Bai Ye couldn't help sighing. It's so awesome, it can kill a ninja 673 king-level existence in a second. After a stick of incense. At this moment, those wild boars also caught up with Bai Ye, and directly opened their bloody mouths, biting Bai Ye's head. Seeing this, Bai Ye quickly ran the swallowing Jew. Immediately, the clothes on his body were torn, and shocking scars appeared on his skin, and the blood flowed wildly, staining half of his clothes red. Bai Ye was also knocked out by the wild boar. Plop. Bai Ye hit the ground heavily, and the pain in his body made him moan. He felt that his body was crushed into powder. Fortunately, Bai Ye's recovery ability is very strong, and he recovered in just a blink of an eye. But at this time, he was surrounded by wild boars, with a pair of scarlet pupils staring at him coldly, as if venting his displeasure. Roar. Advertisement. At this moment, a black wolf suddenly stepped out from among the wild boars, and its pair of sharp claws rushed towards Bai Ye, roaring continuously. Looking at the ferocious wolf king, Bai Ye frowned. He felt that this wolf king was much more difficult than the black tiger just now. Roar. The wild wolf opened its bloody mouth wide, looking like it was going to eat people, and rushed towards Bai Ye directly. Seeing the Wolf King rushing towards him, Bai Ye's eyes were full of fear, and he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He directly cast the 8th layer of Golden Bell cover, and punched the Wolf King's abdomen with a punch, intending to knock him into the air go out. However, to Bai Ye's disappointment, this punch could not shake the Wolf King at all, instead it sent Bai Ye flying. How? How is this possible? I've already tried my best. Bai Ye's face changed drastically. He never expected that this wild wolf would be so powerful, and its speed and strength were also extraordinary. However, just as he was in a daze, another wild boar rushed over from the side. Exclamation mark quote. The wild boar let out a low growl, and its sharp teeth bit Bai Ye's throat directly. Exclamation mark quote. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye's face changed drastically, and his body suddenly rolled to the left, narrowly dodging the wild boar's attack. However, at this moment, another wild boar also attacked, opened its mouth wide, and bit Bai Ye's head with one bite. Seeing this, Bai Ye quickly dodged to the side. Boom. The wild boar's fangs were so sharp that it easily pierced through Bai Ye's protective body and directly pierced Bai Ye's head. A piece of blood-dripping flesh was torn off, and the blood overflowed, spilling on Bai Ye. Face. Gulu gulu. Seeing that his fangs were able to tear apart the chi, Bai Ye's eyes widened, with an unbelievable expression, his saliva almost fell to the ground. What the hell is this fang? It's so scary. At this moment, the Black Wolf King also rushed towards day and night. Advertisement. However, as soon as the Black Wolf pounced in front of Bai Ye kicked it to the ground, and then slapped it on the chest with an iron sand palm, smashing its head instantly, and blood spurted out. Come out. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he cast the Golden Bell cover just now. If he didn't have the armor of the Golden Bell cover on his body, he might have become the Haisha Tiger's armor right now. I ate in my belly. Thinking of this, Bai Ye felt extremely fortunate. At this time, the other three wild boars also rushed over and launched an offensive towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye was also thoroughly annoyed. While resisting the wild boar's attack, he used swallowing talk to frantically plunder the surrounding endurance. He wants to absorb all these chakra and turn them into chakra in his own body. Roar. At this moment, there was a roaring sound from a distance, and a huge, 3-meter-high lion with a strong and ferocious aura rushed towards Bai Ye. Seeing the lion rushing towards him, Bai Ye gritted his teeth and directly urged the swallowing Jew to devour the ninja stone crazily. It got hot. At this time, the male lion rushed directly in front of Bai Ye, and a pair of sharp claws grabbed Bai Ye fiercely. Poochie. Bai Ye's right shoulder was directly scratched with 2 deep claw marks, blood was flowing, and a piercing pain spread all over his body, making him unable to help but scream. However, at this time Bai Ye still gritted his teeth, bearing the severe pain forcefully. Because his body had already been tempered, even if he was caught with 2 claw marks, the pain would not pose much threat to his physical body, so he didn't care about it. Haha, I have finally reached the 5th level of Golden Bell cover. I really didn't expect that these days of hard work have made me a top-level ninja master of the 6th level of Jonin. However, now is not the time to be frightened, and you need to get out of here quickly. A look of joy flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Immediately, he quickly took out a bottle of healing potion and drank it, and the injury healed after a while. However, at this moment, the brows of day and night were frowned. Not good. Those 2 wolves are not weaker than Jonin's 7th level peak ninja. If I want to escape, I must first get rid of them too. Looking at the 2 wild boars rushing towards him, Bai Ye thought to himself. 293. Found. At this moment, the 2 wild boars also collided with each other, and a roar broke out. Although the size of these 2 wild boars is small, their strength is terrifying. The strength of the wild boar king is even stronger than that of Jonin's 7th level ninja. And the size of that wild boar is not the largest, its size is less than twice that of ordinary wild boars, but its extremely sharp fangs make the fighting power of the wild boar king skyrocket. The 2 wild boars were fighting each other, and it was hard to tell the winner. As for Bai Ye, taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly ran to the depths of the mountain forest. Once he entered the deep mountain, it would not be so easy for the 2 wild boars to catch up with him. Bai Ye's body is so agile and extremely fast, he quickly got rid of the wild boar king, and then continued to run deep into the forest. The wild boar king also went berserk, roaring and chasing into the depths of the forest at a much faster speed than before. I don't believe it, you can catch up with a wild boar. Bai Ye snorted coldly and quickened his pace. Although this forest is large, it is a mountain after all, so it is almost impossible for the 2 wild boars to catch up with Bai Ye. In the forest, Bai Ye's speed became faster and faster, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it, how can this damn B********** D be so smart that he knows how to bully me with speed? It seems that I really have to pay a little price today. Bai Ye's eyes also turned scarlet when I got up, my body was full of energy. A long sword emerged from Bai Ye's finger. Go. The long sword in Bai Ye's hand turned into a silver light and shot into the void, and the next second, the long sword appeared in Bai Ye's hand again. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye held the long sword in his hand and swung it crazily. Sword beams cut through the space, leaving countless tiny wounds on the trees. Every time Bai Ye swung his sword and landed, there were sword lights piercing the air, cutting off the trees, leaving big ravines. Such an attack, not to mention the common people, even the Jonin realm ninjas would not dare to underestimate it. Whirring. Damn, isn't this guy too pervert? He cut down so many big trees at once. As expected of a Jonin 6th level ninja, this attack power is simply too powerful. Now that wild boar king is going to have a headache. Hey, he is indeed the brother I know, he is so awesome, even a ninja of the 7th level of Jonin is not in his eyes. Advertisement. The passing ninjas were all shocked by Bai Ye's attack, and they started talking about it, their faces full of envy and admiration. Bai Ye didn't care so much, he just focused on attacking, no matter what it was, it would be cut off by his sword. For a time, the entire mountain forest was filled with endless killing and screams, and the blood was splattered, which was horrible. An hour passed, and Bai Ye finally collapsed from exhaustion, and his clothes were stained blood red. However, the bodies of the 2 Jonin 7th rank wild boar kings were unscathed, which made Bai Ye's face reveal a hint of surprise. Strange, how could these 2 wild boars hair without injury? Could it be that these 2 wild boars have already reached the 7th level of Jonin? If this is really the case, it will be troublesome. Jonin's 7th level strength is equivalent to a demigod powerhouse. Even if it is a Jonin 9th level ninja, it is very difficult to kill a Jonin 7th level ninja. What's more, when I reach the 9th level of Jonin, I can't be the opponent of the other party. Well, it seems that I can only fight to the death. If I can kill these 2 wild boars, then I should be able to break through. Bai Ye shook his head and sighed. At this moment, a stern wolf howl resounded through the sky, and a huge wild boar galloped out of the forest. This wild boar was very fast, and it came to Bai Ye in an instant, and opened its mouth to bite Bai Ye. However, at this moment, the long sword in Bai Ye's hand swung violently. There was only a clear sound of sword groaning, and the huge wild boar was pierced through by Bai Ye's sword. Bang! Immediately, a huge corpse fell to the ground. Roar! The wild boar king let out a roar of grief and anger, and his body struggled frantically to get up, but he couldn't get up all the time. This guy is still pretty tough. Bai Ye smiled slightly, then walked to the side of the wild boar king, and stretched out his hand to pat the wild boar king's chest. Immediately, the wild boar king passed out completely. Ask for flowers. Hey, in this way, this wild boar king will become my prey. Advertisement. Bai Ye grinned, and then put the wild boar king into the Chenkin ring, and then began to reap the beasts he killed. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. However, at this time, 2 roars suddenly came from a distance. Kindness. Hearing this roar, Bai Ye frowned immediately, because he felt that the owner of these 2 roars should be the 2 wild boar kings of the 7th rank of Jonin. Damn, this is troublesome, these 2 wild boar kings must have found that I escaped, and they are searching for me with all their strength. 17. Bai Ye cursed secretly, then didn't dare to hesitate, immediately increased his speed, and flew in another direction. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, a huge wild boar with a height of 3 feet, exuding a terrifying aura, was lying among a pile of leaves. Infinite anger was revealed in 10 pairs of scarlet eyes. Damn, let this kid escape, I must eat him. The wild boar king cursed angrily, then moved its nostrils, as if smelling something, it jumped up and rushed towards the smell. Soon, this huge and imposing wild boar came to the top of a towering old tree, where stood a young man, exactly Bai Ye. Hey, I actually came to the door. Bai Ye looked up at the wild boar with a look of surprise on his face. He didn't set up any traps in this place just now, and this wild boar was able to find his position with his strong intuition. Human, I'm going to kill you. The wild boar king stared at Bai Ye with an extremely cold tone, as if he wanted to swallow Bai Ye alive. However, it didn't attack directly, but moved its huge body slowly, appearing quite cautious. I advise you to be honest, otherwise. Bai Ye said lightly. When he was fighting this wild boar king just now, he had quietly released the sword intent in his body, covering the area around 100 meters away, making it impossible for this wild boar king to enter the stage. Otherwise, with the astonishing speed of the wild boar king alone, he would have already escaped. Death. 294. Ninja beasts that are not common. Hearing this, the wild boar king spewed out a strong stench from his nostrils, snorted coldly, and then attacked Bai Ye again. The wild boar Wang Meng raised his huge paw, smashing the trap that Bai Ye had just set up with one palm, and a gust of strong wind blew by, causing all the surrounding branches to fall down one after another, even those items such as bark and trunks also shattered. Seeing this, Bai Ye frowned slightly, and said in his heart, this wild boar king is really extraordinary, he even sensed the trap and quickly avoided it. It seems that I must use all my strength to deal with it today. Otherwise, I will definitely fall into the hands of this wild boar king. Thinking of this, Bai Ye's complexion suddenly became a lot more dignified, and 2 eye-catching lights flashed in his eyes, like sharp knives, extremely sharp. 670. Swish swish swish. The next moment, Bai Ye made a seal with both hands, and a huge seal appeared instantly. Under his urging, a golden aura burst out from the seal, lighting up the entire forest. Sky Thunder Seal. Accompanied by Bai Ye's low voice, thousands of thunderbolts burst out from the seal, pouring towards the wild boar king like a torrential rain. Those thunder marks fell on the huge body of the wild boar king, making deafening noises, and then gorgeous fireworks rose into the sky, blooming extremely beautifully. The wild boar king also screamed, his huge body trembled violently, and bright red blood slid down its ferocious fangs. Obviously, the wild boar king was also seriously injured. Haha, it hurts, this kind of feeling is definitely not good. Bai Ye laughed, looking as if he had the winning ticket in his hands. However, At this moment, two huge wild boar kings had already chased after him, one left and the other right towards Bai Ye. The speed was as fast as ultimate. Damn, these two purchases of Fusheng are actually so fast. Bai Ye also turned pale with shock. He didn't dare to challenge the two wild boar kings head-on. He immediately used Lingbo Weebu, turned into a Yoran, and quickly disappeared in place. Shish. However, this wild boar king is not a vegetarian either. Although it is fast, it can still display super speed in the jungle. In just a moment, its body had arrived at Bai Ye's position, and its blood-red pupils were fixed on Bai Ye, as if it wanted to eat Bai Ye. Advertisement. Boy, I'm going to tear your flesh apart, eat your bones, and drink your blood. Roar. The wild boar king roared, his mouth wide open showing sharp fangs, and he was about to bite Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye suddenly stopped at this moment, his eyes fixed on the wild boar king. HMPH, since that's the case, then I will fulfill you. After saying that, Bai Ye's legs suddenly exerted force, and his whole body suddenly rose into the air, like a cannonball, and quickly slammed into the wild boar king. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye had already arrived in front of the wild boar king. He waved his fists a few times suddenly, and suddenly, his fists overflowed, like a flood of beasts, sweeping towards the wild boar king. Roar. The wild boar king let out a roar, kicked his hooves on the ground fiercely, and his huge body slammed into Bai Ye fiercely. At this moment, there was a fierce collision sound in the forest. The deafening sound caused the surrounding trees to collapse one after another, and the huge mountains were shaking constantly, as if they were about to collapse. The scene of a fierce battle between a man and a beast shocked everyone. However, at this time, no one knew that the battle between Bai Ye and the wild boar king had reached a very intense level. Every punch of Bai Ye contained the chakra spell he had practiced, and every attack carried violent and incomparable power, causing the entire area to be razed to the ground. At this time, Bai Ye's face became more serious, because the body of the wild boar king is too huge, it is impossible to fight it in close quarters, unless he can mobilize the power in his body, then he can fight it in close quarters. It's a pity that Bai Ye is far from strong enough now, so he can't do it at all. He can only rely on speed to fight the wild boar king, and this method of stretching is also not feasible. After all, his speed is almost the same as that of the wild boar king. If he fights close to each other, he will definitely lose. What should I do? Do I really have to use all my strength? Bai Ye thought to himself, feeling extremely heavy. No matter what, he can only rely on speed to fight against the wild boar king. But at this time, the wild boar king at the side seemed to have sensed what Bai Ye was thinking, and opened his mouth to spit out a black poisonous mist. Advertisement. Seeing this, Bai Ye's face changed suddenly, and he quickly activated chakra, urging his body protecting Ninki, and blocked in front of him. Bang! A cloud of black mist exploded in an instant, turning into a black mist that filled the sky, overwhelming the sky, and when the black dew stained Bai Ye's body armor, it quickly corroded into it. Seeing this, Bai Ye's face suddenly changed. He has experienced the power of these black mist before. If he is contaminated by these poisonous mist, he will definitely encounter great trouble. Immediately, Bai Ye also activated the power in his body, turning into streaks of gold lightning, constantly striking at the layer of ninja that protects the body. However, these lightning bolts couldn't stop the invasion of the black mist at all. After hearing a burst of muffled noises, the layer of gold lightning instantly disintegrated, turning into a rain of gold light that filled the sky and dissipated. Seeing this, Bai Ye's face darkened instantly, because he found that he couldn't stop the invasion of those black snows at all. However, at this time, Bai Ye finally understood the horror of those black mist. Bai Ye used the water-style purification technique, but unfortunately the black mist didn't respond at all, and kept rushing towards Bai Ye in a destructive attitude. Oops. 0.6. This wild boar king is not a common ninja. Bai Ye's complexion suddenly sank, and a retreat had already begun in his heart. Just when Bai Ye was about to pull away to leave, a rush of piercing sound suddenly came to his ears. Oops, this wild boar king is actually hiding a sneak attack. It seems that I really can't escape today. Bai Ye's complexion changed, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of this wild boar king. It was simply too sad. Whoosh. At this moment, Bai Ye didn't delay at all. The magic power in his body burst out instantly, and his speed was raised to the limit. His whole body galloped forward like a cannonball. However, just as Bai Ye flew a few hundred meters away, another wild boar king came after him. 295. Earth-style technique is really awesome. These guys are so fast, no wonder they dare to attack ninjas recklessly. Damn it, my speed is no match for this wild boar king, so I can only delay it for a while. Bai Ye was anxious for a while, but he also knew that this was the only way. As long as he was given a moment, he could defeat the wild boar king. But this wild boar king obviously saw through Bai Ye's mind. When Bai Ye was about to leap thousands of meters away, Yaran opened his mouth and sprayed out a column of black smoke. Buzz buzz. Above the smoke column, there is an incomparably rich and corrosive force. As soon as Bai Ye smelled this breath, he immediately felt dizzy in his head, felt a chill all over his body, and even had some difficulty breathing. This is, what the hell? Bai Ye's complexion changed drastically, his heart was beating wildly, and a cold sweat broke out all over his body, and his whole body was trembling. Shua. However, This wild boar king would not give Bai Ye a chance to breathe, and opened his mouth again to spit out a column of black smoke. This column of smoke contains strong poison, even Bai Ye is not sure that he can withstand it, and he will definitely die. But at this critical moment, Bai Ye did not panic, because he knew that he would never give up at the last moment. Fight. With a loud noise, Bai Ye's eyes suddenly shot out two dazzling chakra energy, and then, a thick gold lightning suddenly condensed on his right fist, and the fist blasted out, heading straight for the black smoke column. This time, Bai Ye's right fist hit the black smoke column, a dull roar resounded immediately, and the whole ground seemed to be trembling slightly. Crack, click. Immediately, only the sound of cracks was heard, and the black smoke column shattered in an instant and disappeared into the air. Seeing this, Bai Ye also showed a touch of joy on his face, and he couldn't help but rejoice that he hadn't acted recklessly before, otherwise he would definitely be in trouble today. Advertisement. Roar. However, just as Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue fleeing, Wild Boar King's roars of incomparable anger came from Bai Ye's side abruptly, scaring him to quickly use Earth-style technique and rush forward and go. I have to say, Earth-style technique is really awesome. Bai Ye just used it for a few seconds, and successfully evaded the Wild Boar King's pursuit. However, although Bai Ye escaped, he didn't continue to escape, because the Wild Boar King had already caught up. Ho ho ho. At this time, the Wild Boar King roared to the sky, his blood-red eyes were full of resentment, and he didn't expect that Bai Ye would suddenly use the Earth-style technique. You know, it's an extremely advanced Earth-style technique, even the Boar King didn't learn it, but this Bai Ye actually mastered such an advanced spell, which made him very upset. Bai Ye's complexion is also a little ugly, he didn't expect that this Wild Boar King actually knows the Earth-style technique, and it's an advanced Earth-style technique. If he slowed down for a second before, I'm afraid there will be no bones left now. Alright. Bai Ye ignored the Wild Boar King, moved his body, and fled towards the south directly. And that Wild Boar King seemed to have expected Bai Ye to be like this. A big mouth suddenly opened, and immediately, a pitch-black venom sprayed out, extremely fast, and caught up with Bai Ye in the blink of an eye. Bai Ye frowned, screamed in his heart that something was wrong, and his body instantly disappeared into a stream of light. Boom. However, before Bai Ye completely fell into the woods, there was a loud noise from behind, and he only felt a pain in his back. Immediately, a deep pit appeared behind him, and a strong black smoke filled the air, covering the entire forest. Damn it, is this poisonous gas? Bai Ye's face was startled, and he was also very annoyed in his heart. Advertisement. The poisonous miasma here is too powerful. Fortunately, I have practiced the 9-turn fortune-telling formula, which can resist most of the poisonous gas. At this time, Bai Ye didn't hesitate, and immediately activated the 9-revolution fortune art, frantically absorbing the poisonous miasma around him. Zila Zila. Accompanied by the operation of the 9-revolution art of good fortune, the clothes on Bai Ye's body started to burn, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into ashes and fluttered in the air with the wind. And his body is also constantly recovering, and it only takes 3 or 4 short breaths, and the injury has already healed. However, Bai Ye didn't care about other things at this time, quickly put on the robe on his body, and then quickly swept towards the front, because in this dense forest, he still needs to find the treasure carefully, otherwise if he is caught by that a Wild Boar King is entangled, and he is afraid that he will perish here. Hoo-hoo. Bai Ye's figure shuttled through the dense forest, and with every step, countless dust and leaves would be thrown up, making it impossible for people to see the route ahead. There is a situation. Suddenly, just as Bai Ye was shuttling through a dense bush, he suddenly felt a stench coming from the tip of his nose, which made him shudder, and his face darkened in an instant. It was even more icy cold. It's the Wild Boar King. Damn it, it chased 373 up. The Wild Boar King is a very special ninja beast. The strength of this Wild Boar King is equivalent to that of a real alchemy expert. It is extremely fast, powerful, and has extremely terrifying physical strength. With a single paw, even a hill can be crushed. Was directly blasted into powder. Therefore, Bai Ye didn't dare to be careless, and immediately used the Earth-style technique, and his whole body rushed forward like a cannonball. However, shortly after Bai Ye's body left the bushes, a huge figure followed closely, so fast that Bai Ye didn't even realize it, and he had already arrived in front of him. As soon as Bai Ye's body left the ground, he felt a huge thrust from behind, and his body immediately flew upside down. Bai Ye's body slammed into the bushes in front of him, and there was a dull sound, causing the whole forest to shake violently. A series of pitiful howls came from a distance, and those Wild Boar Kings also went berserk, their blood-red eyes fixed on Bai Ye, exuding a monstrous murderous aura. Bai Ye also knew that if he allowed the Wild Boar King to continue to wreak havoc, he would suffer disaster sooner or later, so with a thought, the 9-turn samsara sword was suddenly thrown out, enveloping his body in an instant. At the same time, Bai Ye also with one foot on the ground, the body bounces like a spring. 296. Purple's chakra energy. Whoosh. Before Bai Ye could react, the 9-turn samsara sword in his hand also turned into an afterimage, and slashed fiercely at the Wild Boar King. However, although Bai Ye's sword was extremely powerful, it couldn't break through the Wild Boar King's defense at all. Instead, he was knocked back 7 or 8 meters. Bai Ye's face changed slightly, and he was extremely shocked, because he knew that if this continues, he would be killed alive sooner or later. Huh. Bai Ye took a deep breath to suppress the restlessness in his heart, and immediately, he quickly mobilized the true energy in his body and poured it into the 9 revolving samsara sword. Buzz. At this moment, the 9 revolving reincarnation sword also uttered the sound of sword cries. Bai Ye stared at the wild boar king in front of him tightly with both eyes, gave a low drink, and then swung the 9-turn reincarnation sword, slashing fiercely at the wild boar king. There was a sound of metal collisions, and the sharp 9-turn reincarnation sword also left scars on the wild boar king's body. However, just as cracks appeared on the wild boar king's body, and just as he was about to struggle to get up, Bai Ye swept across with his sword again, directly knocking him into the air. Bai Ye's attack this time also made the wild boar king completely burnt with anger, roaring continuously, with a big mouth showing a ferocious look, spitting out letters at Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't show any weakness either, he kept slashing the 9-turn samsara sword in his hand, and every time an attack landed on the wild boar king, a huge explosion of thunder would erupt, attracting endless thunder and lightning, constantly attacking the wild boar king. The bombardment on his body made him suffer unceasingly. However, although Bai Ye's attack was ferocious, the wild boar king was still not afraid at all. Instead, he launched waves of even more terrifying attacks. Shish. Bai Ye didn't show any weakness either, and directly used the wind-style phantom step, dodging the wild boar king's attack with a dodge, and the 9-turn reincarnation sword in his hand kept leaving scars on the wild boar king's body. However, going on like this is not an option, Bai Ye must find a way to get rid of the wild boar king in front of him. Advertisement. After some fighting, there were many wounds on the body of the wild boar king, dripping with blood, but it was like a cockroach from immune to death crazily rushing towards the night. Bai Ye was also anxious, but in the face of the wild boar king who was rushing madly, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and unleash another killing technique. In an instant, clusters of dazzling purple lightning burst out from Bai Ye's body, dyeing the whole world in purple, and within the purple, there was a faint blue light, like a purple world, filled with a destructive atmosphere. Purple's chakra energy. Boy, how can your body contain such pure chakra energy? And it's the purple chakra energy that I've never seen before. No wonder your physical body is so strong. What a pity. Boy, although your physical body is strong, but if you want to compete with me, you are still too far away. I advise you to be honest and get caught, maybe I can spare your life, otherwise, I will not be polite. Suddenly, the voice of Qi Nin from Tiandao Tower sounded in Bai Ye's mind. HMPH, I want to see how rude you are. Bai Ye was also burning with anger. He is a majestic immortal emperor peak master. Now he is threatened by a pig. It is a great shame. If he can't kill him, he will definitely be ridiculed in the future. Boom. Not to be outdone, Bai Ye slashed at the wild boar king again with the 9-turn samsara sword in his hand. Immediately, the fur on the wild boar king's body was torn to shreds, and blood overflowed, but the blood couldn't do anything to it at all. It continued to roar and continued to rush towards Bai Ye. I rub it, it's really hard enough. Seeing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but swear, and immediately a strong murderous intent appeared between his brows. That being the case, let's see who dies first. In the next second, Bai Ye's body suddenly disappeared in place, and in the next second, he reappeared beside the wild boar king, and the 9-turn reincarnation sword in his hand was cut off again. Bang. Advertisement. There were a few more scars on the wild boar king's body again, but these scars showed no sign of stopping, as if they were endless. However, Bai Ye ignored the pain of the wild boar king, he swept his body, and slashed at the wild boar king again. This time, he used all his strength, and directly sent the wild boar king flying hundreds of feet away. Far. However, the wild boar king was completely enraged by Bai Ye this time, and electric arcs burst out from his body. As the electric arcs continued to spread, a large number of injuries appeared on the wild boar king's body. Stimulated by this series of pains, the wild boar king completely ran away, roaring crazily, with more and more wounds on his body. There are more and more wounds on the wild boar king, but Bai Ye is getting more and more excited, because he can feel the lightning energy in his body is slowly increasing. As long as he keeps using the lightning style technique, he will be able to continuously absorbing the lightning energy in the body. At that time, even if this damn guy is 10 times stronger than himself, he can easily defeat him. Quote. Roar. Bai Ye once again slashed at the wild boar king with a sword, and a terrifying thunder snake instantly swallowed the wild boar king. Taking advantage of this gap, he immediately cast Phantom, and disappeared in place again. Bang bang bang. However, as soon as Bai Ye's figure disappeared, the wild boar king suddenly swung his paws, leaving a palm print with a depth of 1 foot and a diameter of more than 10 feet in the position where he was standing just now, which can be described as terrifying power extreme. The wild boar king waved his paws again and again, blasting shocking palm prints on the ground. Strong air waves continued to spread, plowing the ground all over, and the soil turned over several somersaults. It can be seen that the strength of the wild boar king is how powerful. Call. Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief, the corners of his eyes twitched a few times, and he said secretly, damn it, this guy really is a ninja. In the situation just now, Bai Ye barely escaped the wild boar king's attack entirely by relying on his speed advantage. Fortunately, I just cast Phantom, otherwise, I'm afraid I'd really fall here today. Bai Ye's face was full of gloom. I'm going to eat you alive to let you know how powerful our pig clan is, ouch. The Wild Boar King growled, waved his paws again, and attacked Bai Ye. 297. Grid Prison. However, holding the 9-turn Samsara sword in his hand, Bai Ye collided with the Wild Boar King frantically. Waves of energy splashed everywhere, everything around him shook violently, and the entire mountain range was in a mess. Boom. The Wild Boar King's paw slammed heavily on Bai Ye's 9-turn reincarnation sword, and he was also shaken back a few steps day and night. However, he did not give up, his body bowed slightly, and he charged forward again. And the 9-turn reincarnation sword in Bai Ye's hand also erupted with bright light at this moment, like a meteor shower, and the intensive and sharp offensive swept towards the Wild Boar King. Ho ho ho. The Wild Boar King also roared, his huge body writhed unceasingly, flashes of lightning flashed from his body, and also bombarded Bai Ye. The two attacks met in the void, sending out a huge rumbling sound. The sound was like thunder and thunder. The two attacks collided together, and there was no winner, but the Wild Boar King screamed again and again. Every time he collided, his body would be covered in blood, and even some of his skin was torn apart. However, he didn't have the slightest fear, he still waved his claws frantically, and grabbed 440 towards Bai Ye, as if he was determined to catch Bai Ye and tear Bai Ye to pieces. When Bai Ye saw this scene, a cruel smile formed on the corner of his mouth, and the purple lightning in his eyes became even more intense. Boom! A tyrannical lightning force surged out of Bai Ye's body, enveloping Bai Ye in an instant. One after another electric pythons kept walking on the surface of Bai Ye's body, turning Bai Ye's surroundings into a turmoil. A grid prison. Bai Ye stood quietly in the grid prison, with his eyes slightly closed, oblivious to the danger outside his body, just like a statue, who was attacked by the Wild Boar King, but he remained motionless, as if unconscious. HMPH, little beast, do you think you can avoid the old man's attack by hiding in the grid prison? Even if the old man risked his life, he would have to tear you apart. Seeing this, the Wild Boar King's mouth also showed with a sneer, he immediately attacked even more crazily. However, his attacks had no effect on Bai Ye. Even if his attacks bombarded the grid prison again and again, the grid prison was safe and sound, and swallowed up all the attacks released from him net. Advertisement. How so? The Wild Boar King stared round his eyes, full of disbelief. However, before he could continue to think of a solution, Bai Ye suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Thunder God Art, Thunder Slash. A Tongtian giant axe pierced through the void, carrying the aura of destruction. It fell from behind Bai Ye, and went straight to the head of the Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King's pupils tightened suddenly. It didn't expect that Bai Ye would be able to use this kind of move, and he didn't hesitate at the moment. His hands formed seals quickly, and suddenly a thundercloud appeared out of thin air, enveloping him, and he was stunned. It was Bai Ye's blow. Huh, Thunder God Art. I want to see how long your Thunder God Art can last. Wild Boar King said coldly, and then continued to condense an energy ball, ready to give Bai Ye a fatal blow, so that Bai Ye would never be reborn forever. Bang bang bang. However, what the Wild Boar King didn't expect was that when Bai Ye's Thunder God Art was used, a vision happened again. It's almost the limit. One after another, the attacks continued to roar in the prison of the power grid, and waves of energy fluctuations were continuously transmitted, shaking the mountains and forests, and the entire sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning, just like the end of the world. Generally. Boom boom boom. One after another thunder dragon bit the grid prison, making the solid prison tremble constantly, as if Dada would collapse at any moment. And Bai Ye's face was full of ferocious smile. Ha 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 ha. No, I must break through. Advertisement. Old man, as I said, you can't defeat me at all. It's because you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer in front of your eyes, ha ha ha. Bai Ye mocked recklessly, but his heart was full of anxiety and uncertainty. It is also his last life-saving talisman. However, to Bai Ye's surprise, the Wild Boar King is worthy of being a heaven and earth ninja beast, and the secret technique he displayed can more than double the power of thunder and lightning. The two collided again. This time, Bai Ye felt that the whole world was shaking, and the internal organs in his body seemed to be displaced, and a burst of severe pain spread all over his body, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. It's a pity that Bai Ye's body technique is extremely agile, and every attack by the Wild Boar King will fail. Although the Wild Boar King's attack was powerful, it was not enough to destroy the grid prison. On the contrary, it angered Bai Ye, making him even more angry and crazy. But at this time, he had become completely irritable, and his figure flew quickly, constantly attacking Bai Ye, wanting to break through as soon as possible and crush Bai Ye to death. The Wild Boar King thought to himself, the ferocious look in his eyes became more and more intense, and even the surrounding wind became more violent, his clothes were blowing away. As long as I break through to the Ninja Emperor realm, then I can easily crush that ninja. The Wild Boar King launched fierce attacks on Bai Ye time and time again, but he couldn't do anything to Bai Ye at all. On the contrary, he had more and more scars on his body. The strength of this Wild Boar King is really too strong. Without the assistance of the Thunder God Art, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to win. Bai Ye took a deep breath, stabilized his body, his eyes flashed coldly, and he secretly decided, this contest must be won. However, the Thunder Dragon behind Bai Ye was still slashing non-stop, and the Wild Boar King was also constantly using secret techniques to resist it. Little beast, you are so crazy. I don't believe you can't break through your defense. The wild boar king roared, waved his claws again, and bombarded Bai Ye. Ho ho ho. This also led to the fact that although the thunder and lightning hit the grid prison, it could not break the shackles of the grid prison. If the thunder god art is deciphered, his body will also suffer heavy injuries, and he will definitely lose some combat power at that time, which is definitely not a good thing for him. What the hell is going on? Why can't I hurt that damned ninja at all? The wild boar king was filled with horror and panic. Boom. 298. Lightning-style thunder god art. A series of powerful thunderbolts slashed down continuously, constantly bombarding the grid prison, causing the lightning light curtain above the prison to disintegrate bit by bit. And this scene, also seen in the eyes of the wild boar king, made him even more angry and anxious. A series of attacks continuously bombarded the grid prison, making the grid prison crumbling, and even some cracks like spider webs appeared. Crack. Finally, with a crisp sound, the grid prison was shattered, and Bai Ye's body rushed out of the lightning prison in an instant. At the same time, above Bai Ye's head, a silver moon hangs high, exuding bright brilliance, and strong auras are continuously emitted. Lightning-style thunder god art, the second level, thunder burst. Bai Ye shouted word by word, and a powerful thunder and lightning force erupted from his body, converging towards his right palm, and in the blink of an eye, it was on him. In his right palm, a ball of lightning the size of a fist condensed, rolling and roaring continuously, containing tyrannical energy. Accompanied by Bai Ye's punch, the ball of lightning smashed towards the wild boar king fiercely. The wild boar king sensed a hint of danger, and immediately turned around to avoid it, but he was half a step too late, and was directly bombarded by the ball of lightning. The wild boar king was blown thousands of meters away, hit the ground, splashed dust all over the sky, and let out a scream. Gulu. But at this time, they noticed that there were many cracks on the body of the wild boar king, and blood gushed out from the wound. It looked extremely miserable, like a bloody flesh bug. It was shocking to watch. The corners of the wild boar king's mouth were also covered with bloodline, and his bullseyes were wide open, obviously hurt by Bai Ye's ball of lightning. How is it? Can we fight again? Bai Ye licked his tongue with an eager expression, obviously mocking the wild boar king. Little b asterisk 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 d, you are looking for death. The wild boar king was furious, and rushed over again. The two confronted again, but this time, Bai Ye had the advantage even more, because he possessed extremely powerful physical strength. No matter how powerful the wild boar king's physical body was, he still couldn't break through his defense. The wild boar king was sent flying out time and time again, but it didn't give up and pounced on it time and time again. And Bai Ye used the power of thunder and lightning to neutralize all the attacks of the wild boar king. Advertisement. After strong collisions again and again, the two figures were separated by an unknown number of meters, but they still maintained their original appearance. The wild boar king was still seriously injured by Bai Ye, his body was dripping with blood, his fur had also turned black, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Damn. Damn b asterisk 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 d, lousy will never give up until he kills you today. Wild boar king roared while spitting blood. Hee hee, I'm waiting. Bai Ye snorted coldly, but the wild boar king roared angrily, and then turned into a prototype. I saw a huge white tiger, covered with scales all over its body, reaching a height of 4 feet, with thick fangs on its big mouth, revealing its white fangs. Roar. The wild boar king let out a deep roar, and then rushed forward, his sharp claws tore through the void, and grabbed Bai Ye's head fiercely. Sword of lightning. Bai Ye's complexion changed, and he immediately swung the long sword in his hand to kill him. The power of thunder and lightning condensed into a sword of thunder and lightning, and stabbed him towards the wild boar king. The thunder sword pierced through the white tiger's scales continuously, leaving hundreds of hideous blood holes on his body, dripping with blood, and the blood flowed like pillars. The wild boar king was in pain, and roared to the sky, his bullseyes were red, full of bloodthirsty murderous intent, his body swelled even more, the muscles all over his body swelled even more, and the aura he exuded was stronger than before. Bai Ye also shouted not to be outdone. Hey! Roar! 2 roars resounded through the sky, and the whole trembling mountain trembled violently, like an earthquake. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and the energy that erupted set off waves of ripples, spreading in all directions, and waves of dust were set off wherever they passed. I have to say that Thunder Chakra is really domineering. The wild boar Wang Yu became irritable, and his bullseyes were about to burst into flames, but he still didn't give up, and continued to attack Bai Ye regardless of his injuries. Advertisement. However, Bai Ye kept dodging, blocking, and attacking. The lightning technique with one move made the wild boar king exhausted. He had no time to pay attention to Bai Ye. He just fought back desperately in an attempt to defeat Bai Ye. 0 for flowers. And Bai Ye was not to be outdone, and the thunder and lightning technique, one move at a time, was extremely ferocious. Hoo. Bai Ye panted heavily, looking at the wild boar king who kept fighting back. He was also secretly surprised. The physical strength of this wild boar king is still quite terrifying, although now he casts the wings of thunder and lightning, his speed and attack speed are greatly enhanced, but there is still no way to catch up with the wild boar king, and the wild boar king's physical body does not know what it is made of, the defense is too strong. Suddenly, a tiger roar sounded. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye saw that a huge tiger claw of the wild boar king was slapped down fiercely, with an incomparably terrifying coercion, as if he wanted to crush Bai Ye to death in one fell swoop. Damn, this beast actually knows how to use the power of external objects, no wonder it's so powerful. Bai Ye looked at the tiger's claw and couldn't help cursing, but he didn't panic, but directly used Thor possession. Bai Ye's physical strength increased again, and he punched out, breaking the tiger's claw abruptly, but he suffered a slight internal injury. But at this moment, the Wild Boar King's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and his speed was like a ghost, and he came to Bai Ye's back in an instant. Shua. The Wild Boar King grabbed Bai Ye's shoulder, trying to lift him up forcefully. Bai Ye was taken aback for a moment, and then understood what the Wild Boar King meant, and immediately sneered again and again, shaking his body slightly to avoid the Wild Boar King's attack. However, under this dodge, Bai Ye was injured. After all, his thunder wings hadn't been cultivated to perfection yet, so he couldn't withstand the Wild Boar King's attack at all. Seeing Bai Ye dodging, the Wild Boar King couldn't help roaring angrily, and then attacked and killed Bai Ye again. All of a sudden, two terrifying figures collided continuously in the valley, and the terrifying ripples from the explosion even shattered the rocks, and huge deep pits appeared one after another on the ground, as if they had been plowed by a plow. Going through it again and again, the scene is extremely spectacular and terrifying. 299. Lightning Ninjutsu Flying Soaring. However, Bai Ye's condition is not so good, every time he has to resist with the wings of thunder and lightning, otherwise his body will definitely suffer. Finally, after holding on for 5 minutes, Bai Ye couldn't bear it anymore, and was knocked out by the Wild Boar King's slap. Bai Ye flew upside down, vomiting blood continuously, and scarlet blood overflowed from his mouth. Ha ha ha, you are not my opponent, even if you are the body of lightning. I advise you to catch him without a fight, obediently obey our patriarch's orders, otherwise you will die a very miserable death. The Wild Boar King also laughed out loud, but it made people feel a little chilly, an unprecedented coldness hit his heart. Bai Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at the wound on his body, and sneered, Wild Boar King, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you want me to submit to you, men or nothing. However, since you like being a hero so much, let's play with you. Roar. The Wild Boar King was furious, and rushed towards Bai Ye again. There was a sound of piercing through the air, and Bai Ye moved quickly. The Wild Boar King didn't dare to be careless, a huge tiger claw kept waving, whistling with a gust of wind, sweeping around with a strong force, as if even the air was about to be torn into pieces. Boom. Bai Ye's figure avoided the Wild Boar King's giant palm again, and still slapped towards the Wild Boar King's abdomen. Bai Ye's palm bombarded the Wild Boar King's belly heavily. The terrifying force even shocked the Wild Boar King's stomach with blood, but the Wild Boar King was unscathed. The Wild Boar King turned around, waved his giant claws again, and bombarded Bai Ye, which also contained a terrifying force. Huh, no matter what, I must kill you today. Bai Ye was not to be outdone, the lightning wings in his hand trembled, and terrifying electric arcs followed his wings, shooting towards the Wild Boar King, many times faster than before. The Wild Boar King couldn't dodge in time, but was hit by an electric current. Ah, advertisement. The Wild Boar King immediately let out a shrill cry, twisting and struggling continuously, looking extremely painful. But the Wild Boar King's body was extremely powerful, and he returned to normal quickly. Not only that, he even rushed towards Bai Ye, and once again grabbed Bai Ye's head. FK me, what the hell is this guy, it's so pervert. Bai Ye was startled when he saw this scene, he didn't expect that the Wild Boar King had such perverted fighting ability, and he was still alive and kicking under the attack of thunder wings. Huh, the hammer of Thor. Spear of Thor. Seeing this, Bai Ye roared angrily, and two weapons appeared in his hands, and they quickly condensed. Thor's spear, Thor's shield. Bai Ye held Thor's spear and Thor's shield in both hands, aimed at the head of the Wild Boar King and slammed it fiercely, and the terrifying thunder lights flickered as if he wanted to see the entire sky. Thunderbolts bombarded the Wild Boar King's head, making piercing and sharp sounds, and lightning flashes appeared on the Wild Boar King's head, which looked quite terrifying. Ah, the Wild Boar King opened his mouth, and a golden light gushed out from his mouth, hitting towards Bai Langlang's. HMPH, I really don't pay much attention to trivial tricks. Facing Gold's light, Bai Ye showed a disdainful expression, and then Thor's blade and Thor's shield slashed down fiercely. Raiden and Light clashed for a while, and finally Bai Ye won, but Thor's blade and Thor's shield were damaged, Thor's wing was also cracked. At this time, the Wild Boar King also roared, and rushed towards Bai Ye again. Thunderstorm Arrow. Bai Ye wasn't idle either, and waved the two weapons in his hands crazily, thunder arrows, thunder bombs, and thunder beads, crazy bombardment towards the Wild Boar King. Bai Ye and the Wild Boar King fought back and forth for half a stick of incense, but neither of them could do anything to each other. Because during this period, Bai Ye had already used all his strength, and the Wild Boar King had also tried his best. Advertisement. However, the strength difference between Bai Ye and the Wild Boar King is too great. Bai Ye is not the opponent of the Wild Boar King at all, but has been suppressed and beaten all the time. I'm going to. What should I do? Bai Ye's face was full of anxiety, he knew that he would not be able to survive, if he was killed by this Wild Boar King, then his mission would be a complete failure. The Wild Boar King yelled angrily, bursting out with violent energy from all over his body, and punched Bai Ye with a punch, which made people tremble with fear. Not to be outdone, Bai Ye stepped on the ground with both feet, and his body shot towards the Wild Boar King like a cannonball. The two collided together, and a huge roar sounded instantly. A puff of smoke and dust dispersed. Bai Ye stood on the ground in a panic. His face became extremely pale. A ray of Yinhong's blood slowly left along the corner of his mouth, making Bai Ye look extremely embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Boy, do you still want to fight against this old man? Today I will let you try to see what it means to be a real strong man. The wild boar king groaned, stomped his legs on the ground, and charged towards Bai Ye viciously. The speed was actually a few minutes faster than Bai Ye. Bai Ye's heart sank, knowing that he was no match for the wild boar king, but how could he be willing to admit defeat like this? Thunder wings. With a loud noise, Thor's wings appeared again, and a pair of wings turned into 3 sharp swords, and the wolf stabbed at the wild boar king's chest. Huh, with the power of ants, dare to challenge the dignity of this deity. Court death. 1.6 inches. The wild boar king snorted coldly, swayed his body, and unexpectedly avoided Bai Ye's attack, then clenched his fists with both hands, and smashed at Bai Ye. Bai Ye was repulsed again. Moreover, a trace of bloodline leaked from the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. His complexion looked very ugly, and his body was also precarious, as if he might fall down at any moment. Bai Ye was bombarded by the wild boar king dozens of punches in a row, and each punch took away most of his ninja power, and his body has turned purple. Bai Ye gasped for a while, the wounds on his body healed quickly, his complexion recovered, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This wild boar king is indeed very powerful. If he fights alone, he is no match for him at all. Bai Ye thought secretly in his heart, but he didn't have any fear, instead he looked excited. 300. Eat Genin Dan. After all, this level of ninja beast is definitely a great supplement for ninjas who practice the laws of thunder. Seeing that Bai Ye was fine, the wild boar king roared angrily, and rushed towards Bai Ye again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Bai Ye immediately used the wind-style god step to avoid the attack of the wild boar king. Moreover, Bai Ye also took the opportunity to cast Thor's spear, and once again attacked and killed the wild boar king with one punch. The wild boar king was punched by Bai Ye, and his face became slightly ugly, but he did not give up and continued to attack Bai Ye. Bang bang bang. The wild boar king crazily attacked Bai Ye, each punch was full of destructive power, and Bai Ye was sent flying with just one encounter. Bai Ye fell heavily to the ground, and after feeling the severe pain from all over his body, he couldn't help frowning. He knew that he had suffered internal injuries, and he might not be able to recover in a short time. However, Bai Ye wasn't worried about anything, because he knew that the effect of Thor's wings could be removed after 5 seconds, and there was a time limit. Once the time limit expired, 04 Thor's wings would disappear, so there is no need to worry. HMPH. Although this wild boar king is powerful, it is not so easy to defeat me. If that is the case, then I will not be polite. Wind-style god slash. Bai Ye held Thor's wing with both hands, and then moved out suddenly. Whoosh. Immediately, a silver-white sword sliced through the void, and quickly struck out like lightning. This is wind-style god's wings, and it's thunder ninjutsu. Its attack power is more powerful, and it's also more tricky and weird, so the wild boar king can't resist it. Seeing this, the wild boar king had no choice but to dodge. But, how could Bai Ye's thunder god's wings let go of the wild boar king easily? While avoiding the wild boar king, Thunder god slashed away fiercely. Advertisement. The wild boar king is worthy of being a super strong existence in the early stage of the ninja king realm. Although his body was blown away by the wings of thunder, he was not injured at all, except that the hair on his body was a little bit more scorched black, and he also took risks. There was a trace of blue smoke. Bai Ye was also taken aback when he saw this, and couldn't help cursing inwardly. This guy has thick skin and thick flesh, there is no way to cause fatal injuries to it. What can we do about it? Bai Ye was lost in thought, he didn't know how to deal with the wild boar king in front of him. Little b***********, d, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and surrender to this king, otherwise this king will tear you to pieces. Wild boar king roared. Hey, wild boar king, is it up to you? Are you worthy? I, Bai Ye, have never conceded defeat, let alone bowed my head. I will fight forever to the end. Even if it is death, I will never bow my head. Bai Ye roared fearlessly. The wild boar king was enraged by Bai Ye's words, he couldn't help but howled in anger, and then rushed towards Bai Ye. Naturally, Bai Ye would not wait for death. While avoiding the attack of the wild boar king, he launched an attack on him, trying to defeat him. It's a pity that Bai Ye's strength is still too weak after all. Although the wings of thunder god Hefengdun god slash can give him great defensive power, but it can't provide enough power to fight head-on with the wild boar king. In the end, he was suppressed and beaten by the wild boar king. PFF'd. Bai Ye's shoulder was torn open by the wild boar king's sharp claws, and blood flowed out. Seeing that Bai Ye was injured, the wild boar king's anger dissipated a lot, but he continued to chase and beat Bai Ye. Bai Ye fought fiercely with the wild boar king, but to no avail, the gap between the two became wider and wider. Boom. Bai Ye and the wild boar king encountered the same move again, but Bai Ye's attack was better. The wild boar king was punched and flew out, his figure was also in a state of embarrassment, but he did not give up attacking, but rushed towards Bai Ye directly, preparing to continue attacking Bai Ye until he was knocked down. Or until it is killed. And Bai Ye did not hesitate, and directly activated the second layer of the Thunder God Shield of Wind Style God Slash, protecting himself airtight. Bai Ye and the Wild Boar King fought together again, and the two powerful forces collided together, erupting terrifying energy fluctuations. With one attack, the two separated, each retreating several hundred meters away. Advertisement. Hiss. It's so powerful, this Wild Boar King is like an invincible existence. Bai Ye took a deep breath, and couldn't help but marvel at the huge Wild Boar King in front of him. This time the confrontation, Bai Ye is considered complete lose. The situation of the Wild Boar King is not much better than that of Bai Ye. Although it has the strength comparable to that of the Ninja King, it has suffered a lot in Bai Ye's hands. Seeing that his attack was actually blocked, the Wild Boar King couldn't help being a little surprised, because in his opinion, the strength of this kid in front of him was not worth mentioning at all. After the Wild Boar King finished speaking, he rushed towards Bai Ye again, ready to swallow Bai Ye directly into his stomach. However, at this moment, a spear suddenly appeared in front of the Wild Boar King. Not only that, but he also suffered a lot of internal injuries, and even Thor's wing could no longer be used. Shua, shua, shua. Seeing this, the Wild Boar King couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, this little b asterisk 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 d was injured 123 times. It seems that this old man is going to get mad at Kamui today and swallow this little b asterisk 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 d alive. But Bai Ye couldn't care less, so he directly took 3 ninja pills and began to recuperate his body. Seeing that Bai Ye was injured, the Wild Boar King roared excitedly, and then charged towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye was panting continuously, and his face became paler, obviously suffering from serious internal injuries. The Wild Boar King was also taken aback when he saw Bai Ye taking Genin pill to heal his wounds. Bai Ye's palms fluttered, and ninja pills appeared in his hands one after another. Bang! The Thunder God slash in Bai Ye's hand directly blocked the Wild Boar King's chest, blocking the Wild Boar King's attack and preventing the Wild Boar King from getting any closer. However, after Bai Ye glanced at the Wild Boar King, he didn't dare to take it lightly. He has been injured now. If he is targeted by the Wild Boar King, he is really dead, so he must recover his strength as soon as possible, otherwise he will definitely perish here. Clang! Bai Ye was knocked out again. This time he was injured, and his body hit the mountain wall fiercely. Blood flowed down his mouth, staining his white clothes red. 301. Great Fireball, no more money. After all, in its view, this kid has already suffered such serious internal injuries. Even if he took the ninja pill for healing, the final result would definitely be a dead end. There is no doubt about it. So, HMPH, little b asterisk 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 d, you'd better admit defeat, this way you can still save your life. Wild Boar King also said with a sneer. Hearing this, Day and Night curled his lips and said, who said I took ninja pill? What? You didn't take the ninja pill? Are you kidding me? Just now you clearly took the healing ninja pill. Did you lie to me? Wild Boar King didn't believe Bai Ye's explanation, but asked with a sneer. HMPH, I don't need to lie to you about this kind of thing. Bai Ye said flatly. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the side. Seeing this, the Wild Boar King shook his head disdainfully. Little b asterisk 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 d, I don't care what you say, anyway, you have to admit defeat now. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart. While the Wild Boar King was speaking, he also opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp fangs, which looked very terrifying. However, Bai Ye showed no fear, instead he looked at the Wild Boar King sarcastically and said, I advise you to admit defeat obediently, so as not to suffer from flesh and blood. You know, I am injured now, and I am not suitable to go out again. Keep fighting. No sooner had Bai Ye finished speaking, but the Wild Boar King rushed forward relentlessly, and the speed was so fast that it was hard for people to handle it. The Wild Boar King was very fast, rushing to Bai Ye in the blink of an eye. Seeing the Wild Boar King coming, Bai Ye gritted his teeth, desperately exercising the ninja in his body, preparing for a desperate battle with the Wild Boar King. Bang bang! Bai Ye swung the blade of the Thunder Spirit, and directly collided with the Wild Boar King's sharp claws. There was a sound of bones breaking from Bai Ye's arms, and his tiger's mouth was scratched by the Wild Boar King's sharp claws, and blood gushed out. And Bai Ye's complexion also became paler, and the whole person looked extremely weak, as if he was about to faint at any time. However, Bai Ye still stubbornly held the blade of the Thunder Spirit, refusing to let go, as if defending his dignity to the death. The Wild Boar King didn't expect Bai Ye to be so persistent, and he couldn't help being a little bit surprised, but he didn't care so much, so he just culled it. Advertisement. The Wild Boar King opened his huge mouth, biting towards Bai Ye. Although Bai Ye couldn't dodge it, he still used the blade of the Thunder Spirit in his hand to block in front of him, trying to block the Pig King's attack. However, the sharpness of the blade of the Thunder Spirit couldn't resist the sharpness of the Wild Boar King, and it was directly bitten by the Wild Boar King, blood spurting out. Blood spurted out and sprayed directly on the Wild Boar King's body, causing it to emit a pungent stench. The Wild Boar King was in pain, and suddenly let out a scream of pain, and kept waving his sharp claws, slapping towards Bai Ye, trying to smash Bai Ye's head to vent his anger. But Bai Ye is not so easy to defeat, he has always dodged left and right, avoiding the Wild Boar King's attacks again and again. The Wild Boar King roared twice, but there was nothing he could do. Bai Ye no longer fought recklessly with him, but took advantage of his body to keep dodging, and at the same time he was secretly taking care of his body, hoping to recover early and continue fighting. And at this moment, the Wild Boar King was also in a state of desperation. He didn't expect that his majestic Ninja King clan would have nothing to do with an ant-like ninja. This is simply too embarrassing. Ho ho. The Wild Boar King roared twice, and regardless of what happened, he directly slammed into Bai Ye, wanting to crush Bai Ye into a patty with his huge body. Seeing this, Bai Ye didn't want to be outdone. He immediately moved his body and turned into an afterimage to avoid the Wild Boar King's attack. However, after all, Bai Ye's speed couldn't keep up with the Wild Boar King's speed. He only heard a bang, and Bai Ye was sent flying by the Wild Boar King's sharp claws, and fell into the grass net at the selected location. Bai Ye couldn't bear the pain, and took 2 breaths. But Bai Ye did not give up, but quickly got up from the ground and continued to run away. Bai Ye fled frantically, but the Wild Boar King kept chasing Bai Ye, making hoarse noises. Huh, I'm so tired, my tendons can hardly bear it. While dodging the Wild Boar King's pursuit, Bai Ye kept mobilizing the chakra around him to recover from his injuries. At this time, the earth element chakra was consumed too much, and Bai Ye couldn't continue to practice, so he could only sit on the ground and rest. However, at this time, Bai Ye suddenly felt the chills on his back stand up, and a dangerous aura enveloped him instantly, making him shudder all over. Not good. Advertisement. Backquote. Is it possible that guy is chasing after me again? Bai Ye's heart trembled, and Dang even got up quickly. Edo. Bai Ye had just stood up when a gust of wind blew from behind, and a sharp gust of wind immediately slapped him fiercely. Puff. No, I'm afraid I can't stop this move. I have to use fire style, otherwise I will definitely die. Yu Yi's face changed drastically. Isn't the beast afraid of fire? Just after Bai Ye's fire style was displayed, the huge great fireball was swallowed by the Wild Boar King in one gulp. However, the Wild Boar King was not affected at all, even his eyeballs did not change color, and he still rushed towards Bai Ye. Hiss. The Wild Boar King sneered, opened his huge mouth, and bit Bai Ye down. And at this time, why is this beast still chasing after him? Isn't he afraid of the power of thunder? Bai Ye clutched his chest, his face full of shock. Bai Ye didn't hesitate anymore. When he even cast fire-style Great Fireball technique, he wanted to use the Great Fireball technique to blow up the Wild Boar King's claws. The Great Fireball entered the Wild Boar King's stomach and immediately exploded, directly blowing up the Wild Boar King's stomach. Bai Ye hastily unleashed one Great Fireball technique after another, all smashing towards the Wild Boar King, but the Wild Boar King ignored it at all, and still rushed towards Bai Ye ferociously. Damn it, boy, you really don't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth, you dare to fight against this king, you really want to die. Damn it. Bai Ye's complexion changed drastically, and he didn't care much, when he even used the fire-style Great Fireball technique bar again. A sudden burst of severe pain caused Bai Ye to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his figure also staggered back several steps before falling directly to the ground. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Bai Li Nuo. 302. Oops. A large area is frozen. The Wild Boar King roared, and his sharp claws grabbed Bai Ye again. Seeing this, Bai Ye didn't dare to be careless, he urged chakra again, condensed a lightning arrow, and shot towards the Wild Boar King, trying to force the Wild Boar King back. The lightning arrow hit the Wild Boar King's sharp claws, and the explosive force directly sent Bai Ye flying. 19. The Wild Boar King just shook his body slightly, and immediately rushed towards Bai Ye again. His speed was as fast as thunder, and he directly punched Bai Ye's head, wanting to hit Bai Ye directly, become seriously injured. 2. Under such circumstances, Bai Ye's reaction was even faster. When he rolled on the ground to avoid being bombarded by the Wild Boar King's sharp claws, at the same time he turned his wrist, and immediately condensed a fire bomb, aiming at it. The head of the Wild Boar King was shot in the past. Bai Ye knew that the Wild Boar King's strength was too strong to be competed with by himself, so he set his target on the Wild Boar King's sharp claws. As long as he could crush the Wild Boar King's sharp claws, he could kill him. But even if Bai Ye thought, well, there is no chance. Because, that fireball has already fallen into the sharp claws of the Wild Boar King. The fire bomb exploded on the Wild Boar King's sharp claws. Although it didn't hurt the Wild Boar King at all, the Wild Boar King was shocked back a few meters. A look of horror flashed. How could it be that such an attack didn't even touch the king's skin? What the hell is this? The Wild Boar King's face was full of shock. Hiss. Bai Ye couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking at his scorched arm, his heart was filled with shock. The fireball just now was an attack with all his strength, and it was launched at the fastest speed, but it still failed to burn the Wild Boar King's skin. What kind of monster is this? Bai Ye couldn't help swallowing, his heart was full of horror, and he didn't even dare to try a second attack. After all, Bai Ye's fire-style technique is already very powerful, and his current physical strength is also exhausted. If he continues to cast a fire bomb, I'm afraid it will really be over. However, the Wild Boar King refused to let it go, and continued to charge towards Bai Ye. Seeing this, Bai Ye didn't dare to be careless, and quickly cast Earth-style technique, moving backward again. Advertisement. AHEB. The Wild Boar King pursued him relentlessly, and was almost hit every time, but in the end he was lucky enough to avoid the attack. The defense of this beast is too strong, isn't it? It's harder than steel, even the explosion of fire style can't damage it. Bai Ye couldn't help muttering. Hiss. However, just as Bai Ye was speaking, the Wild Boar King suddenly stopped his pursuit, and then opened his bloody mouth, biting towards Bai Ye. Damn, what's going on? Why all of a sudden? Seeing this, Bai Ye's heart suddenly sank, and he immediately ignored it, and quickly cast Earth-style Earth Wall, trying to stop the Wild Boar King. However, just as the Bai Ye Earth-style Earth Wall condensed, the Wild Boar King's sharp claws scratched through the Earth Wall again. Bang! Bai Ye's body immediately slid forward a few feet, and then fell to the ground fiercely, directly knocking the ground out of a huge crater, causing dust to fly. What kind of monster is this? It's so ferocious. Bai Ye lay in the deep pit, looking at the struggling Wild Boar King. He was shocked in his heart. Bai Ye didn't understand what happened, why all of a sudden, the Wild Boar King attacked him like crazy. However, fortunately for Bai Ye, the Wild Boar King was not able to break through the defense of the Earth Wall. If this continues, I'm afraid I will die here sooner or later. Bai Ye secretly thought, but there was nothing he could do, he could only watch the Wild Boar King's sharp claws getting closer and closer. Just when Bai Ye thought he was going to be torn to pieces by the Wild Boar King, the Wild Boar King's sharp claws ran across his head, leaving a shallow scar, but no blood flowed out. It's so dangerous. Bai Ye let out a long sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing. But then, Bai Ye felt that an ultimate icy breath filled the entire mountain in an instant, making him tremble all over. Not good. Oops. This guy is going to cast a large area freeze. What should I do? How should I hide? Damn it. How could I be so stupid to make a mistake at this time? Bai Ye was so annoyed that he wanted to beat himself to death. But right now, advertisement. Shish. Suddenly, a picture appeared in Bai Ye's mind, which was the scene when he was trapped. When even Yishi said, yes, at that time, this guy was not far away. At that time, it isn't there no energy fluctuation. Besides, he didn't recognize me then. Bai Ye thought in his heart. But then, he felt that the chill was getting stronger and stronger, as if it could freeze into ice, and his whole body seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar, cold to the bone. Not good. This monster is transformed from the essence of cold-type ninja beasts. Its essence is transformed from the ninja souls of natural materials and earth treasures. For us ninjas, it can be said to be a great supplement. If I devour these essences, maybe I can use them to break through my cultivation. When Bai Ye thought of this, his heart suddenly became excited. BXEED. No, absolutely can't do this. This is a lion majesty, absolutely can't absorb it into my sea of consciousness, otherwise, I will be poisoned to death. Don't let it devour the essence, otherwise, I will be in danger. Bai Ye immediately made a decision in his mind. Hoo. Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief, and then activated all the chakra in his body to resist the cold air, and at the same time, he did not forget to observe his surroundings. At this time, the Wild Boar King's eyes turned scarlet, and his body was shaking violently, as if he was enduring something. Roar. The Wild Boar King let out an angry roar, and immediately, a pair of sharp fangs were exposed, which looked extremely ferocious, as if he wanted to choose someone to devour. Seeing this, Bai Ye was even more convinced in his heart that this guy was a brutal and bloodthirsty beast. Of course, Bai Ye is not afraid of this Wild Boar King. After all, he has the ability of Earth-type ninja beasts, while the Wild Boar King only has the ability of Water-type ninja beasts, so he is fully capable of contending with the Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King let out a low growl, and then rushed towards Bai Ye. Snort. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and also rushed forward. 303. Huge wind pressure, falling from the sky. The Wild Boar King's sharp claws tore through the void, and with a sharp howling sound, he grabbed Bai Ye's neck, apparently intending to kill Bai Ye with one blow. Bai Ye sneered, and also used his body skills to the limit. While dodging, he kept attacking the Wild Boar King, wanting to take this opportunity to kill the Wild Boar King and obtain its ninja core. However, Bai Ye's attack did not make the Wild Boar King back down. With a low growl, the Wild Boar King's speed more than doubled, and he grabbed Bai Ye's wrist. Bai Ye was startled, he didn't expect the strength of the Wild Boar King to become so terrifying. And at this moment, crack, there was a crisp sound. Immediately afterwards, a sharp claw pierced through Bai Ye's shoulder blade, and immediately, the Wild Boar King shook his head, and threw Bai Ye to the wall of the cave. Bai Ye's whole body hit the stone wall directly, knocking out a huge hole in the stone wall. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, but Bai Ye didn't dare to neglect in the slightest, and quickly circulated the chakra in his body to quickly heal the wound on his body. However, just as Bai Ye's chakra was running halfway through, a burst of cold air spread in from outside the cave, covering Bai Ye in an instant. Hiss. So cold, so painful. Bai Ye shivered as if his bones were going to be frozen. Bai Ye also understood that the Wild Boar King was not a pure cold air, but a poisonous cold air, which also caused Bai Ye to be greatly tortured. But he still gritted his teeth, continued to control his body and sprint forward, trying to escape from this ice and snow valley. However, Bai Ye's efforts did not have much effect, on the contrary, it increased the pain on his body by several points. Bai Ye took a deep breath, feeling the overwhelming pain in his body. His face became extremely pale, and beads of sweat permeated his forehead. Damn it. If this continues, within half a stick of incense, I will die, which is not good. You have to think of a way. Bai Ye's eyes flickered, but soon, his eyes suddenly lit up. I just found this place. With such a large area, as long as I can escape alive, I can find reinforcements. At that time, we will be able to escape from this dangerous ice and snow mountain. And, advertisement. As long as I can expel the cold air from this place, then the chakra in my body will be improved, and then I will be able to restore my physical body, and, with my powerful physical body, I will be able to defeat this wild boar king and capture the essence in his body. After Bai Ye figured out the key, a smile finally appeared on his face. You can't escape. At this time, a roar full of violence resounded again. Hearing this voice, Bai Ye frowned slightly, but his face was very calm. Hee. You mean, you want to eat me? Bai Ye asked jokingly. Ho ho. The wild boar king roared again and again, his eyes full of mania. Apparently, it wasn't lying. This is a valley of ice and snow. In this valley, there are all kinds of precious ice crystals. Moreover, these ice crystals have extremely high temperatures, which can freeze to death common mortals, let alone ninjas like Bai Ye. If he hadn't possessed the ability of an earth-type ninja beast, he might have turned into an ice sculpture just now. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth curled up, and then he looked at the wild boar king indifferently. Since you want to eat me, then I will fulfill you. Shua. Bai Ye swung his right arm fiercely, and suddenly, a golden blade appeared on Bai Ye's palm out of thin air. The gold sword glow erupted, and suddenly, the air oscillated, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread around. Seeing this scene, the wild boar king let out a scream, and his entire huge body flew backwards, drawing a strange arc in midair. Bai Ye let out a breath, with cold murderous intent flowing in his eyes. He slowly raised his palm, and pointed at the wild boar king in the distance. Immediately, the sword light turned into a dazzling streak, and flew towards the wild boar king. Wherever it passed, the air was cut into fine traces. Seeing this scene, the wild boar king was terrified, and even regretted provoking Bai Ye. 182. It's too late to say anything now. The blade light was already approaching the top of its head. If it was not avoided, it would definitely die here. At the moment, the wild boar king didn't care about anything. His huge body twisted directly, and he dodged the sword glow with a sideways roll.
0. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. The knife light slashed fiercely on the ground, and a gully about 20 meters long appeared on the ground, which was 5 or 6 feet deep and bottomless, like a dark chasm. And this gully was also affected by the blade glow, and a neat glacier was also cut open by the blade glow, and a huge crack appeared on the ground, which looked shocking. Ho ho ho. The wolf howl of the wild boar king also came from the ground. Bai Ye frowned slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Looks like I underestimated this guy. It was able to avoid my attack, and even avoided my attack. Although Bai Ye never thought that he would fail, Yu Yi was still shocked when he actually fought against the wild boar king. 0. After all, Bai Ye is now a tier 1 chakra, and the gap with the wild boar king is too great. Not only that, the wild boar king's physical defense is also beyond expectations day and night. But, want to return home, but Bai Ye did not give up because of this. HMPH, the wild boar king of tier 3 only thinks he can trap me? I'll let you know how stupid you are. Bai Ye snorted coldly, kicked his feet on the ground, and his figure rose into the air. After somersaults in midair, he landed firmly on the ground. Seeing this, the wild boar king immediately stood up and threw it at Bai Ye. 2. The wild boar king's head hit the ground hard. On the head of the wild boar king, there was a gap the size of a bowl. The wild boar king let out a shrill scream, and his entire face was twisted together. Obviously, the impact caused him a lot of injuries. However, Bai Ye's movements did not stop. In the next second, a huge wind pressure fell from the sky and enveloped Bai Ye. This wind pressure contained an extremely sharp sword light, which directly cut off all the surrounding vegetation. Under the pressure of the wind, the clothes on Bai Ye's body were also shattered one after another, and blood marks were drawn on his skin day and night by the sword blade. A layer of anger welled up on Bai Ye's face, and he slammed his hands on his chest, and suddenly, a fist-sized thunderball condensed out. 304. Wind style, shapeshift, shish. At this moment, the light of thunder and lightning bloomed, and Bai Ye directly drove the power of lightning into the thunderball. Under Bai Ye's control, the thunderball spun crazily, and the purple electric snakes flickered continuously, which looked particularly frightening. This is the agglomeration of the lightning element ninja chi, and it is the most powerful attack method in the lightning element. Once it is used, it can destroy all enemies. Roar. Seeing this scene, a trace of fear flashed in the wild boar king's eyes, and he let out bursts of sharp roars, as if in a demonstration, as if warning Bai Ye. But Bai Ye didn't care at all. His eyes were fixed on the thunderball, waiting for it to explode. Thunderball, explode. Accompanied by a low cry, the thunderball exploded directly, and the terrifying lightning energy swept away in an instant, radiating towards the surroundings. Everything within a kilometer of Fang Yuan was completely destroyed by 370s. The wild boar king was also attacked by a thunderball, and was directly sent flying out of the hospital. With a loud noise, the wild boar king's huge body fell directly to the ground, making a deafening wailing sound. This huge roar also made many ninja beasts look up. And the scene they saw surprised them. A huge body fell to the ground, which looked like a ball, rolling around on the ground, and the hairs on its body stood up like a hedgehog. But on the surface of its body, there is also a faint silver light shield, which isolates the power of lightning, which looks quite strange. What's going on here? This is a wild boar king. How did it suddenly appear here? Could it be? It's aimed at that ninja. Damn, how is this possible? Then how could a ninja have such a powerful strength? What's going on here? Who is the ninja, and how can there be such a powerful ninja? All the ninja beasts were discussing one after another, their faces full of surprise and suspicion. However, the wild boar king felt extremely aggrieved. Damn, how dare you sneak up on me? I'm going to crush you. Advertisement. The wild boar king roared angrily, and the silver light shield on his body gradually dimmed. Swipe. The next moment, the wild boar king clawed fiercely, and suddenly, a crack more than 2 feet wide appeared on the ground, and his whole body rushed towards Bai Ye quickly. Huh, Bai Ye sneered, and went forward without hesitation. In an instant, Bai Ye and the wild boar king were fighting together. The silhouettes of a man and a wolf collided constantly in the sky, and each attack contained an extremely fierce offensive. And Bai Ye is not a fool. As soon as he came up, he used all his strength. A series of berserk attacks also bombarded the wild boar king one after another. The wild boar king's eyes were red, obviously extremely angry. After all, its strength was limited, and it had to retreat steadily in the face of Bai Ye's attack, and it was even a little overwhelmed. Shua, with a step on Bai Ye's legs, he approached the wild boar king again, and punched him out. The fist wind whizzed past, bringing up a violent wind, tearing the void, and smashing towards the wild boar king with unparalleled coercion. The wild boar king was also taken aback, but he reacted quickly. His huge body turned into an afterimage, dodging the fist wind's attack. Ho ho ho. While the wild boar king roared, another ferocious impact hit him. Boom! The two collided again, and a terrifying roar resounded through the sky and the entire earth shook violently. Under the violent aftermath, deep gullies appeared on the ground. However, Bai Ye's reputation is not in vain, and Bai Ye's cultivation is not covered. So the fight between the two turned out to be evenly matched. Roar! The wild boar king was getting more and more angry, but Bai Ye became more courageous as he fought. No matter how fierce the wild boar king's attack was, he could easily dodge it. Advertisement. The battle between the two has become more and more intense, and they have even fallen into a stalemate. The wild boar king roared again, and a black mist radiated from his body. Bai Ye had never heard of that kind of mist, but Bai Ye knew that this mist must be extremely dangerous, because he could clearly feel that his ninja soul had become dazed, as if he had fallen into a daze. Which way should I go? No, it can't be delayed any longer. Although this wild boar king is not the real ninjutsu beast king, it still has the strength comparable to the peak of Jonin Juzongtian. If it is delayed, it may become a mummy zero. Now I have to leave quickly. Bai Ye thought in his heart, but his complexion became more and more gloomy, and the spear in his hand suddenly waved. How could the wild boar king allow Bai Ye to escape so easily? A silver light condensed again, turned into a wild boar king again, and quickly chased after him. Bai Ye frowned. Isn't this guy too disgusting? Boom! Bai Ye let out a loud roar, and a terrifying spear light suddenly condensed, turning into a 100-foot-long spear light, like a dragon, tearing apart the space, heading straight for the wild boar king. This shot also forced the wild boar king back a few steps, and at the same time, Bai Ye also took the opportunity to escape from the battle circle. A series of flesh and blood splashed out, and one of Bai Ye's arms was also scratched at this time. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he used wind-style transformation to avoid a ferocious impact from the wild boar king. Otherwise, he might have fallen to IH today. The wild boar king roared angrily and kept charging. A strong stench also spread from his mouth and nose. Bai Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead, and there was a bitterness on his face. Bai Ye couldn't help speeding up, and at the same time, the spear in his hand was attacking more quickly, and the sharp chakra energy pierced through the air, sending out 0.5 sharp whistling sounds one after another. Bai Ye sat down on the ground, panting heavily, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had been fighting the wild boar king for so long just now, and he had consumed a lot. If he continued like this, he might be exhausted. Ho ho ho, ha, finally escaped, kill. Bai Ye's body rushed forward quickly, but when he was about to hit a towering ancient tree, he stopped abruptly, twisting his body violently, dodging the wild boar king's attack collide. The wild boar king roared angrily, and his huge fangs kept sucking in and out, making low-pitched sounds. Bai Ye's figure also retreated quickly, and at the same time, the spear in his hand was constantly attacking the wild boar king. 305. Ninja Wolf Clan. At this moment, Bai Ye also suddenly heard a roar from the wild boar king, and then saw that wild boar king also slowly stood up, no longer embarrassed before, but a relaxed and contented appearance. This guy, why, isn't dead yet? Bai Ye's face was full of surprise. It stands to reason that this wild boar king's defense is extremely poor, but the scars on its body are not serious. Could it be that it's not a real ninja monster itself, but a special thing is fused into its body to form a small world, so it can resist my attack? And the injuries on it are just a disguise, and the ruler of this small world is also this wild boar king. Its real body has long run away, and it is estimated that it is hiding in the surrounding mountains and forests, waiting for me to send it to the door. Bai Ye thought in his heart, but his eyes kept scanning his surroundings. He knew that there was an extremely strong existence hidden around him. However, he is not clear who this existence is. Because the tyrannical aura was hidden around, Bai Ye couldn't detect it at all, so he could only wait for that tyrannical existence to appear. Bai Ye waited, waiting for the appearance of that horizontal existence. It seems, you still have 2 brushes, Bai Ye. The black mist slowly appeared. It seems that a wild boar king can't pose a fatal threat to you, a genius ninja. Why don't you get rid of you first, so as not to cause trouble for our ninja clan in the future? The black mist gradually faded, and finally, a tall, dark man with a lion's face appeared in Bai Ye's eyes, and his mouth showed a row of sharp canine teeth. Ninfanta Ninja Wolf Clan. Bai Ye frowned. Bai Ye is no stranger to the Ninja Wolf Clan. This race has been famous several times in ancient times. It is said that every member of the Ninja Wolf Clan has a special bloodline power that can incarnate. They look like adults, but their attack and defense are completely different from ninjas. Once the Ninja Wolf Clan turns into a human being, their combat power is definitely beyond the existence of ordinary ninjas. Advertisement on this point, Bai Ye is also convinced, because the attacking methods of the Ninja Wolf Clan are almost exactly the same as those of ninjas, and they all attack with fleshy palms and sharp claws. But Bai Ye is not worried, because he still holds 3 Dragon Yuan pills in his hand. Even if he does not rely on chakra to motivate him, he can still burst out with extraordinary attack power, and even be able to leapfrog challenges. Shua, with a kick of Bai Ye's feet, his figure immediately turned into a cloud of green smoke, and he swept far away in an instant, and then a deep hole appeared at the place where he was standing. Sure enough, it's not easy. It has persisted in my hands for so long.
In the black mist, there was the exclamation of the leader of the Ninja Wolf tribe. Obviously, he also had a little recognition for Bai Ye, and he was a little more afraid of Zhang Yi's combat power.
What do you want to do? Bai Ye asked with a sneer. Hearing this, the leader of Ninja Wolf grinned. You are carrying 3 Dragon Yuan pills, which are extremely rare treasures, so I want to take away all the treasures on your body, including your ninja soul. In this way, I can also take our clansmen to the central region, where our ninjutsu clan can also rise. After hearing these words, Bai Ye also understood the thoughts of the leader of the Ninja Wolf. You ninjutsu Ninja Wolf Clan not only have this ability, Bai Ye said coldly, also with a mocking look on his face. The leader of Ninja Wolf also snorted coldly. No matter what you say, you will surely die, so now I don't bother to talk nonsense with you, just make a move directly. As he said that, a group of blood-red lightning style appeared in the claws of the Ninja Wolf leader, Thunderbolt, exuding shocking fluctuations. The leader of the Ninja Wolf let out a roar, and then a strong wave of air swept out. That wave of air seemed to be able to destroy everything, making people tremble with fear. Seeing this, Bai Ye's face changed slightly, and his body quickly dodged to the side.
Behind Bai Ye, many trees were broken in response, and the entire area was completely destroyed.
Seeing this, Bai Ye was also stunned. Not good. Bai Ye also reacted. He is now locked by the Ninja Wolf leader. It is indeed impossible for him to get rid of it. He can only rely on the spiritual weapon on his body to resist the Ninja Wolf. The Ninja Wolf leader attacked. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Bai Ye also took out the silver escape, the dragon scale sword, and then his body shook. A bright silver light shot out from the blade, and then turned into a giant silver snake with the size of tens of feet, dancing wildly snaketail. The power carried by the silver snake is more terrifying than Bai Ye's body, so in a short period of time, it directly smashed the attack of the Ninja Wolf leader. Hiss, this. The leader of Ninja Wolf also constricted his pupils when he saw this. He is very aware of the horror of this silver snake. If he is bitten by this silver snake, even he will be seriously injured, let alone an ordinary person like him.
As expected of a 3-star ninja phantom beast, its strength should not be underestimated. Bai Ye said with lingering fear.
The Ninja Wolf leader glanced coldly at Bai Ye 667 and then prepared to leave.
But before his actions were over, Bai Ye said again, since you have come, don't leave, I can consider giving you 10 sets of accounts if you stay here. Hee, it's up to you. It's so arrogant. The leader of Ninja Wolf snorted coldly, and immediately said disdainfully, I don't believe that your physical body can withstand my lightning style, the power of thunder and lightning, and even if you can hold it, what do you think? Can you escape?
If you don't try, how will you know? Bai Ye said without fear.
Okay, then I'll let you take a look today, I'm so good at the Ninja Wolf clan.
As soon as the words fell, the leader of the Ninja Wolf attacked and killed Bai Ye again. Hoo. A thick layer of frost condensed on the claws of the leader of the Ninja Wolf. Under the icy airflow, the air was frozen, which looked quite strange. The claws of the leader of the Ninja Wolf directly grabbed Bai Ye's body as fast as thunder. The expression on Bai Ye's face also froze slightly, because the leader of the Ninja Wolf was almost at the point where he couldn't avoid it. However, he did not panic. Because he still has 2 Dragon Yuan pills in his hand, he is confident that he can swallow them at the moment when the Ninja Wolf leader attacks. Point 306. The means of life-saving. Bai Ye's speed was also extremely fast. He dodged the attack of the leader of the Ninja Wolf in an instant, and with a jump, he appeared behind the leader of the Ninja Wolf. and the dragon scale sword in his hand slashed down fiercely, facing the head of the leader of the ninja wolf.
Although Bai Ye has practiced the 3-star ninja skill Zontian swordsmanship, he has never used it on himself. This is the first time he has used it, and the power of this 3-star ninja skill is quite terrifying.
This sword directly hit the back of the leader of the ninja wolf. But at this time, the leader of Ninja Wolf was not a vegetarian either. He turned around and avoided Bai Ye's sword light, and suddenly punched Bai Ye. The punch of the leader of the ninja wolf was very fast, and it reached Bai Ye's chest in the blink of an eye. Boom! A sound of metal and iron clanging resounded, but Bai Ye's body remained motionless, and it was still as stable as Mount Tai. This? How so? The ninja wolf leader's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Ho 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 ho. Damn it, it can withstand my punch without falling down. I'm going to kill you. The eyes of the leader of the ninja wolf were filled with violent killing intent, and raging flames burst out from his body, and terrifying heat waves swept out. This ninja wolf leader has already reached the peak of the 3rd rank, and his fire attribute has reached the 7th rank, and his power is astonishing.
Bai Ye's ninja look is also a bit dignified. Although he has the Dragon Yuan pill, which can enhance the strength and defense of the physical body, he also knows that he has only broken through to the 3rd level ninja master not long ago, and he still cannot be invulnerable to all poisons.
The leader of the ninja wolf waved his arms suddenly, and immediately attacked and killed Bai Ye with wind-style wind knives. Wind-style. The wind blades are as dense as rain, giving Bai Ye no chance to dodge at all. However, Bai Ye didn't have any fear, but the sword lights flickered rapidly, intercepting these wind-style wind blades. Snort. The leader of the ninja wolf snorted coldly, then waved his hand again, and a majestic flame gushed out, heading straight for Bai Ye's cheek.
Bai Ye's reaction was also extremely fast, and immediately pasted a talisman on his face.
Suddenly, a dazzling light bloomed, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. Advertisement. The flame of the ninja wolf leader collided with the talisman and exploded immediately. A fiery flame shot up into the sky, like the sun. Puff. The leader of the ninja wolf also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body fell back a few meters. Seeing this, Bai Ye smiled. This time, he has full confidence that he can defeat this ninja wolf. Ho 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 ho. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the ninja wolf leader roared angrily. However, at this time, Day and Night did not intend to keep his hand anymore. Bai Ye held the dragon scale sword with both hands, and immediately a stream of chakra energy gushed out from the dragon scale sword, and then turned into a giant sharp sword, piercing directly into the depths of the ground. When this sword went down, the ground was pierced through, and cracks were left behind. Seeing this, the heart of the ninja wolf leader couldn't help but twitch violently. Because he already felt that the power of Bai Ye's sword is definitely not simple, otherwise it would not be so terrifying. As for Bai Ye, the corners of his mouth formed a sinister arc, and then he took a step forward and appeared in front of the ninja wolf leader. This ninja wolf also reacted extremely quickly. When he saw Bai Ye approaching, he immediately turned his head, wanting to run away. However, how could Bai Ye easily make it come true? His right foot stomped on the ground fiercely, green smoke billowed up, and Bai Ye's body disappeared in place. Bai Ye is like a ghost, constantly moving his body and making shots. Not only that, but all these attacks failed, and even the fur of Ninja Wolf could not be damaged. Seeing such a scene, the Ninja Wolf leader was even more horrified. Could it be that this kid has some special means of concealment? The leader of Ninja Wolf thought to himself. Roar. Just as the leader of the Ninja Wolf was thinking wildly, Bai Ye finally found its weakness, and slapped the leader of the Ninja Wolf on the head, blasting him away, and smashed a deep hole in his back. Puff puff. Advertisement. The leader of the Ninja Wolf spit out a few scarlet blood from his mouth, and his eyes rolled. However, Bai Ye's complexion changed slightly. He found that there seemed to be a strange force protecting him on the body of the leader of the Ninja Wolf, making it impossible for his own palm prints to enter the body of the leader of the Ninja Wolf. And the leader of Ninja Wolf is not stupid. Seeing Bai Ye's expression, he knows that this kid must know something.
Little b****************, D, who are you? The leader of the Ninja Wolf roared angrily.
With a cold snort, Bai Ye mobilized his ninja soul power again, and an extremely fierce attack shot out instantly, bombarding Bai Shui. Bai Ye's sword glow, like a sharp blade, split the surrounding air, and all obstacles were chopped to pieces. Immediately, the white mist collapsed, revealing the figure of the Ninja Wolf leader. The leader of the Ninja Wolf was directly beheaded by Bai Ye's sword glow, but Bai Ye himself was sent tens of feet away by the shock. Really? I don't think so, Bai Ye sneered, then swung the dragon scale sword, and directly slashed down. It seems that this layer of film is the means by which the Ninja Wolf leader saves his life. Do you really think that you can kill me? How naive. I advise you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe the deity will spare your life, otherwise, all of you will die without a place to die. The wolf leader shouted arrogantly, as if he had the upper hand. Under Lingxi's pupils, Bai Ye suddenly saw a cloud of white mist. Crack. What? What's going on here? Bai Ye was puzzled, because he clearly saw that the leader of the Ninja Wolf hadn't suffered any injuries. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. You just need to know that today you must die in my hands, otherwise it will be the time when you endure the destruction of the wolves, Bai Ye said indifferently. No, there must be something protecting him, otherwise, how could he be fine? Bai Ye thought to himself. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye immediately cast Lingxi Tong. Boom! There seems to be a thin film on the outside of Bai Shui, blocking the line of sight. Kyla. HMPH, so what if there is a powerful method? Bai Ye, want to kill you, just like crushing an ant. However, what surprised Bai Ye was that the leader of Ninja Wolf was not killed by him, but still maintained his original posture, and even his breath was not disturbed. 307. Lightning Style, Zhu Xiao Ren Lei. How did this happen? He still has such abilities. What's going on here? There was also a look of shock between Bai Ye's eyebrows, and he secretly guessed in his heart. But soon, Bai Ye returned to normal, sneered. You are indeed very powerful, but you have forgotten my identity. You are destined to fall into my hands today. Haha, what a big joke. Don't you think you are some great person? It's not like I can crush you to death with one finger, said the leader of Ninja Wolf disdainfully. Although the leader of Ninja Wolf had also heard of Bai Ye's reputation, he didn't take it seriously. Since you are obsessed with your obsession, don't blame me for being rude. Boom. Suddenly, an incomparably violent fluctuation of power erupted from Bai Ye's body. This force caused the surrounding trees to grow wildly, and exuded an aura of destruction. What's wrong? Could this be the legendary ninja-level ninja school, Lightning Style, Zhu Xiao Ninja Thunder? No, this should be the breath of Lightning Style, 9 Sky Ninja Thunder. Unexpectedly, Lightning Style 19 ninjas fell into the hands of this boy. Some people exclaimed. At this moment, they also understood why Bai Ye was so arrogant and dared to challenge the leader of Ninja Wolf. It doesn't matter if you are the descendant of Lightning Style, Zhu Xiao Nin Lei, but today you must die. You die to me, die. In the eyes of the leader of the Ninja Wolf, endless black light suddenly burst out, like a sun, straight into the sky. In the next second, this boundless black light turned into infinite lightning, as if punished by heaven, it struck Bai Ye straight. Not good, it's Lightning Style, 9 heavens. Get out of the way. Seeing this thunder attribute secret art performed by the leader of the Ninja Wolf, many strong people immediately screamed. After all, Lightning Style, 9 heavens thunder tribulation, is the top existence in the lightning attribute secret arts. Advertisement once cultivated to the peak, it is enough to live the same life as the heaven and the earth, and to live with the Tao. It can be said that the leader of the Ninja Wolf used this move, which is already equivalent to a strong man in the half-step ninja realm. Shish, however, what the Ninja Wolf leader didn't expect was that Bai Ye actually had a thunder attribute secret technique on him.
This time, the Ninja Wolf leader panicked. However, at this moment, Bai Ye activated Lightning Style, Zhu Xiao Ninja Lightning Art, and displayed the second form.
Boom! The second form Bai Ye used was equally terrifying. Immediately, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and thick silver thunderbolts hung down from the sky. The thunder bombarded Bai Ye's body, causing bursts of white smoke to come out of his body, but his physical body was still not damaged at all. But the leader of Ninja Wolf screamed again and again. Oh! How can you have such a secret technique? The leader of the Ninja Wolf was terrified. Not only the leader of Ninja Wolf was shocked, but also the eyes of many powerhouses present widened, their faces full of disbelief. This is a thunder attribute secret technique, and the speed with which Bai Ye casts it is actually a perfect fusion of the secret technique he casts, and it has even reached the ninja level. This kind of talent is really too tolerant. Chief Ninja Wolf, it seems that you are really old and confused. Who am I? How can a young man like you understand it? Today, you will definitely die. Bai Ye smiled faintly. Damn it, you brat, you don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. I will tear your mouth open to let you know how powerful I am. The leader of Ninja Wolf said angrily. A jet black beam of light shot out from the eyes of the leader of the Ninja Wolf, hitting Bai Ye's chest viciously. Bang bang bang. This time, Bai Ye did not choose to resist. Instead, he ran, Lightning Style, 9 Heavens Ninja Lightning Ju, displayed the strongest defensive secret method, and directly withstood the blow. Boom. BDDD, in an instant, there was a muffled sound in the sky, and the entire mountain range trembled. The body of the leader of the Ninja Wolf was also moved back hundreds of meters by the shock, and then stopped. Advertisement, how? How could this happen? The Ninja Wolf leader stared at Bai Ye in disbelief. You know, he just used his unique skill just now, but Bai Ye only took 2 or 3 steps back. How could you resist my blow? The leader of Ninja Wolf asked in disbelief. Not only can I withstand your blow, but I can easily defeat you, Bai Ye said with a smile. Damn it. How dare you lie to me? I'll send you back to the west right now. The Ninja Wolf leader roared angrily. The body of the leader of the Ninja Wolf suddenly became a little bigger, and turned into a giant with a length of several thousand feet. The huge body is like a hill. Ho 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 ho. At this moment, the leader of Ninja Wolf also roared to the sky, and released his breath, causing the surrounding space to be violently distorted. For a time, the space collapsed and the void shattered, as if the end of the world was coming. Some of the weaker people were so scared that their faces turned pale and they slumped on the ground. The strength of the Ninja Wolf leader has improved again. It seems that Bai Ye is in danger. Although the strength of the leader of the Ninja Wolf is not as good as that strong man of the holy rank, he can be regarded as the top in this continent. That's right, with such fighting strength, it's impossible for Bai Ye to defeat the leader of the Ninja Wolf. Seeing this scene, the strong people present all started talking, and their worries about Bai Ye became more intense. However, Bai Ye didn't listen to everyone's words. After all, Bai Ye's physical body has already reached the level of immortality. Unless it is a ninja soldier, it is impossible to seriously injure Bai Ye, let alone kill Bai Ye. At this moment, the ninja wolf leader attacked Bai Ye again. This time, what he displayed was the fifth form of swallowing heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Bai Ye's physical body was severely injured, but his physical body became stronger and stronger. After all, the function of the undead body is to continuously temper the physical body, and, with the improvement of the physical body, Bai Ye's control over the undead body has also become more and more proficient. It can be said to be handy. This is why Yu Yi was able to survive the thunder disaster back then. But even so, Bai Ye is still no match for the leader of Ninja Wolf, because his offensive is too fierce, and there is no mercy at all. The strength of the leader of the Ninja Wolf is too strong, and every blow is carried with lightning style, thunder and lightning, so for a while, Bai Ye's body is covered with bruises and blood. 308. Earth escape, devouring heaven and earth, peeved. Suddenly, the blow from the leader of the Ninja Wolf slammed into Bai Ye's back. After spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood, Bai Ye's breath became weaker and weaker. Haha, die. The leader of the Ninja Wolf smiled ferociously, and was about to reap Bai Ye's life. And Bai Ye also roared not to be outdone. Who lives and who dies, it's not certain yet. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Ye's body also disappeared in front of the Ninja Wolf leader. The leader of the Ninja Wolf shrank his pupils immediately, quickly waved his wolf claws, and attacked the place where Bai Ye had just stood. However, the Ninja Wolf leader's attack was missed, but Bai Ye appeared beside him and kicked him away. Bang bang bang. The body of the leader of the Ninja Wolf was kicked hundreds of meters away and hit thousands of meters away. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and the face of the leader of the Ninja Wolf also became extremely pale. Yu. The Ninja Wolf leader stared at Bai Ye in disbelief. How could this guy have such terrifying speed and explosive power, even though he is only at the ninja spirit realm? This is really beyond the imagination of the leader of Ninja Wolf. Leader Ninja Wolf, now it's your turn, Bai Ye snorted coldly. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Bai Ye made another move. Boom boom boom. Although the leader of Ninja Wolf wanted to avoid Bai Ye's attack was too fast, and he had no time to dodge. Soon, he was hit again, and the fur on his body was also split into countless cracks, blood flowing. Damn ninja, die for me. The Ninja Wolf leader roared angrily. All of a sudden, the leader of Ninja Wolf used 3 secret techniques. One of them is Crazy Escape, Fist of Madness. The other 2, one is Earth Escape, Swallowing Heaven and Earth. 3 different secret techniques blasted towards Bai Ye together. 3 extremely terrifying energies fell on Bai Ye's body at the same time, beating him until countless bones were broken. If it weren't for his body, wearing the silkworm robe, he would have been a corpse already. Advertisement. Even so, Bai Ye's body was already riddled with holes and dripping with blood. Ha ha ha. Damn ninja, now, let me see how rampant you are. The Ninja Wolf leader laughed wildly. However, the smile on the face of the Ninja Wolf leader soon froze. He saw that beside him, hundreds of ninja-level ninjas appeared out of thin air. What's going on? He actually has so many ninjas, the Ninja Wolf leader shouted in horror. There are so many ninjas on Bai Ye's body, the leader of the Ninja Wolf can't believe it. After all, having a ninja means that Bai Ye's status is definitely not ordinary, and it also means that Bai Ye's origin is definitely not simple, otherwise it would be impossible to have so many ninja protections. Boom. At this moment, Shiro Yoruichi slapped the Ninja Wolf leader. Immediately, the leader of the Ninja Wolf flew upside down, the blood on his body was also tumbling, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his breath was exhausted to the extreme. Bai Ye breathed a long sigh of relief, looked at the leader of Ninja Wolf with cold eyes, and said coldly, Ninja Wolf, don't you want to eat me? Now, I will give you a chance to let you eat me? You. The leader of Ninja Wolf pointed at Bai Ye and said angrily, okay, I promise you, I will eat you. After saying that, the Ninja Wolf leader spit out a black lacquered ball from his mouth, and then threw the black ball into his mouth. Gulu. The leader of the Ninja Wolf swallowed a mouthful, opened his scarlet bloody mouth, and swallowed the black ball, and then, his eyes showed excitement and anticipation.
Obviously, this is what the Ninja Wolf leader swallowed.
Z% 1%, and what the leader of Ninja Wolf swallowed was a ninja pill, the nascent soul of Ninja Wolf, and the origin of Ninja Wolf. Nin Lang's nascent soul is the essence of Nin Lang Ning Phantom Beast, which contains powerful energy. Boom. The Ninja Wolf nascent soul had just been swallowed into the belly, and a majestic force also gushed out from the nascent soul, impacting the whole body of the Ninja Wolf leader. The Ninja Wolf leader couldn't help howling, the skin on his body burst open. However, this is nothing to the leader of the Ninja Wolf. The leader of the Ninja Wolf clenched his teeth, continuously running his exercises, absorbing the energy emanating from the nascent soul. The physical body of the Ninja Wolf leader is constantly strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a moment, he returned to his peak state, and the aura of the leader of the Ninja Wolf has reached the level of the peak of the ninja realm, even more powerful than the original Zuba. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Roar. The leader of the ninja wolf made a loud noise, put his hands on the ground, suddenly got up from the ground, kicked his legs, his figure turned into an afterimage, and arrived in front of Bai Ye in an instant. The leader of the ninja wolf. Seeing the leader of the ninja wolf approaching with murderous intent, Bai Ye showed a solemn look on his face. However, he did not take half a step back. He knew that he would definitely die today, so what he had to do now was to delay the ninja wolf leader as much as possible, and then use the law of time to escape. Shiro Yoruichi strode forward and punched the ninja wolf leader. Roar! Incomparably rich energy fluctuations surged from the leader of the ninja wolf again, and then an iron bridge directly hit Bai Ye's chest. 0. Boom! Bai Ye's whole body also flew upside down and hit the ground. This scene caused Bai Ye's heart to set off monstrous waves. He didn't expect that the strength of the leader of the ninja wolf had reached such a level. Blood overflowed from the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Bai Ye was seriously injured by this blow from the leader of the ninja wolf, and even his internal organs were also severely traumatized. However, Bai Ye also knew that all this was only temporary, and his combat endurance was more than that. Roar! Bai Ye sat up from the ground, shouted violently, and rushed to the leader of the ninja wolf, holding the ninja sword, and slashed out frantically. Boom! The ninja wolf leader also took the magic knife and slashed back, and the two weapons collided fiercely.
A series of collision sounds came, and the two fought each other for hundreds of moves in an instant, and each time they were evenly matched. Hiss! This guy is so strong. No wonder he can easily kill the magic eagle. The leader of the ninja wolf and Bai Ye have been fighting for so long, but they have not gained any upper hand. Instead, Bai Ye keeps suppressing the leader of the ninja wolf. Such a scene naturally shocked the leader of the ninja wolf, and also made the leader of the ninja wolf understand one thing: Bai Ye's strength is definitely stronger than what he imagined. Roar! The leader of the ninja wolf roared, and rushed to Bai Ye again, brandishing the ninja wolf's magic knife, and once again fought with Bai Ye to endure. 309. Ninja Wolf Knife. Ninja Wolf and Bai Ye collided fiercely once again. At this time, a ferocious look appeared on the face of the leader of the ninja wolf, because he had already figured out the way to attack Bai Ye, which was to slash Bai Ye's waist and arm with a magic knife. PFF'd. Bai Ye's body was also slashed by the ninja wolf leader's magic knife, and a deep scar immediately appeared on his body, and blood gurgled down along the scar. But Bai Ye's physical body is too strong. Even though the injury is so serious, he still didn't die. Snort. Shiro Yoruichi snorted coldly, and also burst out. However, just as Bai Ye was about to dodge, the ninja wolf leader stepped forward, blocking Bai Ye's way. Roar. The leader of the ninja wolf let out an angry roar again. Immediately, the ninja wolf leader actually raised the ninja wolf knife in his hand from 790, and slashed fiercely at Bai Ye again. The ninja wolf's sword is the ninja soldier of the leader of the ninja wolf. The higher the cultivation level of the ninja wolf leader, the greater the power of the ninja wolf's sword. The ninja wolf knife kept waving, slashing at Bai Ye's body again and again. This speed is several times faster than lightning. Moreover, every time the ninja wolf knife is slashed, it will cause the space to collapse. Bai Ye's body was once again battered and riddled with holes by the ninja wolf leader. Not only that, the energy above Nin Lang Dao is still raging in Bai Ye's body. However, Bai Ye's physique was too perverted. Although he was seriously injured, he still stood tenaciously, showing no sign of falling down. Ha ha ha, boy, your strength is very strong. The leader of the ninja wolf looked at Bai Ye with a ferocious smile on his face, as if seeing Bai Ye being tortured and killed by him was something to be happy about. It's a pity, you met me, today is doomed, you will perish here. Roar. The leader of the ninja wolf roared, and rushed towards Bai Ye again. HMPH, I don't believe it anymore. If this goes on, you can still beat me. With each collision, Bai Ye's physical body became stronger and stronger, and it was extremely difficult for the ninja wolf leader to kill Bai Ye, no matter whether it was the Speed Force Emperor or the Physical Strength Emperor. It's time to end. Advertisement. Shiro Yoruichi shouted angrily, a golden aura erupted all over his body, and his eyes became as bright as gold, dazzling. Boom. Shiro Yoruichi slapped out his palm, and with unparalleled vigor, he ruthlessly struck the ninja wolf leader's magic sword. The magic knife was shattered by Bai Ye. Plop. The leader of the ninja wolf was directly slapped by Shiro Yoruichi and fell to the ground. A huge deep pit appeared on the ground. However, the leader of Ninja Wolf is the king of Ninja Beast after all. Even if he was seriously injured, he didn't panic at all. Ah! The leader of the Ninja Wolf stood up from the deep pit, uttered words, and let out a mournful wolf howl. You are very powerful, but don't be too proud, because in the future, I will make your life worse than death. You can't live, you can't die. Bai Ye snorted coldly and said, HMPH, then try it. In the eyes of the leader of the Ninja Wolf, a hint of mystery suddenly flashed. He actually rushed towards Bai Ye again, at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Bai Ye. The wolf slashed at Tianye's head. This time, Bai Ye frowned, and he felt a dangerous aura covering his whole body. This is the fatal blow of the Ninja Wolf leader. Once it hits, Bai Ye will be completely finished. Not good, not good. The leader of Ninja Wolf also sensed Bai Ye's crisis in an instant, but he didn't back down at all. He knew that once he retreated, he would die for sure. Therefore, at this moment, the leader of the Ninja Wolf is ready to die, and he must kill Bai Ye completely. In Bai Ye's hand, a long spear also appeared, which suddenly blocked the ninja wolf leader's ninja wolf knife. However, at the next moment, Bai Ye felt a terrifying force coming from him. With this force, Bai Ye couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What? Bai Ye was extremely surprised, and his face was even more horrified. Obviously, at that moment just now, his body was almost torn apart by this huge force. The leader of the ninja wolf was panting heavily, and his eyes were full of solemnity. It can be said that he had exhausted all his strength in that blow just now, but it didn't hurt Bai Ye, which made him extremely shocked in his heart. You are really strong, but you are far from your limit. I don't believe you can withstand my 3 strikes. Moreover, I will kill you to avenge our clansmen. The eyes of the leader of the ninja wolf inside, a cold killing intent burst out. Bai Ye sneered. Hee, Chief Ninja Wolf, if you want to take revenge, you should first figure out the situation. Advertisement. Also, I want to tell you something, you will never be my opponent. Boom. After all, Bai Ye also activated the Thunderbolt battle body. Surrounding Bai Ye, lightning style, thunder and lightning surround it, forming a thunder net. Thunder net. How is it possible? How could this be a lightning type exercise? The pupils of the ninja wolf leader shrank suddenly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. In the next second, the thunder net beside Bai Ye also surged crazily, like a heavenly net, covering the entire sky. Bai Ye's performance made the leader of Ninja Wolf unable to believe it anyway. Your level of attack has no effect on me. The heart of the leader of the Ninja Wolf is full of panic and fear. At this moment, he realized what kind of enemy he had provoked. Because, the leader of Ninja Wolf has never seen the existence of the thunder system. Snort. Immediately, the leader of the Ninja Wolf was shot and flew out again. This palm contained terrifying thunder power. Like a nuclear bomb, it slammed on the leader of Ninja Wolf fiercely. In the mind of the leader of the Ninja Wolf, there are only these 2 words left. Who am I? I don't need to tell you to deal with you. Bai Ye's face turned cold, and he said coldly. Bai Ye slapped again. At this moment, Ninja Wolf's 0.0 collar was beaten again by Bai Ye and vomited blood, and his entire right arm was broken into 2 halves, with blood flowing. What kind of monster is this? There is such a huge amount of energy in his body that my physical body can't bear it. You, who are you? The eyes of the leader of the Ninja Wolf were full of fear. Boom. The leader of the Ninja Wolf turned his eyes, and suddenly said, You want to kill me, but it is not so easy. The ancestors of our Ninja Wolf tribe are all powerful ninja wolves in the Supreme Realm. You can't kill them. Hiss. How is this possible? 310. 9 Nether Ninja Dragon Fist. Moreover, I advise you, you'd better surrender obediently, or I will make your life worse than death, ha ha ha. The corner of the leader's mouth was raised, full of evil arcs. Ha ha ha. Is life better than death? Are you dreaming? Do you think you can leave this valley alive? Bai Ye sneered disdainfully. The face of the Ninja Wolf leader turned gloomy, and he snorted coldly. Boy, do you think you can stop my attack with the body of a mere ninja? You think highly of yourself. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of the leader of the Ninja Wolf flickered, and instantly turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. Bai Ye also immediately activated his ninja sense, and Shaw found the leader of the Ninja Wolf. However, to Bai Ye's disappointment, the leader of Ninja Wolf didn't seem to run away, but hid in a hidden stone cave, and released terrifying mental endurance, sealing the entire cave. Damn it, this guy really has tricks, do you want to delay time? Bai Ye frowned, and there was a look of seriousness on his face. Although my ninja power is strong, but in the Ninja Wolf tribe, it is only at the bottom of the 15th. Furthermore, among the Ninja Wolf clan, there are many people who are stronger than me. It is impossible to break the restriction in such a short period of time, unless I can only rely on my physical strength to break through. Bai Ye muttered to himself, and immediately, as soon as he gritted his teeth, he directly activated the Juyu Ninja Dragon Fist. The terrifying power erupted from the Juyu Ninja Dragon Fist continuously bombarded the barrier set up by the Ninja Wolf leader. The barrier trembled violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. However, the leader of Ninja Wolf is still struggling to support, with a look of gritted teeth. Boom. In the end, the barrier was broken, and the leader of the Ninja Wolf leapt out of the cave and came to Kongshan. Roar. The leader of the Ninja Wolf roared and waved his wings. Immediately, the wind surged, and countless hurricanes roared and swept towards the White Knight. It was like a storm, and the terrifying strength destroyed all the weeds on the ground. Advertisement. Snort. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. When the time comes, who will win? Bai Ye also shouted angrily, and with a straight body, like an arrow leaving the string, he rushed towards the leader of the Ninja Wolf in an instant. The two collided together in midair, and suddenly, a terrifying sound erupted between the sky and the earth, like thunder exploding, which made people's eardrums tear. Boom. Bai Ye's body was thrown upside down by the bombardment of the Ninja Wolf leader, and there were several more hideous scars on the body. PFF'd. Blood overflowed from the corner of Bai Ye's mouth, his face became extremely pale, and his body was even more shaky, as if he would fall to the ground in the next moment. But on Bai Ye's face, there was still an expression of reluctance to admit defeat. With his feet firmly on his feet, he stood in the void, staring coldly at the leader of the Ninja Wolf. HMPH. Even if I don't use a ninja, I can still kill you. Die to me. A trace of disdain flashed across the face of the leader of the ninja wolf, and then he clenched his claws, and two clusters of black lights burst out, like two black planets, attacking and killing Bai Ye. Thunderbolt. Boom. This time, Bai Ye did not hesitate, and used the moves in the Thunder Emperor art. The power of the Thunder Emperor erupted, and waves of thunder gathered together, blasting and killing the leader of the ninja wolf. With a series of explosions, two balls of black light collided with each other in the air, sending out terrifying energy fluctuations, causing all the trees within a radius of hundreds of feet to wither and wither instantly. Under the collision of two energies, Bai Ye was thrown out again, a large mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth, and his face looked extremely ugly. This time, he had already attacked with all his strength, but he did not occupy any advantage, but was injured instead. Boy, you are too weak. If you continue like this, you will be crushed by me sooner or later. Why don't you just sit back and wait for me to tear you to pieces? The leader of Hulong taunted coldly. Bai Ye also gave the leader of the ninja wolf a cold look. HMPH. You are a whimsical B************* D of the ninja wolf clan. Today, I want to let you know that ninjas are definitely not easy to bully. I'm going to crush all your bones. After the words fell, Bai Ye once again rushed towards the leader of the ninja wolf. Advertisement. Hee. Boy, you are so naive, you are not my opponent at all, kneel down and admit your mistake obediently, I can still consider to spare your life. Otherwise, the leader of ninja wolf said disdainfully. However, Bai Ye didn't respond to the leader of the ninja wolf with a word, just kept attacking, and shot crazily, attacking the vital points of the leader of the ninja wolf. However, he was suppressed and beaten by the leader of the ninja wolf day and night. The defense of this ninja wolf leader is really too strong, it is simply not something that ordinary ninjutsu can resist. Even the power of Juyu Ninlong Fist can only cause some skin trauma to him. This is the biggest gap between ninja and ninja. The leader of Ninja Wolf is one of the top 5 ninja wolves, his strength should not be underestimated. And Bai Ye is just an ordinary ninja, how can he compete with him? This also leads to, between the two, there is no big difference at all. The leader of the ninja wolf also knew the 737 gap between himself and Bai Ye, but he was still unscrupulous and had no intention of keeping his hand. Boy, just obediently wait for death, I will slowly torture you to death, so that you can't live without dying. The leader of the ninja wolf stared coldly at Bai Ye, wishing to eat his meat, drink his blood, and devour his ninja soul. Bai Ye responded without showing any weakness. HMPH, that depends on whether you have the ability. The two fought together again, and the fierce confrontation shook the world even more. The leader of the ninja wolf clan is an extraordinary ninja beast of the second order peak state. Its strength is even more terrifying than that of the 9th level ninja beast. It can be called the master of the same level. And Bai Ye has just stepped into the early stage of the second level. The forbearance of the two is simply thrilling. Every move and style is full of infinite power, which makes people tremble with fear and dare not look directly. The fierce fighting ninja left Bai Ye covered in blood, with countless injuries on his body, and the clothes on his body were all scratched to pieces by the ninja wolf's sharp claws. However, there was a smile on his face, because he would soon be able to win, because his physique had already reached the 7th turn of the 9-turn golden body. Bai Ye's body was covered with scars, and the leader of Ninja Wolf was not much better. At this moment, the two are already in a stalemate.
9GT 311. Then let you taste it, we can tolerate you demons very well. And the leader of the Ninja Wolf finally discovered the majestic aura in Bai Ye's body. His face couldn't help being overjoyed, he laughed loudly and said, "Good guy, I didn't expect you to practice such a strange physical skill. It seems that today I have to study it carefully research. What the hell is it that can give you such a terrifying potential?" Boom! After the voice fell, the arms of the Ninja Wolf leader shook suddenly, and the terrifying energy burst out, turning into a dark magic fog that filled the sky, covering the surroundings of Bai Ye, making it difficult to see the scene inside. It made Bai Ye lose his sight. In this case, it is almost impossible to kill the leader of the Ninja Wolf. Damn it, in Bai Ye's heart, he suddenly felt bad. Boom boom boom, but at this moment, a terrifying and unparalleled force suddenly came from all directions, causing Bai Ye to be thrown flying out, and smashed hard on a towering ancient tree. Even though Bai Yedang vomited a big mouthful of blood, his face was frighteningly pale. Huh, Bai Ye slowly stood up from the old tree, looking at the terrifying energy storm around him, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He never expected that the monster leader Ninja Wolf was so powerful. With just one slap, he was sent flying, and even his internal organs were severely injured, which made him vomit out a mouthful of blood. As expected of a ninja fantasy beast at the peak of the second level, it is really powerful. It seems that I really underestimated you. Bai Ye wiped off bloodline from the corner of his mouth, looked at the leader of the Ninja Wolf with cold eyes. His tone was calm, but full of excitement. There was a chilling murderous intent, which made people's hearts tremble violently. "Boy, kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe I can let you go, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The leader of Ninja Wolf looked at Shiro Yoruichi and said unhurriedly. "Ha ha ha. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I want to see how you made me beg for mercy." Bai Ye smiled disdainfully, his whole body was full of energy and blood, the chakra in his body started to run crazily. Roar! Bai Ye let out a roar, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, ninjutsu, chakra, and body skills merged into one, turning into a ferocious and terrifying nine-nether snake, rushing towards the leader of Ninja Wolf. Seeing such a terrifying move by Bai Ye, the leader of the Ninja Wolf couldn't help being slightly taken aback, and then a strong sarcasm appeared on his face. Advertisement, it's just a nine-nether snake, I can slap you to death. After the words fell, the leader of the Ninja Wolf also shot quickly, his figure was like a ghost, and he had appeared above the head of Rie in the blink of an eye. When he opened his mouth and inhaled, endless dark air gushed out crazily, gathering into a terrifying Uzumaki, trying to devour Bai Ye. But at this moment, Bai Ye suddenly stopped, and raised his eyes to look at the void. The Ninja Wolf chief couldn't help being stunned when he saw Bai Ye suddenly stop, but the next moment, he discovered the clue again, and suddenly became furious. I saw that in Bai Ye's hand, at some point, there was already a pitch-black spear. Little brat, let me see where you were going this time. The leader of the Ninja Wolf let out a roar, and waved his hands vigorously. The terrifying energy turned into a huge and incomparable fist light, carrying a boundless wave of air, and crazily blasted towards Bai Ye. HMPH, small tricks. Bai Ye snorted coldly, held a long spear, and stabbed wildly. Poochie. The black gun pierced through the void, directly pierced through the fist light, and broke the fist light. What? You actually broke my moves. Boy, you are really courting death. The face of the leader of the Ninja Wolf became extremely ugly in an instant, his eyes were red, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. With a roar, a terrifying wave of air rolled up, like an angry dragon, sweeping towards the White Knight. Bang bang, the fist light swept across, and directly blasted Bai Ye out, smashing several ancient trees. But soon, he got up again, with a murderous intent in his eyes, looking at the approaching fist light, a bloodthirsty arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Break it, immediately. Bai Ye held the spear in his hand and charged at the leader of the Ninja Wolf again. HMPH, if that's the case, then let you taste it, we can endure the magic beast. Seeing this, the leader of the Ninja Wolf sneered disdainfully, and threw out both fists, turning into two huge black dragons, crushing Bai Ye directly, and go. Advertisement, bang bang bang, there was a sound of collision, and the terrifying aftermath raged, destroying all the nearby trees, and some students who couldn't escape were also swept out one after another. However, Bai Ye is not afraid at all. Shua. His figure is like a ghost, and he easily dodged the attacks of the two black dragons. During this period, he swung his long spear several times in a row, each time accurately piercing through the fist of the leader of the Ninja Wolf, nullifying his attack. Little beast, you dare to sneak attack on this seat. The face of the leader of the Ninja Wolf was gloomy and terrifying, and the aura of his body suddenly exploded. A tyrannical force even made everything around him blast and turn into powder. So what about a sneak attack? You can't do anything to me. Bai Ye sneered, stepped on the branches of the ancient tree with both feet, and the speed of the whole person was also raised to ultimate, like a black shadow, quickly swept towards the leader of the Ninja Wolf. Little b asterisk 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 d, you are really too arrogant. I will tear your body apart today, eat your head. In the eyes of the leader of the Ninja Wolf, raging anger was also burning. He was a powerful third-rank ninja emperor, and he was unexpectedly attacked by a yellow-haired kid. If word of this got out, it would be a shame and a shame. Therefore, he must be killed, Wang Dahao, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Kill. The leader of the Ninja Wolf roared, and his body turned into a cloud of black smoke, and quickly rushed towards Bai Ye. Boom. The body of the Ninja Wolf leader collided with Bai Ye, and the two flew upside down at the same time. This Ninja Wolf leader is really not simple. His strength has reached the early stage of the third-rank ninja emperor. If he is allowed to grow, he will definitely pose a threat to me. Today, he must be killed. Bai Ye's face turned serious to ultimate. He knew, the strength of the leader of the Ninja Wolf is far from what he can contend with, but he is not afraid, but becomes more courageous as he fights. As soon as Bai Ye's body stood firm, he collided with the leader of the Ninja Wolf again, and there was a violent impact sound. This time the impact almost broke Bai Ye's legs, peefed. Blood spurted out of Yoruichi's mouth, and his face paled a lot. 312. Stop talking nonsense. HMPH. Little b asterisk 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 d. Can you still hold on now? The leader of Ninja Wolf sneered, his eyes full of jokes. Whether you can support it depends on whether you can do it. If you can kill me, you will naturally be able to leave. Bai Ye said indifferently. Yan Ren was also full of determination, and the breath in his body was even more sudden. Climbing up, the chakra energy in the body rolled up like a flood, rushing in the dantian, like a huge wave, making a crash sound. Little b asterisk 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 d. You are courting death. The real ninjutsu lies in controlling the breath, hiding one's own breath, so that others cannot detect it, but for Bai Ye who has practiced Nine Suns Ju, he has no such scruples at all, because his body has a super treasure house, which contains it can be loaded with a large amount of chakra energy, allowing him to call the chakra power emperor as he likes. Therefore, at this moment, his body has been covered by a layer of strong chakra energy, making it impossible for the outside world to feel his aura fluctuating. HMPH, I want to see if you have the ability to kill me. Bai Ye snorted coldly, stepped on the ancient wood again with both feet, and moved quickly, with afterimages flickering continuously, making everything around look like a model.
Seeing this, the leader of Ninja Wolf couldn't help frowning, but he was a little puzzled in his heart.
According to common sense, his speed should be faster than the opponent. Why is it that he can't keep up with Bai Ye now? Boy, it seems that I have underestimated you, the leader of the Ninja Wolf said with gritted teeth, and his figure kept retreating violently, pulling away from Bai Ye. But his speed is still not comparable to Bai Ye, and he is still firmly restrained by Bai Ye. When Bai Ye saw this, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he muttered in his heart. Could it be, this is the mystery of Nine Suns Ju? Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he immediately deployed the Nine Suns Ju. Beams of bright golden light bloomed from his body surface, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly increase several times. And as Chakra's energy continued to pour into his arms, his speed actually increased a lot at this moment. How is it possible? Little beast, what kind of skill did you use? Why is my speed not as fast as yours? The leader of Ninja Wolf suddenly shrank his pupils and exclaimed. HMPH, this is one of the top skills in our Huxia ancient ninja world. You want to catch up with me, it's just a dream. He rushed to the leader of the Ninja Wolf. For a moment, the figures of the two continued to walk in the forest, stirring up a series of violent roars, causing all the surrounding forests to collapse. For a moment, the entire dense forest seemed to be doomsday. Advertisement. Little B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* leader of the ninja wolf grinned grinningly and scratched Bai Ye's back with one claw. Only 2 crisp fracture sounds could be heard, and 2 hideous scars appeared on Bai Ye's back immediately, dripping with blood, and even a large amount of black blood flowed out. Not only that, but his body was pushed back hundreds of meters and he fell to the ground. Bai Ye clutched his back in extreme pain, and there was even a trace of bloodline hanging from the corner of his mouth. He never imagined that his own defense would not be able to resist the move of the ninja wolf leader. This difference in strength must be too much, right? Haha. Little beast, although your body is very strong, you are still too weak in front of me. Seeing this, the leader of Ninja Wolf laughed wildly. Boy, today, I will definitely kill you. After the voice fell, his body disappeared in place again, and the speed was several times faster than before. Seeing this, Bai Ye didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly poured chakra energy into his legs, causing his legs to instantly swell and become thicker than ordinary legs. Drink. Bai Ye suddenly let out a low growl, and rushed out like an arrow, and the speed was even faster in the blink of an eye, and he caught up with the leader of the Ninja Wolf. The leader of the Ninja Wolf snorted coldly, and his body appeared in front of Bai Ye again strangely. His figure was constantly distorted, like a ghost, making Bai Ye's vision blurred. With a punch, the air exploded, and dust was blown up, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Crush me. Boom. The fist glow bombarded on the chest of the leader of the Ninja Wolf, making a deafening roar. Advertisement: the chest of the leader of the Ninja Wolf was also sunken by Bai Ye's punch, exposing thick bones, and he also flew out backwards, and fell hard on the ground. Under the bombardment of punch after punch, the 2 figures kept colliding, leaving deep footprints every time. Cough cough. The leader of the Ninja Wolf kept spitting blood, staring at Bai Ye with hatred in his eyes, and sneered. Little beast, I admit that you are indeed very powerful, but in this world, without absolute strength, you will never be able to survive in front of the strong. You are doomed to die under my claws. Boom, bang bang bang, then I'll prove it to you. Little b asterisk 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 d, don't talk nonsense, how can you be stronger than me? The leader of the Ninja Wolf said coldly. HMPH, is this your strongest attack? Use whatever else you can, I'll take it. Bai Ye's body was already covered with cracks. Cracks appeared in his skin, and blood continuously seeped out from the cracks, staining his clothes red. Bai Ye shook his head when he heard the words, Chief Ninja Wolf, although your strength is terrifying, but mine is also infinitely close to the Mahayana realm. As for the leader of the Ninja Wolf, he seemed to be full of energy and forbearance, with a look of madness on his face, as if he didn't take Bai Ye seriously at all. Do you think you can kill me? Punch after punch, Bai Ye poured the chakra energy of his whole body into his fists. Every time he punched, a terrifying strong wind would erupt, and the surrounding leaves would rustle and fall. On Bai Ye's face, there was a hint of sarcasm, and he mocked. Every time Bai Ye attacked, there was a strong sound of breaking the wind, which was very shocking. A touch of anger also rose in Bai Ye's heart, but his eyes turned to the surrounding jungle, as if he was looking for something. Finally, the figure of Bai Ye collided with the leader of the Ninja Wolf. Suddenly, there was a violent roar in the air, and the surrounding trees were also in a mess. Does this guy really think he is invincible? Bai Ye snorted coldly, and rushed towards the leader of Ninja Wolf again. 313. Deathhook. Seeing this, the leader of Ninja Wolf couldn't help sneering. HMPH, little beast, do you think that you can escape from my hand? Are you underestimating me? After speaking, the body of the Ninja Wolf leader turned into an afterimage strangely, and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, his palm had already patted Bai Ye's shoulder. Boom. With a loud noise, Bai Ye's body was bombarded to the ground again, and a mouthful of scarlet blood sprayed out from his mouth. His shoulders were dented by the bombardment, his bones were shattered, and the blood continued to drip down, dripping and splashing on the ground, which was particularly glaring. HMPH, little b asterisk 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 d. This time you can't escape even if you have wings. Don't you want to know my true strength? Then I will tell you, this is my true strength.
The leader of Ninja Wolf sneered, and appeared in front of Bai Ye again, holding Bai Ye's neck suddenly with his palm, and held it high in the air.
Immediately, he pinched it hard, and Bai Ye felt a pain that made him suffocate. Ah! Bai Ye couldn't help letting out a scream, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Little beast, you still have today, but I want to tell you that my strength is 100 times stronger than yours. No, it is 500 times, 1,000 times. The leader of the Ninja Wolf said with a grin. Eyes are full of intense excitement. Bai Ye's face suddenly turned livid, and his eyes were filled with anger and resentment.
I will kill you with my own hands. Ha ha ha, boy, you won't have a chance, because you will be killed by me soon. The leader of the Ninja Wolf laughed arrogantly.
Death hook. Suddenly, Shiro Yoruichi yelled violently, swung his right hand, and immediately, a pitch black sickle appeared in his palm. Death hook. It's a ninja. Although Bai Ye had just broken through, with this ninja, he could easily kill a ninja in the fusion stage. The appearance of the death hook immediately aroused the vigilance and fear of the leader of the Ninja Wolf. He stared at Bai Ye stubbornly, his eyes were full of horror. This is Death Hook. The leader of the Ninja Wolf was shocked, and his voice became trembling. Death Hook? Advertisement? The power of this ninja is so overwhelming? Bai Ye was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the leader of Ninja Wolf, and asked, do you know Death Hook? After listening to Bai Ye's words, the leader of Ninja Wolf couldn't help constricting his pupils, then nodded and said, I know, I was defeated by this weapon back then, so I had to choose to hide. I didn't expect to meet it in this kind of place. As he said that, the leader of Ninja Wolf looked at Bai Ye again, and asked in a cold voice, there should be more than one weapon, right? Bai Ye nodded. This is only the second one. Second? Hiss, what a great handwriting. It is worthy of the Death Hook, and it really lives up to the name. Little beast, I'm curious, what is your origin? You actually have two ninjas, no wonder you dared to run in front of me and be arrogant. The tone of the leader of the Ninja Wolf also became serious.
Your strength is good, but unfortunately, you are still not my opponent. Today, you will definitely die.
I will let you understand what will happen if you offend me. After all, the leader of the Ninja Wolf rushed towards Bai Ye again, and a huge axe appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Bai Ye's head, as if he wanted to kill Bai Ye in one move. Shua. Bai Ye had sharp eyes and quick hands, and at the critical moment, he twitched his right arm like lightning, blocking the fatal blow of the Ninja Wolf leader. Boom! The moment Bai Ye collided with the leader of the Ninja Wolf, there was a loud noise, and two tyrannical aftermaths of chakra energy swept all directions, setting off smoke and dust all over the sky, covering everything. Seeing this, the leader of the Ninja Wolf also showed a hideous look on his face. I didn't expect you to dodge the attack of this leader. Bai Ye ignored the leader of the Ninja Wolf, his body flickered, and he displayed his phantom again, turned into an afterimage, and rushed towards the leader of the Ninja Wolf, with a death hook in his hand, like a blade of ninja, slashed fiercely at the leader of the Ninja Wolf. Go. Little b asterisk 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 d, do you think you have any chance of winning? In that case, I will send you back to the west. The leader of the Ninja Wolf roared loudly, a powerful and unparalleled power suddenly broke out, and the whole world changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. For a while, Bai Ye was suppressed by the leader of the Ninja Wolf. Asterisk 10. Advertisement, this little beast can resist my oppression, how is this possible? The leader of the Ninja Wolf was startled, and immediately cursed in a cold voice. Damn it, I let this little b asterisk 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 d hide in the past, this is my shame. The Ninja Wolf leader once again displayed his strongest stunt. He directly abandoned the defense, and instead attacked towards Bai Ye. This made Bai Ye's brows furrowed, and he swept the death hook in his hand. Boom! Terrifying power poured into the abdomen of the leader of the Ninja Wolf, but this time, he was not knocked away all at once like before. Instead, he took the blow abruptly. Bai Ye waved the death hook in his hand, and there was a rush of sound. At this moment, the leader of the Ninja Wolf launched an attack again, waving the samurai sword in his hands with both hands, and slashing at Bai Ye with one after another of piercing cold lights. However, both his physical body and chakra are very powerful, and he can also manipulate ninjutsu. The sharp blade light enveloped Bai Ye's whole body from all directions. He has already seen that the leader of the Ninja Wolf is not a pure ninja or ninjutsu, otherwise, he would not have such a strong body. Moreover, the ninja sword in his hand obviously possesses special power, otherwise, it would not have any effect on Ninja Beast. Little beast. Don't you claim to be invincible at the same level? Why are you so vulnerable? You must die today. This guy's body. Bai Ye's expression became a bit serious. Little beast, die. Even if there is a slight injury, he is indifferent. Shish, his speed is too fast. There was a violent collision, and many places on Bai Ye's body were stained with blood. Death Hook is really powerful, but today, it is destined to fall into my hands. The Ninja Wolf leader said sinisterly, his eyes were fixed on the sickle in Bai Ye's hand, and agreed it goes without saying. It can be said that the white-collar worker who endures the wolf is an extremely dangerous existence. Even chakra rarely practiced. Kill you. The Death Hook belongs to this leader's thing 6. The Death Hook trembled slightly, exuding a faint bloody light, like a living thing. 314. The tail behind the leader of the ninja wolf roared wildly, and the samurai sword in his hand, like Shinigami's life-threatening scythe, continuously swayed a deadly cold light. Shiro Yoruichi backed away while resisting the attack. This guy. Seeing the opponent's appearance of fighting more and more courageously, Bai Ye also sensed that something was wrong. Although his strength is not weak, he is only an elite-level Jonin after all, and he is not an opponent of cage-level ninjas at all. Especially this ninja wolf leader is not an ordinary cage-level ninja, but an elite cage-level ninja with rich combat experience. Each of his attacks contains extremely destructive power. Even just scratching the skin a little bit is enough to put a person to death. Not to mention, his samurai sword is extremely sharp, and it is bloody when touched even slightly, which is horrible. Once Bai Yoruichi is caught by him, he will definitely suffer heavy injuries immediately, and even lose his life on May 1st. It's a pity, after all, the death hook is only a C-level death weapon and cannot display its true power.
Bai Ye murmured to himself that his goal was the B-level death hook.
However, this is Ninja Village, and there is a more powerful ninja dog. Therefore, Bai Ye didn't use the real power of the death hook, but just used ordinary weapons to fight against the leader of the ninja wolf, looking for opportunities to severely injure or even kill him. Little beast, do you think you can survive by hiding here? The ninja wolf leader continued to shout angrily, I tell you, your end is already doomed. How can you, a mere junior, know the secrets of our ninjas? After the words fell, the aura of the leader of the ninja wolf suddenly increased, and his original ordinary appearance changed dramatically in an instant. On his back, several tails grew out, and a pair of claws were covered with scales. Turned into a giant, Ninja Wolf finally uses ninjutsu. And Bai Ye, watching the leader of the ninja wolf suddenly transform, couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. At first, I thought that ninjutsu could only be used in Ninja Village, but I didn't expect that there really is Ninja Village in this world. Bai Ye couldn't help sighing. Not only that, Bai Ye also saw that the tail on the back of the ninja wolf leader was actually a combination of black and red. Of these two colored tails, one represents flame and the other is frost. No matter what you are, today, you can never escape. Bai Ye scolded angrily, and then waved the death hook in his hand, cut through the void, and slashed towards the leader of the ninja wolf. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. Two powerful sword chi collided together in midair, making a huge roar. Damn it, you little b********************, d, you really have some body parts. The leader of the ninja wolf looked shocked. Apparently he did not expect Bai Ye to be able to block his attack with the ninja sword in his hand. However, today, you must die. The ninja wolf leader's eyes were dark, and he swung the chunin knife in his hand, and slashed towards Bai Ye with sharp knife aura. Bang bang bang, the power of the saber energy is extremely strong, and wherever it passes, the ground breaks apart one after another, turning into potholes one after another. Holding the death hook in Bai Ye's hand, he kept blocking the extremely fierce saber energy. But Bai Ye is not a vegetarian either. There is a powerful dark elemental force in his body, and this force constantly absorbs the surrounding elemental force, making the power of the saber energy much weaker, and finally disappears invisible. Little beast, can you still resist now? Huh, Bai Ye snorted coldly, and the death hook in his hand swept forward fiercely, boom. Suddenly, there was another explosion sound. Little beast, you dare to hurt me? Go to hell. The eyes of the leader of the ninja wolf shone with a cold light, and the ninja sword in his hand swayed cold lights, sweeping towards the white knight. This scene is simply astonishing. The leader of the ninja wolf is indeed an elite cage-level powerhouse. With Bai Ye in his hands, he was powerless to resist. This little b****************** d seems to have no hope, so he can only fight to the death. Do your best to give this little b********** d a fatal blow. Shua, holding the ninja sword in his hand, the leader of the ninja wolf rushed forward suddenly. His whole body was like a cannonball, and he rushed towards Bai Ye quickly. In an instant, the saber aura struck the sky and covered the earth, like locusts, completely devouring Bai Ye. Little b********** d, go to hell. The leader of the ninja wolf smiled ferociously. The leader of ninja wolf swung out 9 saber auras in one breath. These saber auras were not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful. They actually drew 9 afterimages in midair. Boom boom boom, puff puff puff. The saber energy and the sickle kept colliding, and a series of violent explosions erupted. Advertisement. This wave of offensive, Bai Ye is already difficult to parry. However, he still clenched his teeth and insisted desperately, with the death hook in his hand, waving it more and more fiercely. In an instant, the two offensives had fought against each other thousands of times. There was another sound of explosion, and the two blades collided again. However, this time, it wasn't that the saber chi annihilated each other, but Bai Ye was sent flying out and fell to the ground fiercely. Wow, Bai Ye spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body had already suffered serious internal injuries. Ha ha ha, little b********** d, aren't you good at fighting? Now I see what else you can do. Go to hell. There was a cruel sneer on the face of the ninja wolf leader, and the ninja sword in his hand waved again. Bai Ye's body flew up again, avoiding the ninja sword's attack.
Die. The pupils of the leader of the ninja wolf suddenly dilated, and he looked at the situation in front of him in disbelief. Bai Ye's body seemed to be covered with an indestructible body of diamond. No matter how many times the saber chi slashed, it would have no effect. PFF'd. However, all this is to no avail. How so? Die. The leader of the ninja wolf snorted coldly, his eyes flashed with a strong killing intent, and he swung the Chunin saber again with a few saber auras. The saber energy poured down toward Bai Ye like a violent storm. However, during the flight, the leader of Ninja Wolf also took the opportunity to pounce on him, swiped his ninja sword again, and slashed towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye's body flew up again. The attack speed of Dao Qi is too slow, and Bai Ye's reaction is too fast, it is impossible to catch up. A beam of sword light suddenly emerged, blocking the knife. Saber Chi hit Bai Ye again and again, but Bai Ye still showed no signs of injury. At this moment, the leader of the ninja wolf brandished the ninja sword again, and with a fierce attack, he slashed at Bai Ye fiercely. However, shish. 315. Dark element power. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes slightly. Little beast, what other tricks do you have? You don't have a chance to use it now. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of the mouth of the leader of the ninja wolf, and the Chunin knife in his hand stabbed at Bai Ye continuously, as if Bai Ye was a piece of delicious meat generally. Snort. Bai Ye snorted coldly in disdain, and the dark element power on his body rushed into the death hook crazily. Immediately, the death hook burst into dazzling light. Death hook, kill him. The death hook trembled violently, and immediately, Bai Ye's figure disappeared in place. The death hook, like a sharp arrow, pierced through the chest of the leader of the ninja wolf. PFF'd. Bai Ye pulled out the death hook, and the tall and huge body of the leader of the ninja wolf also fell slowly, hitting the ground. Bai Ye took a few deep breaths to suppress the churning blood in his body, and then slowly opened his eyes. It's so dangerous. If it wasn't for my master's 9-turn mysterious kung fu, and he happened to be able to practice the 9-turn golden body judgment 7th, I'm afraid he would have been killed by these 20 gangs by now. It's really dangerous. Bai Ye sighed. There is a tea house in the heart. Little b asterisk 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 d, you are already a turtle in the urn, obediently grab it. The corpse of the leader of the ninja wolf climbed up from the ruins, and said with a sneer, can you still run now? Cannot. If that's the case, then you have no choice but to die. The ninja wolf leader snorted coldly, stomping the sole of his foot on the ground, and shot towards Bai Ye like an arrow leaving the string. With terrifying power, the ninja sword kept slashing towards Bai Ye. Boom. The saber energy crisscrossed, each attack contained a powerful force, like mountains, the wolves crushed towards Bai Ye. The two fought together, evenly matched. But going on like this is definitely not a long-term solution. While dodging the attack of the ninja wolf leader, Shiro Yoruichi continuously released the power of dark elements, turning into a series of saber chi, and attacked the ninja wolf leader's vital parts. Damn it, little b asterisk 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 d, you were able to block my attack, and your strength has increased a lot. Now, I have to kill you. The leader of the ninja wolf roared, his eyes flashed with haze and madness. Advertisement. He knew that it had become impossible for him to capture Bai Ye alive. Therefore, he was going to use his last hole card and make Bai Ye pay a heavy price. Hoo. The leader of the ninja wolf frantically stimulated the power in his body, frantically gathering the ninja sword. A powerful energy suddenly emanated from the ninja knife. Indistinctly, there was a terrifying sense of threat that permeated the air, causing the temperature in the air to drop accordingly. This is. Bai Ye's eyes shrank suddenly, and a strong shock appeared on his face. He felt that the aura on the leader of the ninja wolf was rapidly rising in an extremely terrifying posture. Impossible. This guy's strength is obviously much worse than mine, why did he suddenly become so powerful? Bai Ye's face was filled with horror. What's going on here? Bai Ye was extremely shocked, but he couldn't figure out what caused it. The leader of the ninja wolf suddenly waved the ninja sword in his hand, and slashed down fiercely. The ninja sword and the death hook in Bai Ye's hands slashed fiercely together, making a crisp sound. Immediately afterwards, a series of bursting sparks burst out, illuminating the entire sky. Boom. The next moment, the terrifying power exploded, setting off a gust of wind. The surrounding ground was trembling violently, the ground was also cracked, and huge pits appeared one after another. Bai Ye couldn't help coughing, and bright red blood was still flowing from his mouth. No. Impossible. How could my strength become so strong? How could this be possible? Bai Ye roared unwillingly. In this world, how can there be such a heaven-defying existence? Not only can he control thunder and lightning, but he can also perform incomparably powerful martial arts and even has a terrifying defensive power. I've seen a lot of monsters like you. Today, I'm going to completely wipe out the roots and keep you here. Advertisement. The leader of the ninja wolf roared crazily, holding the ninja sword in his hand, and slashed down again desperately. The leader of the ninja wolf did not hesitate to burn his blood, and he wanted to get rid of day and night completely in one go. Die. Shiro Yoruichi gritted his teeth, and turned the 9 turns golden body arc to ultimate. His body suddenly swelled up, turning into a gigantic monster, reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters. Bai Ye's legs suddenly stomped on the ground, and the ground sank directly. Then, he opened his arms and slammed into the leader of the ninja wolf fiercely. Bai Ye couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air, and a trace of fear welled up in his heart. Little beast, I'm going to chop you into pieces, cramp your muscles and skin you. The ninja wolf leader walked towards Bai Ye step by step with a ferocious face, scarlet eyes, full of killing intent. Bang. Cough cough cough. If he hadn't reacted and evaded in time, he would have been killed by the ninjutsu of the ninja wolf leader. Since you like to die so much, then I will fulfill you, and I will send you back to the west now, ha 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 ha. Shish. The two fists collided, and Bai Ye's body was immediately sent flying, and fell heavily on the ground far away, creating a huge crater. Hiss. I don't believe it, your physical defense can surpass my attack power. The ninja wolf leader crawled out from the ruins of the building, with fierce eyes, charged towards Bai Ye again. After finishing speaking, the leader of Hulong threw it towards Bai Ye again. Although the current Bai Ye is very weak and doesn't even have any strength, but he must not back down, absolutely cannot admit defeat, otherwise, where will his face be put? And the leader of the ninja wolf was also sent flying by Bai Ye's domineering fist, and smashed down a building fiercely, creating a huge hole. The face of the leader of the ninja wolf turned pale, and blood kept spitting out of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Boy, you really don't know how to flatter, I'm almost talking about that, you are still so stubborn. The leader of ninja wolf laughed. You want to kill me, dream. Bai Ye shouted coldly, his face was full of determination. There was a dull impact sound, and the leader of ninja wolf flew upside down like a shell for hundreds of meters, smashed into several buildings, and finally fell on the wall of a building. Shiro Yoruichi punched hard, with a sharp and ear-piercing sound of piercing the air, and went straight to the leader of the ninja wolf. 316. Under the cold. Little b asterisk 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 d, die. Shiro Yoruichi saw the leader of the ninja wolf attacking again, and immediately went up to him without showing any weakness. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and the surrounding houses were destroyed, and the glass on some houses was blown to pieces, and the dust flew up. Bai Yoruichi used all his strength to attack, and every shot contained a terrifying calendar. The strength of the leader of the bearable wolf is too strong, whether it is physical defense or strength, it is far beyond the level of Bai Yoruichi. The leader of the ninja wolf slashed fiercely on Bai Ye's shoulder with a ninja knife, and blood burst out immediately, staining his clothes red. HMPH, you're nothing more than that. The ninja wolf leader sneered, now, it's my turn. After all, the ninja wolf leader jumped up, swung the ninja sword in his hand, and wiped it fiercely towards Bai Ye's neck. Fe. Bai Ye's complexion changed slightly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He has a deep understanding of the sharpness of the ninja sword. If he gets hit, even if he doesn't die, he has to say a layer of skin. Shiro Yoruichi roared angrily, and at the same time swung the thunder stick in his hand towards the ninja sword of the ninja wolf leader. Clang. With a crisp sound, Thunder Chief and ninja sword jumped together. All of a sudden, a wave of terrifying energy rippled out, and all the buildings within a few kilometers collapsed one after another and turned into ruins. The aftermath of the battle between the two caused a surrounding street to collapse, and a figure was also swept out by the aftermath, and fell to the ground fiercely, unconscious. Puff. The leader of the ninja wolf spat out a mouthful of blood, and staggered back a few steps. What a terrifying physical power. The ninja wolf leader secretly surprised. The ninja sword he used just now is called the ninja sword. It is the latest weapon developed by the ninja organization. Its power is comparable to the full blow of an intermediate ninja of the ninja. However, when facing Bai Ye's long thunder cudgel, only tiny cracks appeared. From this, it can be seen how powerful Bai Ye's physical defense is. Damn it. Little b asterisk 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 d, I'm going to kill you. The ninja wolf leader growled, gnashing his teeth. Swish, swish, swish. Advertisement. A gust of wind blade whizzed past, and the leader of the ninja wolf waved his ninja sword again, attacking towards Bai Ye. However, just as the ninja wolf leader was about to leave, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Immediately afterwards, the blood on the neck continued to drip onto the ground. The expression of the leader of the ninja wolf suddenly froze there, his eyes widened, as if he had reached the ultimate. He never dreamed that Bai Ye would dare to sneak attack him. This completely exceeded his expectations. Bai Ye looked at the leader of the ninja wolf who was dying with regret, a cruel and bloodthirsty arc was slowly drawn at the corner of his mouth, and he said coldly, die. A group of flames exploded violently, enveloping the leader of the ninja wolf in an instant. The leader of the ninja wolf screamed and struggled in pain. However, he discovered that the flame was so strange that it could absorb his ninjutsu. After the ninjutsu is absorbed, the leader of the ninja wolf will not be able to perform ninjutsu. For a while, the leader of ninja wolf became very passive, no matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Little b asterisk 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 d, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you. The leader of the ninja wolf roared crazily, his eyes were red. Although he was a majestic Tianren, he was defeated by a small 7-star kid. What a shame. Kill. At this time, the masters of Ninja Village also arrived one after another. When they saw Bai Ye's body, they were furious for a moment, wishing they could tear Bai Ye's body into thousands of pieces. However, just when they were about to pounce, a monstrous cold air swept over them, making them stiff. The temperature of this cold air was extremely low, almost freezing their skin. How is it possible that my ninjutsu has actually failed? Ninja Tiger murmured with disbelief in his eyes. The rest of the ninja village masters were also pale, with horror in their eyes. How is it possible? How could this guy have such a terrible chill? This chill, I've never seen it before. My ninjutsu is actually under this cold air, isn't it? This guy is too evil. Advertisement. Ninja Tiger's eyes were shocked, and a stormy sea was set off in his heart. Although the ninja ninjutsu in their ninja village is relatively rare, it is not without it, and many people even master ninjutsu. But Bai Ye in front of him could easily defeat their ninjutsu restraint. This guy, you can't stay. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles, and you must not let this guy continue to survive. Ninja Tiger's eyes flashed a hint of viciousness, and he murmured in a low voice. Shua. Ninja Tiger turned around sharply, looked at Ninja Dog, and shouted. Ninja Dog, hurry up and chase after him, be sure to kill that little B***************** D. I will come right away. Yes. Ninja Dog nodded respectfully, then turned and left. Little B*********** D, you wait for Lousy. Lousy will never spare you. He will definitely rip your skin off, drink your blood, gnaw your bones, and drink your flesh. I will let you know what it will be like to offend Lousy. End. Ninja Dog cursed angrily, and immediately turned into a streamer and disappeared in place. Huh, why did you leave again? Bai Ye frowned slightly. With such capricious character, Ninja Dog is really not suitable for being a ninja. Bai Ye shook his head and didn't think much about it. At this time, the people around were already frightened dumb by Bai Ye's horrific means, and were stunned one by one. After a long time, everyone came to their senses. Oh my god, he actually killed the leader of the ninja wolf. Who is he? How can he possess such terrifying strength? There was a lot of discussion among the people, and their hearts were full of doubts. Bai Ye didn't pay attention to the discussion of this group of people, but raised his eyes to look at the black-robed ninja in midair. Little B********** D, now, it's your turn to suffer. The leader of the ninja clan looked at Bai Ye coldly, clenched his fists tightly, and his momentum rose steadily, reaching the peak of the 6th rank, and he was only a step away from the peak of the 6th rank. This is the peak combat power that he can explode. Haha, boy, I only understand now, it's too late. The leader of the ninja tribe raised his head and laughed, his figure suddenly swelled several times, as if turning into a huge fireball, carrying the power of destruction, and blasted down. The two collided in an instant. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook, the sun and the moon dimmed, and everything was shrouded in violent energy. The attack of the ninja leader is very violent and fast. Every attack is accompanied by a destructive aura, like a cannonball, carrying the power to destroy everything, smashing towards Bai Ye. 317. Flame Disc. Throw it. This is the unique ninja technique of the ninja clan, called Fire Style Fire Kingdom. It is an extremely powerful ninja technique that can turn the place you are in into a sea of flames. The Kingdom of Fire is a taboo of ninja village, and it is said to have been passed down from the ancient ruins. In Bai Ye's mind, the records about ninja village emerged, and he couldn't help taking a breath, his face became much more dignified. The background of this ninja sect is really terrifying. This fire-style ninjutsu is probably comparable to ordinary ninjutsu, even worse. This is like the strength of a 9th-rank ninja king. If you deal with ordinary ninjas, you can easily crush them. It's another matter if you meet a strong man in the 9th-rank ninja emperor realm. Fire-style nation of fire. This kind of attack is indeed extraordinary, but it is useless to me. Bai Ye sneered, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. Little brat. The ninja leader shrank his pupils and cursed secretly in his heart. He thought he could easily solve Bai Ye, but the result was unexpected. The strength of this brat was even more terrifying than him, which made him unbelievable. HMPH. Let's see how long you can last. The leader of the ninja clan gave a cold snort, and activated the ninjutsu again, releasing more powerful flame energy. 670 at the same time, raging flames burst out from Bai Ye's body, and his whole body burned. The terrifying flames even melted the surrounding trees and soil. Bai Ye stood where he was, as if he had turned into a huge sun. Those flames, like meteorites, kept falling towards Bai Ye. Damn it, how many flames are hidden in the body of this little beast? Why are there so many at once? What kind of monster is this? The ninja leader was horrified. However, this is just the beginning. Bai Ye quickly pinched the seals with both hands, and his mysterious fingers moved in the void, forming handprints one after another, and flew into the flames in the midair. In an instant, the ground where Bai Ye was located suddenly burst open, and an extremely dark pit appeared. And those flames were also attracted into this black hole. What's going on here? Advertisement. Could it be that he wants to use these flames to resist our attacks? Impossible. The Kingdom of Fire is a forbidden technique, there is no way to control the flames. Everyone in the ninja clan exclaimed, feeling even more deeply moved in their hearts. Hey, boy, I admit that your Kingdom of Fire is indeed powerful, but my ninjutsu is far from being comparable to the Kingdom of Fire. You want to use the flames to resist my attack, wishful thinking. Endurance, the clan leader sneered, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Bai Ye frowned slightly, but there was no panic in her heart. He had already noticed that this black-robed ninja was extremely fast, only slightly weaker than himself. This is also the reason why he dared to stay here for such a long time. After all, with Bai Ye's speed, he could completely get rid of the black-robed ninja's pursuit and escape. I choose to stay here because I want to see how many cards this black-robed ninja is hiding. However, Bai Ye miscalculated the strength of the black-robed ninja. At this moment, the black-robed ninja unexpectedly came behind him, and then slammed his fist down. The speed of this punch was extremely fast, almost exceeding the speed of sound, making it impossible for Bai Ye to avoid it. Snort. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth drew an icy arc, and his right arm suddenly swept out, and ruthlessly slapped the black-robed ninja behind him. Crack. Bai Ye's palm collided with the black-robed ninja's fist. Boom. Bai Ye snorted, and staggered back a few steps, the grass under his feet was trampled flat. Is this the strength of the high-ranking members of the ninja sect? It really is extraordinary. Bai Ye's face became extremely ugly, his eyes were gloomy to ultimate, and a turbulent wave was set off in his heart. Little brat, let's see how long you can last. The black CCCI robed ninja sneered, stomped his feet, and rushed towards Bai Ye again. Where the two fought, the flames rolled, the smoke filled the air, and the continuous splashing caused the entire valley to be filled with a scorching atmosphere. And in that flame, there is also a powerful energy fluctuation, which is stirring up, making the surrounding ninjas feel a huge threat. The scene of the battle between Bai Ye and the ninja quickly spread throughout the forest, shocking all the ninjas. The power of Ninja Beast. He can actually manipulate the power of Ninja Beast. Advertisement. No wonder he was able to kill the ninja dog. It turned out that he was a Yakushi. No wonder he was able to refine such a terrifying elixir. Ninja talk a lot. At this time, Bai Ye was fighting more and more smoothly. He used 9 thunders of heaven, for a while, 9 swords of thunder for heaven, for a while, and wind control technique, for a while. Tyrannical power. Break it, break, break, break. Bai Ye roared loudly, each move was more brutal and domineering than the last. Those flames were forcibly split by Bai Ye, making Bai Ye's offensive more and more fierce and terrifying. PFF'd. Finally, Bai Ye seized the opportunity and slammed a sword glow. Immediately, a scorching flame gushed out from the blade, as if turning into a flaming spear, tearing at the space and shooting towards the ninja leader. Damn it! The face of the ninja leader changed suddenly, and he wanted to avoid it, but Bai Ye's knife had already locked him, so he could only grit his teeth and resist. There was a bang, and under the violent friction between the flame and the air, a terrifying vortex was formed. Those flames, like a pair of sharp knives, crazily cut the body of the ninja leader. Ah! The howling sound echoed continuously in the valley, making the ninjas of the ninja clan feel terrified. No, you will definitely lose if you go on like this. The leader of the ninja clan shuddered, and suddenly took out a disc-shaped object from his arms. This is the most powerful weapon of my ninja, the flame disc. I'll throw it out and see how you hide. The ninja leader gave a loud shout, and then threw away the flame disc. In an instant, a dazzling red light burst out from the flame disc, shining everything around it red. The next moment, the red light instantly swelled to a size of hundreds of meters, and pillars of fire rose up, like pillars of fire that lifted the sky, piercing into the sky. Immediately afterwards, those pillars of fire, like shooting stars, pierced the void and fell towards the white knight. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Is this an artifact from the ninja world? Although Bai Ye didn't know what it was, but it was definitely not a mortal thing that could explode with such terrifying power. 318. Since you are not benevolent, don't blame Lousy for being unrighteous. Moreover, Bai Ye has also heard of the existence of the ninja world, and knows that these fireballs are definitely a powerful ninja artifact, which can burn any enemy to death. However, facing such an attack, Bai Ye didn't have any fear at all. Master, I don't believe it, you still have 3 heads and 6 arms. Bai Ye sneered, his eyes closed suddenly, and his body suddenly swelled up, turning into a height of 5 feet. This is impossible. He has just broken through to the Jonin state, and he already has such a terrifying physical body strength. As expected of a genius with extraordinary talent, my god. If such a person is not eliminated, I am afraid it will be a disaster. That's right, he must not be allowed to leave alive, and he must be killed before his cultivation reaches its peak. All of a sudden, the ninja roared again and again, their faces were ferocious, and their eyes were full of killing intent, as if they wished they could swallow Bai Ye alive. But Bai Ye sneered, the bones all over his body made crackling sounds, and a surge of huge and incomparable energy surged, unexpectedly condensing into a huge fist in an instant. Blast Lousy. Bai Ye raised his leg violently, and punched him forward. Boom. Every time Bai Ye raised his foot, he would make a dull sound, like the sound of a drum beating, shaking the surrounding trees trembling, and even some trees began to collapse. A crisp breaking sound resounded in the valley, making the ninja feel stunned. How is it possible? He was able to shatter the flames with his bare hands. The face of the ninja leader also changed, and his pupils shrank to the size of a pinprick. Bai Ye's power has far exceeded his imagination, making the leader of the ninja clan feel palpitating. However, although Bai Ye is powerful, he has not yet reached the point where he can crush him. The flames under the feet of the ninja leader erupted into scorching heat again, and his figure, like lightning, rushed towards Bai Ye. His speed was very fast, and he was in front of Bai Ye in the blink of an eye. Go to hell. The leader of the ninja clan let out an angry roar, and attacked and killed Bai Ye's chest with one claw. The speed of this claw was so fast that it seemed like afterimages flashed in the air, unable to capture his trajectory at all. Court death. Bai Ye's eyes were cold, and his body jumped up suddenly, avoiding the attack of the ninja leader. Advertisement. Boom. The claw of the ninja leader fell heavily on the ground, leaving a deep hole on the ground. What? He's still alive. The face of the ninja leader changed slightly, and he was shocked in his heart. Moreover, after Bai Ye dodged the attack of the ninja leader, he kicked out again, with great vigor, and kicked the ninja leader's chest fiercely. The body of the ninja leader, like a cannonball, flew upside down and hit a distant mountain wall, making a loud noise, and his whole body fell into the rocks, unable to move anymore. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the ninjas couldn't help but gasp. Looking at Bai Ye's eyes, it was like looking at a killing god. They never expected that their group of powerful ninjas would be easily repelled by Bai Ye. Damn it. This kid's strength is too terrifying. It's not comparable to the ordinary Jonin realm. We must fight quickly, otherwise it will be really dangerous. The ninja leader gritted his teeth and said, his body flickered, and he rushed towards Bai Ye. HMPH, you guys go together, I'll clean up together. Bai Ye snorted coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes, stomped his feet, and his whole body was like a cannonball, attacking and killing the leader of the ninja clan. The face of the leader of the ninja clan was ashen, and raging flames burned on his body, and in an instant, Bai Ye was wrapped in it. Your methods are unbearable to lousy. Bai Ye snorted coldly, but the killing intent in his eyes became more intense. Since you are unkind, don't blame lousy for being unrighteous. While speaking, Bai Ye's right foot stepped on the ground suddenly, and ripples came from the ground, spreading to all directions in an instant. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the sound of thunder and thunder suddenly came from the ground. Bai Ye frowned, and his face became a bit ugly, because he knew that he was in trouble. Boom. The power of thunder raged, wrapping the leader of the ninja clan inside, making a sound of explosions. Damn it. What kind of evil is this kid, who can actually cause the sky? Asking for flowers. Advertisement. However, this is also just right, saving us from looking for other crystal nuclei of thunder attribute elements. This kid's thunder attribute element crystal nucleus must be obtained. The numerous ninjas of the ninja clan also showed greed in their eyes. Although the power of heavenly tribulation is extremely powerful, it does not do much harm to the ninjas of the ninja clan. After all, they are practitioners of fire-type ninjutsu, and the crystal nucleus of the element of thunder attribute belongs to the middle-level baby of thunder attribute. For them, it is also an excellent training resource. Get out of here. Bai Ye let out a low cry, and a tyrannical force erupted, completely dissipating the power of thunder and lightning, and at the same time, forcing those ninjas back. What kind of power is this? The face of the ninja leader changed, and he was shocked. Bai Ye's physical body is too strong. Although he is only in the early stages of the Jonin realm, his physical strength has far surpassed that of a Jonin realm consummation powerhouse. This is a near undefeated state. No, this guy is really weird. I must kill him as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Everyone, let's go together, the guest will kill him. The ninja leader turned his mind and made a judgment, and immediately shouted at the ninja beside him. Obey, chief. Hearing this, all the ninjas of the ninja tribe nodded, and then they all sacrificed their weapons, ready to fight. And at this moment, the patriarch of the ninja clan who had been standing still and observing, finally couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart, and jumped up suddenly, with excitement written all over his face. Finally, this day has come. After I kill him and harvest everything from him, it will be his death. The ninja patriarch roared wildly in his heart, it's like the roar of a wild beast. But at this moment, Bai Ye's mouth curled into a sneer. Hee, lousy can't be done with just you bunch of rubbish. Go to hell. Shiro Yoruichi shouted loudly, swung his right arm suddenly, and a bright golden glow suddenly bloomed in the void. This golden glow, like a shooting star chasing the moon, cut through the void, and went straight to the throat of the ninja leader. 319. It's getting more and more difficult. At this moment, the pupils of the ninja leader also shrank violently. Damn it. How dare you sneak up on me, do you really think I have no ninja? The leader of the ninja clan shouted angrily, and the samurai sword in his hand slashed towards Bai Ye directly. Boom. The golden glow and the samurai sword collided together, and there was a violent explosion sound. Then, the ninja leader felt a pain in his jaw, and his entire palm was paralyzed by the shock, and even almost dislocated. The pupils of the ninja leader shrank suddenly. What? The physical strength of this kid is so terrifying. Is this still a human being? How on earth did he cultivate such a physical body? It's simply unbelievable. The leader of the ninja clan was horrified. Bai Ye's strength made the leader of the ninja clan feel great oppression, and even felt it was difficult to breathe. Kill. 587. The leader of the ninja clan shouted loudly, held the samurai sword with both hands, and slashed towards Bai Ye again. Boom. The two collided again. This time, neither of them used any martial arts, only relying on the strength of their physical bodies, they were able to fight each other inextricably. Both of them are at the peak of the Jonin realm, if they don't use martial arts, they can't do anything to each other at all. And when Bai Ye was fighting with the leader of the ninja clan, one by one ninja powerhouses also rushed up, using various tricks one after another, trying to kill Bai Ye. Bai Ye's strength is too strong. Even if he is only at the beginning of the Jonin realm, he can still withstand the blow of the strong Jonin realm. A series of cracking sounds resounded through the sky, shaking the surrounding trees into pieces. All of a sudden, the entire forest was completely destroyed, and it was a mess. And Bai Ye also retreated suddenly, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. These ninjas are all at the peak of the Jonin realm, and their strength is very good. Every move contains extremely powerful power, even he feels a little pain. However, even so, Bai Ye's heart is also full of desire to fight. Ha ha ha, I haven't exercised for a long time, today I will use your blood to sharpen my combat experience and consolidate my combat skills. Bai Ye laughed loudly, his eyes shone with fiery brilliance, and his whole body became fierce. Now, he needs to sharpen himself with bloody battles. Boom. Advertisement. Bai Ye blasted towards the leader of the ninja clan again, his punches exploded, like a flood of beasts, destroying everything around him. Damn it, this guy's strength is terrifying. The eyes of the ninja leader stared round, and he looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. At this moment, Bai Ye seemed to have transformed into a demon god, and his whole body was filled with an aura of destruction. Kill. The ninja leader gritted his teeth, a cold light shot out from his eyes, and the ninja sword in his hand slashed fiercely towards Bai Ye again. Happen again. The ninja leader was sent flying out again, and the samurai sword in his hand almost fell to the ground. Bai Ye's strength is really too terrifying. As expected of a genius of the Hidden World sect, I, the ninja clan, really can't resist. The face of the ninja leader is ugly ultimate. Ha ha. Ninja leader, you are indeed very strong, but you almost want to keep me. Today, I will leave all of you here. Bai Ye laughed wildly, and within his body, there was an endless wave of blood-colored energy, like a tide, surging and surging, washing his whole body non-stop. Blood power. No, it should be the blood of the blood spirit. He has cultivated all the power of this blood, no wonder it is so powerful. The pupils of the ninja leader shrank suddenly. From Bai Ye's body, he felt a strong smell of danger. No, this kid is actually a genius bloodline. If he is allowed to escape, with his talent, he will definitely be able to break through to the peak of the Jonin realm. Once he successfully advances to the peak of the Jonin realm, he will have enough strength to compete with the ninjas. The leader of the ninja clan trembled in his heart, and his eyes became more gloomy. They are ninjas, they can't let such an excellent genius grow up. Stop him for me. The leader of the ninja clan let out a low shout, and with a ninja katana in his hand, he rushed towards Bai Ye, trying to intercept him here. Shua. The ninja samurai sword in the hands of the ninja leader swung out like a series of horses, carrying terrible fluctuations, tearing the air in an instant, and bombarded Bai Ye's body. Advertisement. Bai Ye's body was immediately pierced by one after another of terrifying attacks, leaving deep wounds behind him. Damn it, I am going to kill you. Bai Ye let out a low growl, and the majestic blood spirit bloodline in his body began to circulate crazily. One after another sword energy, like a violent storm, gushed out from Bai Ye's body crazily, turning into sword shadows all over the sky, covering the leader of the ninja clan. These sword shadows contain a destructive aura, even the ninjutsu of the ninja leader is hard to avoid. The pupils of the ninja leader shrank suddenly. Block me. The next moment, the ninja sword in the hands of the ninja leader swept out, turning into a thick sword curtain, blocking Bai Ye's attack. Kill him for me. Kill him at all costs. If this kid continues to grow, the ninja clan will probably be wiped out soon. A series of dull voices came out, and one after another corpses fell to the ground and died. The death condition was very miserable. However, the face of the ninja leader suddenly became gloomy and terrifying. This young boy is getting more and more difficult. His sword screen is enough to easily block all of Bai Ye's sword energy, and can also bounce back this force. An earth-shattering loud noise suddenly exploded among the many ninjas, making the heads of the ninjas buzz. He is a strong man in the middle stage of the Jonin realm, and his strength is far beyond the ordinary early stage of the Jonin realm. The ninja leader proudly said, "Damn it, this kid's strength is already comparable to that of the early Jonin realm. Right now, Bai Ye's strength is too strong. With one move, he overthrew 5 or 6 ninja masters, which shocked the ninja leader even more. Blood splattered, and corpses of ninjas fell from midair one after another. No wonder even the patriarch and great elder can't deal with him. HMPH. It's impossible for you to kill me with this kind of attack." Columns of blood shot out from midair, like a fountain, under the sunlight. It looked extraordinarily gorgeous. The body of the ninja leader was drenched with blood. 2.6. Advertisement 320. I must let you not live, not die. The leader of the ninja clan shouted angrily, and the speed at which the Chunin warrior's sword was swung in his hand became faster and more violent. But he didn't notice that at the moment when he beheaded a ninja master, a cruel coldness flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Call out. A sharp sword energy split the air in an instant, cut through the void, and came to kill. Bai Ye's speed was as fast as a gust of wind, making it impossible to guard against. A stream of sword energy pierced the chest of the ninja leader, and bright red blood shot out continuously, staining Bai Ye's robe and legs red. The face of the ninja leader was full of unbelievable eyes, and the corner of his mouth was slightly opened, revealing a savage arc. Little beast, if you dare to hurt me, I will definitely let you not live, not die. In the voice of the ninja leader, there is a strong resentment. Bai Ye's strength is so powerful, killing a group of the most powerful men under him in one move, this kind of blow is really too big. Bai Ye frowned, looking at the unwilling ninja leader in front of him, a bloodthirsty arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Want to ask for forgiveness? Hee. Do you think I will let you go? 24. Voice down. Bai Ye performed. Wind and thunder step. His figure was like a ghost, and in an instant, he came to the side of the ninja leader. However, he did not continue to attack, because he knew that with his current strength, it would be too difficult to kill the ninja leader. He just needs to stall for time and wait for the reinforcements from his relatives to arrive. The leader of the ninja clan stared at Bai Ye, his face extremely ferocious. Little beast, don't be complacent, when the patriarch's people come, you will definitely die. Really? Then you are looking forward to it. Bai Ye glanced at the ninja leader indifferently, his eyes filled with a playful smile. The leader of the ninja clan was furious when he heard the words. Although the ninja clan is weak, they are still super strong in the Tianyuan realm. Bai Ye dared to provoke him like this, he was simply impatient. Get out. The leader of the ninja clan was furious, and the Chunin clan knife in his hand erupted into a dazzling blade glow, which turned into a huge blade glow, and Wolf chopped down towards Bai Ye's head. Boom. Bai Ye didn't dodge, still maintaining the posture just now, standing in place, waiting for the blade to approach. This is a very stupid move, even the poor of the garden. But Bai Ye didn't care. Advertisement. Because he knew very well that if he avoided it, what was waiting for him would probably be death. Court death. The leader of the ninja clan gave a cold shout, and a trace of disdain and sarcasm flashed in his eyes. The two bright blade lights, like meteors, cut through the void and fell down. Bai Ye's body still didn't move, as if he had been frightened out of his wits, letting the knife cut him down. HMPH, let's see how you dodge it. A ferocious smile appeared on the lips of the ninja leader. But in the next moment, his smile is Sha Ranjang. Because in his eyes, he saw something that made him unbelievable. I saw that Bai Ye stretched out his hands, grabbed the two sharp ninja knives, and held them firmly in the palm of his hand. What? How can this be? The eyes of the ninja leader are all round. Bai Ye was able to catch his ninja sword with his bare hands. Isn't this kid too heaven-defying? Die. Bai Ye let out a low drink, and then kicked his toe with all his might. Boom. The chest of the leader of the ninja clan suddenly sank, and his whole body was thrown out by Bai Ye, and smashed hard on the top of the mountain. Boom. The rocks collapsed, the ground was filled with dust, and the smoke rose. It was vaguely visible. Behind the smoke, a figure was slowly walking out of the smoke. His face was slightly tired, but also full of confidence. This is, my god, how strong is this kid? He can catch the ninja sword of the ninja leader with his bare hands. The surrounding ninjas all took a deep breath. They never imagined in their dreams that even the slightest threat by the leader of the ninja clan using ninja martial arts has no effect. This is just like a fairy tale. They couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? It is absolutely impossible. Advertisement. How could his body be so strong? Who is this kid? The strong ninja of the ninja, the eyeballs are wide open. Shock, amazement, and disbelief are written all over their faces. Bai Ye glanced at the ninja people indifferently, then slowly walked to the side of the ninja leader, and threw away the ninja weapon in his hand. Ninja weapons are sacred objects of the ninja tribe, possessing infinitely powerful areas of force. But in Bai Ye's eyes, even with the heaven-rank martial skills in hand, it is impossible to hurt him in the slightest. How is this possible? This little b***** d is obviously cultivated in the third turn of the innate realm. Why is his flesh, body so tyrannical to such an extent? The ninja leader looked at the ninja weapon in Bai Ye's hands, his eyes were filled with shock and horror. My ninja weapon. Bai Ye's face suddenly turned cold. Shua. Several strong ninjas spurted blood one after another and flew backwards. They fell to the ground one by one, writhing in pain, and their eyes were full of despair. You ninjas, you bully people too much. If that's the case, let's save your life. Bai Ye raised the sole of his foot and stomped it down suddenly. Suddenly, the entire Ninzong hall shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Ninja weapons are sacred objects of the ninja. They are inherited from ancient times and possess supreme power. They are weapons that all ninjas long for. Now, 247 has fallen into the hands of Bai Ye, how can he be reconciled? A series of cracks spread, and the floor tiles were shattered into powder, turning into pieces of rubble. If you are willing to hand over the ninja weapon, I might be able to let you live. Yes, I want to get back my ninja weapon. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and a majestic breath rushed out of his body suddenly, covering the entire hall. Otherwise, HMPH, no matter how deep your background is, you still cannot escape the fate of death. Bai Ye looked at the resentful expression of the ninja leader, his eyes flickered slightly, and he said with a half smile, why, do you want to snatch back? His eyes seemed to be looking at a corpse, without any warmth. Under the pressure of this force, the strong ninjas vomited blood and flew out one by one. This kick is enough to cause them serious damage. As soon as the ninja leader rolled his eyes, he immediately regained his composure. The leader of the ninja clan looked at Bai Ye, as if he saw killing his father an enemy. 321. Do you mean those old ninja monsters? When the ninja leader saw that the strong ninja was injured, his eyelids twitched wildly. He never thought that his ninja weapon would have no effect on Bai Ye. Little b asterisk 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 d, don't be too rampant. When you reach the ninja world, my ninja masters will find you and tear you to pieces. The roar of the ninja leader gnashing his teeth. In his heart, there was already fear for Bai Ye. Bai Ye's age is younger than his own grandson, yet he possesses such terrifying combat power, it's simply unbelievable. This kind of evildoer is even more pervert than their ninja ancestors back then. Ninja Master. Do you mean those old ninja monsters? A playful smile flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Ninja, he has never heard of it. Hearing the words, the leader of the ninja clan shrank his pupils, then narrowed his eyes, looked at Bai Ye coldly, and said, Boy, do you know the masters of our ninja clan? I know. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth twitched, revealing a strange smile. Back then, at the Immortal Emperor's ruins, you old ninjas almost killed me. But fortunately, I was lucky and escaped their pursuit. Speaking of this, Bai Ye couldn't help but sighed softly, with a deep look of nostalgia on his face. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, the ninja leader's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Bai Ye, as if he wanted to eat people. What? Am I wrong? Ninja masters can't do anything to me in the Immortal Emperor's ruins.
If I want to run away, it's impossible for them to chase me. Tell me, if I come to your ninja clan this time, do you have a chance to kill all the seniors of your ninja clan? Bai Ye's words were extremely murderous, making the face of the ninja leader completely gloomy. Damn it, stinky boy, don't be shameless, you will definitely die today. I admit, your strength is very strong, but our ninja clan has 5 peak Uranus. No matter how fast you are, you won't be able to escape. If you are sensible, you'd better return the ninja weapon to me obediently. I can guarantee that I will never kill you. As long as you hand over the ninja weapon, I will spare your life. The face of the ninja leader was extremely hideous. Advertisement. He never thought that Bai Ye would possess such powerful strength, and his heart was full of surprise. Bai Ye heard the words, but laughed. Do you think it's possible? I came here today, in addition to killing you ninjas, I also want to kill all ninjas. You said, I will keep you alive? Impossible, you guys still want to kill me? The ninja leader was dumbfounded for a while. Don't be arrogant. The leader of the ninja clan let out an angry roar, holding a spear, and Bai Ye shot towards him. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, a ray of cold light burst out, and punched him away. The two terrifying forces collided together, the space was instantly shattered, the void exploded inch by inch, and turned into shattered pieces. The leader of the ninja clan only felt a huge force from the sky, and a mouthful of blood spewed out immediately. His body was like a kite with a broken string, and it flew backwards, plowing out on the ground. Ah! There were screams, and a huge blood hole was punched out on the arm of the ninja leader. Streams of bright red blood sprayed out like a fountain. The leader of the ninja clan was trembling with pain, and his body kept retreating, his eyes were full of fearful forbearance. You! Who are you? The ninja leader asked tremblingly. His body had already been battered with holes, dripping with blood, and even the fire of ninja soul was dimmed, as if it would go out at any time. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth formed a trace of mockery. It's not convenient to tell you my name at the moment, but one day, you will know. Today, you must die. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he was ready to attack again. Seeing this, the ninja leader immediately panicked. Bai Ye's strength far exceeds his imagination. If he continues to entangle, there will definitely be no end. He can only choose to evacuate. Little b asterisk 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 d, just wait for me. The master of my ninja clan will come here soon, crush you to ashes, and you will never be reborn forever. The leader of the ninja clan roared, his figure flashed, and he quickly fled to the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Bai Ye's sight. Bai Ye sneered and shook his head. These ninja masters are as weak as ants in front of him, how many storms can they cause? Shortly after, advertisement in the ninja world, there was a terrifying power suddenly. A series of tyrannical and unparalleled momentum, like a hurricane sweeping in, shook the entire mountain forest. Haha. Little b asterisk 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 d, let me see where you are going to escape this time. This time, let me see how you can escape from my grasp. I'm a ninja, Lu Rong is worthy of a traitor like you. A series of words full of overwhelming anger and murderous intent exploded in the void. Immediately afterwards, I saw an old man in a black robe slowly stepping into the valley. The old man's eyes, sharp as a knife's edge, swept around and landed on the place where Yu Yi was. Seeing the person's face clearly, Bai Ye's pupils shrank slightly. In Bai Ye's, Nuahao Jiao, eyes, there was also a hint of killing intent. Haha. Little b asterisk 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 d, you dare to pretend that you want to fulfill me? Do you know that in this world, with my ninja clan, no outsiders are allowed to exist? Today, you will die? He didn't forget that when he was in the ancient tomb, this old thing personally sent experts to surround him and wanted to kill him. Bai Ye gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear the black-robed old man to pieces. The old man looked proudly at Bai Ye, as if he was looking down on an ant. Little b asterisk 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 d, A ninja master, are all hunting you outside, but I didn't expect you to come here on my own initiative. HMPH. The old man in black robe dismissed him, looking into Bai Ye's eyes with a serious murderous intent. Die, little beast. Old man, since you want to court death, I will give you my blessing. God help me, you are doomed to die today, old man, it's really you. The old man let out a cold cry, his body suddenly rushed out, and he appeared in front of Bai Ye in an instant, and stabbed Bai Ye's eyebrows with a spear. Seeing this, Bai Ye's sneer became even worse, he kept this account in his heart. When the old man heard Bai Ye's words, a mocking sneer appeared on his face. The old man grinned grinningly, as if he had seen the picture of death day and night. Bai Ye's tone was cold and ruthless, full of murderous intent. This old man will make you unable to live, but not to die. 322. How can you blaspheme the glory of the ninja clan? Only you? What a joke. In Bai Ye's hand, there was an extra long sword. This long sword is exactly the Genryūsai ninja sword he just obtained. Bai Ye swung the 9-nether ninja sword and slashed through it. Ding! The long sword collided with the spear of the old man in black. Terrifying shockwaves, like ripples, rippled out, destroying all the surrounding trees. Puff! Bai Ye's body shook violently a few times, and blood gushed out from his mouth. With this sword, he used 3 points of strength. But even so, the black-clothed old man resisted the sword unharmed. This made him a little appalled. He originally thought that his combat power was many times stronger than when he first entered the ninja realm. Now it seems that he underestimated the strength of the old man in black. Bai Ye's complexion suddenly became ugly. This time, he came with the heart of killing. But who would have thought that the final result would be so unexpected? Damn it! This guy's strength is too strong. Bai Ye's face was cloudy and uncertain, his brows were deeply frowned, and his eyes were full of seriousness. He knew that it might not be that simple to defeat this old guy. Boy, I advise you to catch him without a fight. Otherwise, I am a ninja master, but 083 is not something you can provoke. If you offend our ninja clan, our ninja master will come. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you will definitely die. The old man sneered again and again, and he had absolute confidence in the horror of the ninja. HMPH, I see who are you scaring, Bai Ye said with a sneer, unmoved at all. Don't forget, this area is the territory of my ninja clan. If your ninja masters come, I will greet them well and let them understand what it means to have a sky beyond the sky and someone beyond the human. Bai Ye's words were full of strong disdain. When the old man heard Bai Ye's words, he laughed angrily. Advertisement, hee. You little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Do you really think you are someone special? However, don't worry, after you become a slave of our ninja, you will naturally understand how powerful our ninja is. After finishing speaking, the old man sneered and pointed at Bai Ye. In an instant, a terrifying aura filled the entire valley. Little beast, die! The old man shouted violently, and a pitch-black, CGFG, gun light, like a shooting star, pierced towards Bai Ye's eyebrows. This shot contains terrifying power, it seems that it can even pierce this world directly. Well done. Bai Ye's eyes were cold, and he took a step forward, and the 9-nether ninja sword in his hand burst out with a bright cold light, and with a sharp and domineering edge, he slashed over with his sword. Clang! The 2 ninja soldiers collided together, and there was a piercing sound of gold and iron clashing, and the surging energy instantly shattered all the stone tablets on the mountain peak. Bai Ye's complexion suddenly turned pale, and he felt an extremely terrifying backlash. His tiger's mouth was split open, and streaks of blood seeped out from the wound, staining his entire arm red. What a powerful force! This old dog actually has such a terrifying body. Bai Ye was secretly startled. When the old man saw that Bai Ye's head had not been blown off with one shot, the murderous intent in his heart suddenly became more intense. He stared at Bai Ye indifferently, and the holy machine was everywhere. Little b***************************** D, die! The old man shouted angrily, raised the spear in his hand again, and stabbed fiercely at Bai Ye. Bai Ye's face darkened, his feet stepped on the ground fiercely, and his figure jumped up violently, dodging the fatal shot. Bai Ye's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the old man again. His eyes were filled with ice coldness, and his body was filled with terrifying evil spirit. Go to hell. Golden escape, 9 Serenity's sword art. Golden dungeon. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth showed a bloodthirsty arc, and the Genryūsai ninja sword spun wildly. Following his casting of the golden escape, 9-nether mitigating heaven, a monstrous sword intent suddenly surged out of his body and converged on the 9-nether ninja sword in his hand. The black chakra breath lingers around the Genryūsai ninja sword, making Bai's Genryūsai ninja sword exude a strong black light. The horrific sword glows seemed to turn into giant dragons sweeping towards the black-clothed old man with their teeth and claws. Seeing this, the old man in black's expression suddenly changed. Advertisement, 9-nether ninja sword, little beast, you actually know how to practice Genryūsai Ren. It seems that we have really underestimated you, and have cultivated Genryūsai ninja sword to such an extent. The old man exclaimed, his face extremely serious. That's right, old dog, this 9-nether ninja sword originally belonged to me, and it's only right for me to snatch it away now. If you are sensible, immediately kneel in front of me and admit your mistake, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shiro Yoruichi's words are cold and heartless. Hearing this, the old man suddenly became furious. His gaze was fixed on Bai Ye. B************** D. Little b********** D. How can you desecrate the glory of my ninja clan? Today, you must die. Kill you and avenge our people. The old man roared, and swung the spear in his hand suddenly. Wow, a series of dark gunlights swept towards Yu Yi like a dragon. These spear lights contain an extremely terrifying aura, and each spear light contains a terrifying power. This kind of power, even in the Void Realm, must be extremely fearful. However, Bai Ye is not afraid, because the 9-nether ninja sword is the top treasure in the world. It contains extremely terrifying power. This power has even surpassed the coercion of the Jonin realm. If it wasn't for Bai Ye's practice, it was Tun Renju, in the 7 forms of Tianren. I am afraid that Bai Ye at this moment would have been vomited blood by that terrifying coercion. But even so, he was still intimidated by that force and retreated again and again. Damn beast, I want you dead. Go to hell. The old man shouted again, shook the spear in his hand, and the black spear light struck again. Bai Ye's eyes flickered with an icy cold light, and with a wave of the Juyu ninja sword in his hand, a jet black sword light burst out suddenly. A loud noise suddenly exploded. I saw that the pitch black sword glow directly penetrated the mountain wall hundreds of feet away, leaving a huge hole in the mountain wall. The hole is covered with cracks like spider webs. The pupils of the old man constricted instantly. How can this be? A sword actually has such terrifying power? 323. This kid in front of me is driving him into a desperate situation. The old man stared at Bai Ye in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. Boy, not only are you strong, but you also have some skills. Unfortunately, it was me you met, you are doomed. The old man looked at Bai Ye indifferently, and his aura instantly increased many times. Bai Ye frowned slightly. This guy is really tricky. Although your strength is not weak, but if you want to kill me, you are not qualified yet. Bai Ye said indifferently. His tone was full of Aohei and Zhang. The old man's face is livid. He never thought that the other party would dare to despise him like this. HMPH. Little b*************************** D. I'll let you know that my ninja clan is amazing. Today, not only are you sure to die, but even the women around you are doomed. The old man's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. Old man, you are courting death. Let me show you what despair is. Sword soul possession. Bai Ye snorted coldly, his body trembled, and a purple skeleton with a height of 3 feet slowly emerged. In the eye sockets of the purple skull, 2 groups of blazing flames bloomed. A breath of destruction swept out madly. Feeling the destructive aura from the purple skull, the old man's expression changed suddenly. Purple skeleton, the legendary skeleton king, is really extraordinary. It's just that today I want to learn how powerful your unique skills are. The old man snorted coldly, swung the long spear in his hand suddenly, and a jet black spear light turned into a black cloud and shrouded towards Bai Ye. In the pitch black gun light, there is a strong corrosive power. This corrosive force distorted the space, and even the ground emitted black smoke, exuding a strong stench. Be careful, this is the power of corrosion, it is death. The little fat man reminded. Oh? Hearing the little fat man's reminder, a sneer appeared on Bai Ye's face. The power of corrosion? On Bai Ye's body, there is the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. The other party wants to corrupt him, it is wishful thinking. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and the surrounding void, under Bai Ye's control, stirred crazily. The jet black gun light was immediately affected, and its speed dropped sharply. Peefed. Advertisement: a sword glow, carrying extremely sharp sword energy, suddenly tore through the sky, and slashed at that spear glow. Jingle. The crisp collision sound resounded. That pitch black spear was chopped into pieces in an instant. With one blow, the old man's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect that the opponent's physical defense was so powerful. However, he was also a ruthless stubble, and his face suddenly became gloomy. HMPH, kid, since you're looking for your own death, don't blame me for being rude. The 4th move of the 9-nether Xuanming marksmanship, the sky is falling apart. The old man roared, the spear shook again, and suddenly a pitch black spear appeared at the tip of the spear. On the tip of the spear, fine lines spread out one after another. Boom. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. That pitch black long spear immediately turned into a black meteor, shooting toward Bai Ye. The black light beam pierced the sky, emitting bursts of terrifying aura. What a powerful attack. This blow is enough to destroy any city. A trace of solemnity flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Although he wasn't afraid of this blow, he wasn't willing to bear it. After all, that shot was too powerful. Once hit, even he would inevitably suffer serious injuries. 9 nether thunders. Boom. Bai Ye let out a low growl. His whole body was surrounded by lightning. Crackling. The light of thunder and lightning splashed out, forming a thick thunder. Above the thunder is filled with the ultimate destructive aura. This blow is 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than the 9 nether spear light just now. Boom. In the next instant, Bai Ye collided fiercely with that thunder force. The two annihilated each other and disappeared without a trace. At this time, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect that you dodged this blow, but I will use the second blow. Second trick. Genryūsai endures the dragon roar. Call out. In the next moment, a pitch-black giant dragon spurted out from the mouth of Genryūsai ninja dragon. This pitch-black ninja dragon is made up of pitch-black dragon scales. Above the dragon's mouth, there are dense fangs, exuding a terrifying and ferocious aura. The sound of the dragon's chant pierced the sky, and that giant black dragon charged towards Bai Ye with a billowing coercion. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Facing this terrifying giant dragon, Bai Ye showed no sign of fear. He stomped on the ground with his right foot, his whole body soared into the sky, and instantly turned into a flash of lightning, and rushed towards the giant dragon. Bai Ye's figure, at this moment, turned into an afterimage. His speed was astonishingly fast, and he had rushed into that pitch-black ninja dragon in the blink of an eye. Immediately. Boom boom boom. Terrifying energy ripples raged in this world. Those destructive fluctuations, like a violent storm, swept away in all directions. The terrifying impact force cracked the ground, and cracks appeared one after another. Those fissured places are all dark red, like bloodlines, filled with a thick layer of blood scab. Not long ago, this place was a barren land, but now it has become extremely anxious. Everything seems to prove that something happened here. Haha, the old man really underestimated you. The old man's face was full of ferocity. This time, without any reservations, he used the strongest move. Genryūsai ninja snake devours everything, die to me. After the words fell, the old man stomped his feet. Suddenly, a black tentacle came out of thin air. This tentacle, like a black boa constrictor, whizzed towards the white knight. This scene is extremely weird, but day and night are not afraid. Thunder Emperor's shield. Shua. The power of one after another thunder quickly gathered in Bai Ye's palm. Thunder Emperor's shield? It looks like a ninja? In the depths of the old man's eyes, there was a hint of greed. Although he is a super expert in the Jonin realm, he has only cultivated one tyrannical forbearance. This forbearance is a ninja weapon. In the ninja world, Emperor Hulei is rare. But that doesn't mean it doesn't. Among some ancient forces, there are many people who own this kind of ninja. These people with ninja weapons are the core disciples of the major forces, even holy kings. Therefore, in this world, ordinary ninjas would not offend him at all. Otherwise, it would be courting death. But this kid in front of him pushed him into a desperate situation. 324. Simultaneous activation of two ninja skills. If this kid is not killed, he will never be able to break through to the realm of honoring Jonin. Kill. The old man roared loudly, and the black tentacles slammed fiercely on the Thunder Emperor's shield. The deafening sound resounded. Boom, terrifying energy ripples swept out. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, all the flowers, plants and trees were completely annihilated. Bai Ye spat out a mouthful of blood. This old guy is so powerful, just one move has already injured him. Boy, you are already injured, why don't you just catch him without a fight? In the eyes of the old man, there's a strong greedy color. You think, even if I'm injured, you can still kill me? Bai Ye sneered. Although Bai Ye suffered a great loss at the hands of this old man, he was not too flustered at 173. Because he still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. It's easy to kill you, the old man said coldly. Yeah? Bai Ye glanced at the old man indifferently. Seeing this, the old man snorted coldly. Since you don't know how to flatter, don't blame the old man for being ruthless. Shua. The next moment, he waved his arms suddenly. Shua, Shua, Shua. A huge black ninja wolf suddenly appeared in the void. Each of these gigantic ninja wolves has reached the peak of respect, and they are extremely difficult ninja beasts. This kind of ninja beast, the general respected masters, can't deal with it at all. But Bai Ye's strength is far superior to the peak of the respected rank. How can he be defeated by a mere respected rank ninja wolf? A pitch-black ninja wolf roared up to the sky, attacking and killing the white knight. The fighting will of these ninja wolves is so strong that they almost don't need any instructions, and they come to bite Bai Ye bravely without fear of death. This kind of garbage ninja, I don't care at all. Bai Ye shook his head disdainfully. 9 nether thunders moved their fists. In the next moment, above Bai Ye's fist, thunder and lightning lingered, exuding a dazzling brilliance. This is Lei Di's boxing technique. Advertisement. Boom. In the next instant, Thunder Emperor's hammer has already crashed down. Boom. A dull explosion sounded, and that Hulk was smashed to pieces. These ninja wolves only have the fighting strength of the ranks, how can they withstand the bombardment of Thunder Emperor's hammer? However, this is just the beginning. Shiro Yoruichi controls Thunder Emperor's hammer, continuously blasting and killing Ninja Wolf. On the other side, a bronze longbow appeared in Bai Ye's hand. This bronze longbow is covered with mysterious runes, it looks like a ninja weapon. No surprise. This bronze longbow is exactly what he got from the bronze sword. Shua. In the next moment, the bowstring was stretched into a full moon, and an arrow had already appeared on the bowstring. The arrow is silver in color and exudes icy cold light, as if it can block everything in the world. Bai Ye stared fixedly at the void ahead, and slowly let go of the bow and arrow in his hand. In the next moment, a sharp blue arrow shot out through the air, piercing the void at an extremely fast speed, and rushed towards the space gate in front of it. The power of this arrow is called Heaven Defying. When Bai Ye shot this arrow, he had already circulated the true energy in his whole body and poured it into the arrow. Swish swish swish. The arrow pierced through the void, carrying a terrifying and incomparable energy. It traveled a distance of hundreds of feet in an instant, and arrived at the gate of space. The two collided, and the terrifying power raged, stirring the void into chaos. The seal on the door of space also trembled violently. Obviously, the door of space couldn't bear it anymore during the collision just now. Huh? What's going on here? Seeing the vision of the gate of space, the pupils of the old man couldn't help shrinking slightly. He originally thought that he could kill Bai Ye with a single move, but unexpectedly, Bai Ye resisted. Not only that, but that arrow actually pierced through the gate of space. How is this possible? Damn it, kid, give up struggling quickly. You will never escape, the old man shouted angrily. Bai Ye smiled contemptuously and said, although your strength is strong, you are still a little too late to kill me. I advise you not to try to kill me, otherwise, you will not be able to afford the consequences. Ha ha ha. What a crazy tone. This old man has been in the ninja domain for so many years, and I have never heard of anyone who dares to be presumptuous in front of this old man. Today, this old man will do justice for the heavens, and let you know that this old man is amazing. The old man snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly protruded.
Immediately, the old man grabbed the broken long knife. Advertisement. Crack. Under the erosion of the power of space, the long knife directly turned into pieces and scattered all over the ground. The old man's knife was destroyed so easily. The old man said in surprise. These fragments were tempered by him with the pure power of space. But now, it was destroyed into pieces, which was an unimaginable blow to him. Old man, die, snow fist, yellow turban etc. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and urged Thunder Emperor's hammer again. Quote, exclamation mark quote. Huge meteorites fell down like meteors. The power of these meteorites has more than doubled compared to before. Damn it. The old man's face was ashen. Holding a long knife, he rushed towards the meteorite group fiercely. The long knife and the meteorite collided continuously, bursting out countless sparks. But these meteorites are extremely terrifying. Although the old man was extremely powerful, under the bombardment of the meteorite, he retreated steadily, and even had a few more scars on his body. Old man, I'm looking forward to it. What surprise will you give me next? Bai Ye mocked. You can't bear the old man's attack at all. The old man shouted angrily, his whole body rose, and the terrifying chakra gas condensed into a 3.3 giant dragon, which rushed towards Bai Ye with its teeth and claws. The blow of the old man was twice as strong as before. This time, if Bai Ye is forced to take over, he will definitely die. But the corner of Bai Ye's mouth drew a playful arc. Do you think your attack is really so easy to catch? In Bai Ye's hands, a cloud of chakra gas also proliferated. Thunder Emperor's fist. In the next instant, 2 jets of chakra gas had already impacted in front of the old man. What? How is it possible? You can activate Thunder Emperor's hammer and Thunder Emperor's fist at the same time. The old man was horrified. He couldn't understand how Bai Ye did it. The 2 clouds of chakra gas collided together, creating endless explosions. The body of the old man was sent flying out, spitting out blood. 325. Exactly. You guessed right. Impossible. I don't believe this is true. The old man yelled frantically. In his heart, Bai Ye has already been listed as an enemy that must be killed. Because White Knight is too heaven-defying. If Bai Ye is allowed to grow, I am afraid that even if he wants to kill Bai Ye, it will be extremely difficult. Shish. At this time, Bai Ye held the Qinghong sword and charged towards him again. Bai Ye's swordsmanship was fierce and domineering, and every slash with his sword contained a terrifying sword intent. Holding the Qinghong sword in his hand, Bai Ye swung it wildly. The defense of the old man is completely like paper, and it will be broken with a sword strike. Poochie. A deep sword mark was left on the old man's chest, and bright red blood gushed out. Bai Ye's sword is really too strong. Ah, ah. The old man let out a miserable cry, his eyes filled with endless resentment. How has he ever encountered such a miserable situation as a strong man at the level of a half-step ninja king? The Hall of Stars is one of the biggest forces in the entire Tianfeng realm. In Tianfeng realm, he can be said to be number 1. But in front of Bai Ye, he is like a chicken and a dog. How could he not be angry at such a blow? Bai Ye didn't take all this seriously at all. Bai Ye snorted coldly. Old man, you admit defeat now, there is still time. I won't admit defeat, even if I try my best, I will kill you. In the next moment, the old man made another move. But this time, the attack he used was stronger than last time. Buzz buzz. The aura in the old man's body increased by more than 3 times at this instant, and the aura was unmatched. Huh, old man, you really don't cry when you see the coffin. Since you like death so much, then I will fulfill you. Death whip. Bai Ye said indifferently. The death forbearance blade in his body also came to life. As soon as the death forbearance blade came out, a jet black light was released immediately, covering the surrounding space. The space trembled, as if it couldn't bear the breath of death released by the death forbearance blade. The breath of death, could it be? You have been promoted to the half-step ninja master realm. The old man stared at Bai Ye dumbfounded, with shock written all over his face. Half-step Zunran master realm, but only the legendary realm powerhouses have it. But now, Bai Ye has only just broken through to half-step ninja, and he is already comparable to the peak of the Lord. Advertisement. This is too pervert. Is this still human? Yes, you guessed it. Now you understand how stupid you really are. Bai Ye said indifferently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you break through so quickly? The old man shook his head, looking in disbelief. But in this scene, Bai Ye didn't care about him. Anyway, this old guy is hopeless. The breath of death. The breath of death. You can actually induce the breath of death. The old man panicked. How can this be? This is a half-step ninja level treasure. How can you control it? The old man was terrified. His body trembled a little. How did you do it? The old man asked tremblingly. Bai Ye sneered, and said, do you want to know the reason? It's very simple. The technique I practice is the inheritance of death forbearance. Naturally, I also have the ability of death forbearance. How could an ant like you understand it? Hearing this, the old man's face suddenly changed. Inheritance of Death Ninja. Bai Ye actually got the inheritance of Death Ninja. No wonder this kid is so arrogant and dares to provoke the Palace of Stars so unscrupulously. It turned out that it was because of his background that he lied to the sky. But, even if you have the inheritance of Death Ninja, I'm not afraid of you, you can't kill me. If you can't be killed, Tu Tien will let your soul return to the 9 wishes. The old man growled. Then, the old man suddenly exuded a murderous intent. A pair of eyes became extremely blood red. His arms turned into hideous bone wings. His body also rapidly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a gigantic beast. His pair of bloody mouths, wide open, were 5 or 6 meters wide, as if they could swallow a mountain peak. His fangs emitted a cold light. His skin was a strange purple-black color. His eyes were also scarlet, like a ninja. Ah! The old man raised his head to the sky and howled. His aura, at this moment, is soaring crazily. Half-step Imperial Realm. Advertisement. Your aura has already reached the half-step Imperial Realm. How can this be? How old are you? You have already cultivated to the half-step Imperial Realm. The old man roared in disbelief. He doesn't believe it anyway. Half a step to the Imperial Realm, that's a character who has stood at the pinnacle. But now, the brat in front of me is less than 2000 warm. This is too outrageous, right? Oh my god. The speed of this kid's cultivation is also demonic. Is he a freak? Everyone's hearts were filled with deep shock. Die. In the eyes of the old man, there was a strong murderous intent. Death Ninja Whip. In the next moment, a huge ninja whip phantom emerged from the old man's head. This is the phantom of the whip of death, but its coercion is already comparable to a blow from the peak of the Lord. Boom. The old 217 struck with a scythe, the void vibrated, and the airwaves churned. The void was forcibly torn open a crack of hundreds of meters, like a blade. The power of the Death Ninja Whip is really powerful. Sensing the power of the old man, Bai Ye was secretly surprised. However, Bai Ye's fighting instinct was still reminding him to be careful and not to take it lightly. Break it! Bai Ye shouted angrily. Death Forbearance Blade, cut out directly. This cut is like a ninja whip of death, with a strong meaning of death. PFF'd. Half of the old man's finger was cut off directly, and hot blood, like a fountain, sprinkled all around. The old man's body was immediately covered with wounds, and blood flowed horizontally, looking very scary. You actually cut off my finger. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The old man was extremely angry and roared. Bai Ye stared at the old man coldly. You should save your strength. When you lose your strength, fight me again. Today is your death day. Boom. The old man was furious. He swung the huge ninja whip in his hand violently, and slashed at Bai Ye fiercely. Bai Ye avoided it, but the corner of the ninja whip tore through his robe. If he hadn't dodged in time, I'm afraid even his arm would have been chopped off. Damn B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** very angry. 326. Death Tolerance Whip. The old man suddenly raised his leg and kicked it on the ground, a terrifying force erupted. Immediately, a huge gully appeared on the ground, and a boulder even shattered. This kick is enough to destroy any ninja emperor. The old man jumped up and jumped straight into the White Knight. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, and bursts of terrifying explosions resounded throughout, creating a mess. Death bears the whip, kill him for me. Boom. Immediately, the old man grabbed the giant ninja whip in his hand. Immediately above the ninja whip, endless murderous aura bloomed. In the next moment, witness an axe strike. A terrifying phantom of an axe that was tens of feet long, carrying terrifying destructive power, slashed down towards Bai Ye fiercely. Huh. Bai Ye snorted coldly, without any fear. Death whip. But mediocre. The sword of death ninja. In Bai Ye's body, there is endless death energy. The dead air condensed into a 3-foot-long sharp sword in the void. Go. A low drink in the night. The sharp sword turned into a stream of light and flew towards the old man's head. What? The old man's pupils shrank sharply, his face full of disbelief. He felt that the sharp sword formed by the condensed death energy contained a suffocating and terrifying power, which made his hair stand on end. The death whip can't stop the death sword. How can it be? I can't be reconciled. The old man's eyes were full of resentment, jealousy, greed and other negative emotions. He is not convinced. A dignified generation of lords, how can they be mere a young man who was at the peak of the late ninja saint? What an absurd thing this is. However, the old man also knew that he really had nothing to do with Bai Ye. After all, I am only half a step to the pinnacle of ninja master. No, I have to recover my strength first. Otherwise, I can't compete with it at all. The old man thought to himself. Death endures the whip, suppress it for me. As soon as the old man gritted his teeth, he directly poured the peak power of the half-step ninja master into the scythe of death ninja. In the next moment, the phantom of the scythe of death forbearance skyrocketed, becoming like a towering mountain, directly hitting the sword of death. Advertisement. Buzzing. The phantom of the death sickle collided with the death sword. Immediately, the phantom of the death forbearance scythe collapsed crazily as if it had encountered a nemesis. And the sword of death is still attacking the old man. Death Ninja Whip. The phantom of the sickle of death forbearance recondensed into shape, blocking the sword of death. However, the phantom of the death forbearance scythe is obviously weaker than before. Puff puff. The phantom of the sickle of death forbearance burst apart in an instant. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but be overjoyed. Ha ha ha. I knew that the scythe of death forbearance is a heaven-ranked ninja weapon, and it can definitely withstand his attack. The old man laughed excitedly. However, the next second, the smile on the old man's face froze. Because, the scythe of death forbearance disappeared again. How so? Could it be that I used it too frequently, so I made a mistake? The old man frowned and said to himself in confusion. At this moment, Bai Ye had already rushed to the side of the old man, and the 7 treasure glazed umbrella in his hand fell down again. The old man has rich fighting experience, so he reacted instantly, raised his death whip, and greeted him. The two sides clashed crazily, and the terrifying power fluctuated, sweeping in all directions. Every attack by Bai Ye can force the old man back, but the old man is unwilling to stop. Damn it, how could I not be able to beat a young man in the late ninja realm? The old man cursed inwardly. Shua. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth curled up playfully, and the 7 treasure glazed umbrella in his hand twirled. Clatter. A huge hurricane suddenly formed and enveloped the old man. The hurricane contained terrifying power of death, making the old man dare not approach it. What the hell is this? The old man was horrified. He could feel that the power of death seemed to devour everything about him. Death Ninja Whip. The old man roared angrily. The scythe of Death Ninja burst out in an instant, carrying the indomitable Haki. The sickle of death forbearance, carrying an unparalleled momentum, suddenly slashed towards Bai Ye. Death Whip. HMPH. Your death-bearing whip, because she hurts Zon. Advertisement. Bai Ye snorted coldly. The next moment, the colorful light suddenly shines. The attack of the death scythe was immediately blocked by Bai Ye. What's going on? How is this possible? My death whip can't break through his defense. The old man was extremely surprised. You know, the Death Ninja Scythe is a heaven-ranked ninja weapon. And it is also the strongest ninja skill in the Death Ninja Whip. How could this kind of ninja skill be easily resisted by a young man in the late stage of Ninja Emperor realm? No, I don't believe it. The old man roared, urging his strength. Shua. The phantom of the scythe of Death Ninja increased again, turning into a 3-meter-high Death Ninja Whip, exuding a monstrous coercion. Terrible attacks one after another, bombarded on the colorful rays of light, making deafening noises. However, the 7-colored light remained motionless, allowing the old man to exert all his force. No. Impossible. The old man turned pale. This was his strongest ultimate move, but it couldn't shake Bai Ye's body. This is simply unbelievable. Death. Bai Ye uttered the word indifferently, and the sword of Death Ninja in his hand slashed out again. Seeing this, the old man's face changed greatly. Impossible. I don't believe it anymore. The old man roared angrily. He frantically urged the sickle of death forbearance, beheading Bai Ye frantically. Wearing the scythe of Death Ninja with the power of wind style and earth style, every time it strikes, it will set off countless hurricanes and flames. This level of attack is hard for even some peak kings to bear. Not to mention, White Knight. But Bai Ye's expression still didn't change in any way, as if he didn't notice the danger at all. One after another fierce attacks fell on Bai Ye, and there was a violent explosion sound, which was deafening. The armor on Bai Ye's body made a crisp sound of click, click. However, there was not even a single scar on Bai Ye's body. On the contrary, the scythe of death forbearance became dim under the attack of Bai Ye. PFF'd. Bai Ye's body appeared behind the old man again, brandishing the sickle of death forbearance. It pierced directly through the old man's chest. Blood splashed out from the old man's body. Ah, Chen. The old man let out a shrill scream, his body went limp, and he fell to his knees on the ground. His anger was like a gossamer. Death Ninja Whip, was it destroyed by you? Bai Ye took back the scythe of Death Ninja, looked at the old man with cold eyes, and said indifferently, "Today, let me give you a ride." As soon as the words fell, Bai Ye drew an extremely bright arc with his deadly forbearance. 327. Suppression of space power. No, I'm not reconciled. The old man roared in despair. I'm still a powerhouse at the Emperor realm. Even if I die, I'll have to take a back. A mighty power of death was instilled into the old man's body along with the whip of death ninja. The old man's face turned ferocious in an instant. He opened his mouth suddenly, and swallowed a pitch-black pill. Immediately, his whole person's aura became violent, like a ninja descending. Wings of ninja. Death force. Death field. A tyrannical death chakra breath erupted from the old man, and at the same time, one after another black wings appeared behind him, covering the old man. This is exactly the old man's ultimate move, Wings of Death Forbearance. This unique technique is the most deceitful trick of Renrenrenrendian. This move is a combination of death power. Once cast, it can make the enemy fall into panic, fall into death Uzumaki, unable to break free. Bai Ye's face is gloomy, and the power of death is one of his most powerful attacks at this stage. Boom. The old man's wings flapped, setting off bursts of hurricanes. The speed of the Wings of Death ninja was very fast, almost in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye's complexion changed drastically. His 977 body suddenly flew back. But, at this moment, a black feather of the old man cut through the air, and ruthlessly pierced into Bai Ye's shoulder. Hiss. Immediately, a stream of bright red blood flowed down from Bai Ye's shoulder. PFF'd. Bai Ye covered his bleeding shoulder, his face turned pale. Damn it, how could the strength of this old thing have improved so much? Moreover, the power of the Wings of Death ninja is much stronger than before. Bai Ye frowned deeply. You know, his physical body is comparable to a half-day onion. However, facing the old man's attack, he was powerless to parry. Boom. The old man flapped his wings again and headed towards Bai Ye. Damn it, how could this old guy be so strong? Could it be that he has broken through to the realm of heaven and man? Or has he condensed the holy vein? Bai Ye couldn't help feeling a strong fear in his heart. Advertisement. Those who are strong in the realm of heaven and man have been able to mobilize the power of death, and even comprehend the realm of death. And those who are strong in the sacred vein have mastered the power of the sacred vein. If it is said that the strong in the holy vein can only condense the holy vein, then the strong in the human realm can only condense the holy vein. Ninja Domain. Wings of Death Ninja. Killing Blade. As the old man rushed over, he frantically used his unique skills. Enduring the whip, being struck by the breath of the old man, it aroused a sympathy, and sent out terrifying attacks one after another. Bang bang bang. Bai Ye kept avoiding, but his body was still being damaged one after another. Damn it, you have to find a way to get rid of it. It's good to bear the whip to death, but it doesn't have much effect on me. Bai Ye thought to himself. This death forbearance whip was obtained by him in the secret storehouse of 9-star sect. In that battle, Bai Ye beheaded many dead ninjas. Among them, the powerhouses of the Saint Vein realm were also included. Death ninja, with infinite vitality. However, once injured, or on the verge of death, they will lose all vitality and become similar to ordinary people. And the Wings of Death ninja is the nemesis of Death Ninja Whip. As long as the power of the Death Ninja Wings is not enough to destroy the Death Ninja Whip, then it can continue to consume the Death Ninja Whip, exhaust its power, and completely abolish it. Whoosh whoosh. The old man frantically chased and killed him, but his speed was far behind Bai Ye. He could barely follow behind Bai Ye. With a flash of Bai Ye's figure, he appeared above a hill in an instant. The old man followed closely behind and appeared on the hill. Little b************ d. You can't escape. The old man gritted his teeth. Really? Bai Ye sneered. I'm standing here, let you try, can you keep me here? Buzz buzz. ABFD, around Bai Ye, the space is distorted. Space cracks appeared all over his body. These space cracks are densely intertwined into a network, covering the old man. Damn. The suppression of this space power is so terrifying. The old man felt cold. The old man didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately summoned the Death Ninja Domain and the Death Ninja Whip. In an instant, the aura on his body rose again. Bai Ye's pupils suddenly shrank, and a solemn look flashed in them. Advertisement. It never occurred to him that the old man had such a life-saving trick. In that case, die. Death Realm, Death Ninja Whip, suppress him for me. Bai Ye clenched his fists tightly, his face was determined. A wave of Death Ninja Domain, a wave of Death Ninja Whip, directly rushed to the old man's Death Ninja Domain. The two fields collided together, and a terrifying explosion immediately occurred. The terrifying explosion swept across all directions in an instant, and razed the entire mountain forest to the ground. Puff. Bai Ye spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became paler, the whole person is crumbling. The old man even flew upside down and hit the ground. Cough cough cough. Little b**********d, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human. The old man burst into rage. He has already used the Death Forbearance Domain to trap Bai Ye in the Death Forbearance Domain. But Bai Ye was able to use the power of Death Ninja Whip to beat him back. All of this was beyond the expectations of the old man. But, this 3-foot-tall giant has fangs and muscles all over his body, like a steel frame. And the figure of the old man is constantly changing. Bai Ye saw the sudden change of the old man, his eyes widened. Bai Ye's pupils contracted, and the power in his body began to circulate crazily, and a tyrannical will instantly envelop the old man's mind. At this moment, an evil smile appeared on the corner of the old man's mouth, and then he opened his huge mouth violently, and a terrifying suction force swept through Bai Ye immediately. Get out! Ninja domain! What kind of monster is this? An angry shout sounded, and the power in Bai Ye's body exploded suddenly. The entire valley was constantly trembling, and a terrifying force came from the valley, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. In just a few seconds, the old man transformed from an old man into a giant of 3 feet tall. This is a different kind he has never seen before. A wave of terrifying power swept across all directions, pushing the old man away. Bai Ye uncontrollably flew towards the old man's mouth. When the old man opened his mouth, he was about to swallow day and night into his stomach. The old man is urging the death ninja field again. This is the first time he has met such a weird monster. Little b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 328. Can you really master some kind of heaven-defying ninja skills? At the same time, the old man's head was almost shattered. Impossible. The old man's eyes were full of shock. The power of the wings of death forbearance doesn't work anymore. The old man's face was cloudy, and his eyes flashed with uneasiness and fear. Death forbearance domain, break it for me. The old man roared, and another burst of death forbearance erupted from his body, enveloping Bai Ye. At this time, the power of the death forbearance domain strikes again. Bang bang bang. The old man's attack once again fell on Bai Ye's death forbearance domain. The old man's body was crushed by Bai Ye's domain and exploded directly. And Bai Ye finally broke free from the old man's death forbearance domain. Bai Ye's eyes stared at the old man coldly, and said word by word, "This time, it's your turn to die." Shua. Bai Ye's body is gone. Death and endure the whip. The old man's face changed slightly, and he waved out the ninja whip in his hand. A death forbearance whip composed of death forbearance domains appeared in the Minister of Midair. At the same time, his body exploded again. Death domain. He actually endured death and endured the whip, refining it into himself. Little b asterisk 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 d, die. Ha 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 ha, hard to bear the whip, kill him for me. Kill. The old man turned into a human form again, exuding terrifying power of death from his body. Bai Ye squinted slightly, looking at the old man's changing body, he couldn't help being surprised. This monster has cultivated the death ninja domain to the point of perfection. Moreover, he also integrated the death forbearance domain into the death forbearance whip. This is really terrifying. This is a top quality ninja weapon. Bai Ye looked at the death ninja whip, his eyes were full of greed. The death ninja field is the death ninja wings, the most powerful ninja skill. It can be said that it is the top existence in the death ninja field. But such a ninja skill is just a top ninja weapon. In Bai Ye's heart, he was full of coveting and longing for the field of death tolerance. Shua, shua, shua. At this moment, the body of the old man appeared in front of Bai Ye. He waved the death ninja whip in his hand, and slashed it down suddenly. Boom. Advertisement. The death ninja domain exploded again, smashing the death ninja whip and slashed to pieces. How can it be? The old man's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Death ninja whip, although it is a top quality ninja weapon, it is still unstoppable in the old man's death ninja domain. Could it be that this ninja really mastered some kind of heaven-defying blunder? The old man kept guessing in his heart. HMPH, I will create another one. You must die. The old man scolded angrily, and the terrifying death domain erupted from his body again. The power of death forbearance turned into black silk threads, enveloping towards Bai Ye. Boom boom boom. This scene shocked Bai Ye. In this case, he couldn't escape it. Not good. Bai Ye secretly called out. In the next moment, the death forbearance domain on his body exploded, forming a defense. Chi chi chi. The black death forbearance bombarded the defense, and there was a chirping sound, as if the glass had been pierced and turned into pieces. Not only that, the power of death forbearance penetrated into Bai Ye's skin, corroding all his flesh and blood. How terrifying is Bai Ye's physical defense power. However, it is still unable to stop the death ninja domain. Die. Hold the whip to the death, swallow it for me. The old man roared angrily, and the death ninja whip in his hand spun again. One after another black silk threads crazily flocked towards the white knight. Bai Ye's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Damn it, it turned out to be in the field of death ninja, and it is a top quality ninja weapon, so powerful. No, if this continues, my defensive power will be exhausted sooner or later, and I will definitely lose at that time, so I can only use that trick. Bai Ye had already made a decision in his heart. In the next instant, a murderous intent appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. 9 Heavens Thunder Ninja Art, gather ninja dragons. Bai Ye's voice was low and deep, and the phantom behind him suddenly condensed into shape. Ah, a dragon chant resounded. I saw that phantom of the ninja dragon opened its mouth violently and spit out a purple gold lightning, like a horse, rushed towards the old man viciously. The old man looked at the purple thunder and lightning, his pupils shrank, and quickly swung the ninja whip, slashing towards the thunder and lightning. Boom boom boom. There was a loud bang, like a dull thunder, which could be heard endlessly. When the old man collided with the purple thunder and lightning, the power of the death endurance whip seemed to be weakened a lot, but the thunder and lightning did not weaken at all, and the wolf slashed on the old man. 0. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Poochie. A blood arrow shot out. The bones that had been shattered by the Zijin lightning also grew back. However, the old man did not have the slightest joy, his face was full of horror. Surprisingly, the thunder and lightning were refined. How can this be? How is this possible? The old man yelled in horror, his figure crazily backwards. He felt that if he was struck by purple lightning again, he might really fall. Little b****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e definitely tear you to pieces. 0. Bai Ye looked at him indifferently, without any reaction, and continued to frantically cast the death forbearance domain, frantically strangling the old man. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is it possible, old man, Sao? However, the defense of this little beast is really amazing. The heart of the old man is full of remorse. He should have taken the opportunity to kill this little guy just now. However, at that time, he was a little afraid of the field of death tolerance. Therefore, I chose to procrastinate for time and wait for Bai Ye to be consumed. But who knew, this little b*********************************************************************************************************************ce Too unbelievable for him. Such a person is definitely a monster. Death Ninja Domain, crash me. Gritting his teeth, the old man crazily stimulated the power of death forbearance in his body, trying to crack the death forbearance domain. However, this level of death forbearance seems very childish in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye's death forbearance domain is almost expanding crazily. In just a few breaths, the entire world was completely controlled by Bai Ye. Around the White Knight, huge Uzumaki appeared one after another. In Uzumaki, the power of death forbearance kept churning. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound came. Under Bai Ye's feet, tiny cracks opened one after another. These gaps are getting denser and wider. In just a moment, it spread to Bai Ye's side. Crack. In the end, accompanied by a broken sound. 6. 329. Power of death forbearance. Under Bai Ye's feet, it suddenly exploded, revealing a large pitch-black hole. Countless death forbearance forces rushed out frantically, trying to escape from this space. I want to run, but there is no way. Bai Ye let out a cold drink, and slapped out his palm suddenly. A purple thunderbolt, like a purple gold ninja dragon, blasted into the space like a wolf. Boom. There was a loud bang. The death forbearance domain was completely shattered under the palm of Bai Ye. Ah! A shrill howl roared out from the old man's mouth. The power of death forbearance in his body was completely absorbed by thunder. Even, there is the power of death forbearance, which backfired on him, causing him extreme pain. Little b*******************************************************************************************************************************qu asterisk 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 d, I will not get rid of you today. The old man roared wildly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Boom boom boom. The death forbearance domain on the old man, 263, instantly burst into a burst of bright light. Behind him, a huge skeleton suddenly appeared. Boom. The huge skeleton spit out a mouthful of blood with its mouth open, and sprinkled it on the old man. Immediately, the bloody hole that was blasted out by Zilei instantly recovered. Little b************************************************************************************************************************************ these, the old man doesn't believe that you can withstand such an attack, you will definitely die. The old man laughed ferociously. However, before the old man could finish his words, he discovered in horror that the death forbearance domain in his body was rapidly disappearing. What the hell is going on here? How can the old man's death forbearance field be lost so quickly? Could it be that what he just said is actually true? The old man's face was full of panic, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his whole heart was raised. However, Bai Ye ignored him, closed his eyes slightly, and continued to use the Thunder Ninja sword, drawing all the Death Ninja power from the Death Ninja whip into his body. Boom. The next moment, a majestic momentum was violently released from Bai Ye's body. Death Ninja domain has added another layer. Moreover, under the support of this aura, Bai Ye's body also rapidly grew in size. Advertisement. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a young man with a height of 4 to 5 meters. At this moment, the power of death forbearance on his body has doubled compared to before. Ha ha ha, boy, I admit that I underestimated you. But, no matter how powerful you are, you can't beat my Death Ninja domain. Today, no matter how strong your defense is, you will die. The old man laughed crazily. He just wants to dust Bai Ye in his shins now. However, his words caused a strange emotion to arise in Bai Ye's heart. You're wrong. I don't need any defense at all, and I don't want to dodge, let alone run away. I'm just gathering my thunder and preparing for a feast of death. Bai Ye smiled faintly, looking calmly at the front, the door to the huge death forbearance. Death feast. What death feast? Is it possible that he will condense some powerful spells to attack me? The old man said with disdain on his face. Little b*********************************************************************************************************************** man's opponent, so what? Today, you will definitely die. Your death forbearance domain is only temporarily resisting the old man's death forbearance domain, it is not permanent, and the old man is going to crush you into scum now. Die. Accompanied by a shout, the door of the Death Forbearance gate opened, and a mass of black flames, like a huge cannonball, rushed towards Bai Ye with destructive power. Bang! However, it has not waited for the group of black flames to approach the White Knight. Around Bai Ye's body, a layer of light blue frost appeared. Bai Ye's figure, in the frost, walked out slowly like an ancient beast. Bang! Bai Ye raised his leg and kicked a heavy punch. The front of the fist seems to have penetrated the void. The ball of black flames was directly kicked into pieces by Bai Ye. PFF'd. Seeing this, the old man was immediately taken aback. He never imagined in his dreams that his own death forbearance power couldn't even shake Bai Ye's fur. He even didn't expect that under the shackles of the death forbearance domain, he couldn't use his strength day and night. Little beast, I will fight with you. Go to hell. The old man roared angrily. He made a tactic with both hands, his figure flickered, and he appeared beside Bai Ye in an instant. He's as fast as ultimate. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Bai Ye. However, what the old man didn't expect was that day and night stretched out his right hand. The next moment, a huge purple thunder suddenly descended from the sky. The purple thunder slammed heavily on the old man's body. In an instant, a mass of purple thunder that was as thick as the ultimate burst out from the old man's body, raging in the air, devouring everything. Puff! Blood spurted from the old man's mouth, and his whole body was like a shooting star, quickly falling towards the distance. In the process of falling, all the clothes on his body had been turned into fly ash. His whole body was covered with scorched marks. Die. The old man looked at Bai Ye's eyes, full of resentment. He knew that he must not die, because if he died, his son would be buried with him. Then, those purple lightnings turned into lightning spears and pierced into the old man's body. Ha 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 ha. The old man is really stupid. Old man, you should understand now why I brought you here. Bai Ye said indifferently. The purple lightning kept destroying the old man's body, tearing his body apart with hideous wounds. One move, just one move, made him look like this. It's just a trick. Whoosh. In the time of one breath, all the death runes, 1.4, will be strangled. Break it. In an instant, streaks of purple lightning emerged from his body. Bai Ye looked at those death forbearance runes without changing his face, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. The old man raised his head and laughed, his smile was full of sorrow and remorse. As the voice fell, a majestic aura that was as powerful as ultimate burst out from Bai Ye's body. How is this possible? The old man felt that his body was like paper. The purple lightning, like a pair of purple spears, exudes terrifying and destructive power. As the old man retreated, his arms were waving, and the sharp blades condensed from the death ninja runes, like raindrops, slashed towards Bai Ye crazily. I said long ago that your death forbearance domain is only temporary, not eternal. Do you think your tricks can trap me? 330. More electric snakes flicker. No, old guy, run. Suddenly, a hasty shout sounded. The old man turned his head and saw his son, who was looking at him in astonishment, with a look of fear on his face. D. At this moment, you still want to run away. You're courting death. The old man roared angrily. However, before his voice fell, puff puff puff. Bai Ye's fist, like a cannonball, ruthlessly hit the old man's chest. In an instant, a sound of bone breaking resounded in the air. Immediately afterwards, the old man's body fell towards the ground like a meteorite. But Bai Ye did not rush, and continued to perform the second time, destroying the Thunder Dragon. The third destroyer Thunder Dragon ruthlessly hit the ground. In an instant, the earth collapsed, and huge rocks, like raindrops, poured down from the sky. And that old man was buried below. Bai Ye looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, revealing a sneer. This is what will happen to you. O3 die. After the words fell, Bai Ye's left palm suddenly slapped down. The next moment, a purple thunder mountain, carrying unparalleled thunder power, slammed into the center of the ground fiercely. Suddenly, a mushroom cloud rose from the ground to the sky. An aura of destruction swept across the surroundings, and the trembling space trembled. And that old man was completely annihilated in the king of the mountain. Bai Ye is here, unleashing the strongest blow. However, the black mist on the other side witnessed all this, and his expression was also dewy. Not good. This guy's strength is too heaven-defying, I'm no match at all. Cursing secretly in his heart, Heiwu turned around and fled. Boom. However, Bai Ye's reaction speed is faster than him. He punched out with one punch, directly blasting the black mist into scum. So far, the lives of the two half-step ninja-level powerhouses were ended by Bai Ye. As for those ordinary monks, they all died under Bai Ye's thunder attack. Boom. Another thunderbolt of destruction fell, raising everything in this canyon to the ground. Advertisement. At this time, Bai Ye's gaze slowly shifted to where Heyman was. Bai Ye frowned. Because at this moment, he suddenly discovered that Hylan was no longer there. What's going on? Why is he missing? Bai Ye's face changed slightly. Boom. At this moment, a muffled sound came. A huge figure as black as ink manifested from the black mist. It's a skeleton. Hiss. What kind of monster is this? Bai Ye's pupils shrank. Gia, where are there so many monsters in this world? You forced them. I will avenge my revenge sooner or later. Now, I'll send you on your way. Shua. After the voice fell, that pitch-black figure suddenly rushed towards Bai Ye. At this time, Bai Ye had already discovered that the aura of this black skeleton was almost the same as that of the two old men just now. Even, compared to the old man, this skeleton is more fierce and weird. Two roaring sounds resounded through the area. At this moment, Bai Ye was completely passive and beaten. A heavy punch hit Bai Ye's head fiercely. Bai Ye couldn't help but uttered a shrill scream, his whole body was ruthlessly blasted out. Then, Bai Ye's tall body fell directly from the sky and fell to the ground, motionless. Puff 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 puff. Bai Ye kept vomiting blood. One mouthful after another, the blood poured out like a flood, instantly dyeing the ground red, and dyed the entire ground in blood. At this moment, Bai Ye's aura was also exhausted a lot. No, I have to leave this ghostly place. Bai Ye gritted his teeth and said to himself. After the voice fell, Bai Ye didn't hesitate, and disappeared in place with a flick of his figure. And just after he left, there was a loud rumbling sound in the entire canyon. Sword. At the place where Bai Ye stood before, one after another cracks spread, and finally, a huge deep pit appeared in everyone's sight. Whoosh. After Bai Ye fled for a few minutes, he finally came to a wilderness. This wilderness is shrouded in a thick layer of fog. In Bai Ye's eyes, this place is like a maze, making people confused and unable to tell the direction. Advertisement. If it weren't for Bai Ye's ninja soul power, it might be difficult to find this place. HMPH, do you think it's useless to hide? Your method doesn't work at all, I will let you know that my dark ninja is very powerful. A sinister sneer appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Buzz. Bai Ye waved his finger slightly. Immediately, a black talisman was suspended in front of him. The talisman is pitch black. Go. With a low drink, Bai Ye grabbed the talisman and crushed it. In an instant, the black talisman turned into a ray of black light and dissipated between the heaven and the earth. TOS. One after another faint blue arcs appeared in the void. With the appearance of the electric arc, there were bursts of violent distortions between the sky and the earth. It seems that there is some terrible existence here, and it is about to be resurrected. Boom. 8:20 Suddenly, a thunderbolt exploded, and the whole world seemed to be trembling violently. At this time, another roar sounded, as if something had revived. These electric snakes flickered 100 times, as if they would never stop. Next, suddenly, another deafening roar resounded through the sky. In that space, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation erupted, rolling like a tsunami. This feeling is just an illusion. However, crack. A figure in silver armor appeared in sight day and night. At this moment, more electric snakes flickered above the sky. A series of electric snakes flickered frantically. Roar. Because he vaguely heard, in this deafening roar, there seemed to be a sense of familiarity. A clear cracking sound suddenly resounded, and that crack in space seemed to be cut through by an indestructible sharp blade. However, Bai Ye quickly got rid of this feeling. After all, in this world, there are too many ancient ninja relics, or some secret realms. Bai Ye was startled when he heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. After these electric snakes flickered 100 times. Is this the black mist puppet? Bai Ye looked at that figure, his pupils shrank sharply. 331. The power of ninja is indeed tyrannical. Then, the moment that figure appeared, lightning snakes rushed towards this figure. Boom. Between the lightning and the flint, a terrifying roar suddenly resounded. These electric lights all bombarded the center of this figure. Numerous cracks were instantly split open on the armor of this figure, and wisps of jet black smoke also flew out every now and then, filled with a pungent corrosive smell. HMPH, do you think you want to stop me with just such a little strength? You are so naive, I want to kill you, it's easy. While the figure was talking, there were jet black spheres condensed between his hands. Then, this black ball was smashed towards Bai Ye fiercely. Above the black ball, exuded a monstrous coercion, like a big mountain, pressing Bai Ye out of breath. This, could it be the ninja of the rumored son of ninja? Bai Ye looked at the pitch-black ninja, his eyes widened. Although he hasn't seen the appearance of the ninja clearly, Bai Ye has already judged that this is definitely the ninja of the son of ninja just by relying on the aura above the ninja. It is worthy of being a legendary figure in ancient times. The power of ninja is indeed tyrannical. Next second. That pitch-black ninja was the impact of the wolf on Bai Ye's chest. At this moment, Bai Ye only felt a pain in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom. As for Bai Ye, he flew upside down and flew several thousand meters away before he managed to stabilize his figure. How could this happen? Bai Ye's heart sank. I'm a ninja at the level of Purgatory Ninja Emperor, and this black-robed man actually wounded me with only 5 moves. Isn't that too exaggerated? No wonder that black-robed man dared to be so arrogant. It turns out that he has nothing to fear. Bai Ye was extremely shocked. Boy, have you seen it? This is just a small beginning. You can't even resist my casual palm. The man in black smiled coldly. Boom. The next moment, the man kicked out again fiercely, and a huge black leg shadow, carrying the power of destruction, went straight to Bai Ye. Damn it. Advertisement. Bai Ye cursed inwardly. This guy's strength is too terrifying, even if it is him, he doesn't have the confidence to resist the opponent's attack. No, It won't work if it goes on like this. Once he kills me, this battle will also fail. Bai Ye secretly said. Next moment, Bai Ye used the space shuttle technique. Shua. Bai Ye's figure, like a wisp of green smoke, directly brushed past the shadow of Dao's leg. However, at the same time as the shadow of the leg brushed past, Bai Ye's body suddenly disappeared into the void. Hey, this world actually has the power of space. The man in black robe saw Bai Ye disappearing suddenly, his brows were slightly frowned, and his eyes became much more dignified. However, even with the power of space, it is impossible to escape my pursuit. Show me. The black-robed man shouted coldly, and a terrifying force of endurance, like a tide, came out of the mat. In the next instant, the world became extremely violent. Shua, Shua, Shua. Afterwards, terrifying storms raged across the world, and everything was instantly annihilated under this storm. While Bai Ye was escaping, his face also became extremely pale. The chakra energy in his body was under this storm, rippling in circles. When the storm dissipated, Bai Ye's figure suddenly appeared behind the black-robed man. Your speed is still too slow. The man in black robe looked at Bai Ye, sneered, and immediately waved a series of black fist shadows. Boom. For a time, the world was filled with terrifying energy fluctuations. A series of pitch-black fist shadows, like raindrops, enveloped towards Bai Ye one after another. HMPH, little skill, let lousy break it. However, there was a cold smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. He raised his right hand, and slapped the shadow of the fist between the sky and the earth with a slap. Bai Ye's hands kept flapping between the heaven and the earth. With every slap, that piece of space will fluctuate violently. And this space is like being bombarded by Bai Ye with a cannon. What? Looking at the scene in front of him, the pupils of the man in black robe shrank suddenly. Advertisement. He didn't expect that one of his attacks would be slapped by the opponent, and it would be shattered in an understatement. Boy, you are courting death. There was also a hint of cold murderous intent in the eyes of the man in black robe. The man in black robe flicked his finger. Suddenly, his two fingers turned into two pitch-black long swords. Cut me. The black-robed man let out a low cry, and stabbed down on Bai Ye with two pitch-black long swords, carrying streaks of fierce black ons. Boom. This piece of heaven and earth seems to be collapsing. But at this moment, the corner of Bai Ye's mouth curled up into an extremely cold arc. Hee, you've got a small trick, break it for me. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of metal and iron clanging, the two long swords were unexpectedly shattered by Shiro Yoruichi's punch, and they also went along the body of the black-robed man and pierced through the black-robed man's chest. Don't you want my life? Nuo Wang is good, then try to see who it is and who to kill. Immediately, the whole body of the black-robed man exploded, turning into a mass of thick black mist. How can it be? Next moment, on Bai Ye's body, a more violent and domineering force rushed into Bai Ye's right arm crazily. Roar. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth raised a playful arc, and then he shook his right hand. Quote. The next moment, Bai Ye's figure rushed out of the black mist and came in front of the black-robed man's body. HMPH, if you want to know, then trade your life for it. The black-robed man's body snorted coldly, and immediately shot long black needles towards Bai Ye. Your physical body, how can you have such powerful strength? The black-robed man's face was full of horror, and even his words became a little trembling. Boom. Shiro Yoruichi roared furiously, his right arm stretched out suddenly, and then ruthlessly collided with the jet-black long sword. That is, the power of forbearance. This is the power of the forbearance realm. No, it is a power that surpasses the forbearance realm. Could it be, he is a person who has surpassed the forbearance realm? The powerhouse. A horrifying thought suddenly flashed in the black-robed man's mind. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Bai Ye asked. How is this possible? 332. Can be called pervert. Bai Ye didn't dodge, just let those long black needles pierce into his body. Buzz. And the moment those long black needles pierced Bai Ye's body, a layer of strange power suddenly emerged from Bai Ye's body surface. This strange power is not some kind of energy, but a kind of. In Bai Ye's body, there is an incomparably enduring blood power. A series of dull voices resounded. Those long black needles were all swallowed up by the strange blood power. How can you have such a powerful force in your body? Seeing this, a look of shock appeared on the face of the man in black robe. Who the hell are you? The man in black robe asked again. Hey, I should be the one asking you this question, right? Bai Ye sneered and said, just now, weren't you very arrogant? Hearing this, the black-robed man was also taken aback for a moment, and then a savage look flashed across his eyes. Boy, you are indeed very powerful. However, you are still far away from killing me. Let you die under my black evil gun. Boom. After the black-robed man's voice fell, a monstrous black light erupted from the black magic gun, heading straight for the White Knight. The power and influence carried by this monstrous black light is simply creepy. 770 inches is expected of a legendary magic weapon. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. Boom. In the next moment, Bai Ye's body also gushed out a majestic power of endurance, and poured it into his fist. Break it. Bai Ye let out a roar, and Sun Fist blasted out. The strength of the fist and the black on bombarded together, and there was a violent energy collision between the two. A series of bombardment sounds resounded, and a series of energy aftermaths tore apart the surrounding space. The aftermath of such a terrifying battle made everyone watching the battle feel a little depressed and suffocated. As expected of a strong ninja realm. If the aftermath of such a battle falls on us, we will definitely be strangled and turned into scum. Yes, it is indeed a legendary ninja weapon. The power is really terrifying. Advertisement. A voice of discussion came out, and everyone was filled with emotion. And the other side. In the aftermath of the battle between Bai Ye and the black-robed man, the monks who were watching were all blown away. As for the black-robed man, his whole body was dripping with blood, but his face was full of joy. He didn't expect that in this world, there would be people several times stronger than him, and there was a boy who was much younger than him and whose strength was not as good as his. But even so what? Ha ha ha. Little b asterisk 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 d, you will die in the hands of this old man today. The black-robed man laughed wildly, then brandished his magic spear, aiming at Bai Ye. Bai Ye frowned tightly, and he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression from the black-robed man. And this sense of oppression made him feel very dangerous. While he was hesitating for a moment, the black-robed man had already killed him, waving the black magic spear in his hand, trying to pierce Bai Ye's heart. However, Bai Ye's figure, like a ghost, disappeared out of thin air. Not good. The black-robed man's expression froze, and he quickly shifted his gaze. Shish. But at this moment, a sharp saber light pierced through the void, attacking the man in black robe. Damn it, how did this guy dodge? The black-robed man gritted his teeth, and swung the black spear in his hand violently. Clang. But this time, when the two weapons collided, there was a crisp sound of metal colliding. What? When the man in black robe looked at the black spear in his hand, his pupils couldn't help but suddenly dilated. I saw that there was a deep scar on my long spear. Unbelievable. It was able to destroy my black spear. How did this happen? The black-robed man's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Not only that, but on Bai Ye's side, they are also constantly displaying a set of mysterious boxing techniques. Every punch contains tyrannical and unparalleled power, and it hits the black spear, making it tremble continuously. Advertisement. The black spear, under Bai Ye's attack, already had dense cracks. How could this be? No, I must take it back, otherwise, I will definitely die. The eyes of the black-robed man were extremely cold, and his heart was even more. It was a surge of madness. Boom. In the next second, the black-robed man's body suddenly swelled and turned into a height of more than 3 meters. The black spear in his hand also became more than 1 meter long, as if it was a giant stick holding up the sky. Huh. The black-robed man's spear flicked in the void, and it actually made a whistling sound. The black spear, like a meteorite, smashed fiercely towards Bai Ye's chest. Shua. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body flickered out suddenly, directly dodging the blow from the man in black. However, at this moment, the figure of the man in black robe suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ye. The black long spear drew an arc in the air, slammed on Yu Yi's body viciously. A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out, and immediately there was an extra fist mark on Bai Ye's chest. Bai Ye's face was pale, he opened his mouth, and spit out another mouthful of blood. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? It can actually hurt me. This world is really becoming more and more surprising. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. And at this moment, the black-robed man seemed to realize that Bai Ye was extraordinary. He quickly calmed down, and then kicked out, directly towards Bai Ye's abdomen. Bang! Bai Ye was kicked and fell to the ground, with a heart in his throat. If it were an ordinary person, this trick would have killed him a long time ago. But Bai Ye is different. His body can be called pervert. Although he was kicked and flew to the ground, his injuries are beyond comprehension. HMPH. Little b asterisk 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 d, no matter how strong your body is, you are no match for this old man. Give me your life. The black-robed man had a cold expression on his face, and the black spear in his hand was shaking non-stop. With that, there was a buzzing sound. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye's face darkened. Because, if he doesn't stop it quickly, the man in black robe will definitely be able to kill himself. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill you. Bai Ye let out a low voice, clasped both palms, grabbed the black spear directly, and yanked it out fiercely. With the sound of shattering, the black spear finally collapsed and turned into a pile of debris, scattered on the ground. 333. Above the long spear, there is black lightning rising from the sky. And Bai Ye's hands were also covered with hideous wounds at this time. But he didn't feel any pain, instead his face was extremely gloomy. I said, I will use this weapon to cut off your head with my own hands. Shiro Yoruichi said word by word. HMPH. Little b asterisk 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 d, you don't take APS to take a picture of yourself, just relying on your current appearance, are you worthy of fighting with this old man? The man in black looked at Bai Ye with a face full of disdain, and sneered, today, you must exposed you. Buzz. After all, the man in black robe raised his arm, and above the spear, black lightning filled the air. Lightning style. The law of lightning. Your strength is indeed very strong, but I am not afraid. I'll let you know what the real lightning style is, the law of lightning. Shiro Yoruichi roared, and his body shot up suddenly, much faster than before. And behind the White Knight, there is a round of pitch black, Uzumaki. Uzumaki spun slowly, and actually formed a thunderous giant sword behind Bai Ye. In an instant, the thunder giant sword slashed at the black-robed man. Damn it! Little b asterisk 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 d, the old man will kill you here first. The black-robed man's eyes were fierce, and with a flick of the spear in his hand, he turned into a giant dragon. A dragon chant sounded, and the giant dragon charged directly towards Bai Ye. Wherever it passed, the surrounding rocks exploded. Boom. However, facing such a terrifying attack from the black-robed man, Bai Ye's face remained extremely calm. He stomped his right leg, and suddenly his whole body shot up into the sky, and he was actually fighting against the black-robed man's body up. Boom, boom. The sky and the earth shook violently, and the sound of air explosions was even more deafening. And the black-robed man kept retreating. His face was a little pale. Obviously, this hard resistance made him quite disadvantaged. HMPH. Little b asterisk 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 d, your strength is indeed strong, but that's all it is. The man in black sneered. A layer of black light appeared on his body again, and then his figure disappeared strangely in the same place. The next second, unexpectedly appeared beside Ri in a strange way. Thunder Spear. Break it. Accompanied by the black-robed man's stern shout, the black spear in his hand slammed into Bai Ye's body. Advertisement. HMPH. A little trick. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and disappeared in place strangely, and the black long spear actually pierced through the air. Seeing this, the black-robed man's complexion suddenly changed. He didn't expect that the other party was able to dodge his own shot, which made him a little surprised. Little b asterisk 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 d, do you think that if you dodge once, the old man will have nothing to do with you? You are too arrogant. After saying this, the black-robed man's hands were sealed again, and the black light on his body was shining, but on his body, there was a dark cloud condensed. The dark clouds accumulated thicker and thicker, and finally covered half of the sky, and within the dark clouds, a huge black flood dragon was churning, an incomparably huge coercion. It also spread out from the dark cloud. Boom, boom. With the arrival of the black flood dragon, the surrounding wind was strong, and the soil and stones on the ground were jumping crazily. Roar. Just when the black dragon was about to fall, the man in black suddenly swung the long spear in his hand and threw it fiercely towards the black dragon. The black flood dragon's attack slammed into Bai Ye's body hard, sending Bai Ye flying, and smashed hard on the distant rock wall. Cough cough cough. Blood seeped out from the corner of Bai Ye's mouth, and there were already countless scars on his body. This blow almost killed Bai Ye. Ha ha ha. Little b asterisk 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 d, now you know how powerful the boss is. The black-robed man laughed wildly. It's just relying on the lightning style, the power of the law of thunder and lightning. It's not your real strength. Your lightning style, the power of the law of thunder and lightning can only be used twice. Bai Ye gnashed his teeth and jumped up. The lightning blade in his hand even went towards the man in black robe to assassinate him. HMPH. A little trick. The black-robed man let out a cold snort, and the spear in his hand turned into countless afterimages. Drawer. And. Countless afterimages collided with the lightning blade and sent it flying. Damn it. The law of thunder can break the old man's ninja so easily. The expression of the man in black robe suddenly changed. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers. One must know that the lightning blade he unleashes is refined from 125 pieces of sky crystal. This kind of treasure, in the powerhouse at the peak of the holy realm, is hard to resist. What? Is there any help? Bai Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but there was a playful look on the corner of his mouth. And his words completely angered the black-robed man, causing him to explode completely. Lightning field. Destroy me. The man in black robe suddenly stretched out his right hand, and slashed forward fiercely. That area turned into a world of lightning. At this moment, Bai Ye's vision seemed to be plunged into darkness. He can even feel that his lightning power is passing away, and the vitality in his body is also passing away quickly. 0. Oops. This guy is actually able to control the lightning style, the law of thunder and lightning. What should we do? Bai Ye frowned slightly, and fell into distress for a while. Lightning style, the law of lightning. Huh, it's just some tricks, how can you compare with this deity? The black-robed man sneered disdainfully. Then, the lightning style, the law of thunder and lightning, was strengthened again, devouring all of Bai Ye's vitality and body. PFF'd. A mouthful of bright red blood also sprayed out. Bai Ye's face turned even paler, because he felt that the power of the lightning style in his body, the power of the law of thunder and lightning, had been absorbed by the man in black robe for most of it. This caught him off guard. What should I do? My body is almost unable to support it. If this continues, I will definitely be sucked dry of the lightning style, the power of the law of lightning. Bai Ye thought anxiously. Lightning style, the power of the law of lightning. Suddenly, Bai Ye seemed to think of something. Could it be? The power of lightning is the root power of the lightning style, the law of lightning. If I swallow it, will my lightning style, the law of lightning, be raised to a higher level? Thinking of this, Bai Ye's eyes suddenly shone brightly, and then he sat down cross-legged and started to run. Lightning style, Lei Renju. There was a whistling sound, but the man in black robe suddenly opened his eyes, and his face became gloomy instantly. 334. I'm so distressed. Damn it. B asterisk 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 D. How dare you fuse my lightning power into your body? You want to die. The black-robed man's face was livid. He never expected that Bai Ye would do such a thing. You know, it took him a lot of effort to obtain the power of lightning, but now it was snatched by Bai Ye, which made him feel extremely distressed. Damn you little B asterisk 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 D. Today, even if Uranus Lousy comes to save you, this deity will make your life worse than death. As he said that, the body of the man in black robe trembled violently, and the wings of lightning flapped again and flew into the midair. Swish swish swish. Only a few sounds could be heard, and the black-robed man flicked his fingers, and lightning arrows shot towards Bai Ye overwhelmingly with fierce wind. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't dodge or dodge. With a movement of his body, the 343 lightning blade in his hand met those lightning arrows. The thunder arrow collided with the thunder blade, making a series of deafening explosions, and the entire thunder world trembled because of it. Damn you B asterisk 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 D. This seat sees you, how long you can hold back. The black-robed man's face became extremely ferocious. He never thought that this little B asterisk 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 D could block his own attack. Moreover, it seems that he has no problems. Since that's the case, let's get rid of you first, and then go to the little B asterisk 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 D to settle the score. The black-robed man scolded angrily. As soon as his words fell, the countless thunder and lightning arrows gathered together in midair, and then formed an arrogant and rich sword that was the size of Miao Wen. On the giant sword, there is a terrifying power that can destroy the sky and the earth, as if it can split the entire sky into pieces. Boom. As Lei Jian slashed down, Bai Ye's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart seemed to have stopped beating. Little B asterisk 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 D, this sword is a gift from this deity to send you on the road. After the words fell, the giant sword slashed down fiercely with an incomparable momentum. Crack. The thunder sword slashed fiercely on Bai Ye's chest, instantly smashing his body into pieces. However, the pieces of meat splashed everywhere, but the blood was still dripping. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, the black-robed man was full of disbelief. Because this kid's body is really too fragile. Advertisement. Boom. With one punch, the man in black robe scattered Bai Ye's body in all directions again, but this time, he was disappointed. At this time, the blood that had dissipated originally gathered together again. How could this happen? The black-robed man exclaimed. However, just when he was astonished, a thunderbolt suddenly hit his back. Ah, damn it. Feeling the berserk force behind him, the man in black screamed immediately, then turned around, and slashed fiercely at the incoming lightning sword. Boom. When the knife went down, the thunder and lightning sword was actually split into pieces, turned into a little bit of lightning, and dissipated in the void. Hiss. The power of thunder and lightning just now turned out to be the power of the law of the thunder attribute. The black-robed man gasped. There is such a strange thing in this little B asterisk 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 D's body. The black-robed man was terrified, and then wanted to run away. Want to run. Too late. Bai Ye's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his palm, the lightning bolts gathered together again. With a low shout, those lightning arrows were like sharp knives. Straight to the back of the man in black robe. With a muffled sound, the black-robed man's body was directly pierced with blood holes, and blood gushed out from the wound continuously, shocking people. Little B asterisk 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 D, you are courting death. The black-robed man's face was contorted and he was burning with anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. Because, those lightning arrows have turned into lightning chains, trapping him in the void, and it is impossible for him to break free. No matter who you are, this time, you will jump out of the field frequently. Bai Ye smiled indifferently, then put away those lightning arrows, and directly poured the power of Thunder Ninja Soul into that ninja pill, completely refining that ninja pill. As the ninja pill entered his body, a wonderful energy instantly permeated his body, making him full of surging power. Advertisement. Boom. At this moment, a huge sound came from the void behind Bai Ye. He turned his head to look, but found that the world of thunder and lightning broke apart after a short moment and turned into nothingness. Ha ha ha. Little B asterisk 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 D, don't you want to play peekaboo with me? Now I'll give you a chance, go. The black-robed man sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. He had already guessed that with his strength, he would be able to fight even against the heavenly tribulation, but what he didn't expect was that this thunder tribulation actually contained such terrifying energy. I have to say, the power of this thunder disaster is really terrifying. HMPH. Just relying on your strength, wanting to kill this young master is simply a dream. Day and Night said coldly. Arrogance. Then, I will destroy your dog life first, and then slowly torture you until you are begging for mercy. The black-robed man shouted coldly. Then try it. Bai Ye stared coldly at the black-robed man, the ninja in his body was twirling crazily, and a terrifying aura that reached the ultimate level also emanated from his body. Feeling the fluctuation of this aura, the pupils of the black-robed man shrank violently, and he felt an unprecedented danger. Damn ants, you dare to cast a secret method on this seat. It seems that you want to fight the danger of death, and you have to pull the back of this seat. Very good. Then I will play with you. The black-robed man's eyes flickered fiercely. Little awful. Die. As soon as the words fell, the 4.6 void under the black-robed man's feet suddenly collapsed, and an incomparably tyrannical energy also swept out from his whole body. The black-robed man stepped forward, and his figure teleported to Bai Ye's face. Then he grasped the pitch-black spear and thrust it out, immediately creating fine gaps in the void. Shua. The pitch-black spear pointed straight at Bai Ye's throat. Huh, this speed is so fast. As expected of Tianren in Thunder Prison. Bai Ye secretly praised in his heart, and at the same time quickly raised his right fist, and punched it forward. The moment the two met, a violent gust of wind swept across the entire world of thunder and lightning. Bai Ye's figure also flew upside down, slammed into the mountain wall fiercely, and then fell headfirst to the ground, with a few strands of bright red bloodline overflowing from the corner of his mouth. 335. I admit that you are strong, but you are too young. But the black-robed man only swayed a few times before regaining his footing, showing that he was not seriously injured. Damn boy, I admit that you are strong, but you are a little too tender. If you still have some strength in the Thunder Prison, then maybe you have hope of survival today, but in the outside world, you will definitely die. The man in black robe said proudly. In his opinion, it is already a very heaven-defying record for Bai Ye to be able to withstand his blow. After all, the heavenly tribulation in the Thunder Prison has a triple realm. If it was a normal lightning calamity, it would be fine, at most it would just hurt him, but his thunder calamity was 9 heavy thunder punishments, and the power of each strike was comparable to a blow from an ordinary heavenly monarch. Although Bai Ye has the cultivation base of the peak of the sky, but after all, he is just a small ninja, and being able to withstand his own blow is already considered a very remarkable thing. Yeah, Bai Ye licked his lips, then his eyes narrowed into a line, and a teasing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then just wait and see. Oh 9. When the voice fell, Bai Ye suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he already had a bronze spear in his hand. Bronze gun. Seeing this gun, the black-robed man's pupils shrank suddenly, and his old face was full of fear. In his opinion, the fighting power of this kid in front of him has exceeded all expectations. This guy not only has the thunder attribute, but also seems to have a very special physique. This time, I can't underestimate the enemy. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, but he was so fearless. Boy, this gun is called the Kingming gun. It is a top-grade ninja weapon. If I have not made a mistake in my estimation, it should have reached the level of a holy soldier. But you can only use it to deal with me one move. Therefore, you are doomed to lose in this battle. After finishing speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, and then with an incomparably fierce attack, he bombarded away with the ancient white knight. At the same time, he also stimulated his own power, making the power in his body even more berserk. Well done. Bai Ye gave a cold shout, then shook his arm, and the Qingyan gun in his eyes shot out suddenly. Call out. Advertisement. With a whistling sound, the Kingming spear went straight to the black-robed man. What a speed. But you are still too weak. Seeing this, the man in black sneered coldly, and then swung the spear in his hand out suddenly, colliding fiercely with the Kingming spear. Bang bang bang. For a moment, the entire mountain peak trembled, and countless stones fell down one after another, smashing the entire mountain top into a deep hole. Boom. Boom. A series of violent vibrations came from between the mountains, as if it was an earthquake, which made people palpitate uncontrollably. Bai Ye stood in the deep pit, his face was slightly pale, and there was a dull pain in his body. Although he had already used the power of Thunder Prison just now, those thunders still caused his body to suffer a little damage. Damn it. It's unbelievable that you can resist 30% of my strength. The black-robed man looked at Bai Ye coldly, his eyes filled with fear. However, this is limited to this. If you think that you can kill me, then you are very wrong. Next, I will use my power of Thunder Calamity to completely destroy your physical body, so that you will live forever in the Thunder Prison. Don't think that because your physique is very special, I can't do anything to you. Let me tell you, you don't deserve to have such a physique at all. Your poor physique will definitely not be able to bear the Thunder Calamity. The black-robed man let out a sinister grin, swung the spear in his hand, and immediately countless pillars of lightning and light poured towards the white knight. Above the sky, one after another thunderbolts, like waterfalls, slanted down. Such a scene is extremely terrifying. Looking at the thunder beams that filled the sky, Bai Ye's pupils also suddenly shrank. Such a scene can be said to be extremely shocking, even Bai Ye's state of mind can't help but be shaken. HMPH. I'll take your thunder tribulation. I don't know how to live or die. Since you are not afraid of death, then I will let you try it, the taste of eternal doom. The black-robed man sneered, and then shouted loudly. In an instant, the beams of lightning and lightning above the sky were condensed together again, turning into a gigantic thunder ball with a height of thousands of feet. This is the Holy Soldier Thunder Tribulation. After feeling the aura of Thunder Calamity, Bai Ye's face also became ugly. Advertisement. He never imagined that the guy in front of him would be a genuine holy rank powerhouse. Thunder Emperor realm, really strong. Bai Ye muttered to himself. He originally thought that if he entered the Thunder Emperor Pagoda this time, he would be able to successfully obtain the Thunder Emperor's soul, and then refine the Thunder Emperor pill, break through to the holy rank, and then he would be able to compete with the Tianquan sword sect. Unexpectedly, he still overestimated himself and underestimated Tianquan sword sect. However, it is precisely because of this that Bai Ye has a strong interest in this thunder disaster, which also makes him more determined. He must break through as soon as possible, and raise his combat power to a higher level. Go, a present for you. Bai Ye didn't show any signs of fear, instead, he used the endurance in his body crazily. The black-robed man punched out, and the majestic wind split the surrounding space apart. Immediately afterwards, a large seal formed by the condensed lightning appeared on top of his head, sending out monstrous thunder and lightning fluctuations. Seeing this, Bai Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. 560's spear pierced the sky, and it was in front of Bai Ye in an instant. Lightning style, Lei Di Yin. And those two lightning style, Thunder Emperor seals were also sacrificed, and integrated into the two arrogant Thunder Dragon seals. As soon as the black-robed man's voice fell, his figure strangely disappeared in place, and then came behind Bai Ye. The man in black robe looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Boy, you are dead. Even if I can't break your Thunder Dragon seal, your blood is enough for me to refine it. This Thunder Emperor's power is actually many times stronger than those in the Jianan realm. Lei Huang seal. Boom. And that spear also smashed fiercely on one of the Thunder Dragon seals. Ha ha ha. Boom. A terrifying power of Thunder Emperor erupted from Bai Ye's body surface. The black-robed man let out a grin, and then threw the spear in his hand suddenly. Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared in the sky. 336. I don't like this feeling very much. Boom boom boom. A series of roars sounded, and the momentum of the thunder became more and more fierce. Bai Ye's figure also dodges like a ghost, but the terrifying power of thunder wraps him firmly in it. PFF'd. Finally, after a few minutes, the power of thunder finally found a gap and poured into Bai Ye's body. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the man in black robe showed a joyful smile on his face. Although this kid's physique is special, it is innate physique after all. He believed that his own thunder power would definitely be able to destroy it utterly. Kacha kacha. However, the black-robed man's laughter didn't last long, and suddenly, the thunder power pouring into Bai Ye's body made a crackling sound. Then, the surface of Bai Ye's skin began to emit bursts of burnt smell, and even his hair actually burned. What? Impossible. Seeing this scene, the face of the black-robed man suddenly became suspicious. Because, he clearly noticed that his thunder power failed to destroy Bai Ye's physique. Even Bai Ye's bones and muscles were not damaged at all. Damn it, I want to see what your body is made of. The black-robed man roared angrily, then gritted his teeth violently, and pulled out a lightning whip again. This lightning whip is also a thunder-type treasure. Fitch. After a while, countless wounds appeared on Bai Ye's body, dripping with blood, making him look very miserable. Damn it. Anger welled up in Bai Ye's eyes, and he suddenly raised his head, looking at the extremely hideous figure in black robe above the void. Today, I must erase you, otherwise, one day, I will be chased by you. I don't like this kind of feeling, so today you are destined to fall, Yi. As soon as the voice fell, there was a roar in the sky. Earth-shattering explosions exploded at this very moment. Bang bang bang. The thunder all over the sky also fell on Bai Ye in an instant. But Bai Ye gritted his teeth, carried those terrifying attacks hard, and concentrated all his strength on his left shoulder. There, it is his life gate. Advertisement. As long as those thunderbolts fall there, even those at the peak of the holy rank will be directly killed. Moreover, this is only the outermost thunders. Another muffled sound sounded, and those thick purple thunder snakes were also bombarded by wolves on Bai Ye's left shoulder. Boom boom boom. Earth-shattering explosions sounded one after another. Bright red blood flowed from the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Kacha kacha. A series of cracks also spread on his left shoulder, showing his state, which is extremely bad. Hoo. Bai Ye panted heavily, and his eyes gradually turned scarlet. Is this the lightning style, the power of the Thunder Emperor seal? It is indeed a treasure created by the Thunder Emperor. It is indeed terrifying, but I just don't believe in evil. There was a hint of madness in Bai Ye's eyes. He opened his mouth suddenly, and a drop of blood shot out. Thunder Dragon Soul Eater. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, a thunder dragon with a size of more than 10 meters also appeared on Bai Ye's right shoulder, opened its mouth wide, and devoured it towards his left shoulder. Get out of here. Bai Ye's left shoulder suddenly erupted with a burst of bright light, devouring the thunder dragon, and then bombarded it on the spear. The black mist above the spear seemed to have encountered some kind of strong nemesis, and under the impact of the thunder dragon soul devouring technique, it also collapsed one after another. For a moment, a bloody arrow also sprayed out from Bai Ye's mouth. Damn it, I am unwilling. Bai Ye suddenly sacrificed that lightning style, Lei Di seal. Buzz. The purple thunder and lightning brilliance also diffused from the lightning style, the Thunder Emperor seal. With the appearance of these thunders and lightnings, a trace of lightning style, the Thunder Emperor seal's aura also bloomed in the brilliance of those thunders and lightnings. That thunder and lightning brilliance, as if possessing tolerance. Under Bai Ye's control, he was frantically absorbing the power of thunder and lightning in the sky. Those lightning brilliance also became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared completely. Boom. Advertisement. The next moment, the lightning style, Lady Seal charged towards the black-robed figure with a terrifying power of thunder. What? How is it possible? How is this possible? The black-robed figure saw that the moves he used were actually ineffective against the lightning style, Lady Seal, and his face was full of horror. He couldn't believe it, that ninja boy who looked extremely weak could actually resist the attack of his lightning style, Lady Yin. Not only that, but the strength of this kid actually surpassed him. This caused a turmoil in his heart, and even made him shrink back. Run. Run far away. You can't go head to head with this guy. In the eyes of the black-robed figure, there was also a strong look of fear, and then he quickly flew towards the sky. Want to go? Late. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth also raised a cold smile. Leave it to me. Shout out to Bai Ye. The next moment, the lightning style, Lady Seal also carried a destructive force, and quickly enveloped the black-robed figure. The body of the black-robed figure shot out again, and blood also sprayed out. How is this possible? Okay Zhao, how could his physical body be so powerful? The black-robed figure stared wide-eyed, and his eyes were filled with intense disbelief. He never imagined that a seemingly frail young man would have such a terrifying body. Although his strength is not very high, only the 7th level of the heaven rank, but it is not something that ordinary ninja kings can resist. But what about this kid? His physical body actually sleeps. My physical body is definitely not as weak as you imagined. Today, I will let you have a good experience. Bai Ye's voice was bone-chillingly cold, like the cold wind blowing against the eardrums of the figure in black, like the cold wind under the 9 netherworld, it was creepy. Not good. The expression of the black-robed figure changed. Immediately afterwards, he also quickly swung the long sword in his hand, forming layers of sword energy barriers around him, trying to prevent Bai Ye from continuing to attack. But his thinking is too naive. 337. You actually have the lightning style, Lady Yin. Bai Ye's lightning style, the power of the Thunder Emperor seal is comparable to the Ninja Emperor's attack, the sword energy can't withstand such a terrifying attack, and it shatters in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the sword energy also knocked the black-robed figure into the air, and smashed it heavily on the ground. Pu Kai. The figure in the black robe spat out a mouthful of blood, and an unbelievable look appeared on his face. Who is this kid? How powerful is he? I never thought that this kid is actually a ninja realm existence. Moreover, his physical body is so tyrannical, it's simply terrifying. If I don't escape, I will die. The black-robed figure shouted in his heart, his eyes flashed with fear. He knew that he had hit the iron plate today. He also understood that the young man in Xingyi in front of him would not let him go. But what can he do? He is just an 8th level heaven rank ninja, even if his physical body has reached the peak of the Ninja King realm, he has no power to resist in front of the strong Ninja King realm. Moreover, he didn't think that the young man in Xingyi would kill him. After all, he is a member of the Dark Ninja Court. And he is also the current Ninja Lord of the Dark Ninja Court. In the Dark Ninja Court, besides the Pope, he has the greatest power. I am the ninja son of the Dark Ninja Court. If you want to kill me, the Dark Ninja Court will never spare you. I advise you to surrender quickly, otherwise, I guarantee 723 that the entire Dark Ninja Court will be destroyed by you. At that time, you will never want to live in this world. Looking at the White Knight, the black-robed figure also shouted loudly, hoping to scare the other party away. Your forces of Dark Ninja Court are well known in Ninja Continent, but they are vulnerable to a single blow in my eyes. Do you think I'm afraid of your revenge? When Bai Ye heard these words, he couldn't help but sneered, his eyes were full of sarcasm.
I think you are courting death. The eyeballs of the black-robed figure are about to pop out. Since you are so stubborn, I have no choice but to send you on your way. Break me. The black-robed figure yelled angrily, and slapped his palm on his chest. Immediately, countless runes appeared on his body surface, and the runes shone with dazzling golden light, exuding powerful fluctuations. Advertisement of violent shock resounded, the body of the black-robed figure also swelled suddenly. An unparalleled coercion swept through this space. What method is this? Bai Ye's pupils shrank. He could feel that wave. Even the strong ninja realm couldn't resist it. Even he felt a feeling of suffocation, as if in the next second, he would be torn apart. Fist. The black-robed figure's eyes were filled with madness, and he continued to punch out punches. Each punch burst out with terrifying power, hitting the lightning style, Thunder Emperor seal. It made lightning style, Lady Yin tremble. Buzz. Lightning style. The surface of the Thunder Emperor seal also has endless lightning power, as if it has turned into a thunder net, covering it continuously. No, the defensive power of this lightning style, Lady Seal is too strong. No matter how powerful I am, I can't shake it at all. I have to use another method. And that method is my strongest trick, lightning style, Lady Yin. In the eyes of the black-robed figure, a look of wolf appeared. Break it. The black-robed figure also yelled violently, clenched his fist again, and slammed it out fiercely. Punch after punch, the lightning style, Lady Seal kept shaking, but it never shattered. That's right, it's worthy of being a ninja master of ninja master level, it's really strong enough. Bai Ye's brows also frowned slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The strength of this black-robed figure is much stronger than he expected.
This black-robed figure can actually compete with the lightning style, Lei Yin. It's no wonder that Bai Ye noticed something strange when he was in Black Rock City, but he didn't think about it elsewhere. Because the strength of this black-robed figure is really too low. Boom. Suddenly, the endurance in the BCFE also surged out, pouring into the lightning style, Lei Seal, making the lightning style, Lei Seal bloom even brighter. Break it. Boom. Bai Ye suddenly stretched out his right foot, and kicked the ground violently, causing the ground to explode. Advertisement. And with a muffled groan, the black-robed figure also fell from the void, and blood spurted out from his mouth. He fell to his knees directly on the ground with a look of shock. Bai Ye's kick just now was really too cruel. He doubted whether his own body would be crushed into scum. Who are you? I remember. I didn't invite you to join the Dark Ninja Court. Bai Ye's indifferent voice sounded, and Yan Ren was even more playful. Era 2. I, the Dark Ninja Court, have never included a powerhouse like you. In that case, then I will capture you and send you to my Dark Ninja Court to let them execute you. If you obediently fight and capture, I, the Dark Ninja Court, can consider it and keep you at full distance. The black-robed figure stared at the White Knight forbearingly, full of unwillingness. He also didn't believe that a mere 6th-level ninja could activate the lightning style, Lei Yin. My order is, you must die. Shua. After all, the power of lightning style, Lei Seal is too powerful, and it cannot be controlled by the 5th level of Ninja Lord. While speaking, the black-robed figure stood up, his body became much taller, and the aura pervading his body became stronger and more dangerous. Impossible, your lightning style, Lei Yin is only a half-step imperial rank, and I think you are only at the 6th rank of Renjun. But, do you think I will obediently submit? Dark Ninja Court, hee, I am really looking forward to it. What kind of abilities do you Dark Ninja Court have? Bai Ye sneered, and his body also rushed out suddenly, turning into a meteor, flying a distance of hundreds of feet in an instant. If you tie your hands up now, maybe I can still leave your whole body. Lightning style, Lei Yin. You actually have lightning style, Lei Yin. Bai Ye's figure swept out again, and a huge space crack appeared in the void in front of him. In that dark space crack, hidden was a huge Uzumaki. And the moment he flew out, the lightning style, Thunder Emperor Seal also shot out thousands of thunderbolts, like a thunder dragon, with destructive power, it ruthlessly blasted at the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure also shouted loudly. Bai Ye's figure stepped out of it. The pupils of the black-robed figure also shrank, looking very surprised. Your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, but if you want to defeat me, it will not be easy. 338. I Bai Ye, why am I afraid of a group of ants? The next moment, Bai Ye's speed had increased to ultimate, and his body flickered like a ghost, attacking and killing the black-robed figure. Damn it, why is this kid's speed so weird, my naked eyes can't catch him at all. The eyes of the black-robed figure were wide open to the limit, and the eyes were full of horror and helplessness. This guy's speed is too fast, so fast that he can't react. Boom. And when Bai Ye's attack was approaching, the figure in black robe suddenly raised his hand and grabbed at the void. Immediately, countless black mist rolled down like dark clouds, covering the sky and the sun, covering the entire city. The main hall, people can't see the situation inside. Dark ninja mist. Seeing this, Bai Ye's face darkened suddenly, he didn't know what this black mist was. But he could clearly feel the threat radiating from the black mist, and his heart couldn't help shaking. The terrifying coercion contained in the black mist made Bai Ye's breathing a little short. Shua. Amidst the tumbling black mist, a big black hand appeared out of thin air, and grabbed Bai Ye directly. The palm print of this big hand, as if soaked in ink, looks extremely hideous. Snort. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and his eyes gradually turned cold. The threat of the black mist can't do any harm to him. Break it. Bai Ye's hands also formed seals quickly, and a series of mysterious and obscure runes also emerged continuously, and immediately gathered in his palm, turning into a sword of thunder. Call out. The sword of thunder carried a terrifying force of thunder, and slashed fiercely at that big black hand. Boom. When the two collided, the void in front of Bai Ye also collapsed and shattered. Kacha kacha. When the thunder sword collided with that big hand, cracks like spider webs also appeared. Advertisement. However, the thunder sword didn't retreat in the slightest, but continued to attack that big black hand. In the end, the moment the thunder sword and the big black hand collided, they exploded. Ah! The violent explosion also made the black-robed figure scream again and again, blood spattered, his body flew upside down tens of feet, and fell heavily to the ground. You, who the hell are you, and why are you able to display such a powerful thunder technique? The eyes of the black-robed figure were full of disbelief, and the gaze towards Bai Ye was even more full of shock and fear. Although he is not a thunder attribute ninja, he is very familiar with the power of thunder, so he can clearly feel the horror of the power of thunder. He had already experienced the horror of the power of thunder, but this kid was able to resist it easily and even displayed such a powerful move, which is really abnormal. Words. You have not met Shao. Today, you must die. There was also a sharp luster in Bai Ye's eyes. The black robe figure is a member of the black robe clan. If he keeps the black robe figure, he will definitely become a disaster. Therefore, today he will kill the black robe figure at all costs to avoid future troubles. Hearing Bai Ye's words, the black-robed figure snorted coldly, and said, arrogance. Although you have the power of thunder, don't forget that I am a member of the black-robed clan. You can't kill me. Today, I will kill you first, and then take you away. When the words fell, the black-robed figure also disappeared in place as soon as the figure moved. Whoosh whoosh. One after another black shadows are constantly flashing past in the void. These black shadows are at an astonishingly fast speed, as if in the blink of an eye, they have already reached the back of Bai Ye, and then they are ready to give Shirley Yoruichi a head-on blow. Go back to me. Bai Ye turned his head, and the corner of his mouth raised a cold arc. Immediately, two golden beams of light shot out from his eyes. Like sharp arrows, two golden beams of light directly penetrated the black shadow, but the black shadow dissipated in the air, as if it was torn apart by some force. What's this? Seeing this scene of the black-robed figure, his face turned pale with fright. Because he knew that this was the rumored power of the law of space, and it was a lightning-type ninja skill that could tear apart space and teleport behind others, without even a single leeway for defense. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Thunder-type ninja skills are indeed the strongest ninja skills in the Nine Heavens realm, and they are truly terrifying. However, I am surprised that you can display the power of the law of space. Your strength is indeed impressive. I really underestimated you. The black-robed figure also said slowly. You are Lady. There was also a solemn look in Bai Ye's eyes. You know Lady. The figure in the black robe was also quite unexpected. Well, you Thunder Emperor are my enemies, and you black-robed clan once chased and killed me. Today, I'm here to destroy your black-robed clan. Bai Ye said coldly. Haha, what an arrogant tone, you want to destroy our black-robed clan. The black-robed figure also sneered. Our black-robed clan is the oldest and most powerful clan in the Nine Heavens realm, even the Thunder Emperor would not dare to deal with us, and you are just a member of the Thunder Emperor's lineage, the most humble descendants, actually want to take action against us, it's ridiculous. That's right, our black-robed clan has an invincible inheritance. If you kneel obediently and beg for mercy, maybe I'll let you go. Will be death. The other black-robed man also spoke sinisterly, and his eyes wandered around Bai Ye's body, as if he was looking for an opportunity to make a move. Bai Ye, am I afraid of a group of ants? Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Bai Ye's eyes flashed coldly, and with a cold shout, he was ready to use the power of the law of space. However, just when Bai Ye was about to unleash the law of space, the black-robed figure suddenly appeared behind him, and at the same time, he punched Bai Ye fiercely on the chest. Bang! Bai Ye's chest was directly sunken, and blood gushed out from his chest, his internal organs felt as if they were shattered, and he almost passed out. Damn it! Bai Ye gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, and immediately took a pill to recover his internal injuries. And the eyes of the black-robed figure also had a sinister look. This kid was able to display the power of the law of space, which made him quite surprised. 339. Inheritance of Destiny. This kid's identity is getting more interesting. I'd like to see what means you have. The black-robed figure said, also waving his arms, and launched a series of attacks, bombarding Bai Ye overwhelmingly. Every attack carried the power of destroying heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. Facing the attack of the black-robed figure, Bai Ye's face became paler and he kept dodging, his clothes were torn a lot, and blood was sprayed out continuously. However, Bai Ye still didn't fall down. On the contrary, the more he fought, the more courageous he was, the more he fought, the more excited he became. Because, in his body, there is a huge cauldron, which is frantically devouring his energy and essence, helping him improve his cultivation. Moreover, there is endless power contained in that giant cauldron. That huge force is enough to support him to fight fiercely with the black-robed figure for a long time. 810. This kid, what's going on? How can he resist my attack? Could it be that he has stepped into the level of a half-step ninja? This shouldn't be the case, such a young half-step ninja, absolutely impossible. The black-robed figure also fought more and more, and his doubts became more and more. Logically speaking, this young man should already be a half-step ninja peak, perhaps, he has already touched the ninja realm. However, his current strength is at the middle stage of the ninja realm. Is he hiding his strength? The black-robed figure couldn't help thinking of such a guess. Boom, boom, boom. However, his thoughts were not over yet. One after another of tyrannical fist lights also blasted from all directions, the air that was punched exploded, and the airwaves were monstrous. How did this kid do it? Why is his physical body so powerful? It is even stronger than a ninja spirit weapon. The black-robed figure also became completely flustered. He never thought that the kid in front of him was so strong. He is in existence in the early stages of the ninja realm, and he is unable to suppress the opponent. How can he accept this? No, impossible. How can there be such a heaven-defying monster in this world? This is simply unreasonable. This is unscientific. However, I still don't believe in evil. I don't believe that I will lose to a junior. I am an early existence in the ninja realm. Who can stop me in this Thunder Emperor contest? Who is my opponent? This time, I will definitely get the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. I will make the entire Nine Heavens realm surrender. Advertisement. The Thunder Emperor's inheritance belongs to me. The black-robed figure kept roaring, his eyes were full of anger and resentment, and he also exerted all his strength to kill Bai Ye on the spot. It's a pity that Bai Ye fought fiercer and fiercer, and he was not afraid of him at all. This made the black-robed figure feel fear, and even a hint of horror. This kid is actually so powerful. It's no wonder that even the Thunder Emperor's inheritance will fall in love with him. This guy, there is indeed something special about him. The figure in the black robe also secretly said. The other men in black robes, felt a dangerous aura from Bai Ye's body. It was the aura that belonged to the strong, and it was also the aura that only the strong could possess. Therefore, they are also a little horrified. But, from the perspective of the black-robed figure, although Bai Ye is strong, he is not weak either. After all, he is already at the peak of the ninja realm, and he is only one step away from the middle stage of the ninja realm. So, little b******************* d, you should obediently hand over Lei D's inheritance, otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel to you. The black-robed figure roared, and charged towards Bai Ye again. This time, he also used his strongest attack. However, at this moment, the giant cauldron suddenly emerged from the void, bursting out strands of thunderous light, covering Bai Ye's whole body. The Thunder Emperor's inheritance was born. Not good, that kid's fate. After the figure in black robe saw Lei D's inheritance appearing in the world, his complexion also changed suddenly, and there was also a strong sense of greed flashing past in his eyes. Thunder Emperor's inheritance, how precious it is. It can be said that in the entire history of Nine Heavens realm, there are not many people who can have Lei Emperor's inheritance. So, he must have it. Thinking of this, the black-robed figure frantically unleashed strongest attack, every move contained unparalleled power, and he slammed fiercely at Bai Ye. Bai Ye also showed no mercy. He knew that in this place, if this black-robed figure escaped, he would regret it. Advertisement. Die, boy, your fate is already sealed. The black-robed figure also smiled ferociously, and a look of madness appeared in his eyes. The Thunder Emperor's inheritance belongs to me, and you all must die for me. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and hit the doctor with a punch. Boom. The two terrifying attacks collided together, and exploded immediately, setting off bursts of violent gusts, which blew off a lot of surrounding trees, and even turned into powder in the gusts of wind, drifting away with the wind. At this time, Bai Ye was also pushed back by the shock. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his face was a little pale. However, his eyes were full of excitement. This Thunder Emperor's inheritance is really powerful. Such terrifying explosive power. If I use the golden dungeon, golden bell cover iron cloth shirt, I can definitely bear it. But my physique is simply unable to resist this terrifying power. If my physical body is not strong enough, I am afraid that I would have already fallen. This kind of strength is really too powerful. In Bai Ye's heart, he also thought of it with some amazement. At this moment, Bai Ye also understood why so many strong men fell here. The ferocious beasts here are indeed not ordinary ferocious beasts, but have terrifying strength comparable to ninjas. 2.2. A beast of this strength is simply not something he can contend with. I can't bear such an attack at all. However, my physical body is also different from ordinary people. The tyranny of my physical body is definitely far beyond the average early stage of the Holy Master realm. Therefore, these forces. I can still bear it abruptly. A flash of determination flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. He didn't dare to have any hesitation, and continued to display, lightning-style Thunder Emperor fist, and continued to fight with the black-robed figure. At the moment when Bai Ye's attack collided with the black-robed figure, he felt his body sink suddenly, as if being pulled in by something, a huge force poured into his body and mind. In the next second, Bai Ye felt endless pain attacking his whole body, the tearing pain almost made him faint. 340. Remnant, so terrible. But he gritted his teeth and still endured, bit by bit, under the boundless pain, enduring it. It's such a strong pain. What's going on? Why can't my physical body bear this terrifying force? Could it be that this power is more terrifying than the history area in the early days of the ninja realm? Bai Ye's face became extremely gloomy. However, his body still did not relax. Because he understands that only if he is strong, it is possible for the regiment to obtain Lei D's inheritance. The physical strength of this boy in white is indeed very strong. Such an attack, even if it is me, cannot withstand it. However, this is just right, let me refine and absorb his primordial spirit. Seeing Bai Ye's physical strength, the black-robed figure was quite surprised to be able to withstand his attack, but immediately, there was infinite greed in his eyes. He has seen it. Bai Ye's primordial power is much purer than other ninjas. If such pure primordial power can be devoured, it will definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. 14. Little b******************** d, die for me. The black-robed figure punched Bai Ye, and his eyes were shining with the color of madness. He already urgently needs to obtain the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. He believes that as long as he refines Bai Ye's primordial spirit, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds, and maybe he will be able to step into the early stage of ninja realm in one fell swoop. At that time, he will be able to sweep across the entire Thunder Emperor ruins and obtain even higher level treasures. So, without hesitation, the black-robed figure planned to kill Bai Ye completely in one go. Boom. But at this moment, between Bai Ye's brows, a simple pattern appeared. The color of the pattern is purple. The purple pattern looks extremely strange in this world. B. Following the appearance of the purple pattern, an incomparably terrifying wave was suddenly released, like a tide, sweeping within 1,000 kilometers in an instant. This is the Thunder Emperor seal. How could it appear on top of this kid's head? Advertisement. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the black-robed figure almost popped out, and there was deep shock and fear in the eyes. The seal of the Thunder Emperor, that is a legendary treasure. It is said that it can summon the Thunder Emperor to descend and release the Thunder Emperor's remnants. In this Thunder Emperor's remnant thoughts, there is a powerful thunder and lightning mystery. Once it is displayed, even the peak ninja realm powerhouses will not be spared. If he is struck by the Thunder Emperor's seal, I'm afraid, this white-clothed boy will be chopped into scum immediately, and his soul will be scattered. The Thunder Emperor seal is the most powerful treasure in the world. Once it is hit by the Lei Emperor seal's remnant thoughts, there is only one fate, and that is death. However, this Thunder Emperor seal seems to have been sealed for a long time. I don't know why it suddenly appeared. Could it be that someone entered the Thunder Emperor's ruins again? Lei Di Yin, Bai Ye was slightly taken aback in his heart, with a trace of doubt, not knowing why. However, Bai Ye didn't ask much, and directly activated the mysterious power in his body to absorb the terrifying power. After all, he is desperately trying now. He couldn't let this power go, wasting his own power. Get out, I want to see what you are. From Bai Ye's mouth, he also let out a roar, and at the same time urged the mysterious power, trying to absorb this power. However, that mysterious force was constantly resisting as if it had encountered a nemesis. This caused cold sweat to seep from Bai Ye's forehead, and his face became extremely pale. This power is too overbearing, it can't be absorbed at all. No, you must find the weakness of that power. Only in this way can I perfectly control this force. Bai Ye was thinking to himself, and his eyes were on the void. Because above the void, he saw that force was already approaching his body, only the last 3 meters away from him. At this time, Bai Ye's heart was also beating faster and faster, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He knew very well that as long as he took half a step forward, he would be in danger of falling. Die to me. Bai Ye's eyes burst out with a cold light, and he shouted loudly. Heard. Advertisement. A strange humming sound resounded, blooming from Bai Ye's body, causing his aura to suddenly surge. PFF'd. The force that had already approached Bai Ye's side suddenly stagnated. There is still energy to resist. The tone of the black-robed figure suddenly became dignified. This guy's physique seems a bit weird. Could it be because of the thunder pulse? However, since he has been offended, he must not stay alive. Kill. The figure in the black robe let out a low growl, full of momentum. He has already decided to eradicate Bai Ye by the roots. Then, he was ready to rush towards Bai Ye and kill him directly. Boom. This shadow does not match the image of ordinary human beings. It is tall and burly, wearing a piece of dilapidated armor. Who is this brat? Although it was only a phantom, and could not even display its actual combat power, the aura of coercion exuding from it was extremely terrifying, making the black-robed figure tremble uncontrollably. Accompanied by a roar, a vague shadow appeared above Bai Ye's head. Lei Emperor Seal. Roar. Above the void, above Bai Ye's head, the Thunder Emperor seal that was originally transformed from a purple pattern has undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. In the next second, a shocking loud noise resounded from the Fu Emperor seal. The original purple Thunder Emperor seal has gradually transformed into 2 colors of green and gold at this moment. Listening to the black-robed figure muttering to himself, Bai Ye's pupils also shrank violently. He always felt that he seemed to hear some kind of familiar name. The arms, chest, and legs are all covered with thick scales. The black-robed figure yelled in horror. No, it shouldn't be like this. He's just a ninja, how could he activate the Thunder Emperor seal? How is this possible? A vast and majestic aura emanates from the Thunder Emperor seal. Thunder Emperor seal. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye felt that countless strange memories suddenly appeared in his mind. However, at this moment, the black-robed figure suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his head to look into the void, his eyes filled with shock, and he murmured, "It turns out. Really 341. Earth-style swamp technique. That seems like a long history." He saw an endless torrent of blood. A blood-red flame was burning in the torrent. Destroy everything. Burn everything. Everything is invincible. Bai Ye froze for a moment. In the next second, the endless bloody torrent suddenly separated and surged towards the 2 sides, revealing the scene inside. It is a boundless long river, which is rushing and roaring, setting off huge waves. Where the huge waves passed, everything so-called was destroyed. Whether it is mountains, rivers, lakes, or all over the world, they are all annihilated and disappeared in a frenzy, turning into endless dust. One plane after another, collapsed and destroyed, turned into ashes. The whole universe is trembling. At this moment, the sky was shaking, and the sun and the moon were dark. What the hell? Bai Ye's mouth was wide open to the point of ultimate, and his eyes were wide open, as if they were about to protrude from their sockets. At this moment, he felt his own insignificance, and his consciousness seemed to have turned into a speck of dust. I can only stare blankly, looking up at the monstrous waves, and that majestic figure standing between the sky and the earth. There seemed to be bursts of whispers in his ears. It is a mysterious language that seems to be beyond the mundane, with infinite vicissitudes. Ha ha ha, boy Bai, do you think this is the end? Said the black-robed ninja. In his hand, a cylinder appeared, and on top of the cylinder was a red stone. What's here? Bai Ye looked at the black-robed ninja vigilantly. He didn't know what the other party was going to do, but he always felt a dangerous breath coming from the cylinder. Moreover, he could vaguely hear the whistling sound coming from there, as if. Shish. A sharp and piercing sound came from behind the black-robed ninja. Immediately afterwards, several black arrows flew out, heading straight for Bai Ye. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, stepped back immediately, and raised his left hand to block the front. A few long black arrows were nailed to the left arm, taking away part of the flesh and blood. At the same time, a blood hole was left, and blood was constantly flowing out. Although it is only at the level of ordinary people, it is also very painful to be pierced by arrows, not to mention, it is still pierced by several arrows in a row. Advertisement. Ha 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 diaresis W. Seeing this, the black-robed ninja laughed loudly. Boy, didn't you expect that? Bai Ye snorted coldly. The strength of this black-robed ninja is already very close to that of a 4-star powerhouse. Coupled with the mastery of various mechanisms and traps, it is completely enough to display a 4-star level combat effectiveness. That's why Bai Ye was hurt. Bai Ye avoided the arrow just now, not because he didn't react, but because he did it on purpose. The purpose is to lure the black-robed ninja to use traps to attack himself. Sure enough, the guy took the bait. If the other party didn't take the bait, Bai Ye might be a little troublesome, at least it would take more time to deal with this black-robed ninja. After all, the opponent also has ninjas, is good at various traps, and can summon ghosts. In a real fight, Bai Ye might not be able to gain an absolute advantage. Now, it's much simpler. Taking advantage of the moment when the black-robed ninja relaxed, Bai Ye moved his right hand, and a card appeared in his hand. This card is surprisingly open black lens bracket fire style great fireball technique close black lens bracket. As Bai Ye injected chakra into it, a flame suddenly appeared in the dark sky, and then, countless flames condensed out of thin air, and finally turned into a huge fireball, which fell towards the black-robed ninja. At this time, the black-robed ninja showed shock on his face, apparently he did not expect Bai Ye to be able to unleash such a mighty move. Boom! A violent explosion resounded, and thick smoke billowed out, covering the sky. Bai Ye's sight was obstructed, and he couldn't see the specific situation clearly. Cough cough. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated, and Bai Ye regained his vision, only to see that the black-robed ninja was no longer in his original position, but was standing on a roof in the distance, a dozen or so away from him. Damn it! Bai Ye frowned and cursed secretly. The other party used the mechanism to escape. This was something he hadn't expected. He was still thinking of killing the opponent with the help of traps. Unexpectedly, he let him run away. Looking at the black-robed ninja in the distance, Bai Ye had a thought, and the temperature around him became higher. The scorching high temperature even burned the wooden house next to it. Roar. At the same time, a deep roar sounded, and the nearby forest began to shake. Advertisement. Sensing the vision, Bai Ye turned to look at the source of the sound, but saw a pair of scarlet vertical pupils staring at him. It was a huge beast with a naked body and a terrifying appearance. The body is more than 30 meters high, with wings on the back, and hot magma from the mouth. It looks like a dragon, but it is a fire dragon. Roar. The giant dragon roared again, and its huge body rushed over. Boom. Bai Ye stretched out his fist and slammed it hard on the dragon's head, causing its huge figure to come down. The giant dragon seemed to be enraged, it spread its wings, and stormy attacks came from all directions. Bai Ye moved his feet, dodging all attacks, and then, he formed a seal with his hands, and a group of dazzling blue-purple thunders bloomed. A bolt of lightning struck the dragon. The giant dragon wailed in pain, and the figure flew back quickly, knocking down a tree before stopping its retreat. At this time, Bai Ye also stepped forward quickly, and slashed the dragon's neck with a hand knife, beheading the opponent and knocking him out. Just when the black-robed ninja was thinking, Bai Ye let out a sinister laugh, his body suddenly disappeared, and appeared behind him in the next second. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed ninja turned around and punched Bai Ye, forcing him to go with him. The performance of this young man surprised him too much. Boom. The moment the dragon landed, a large amount of mud burning with blue-purple thunder surged out, quickly covering the entire dragon. A burnt smell permeated the air. But at this moment, Bai Ye's body suddenly became unreal, turning into a cloud of thin smoke and floating out. This is Bai Ye's masterpiece, open black lens bracket earth style swamp technique close black lens bracket. Hey, he is obviously injured, why can he subdue his puppet so quickly? This skill, after Bai Ye acquired thunder attribute and possessed the power of thunder and lightning, the effect is even better, and it can easily create a thunder pool caged electric weak as good. Damn it, a punch landed on his back. This is. Could it be that he is hiding his strength? The voice of the black-robed ninja came, and he looked at Bai Ye with some hesitation. The huge force caused the black-robed ninja to spit out a mouthful of blood. 342, body replacement technique. The black-robed ninja was stunned for a moment, and then realized that this is the body replacement technique. Damn B**********D. The black-robed ninja cursed, kicked sideways, and kicked the puppet beside him towards Bai Ye. Boom. A figure was kicked away. This time, Bai Ye had no way to remain invisible, and appeared in front of the black-robed ninja. He holds two cards in his hand, one of which is the scroll that seals fire-style Phoenix Immortal Fire, and the other is Sharingan's Mangekyo Sharingan. How is it? Isn't it a surprise, a surprise? Bai Ye laughed. Did you know that I have body replacement technique? Asked the black-robed ninja. Nonsense. Bai Ye pouted and said. Then, the black-robed ninja took a deep breath, then you just wait to die. As soon as the words fell, the black-robed ninja crushed a jade pendant around his waist. Then, under Bai Ye's surprised eyes, a ninja wearing black armor and riding a skeleton horse appeared beside him, holding a huge sword in his hand. Is this guy some kind of avatar? Bai Ye said with some surprise. According to the data, the body replacement technique of the black-robed ninja is not very powerful. Even if his spirit is extremely powerful, it will take a certain amount of time to use the body replacement technique, otherwise it will easily expose his position. 513. Unless he used the body replacement technique from the beginning, or once used it, immediately took the double back. In this case, some special means really cannot be cracked. For example, Bai Ye now has a way to let the black-robed ninja expose his traces, and then catch them all in one go. It's just that the price is a little higher. Under such circumstances, the black-robed ninja dared to use a substitute, so he must have been fully prepared. Kill him and destroy the body. The black-robed ninja ordered. Without any hesitation, his stand-in directly waved the huge sword in his hand, stabbing at Bai Ye with a monstrous sword glow. Bai Ye drew out the Kusanagi sword to block. Clang. Amidst the clanging of gold and iron, sparks flew everywhere. Bai Ye's body was shaken back a few steps. Advertisement. Moreover, the huge power transmitted from the giant sword made him feel his arms tremble a little. What kind of kung fu did this guy practice? Ah. The black-robed ninja grinned, his body fell short, his legs shot out, and he leapt several meters. After jumping into the air, he bent his knees to gather strength and pressed down hard, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Bai Ye's head. Boom. Bai Ye raised his hand and punched. Fists and knees collided, powerful force erupted, and Day and Night's body took a few steps back. Not only that, a strange breath also invaded his body, making him feel stuffy in his chest and difficult to breathe. This is Toxin, a unique secret technique used by the black-robed ninja, which will cause a series of negative states to the enemy. A fine layer of goosebumps appeared on Bai Ye's body. Yes, it is worthy of being able to kill so many people in our organization. The black-robed ninja said indifferently, with a look of winning. Although he almost fell into Bai Ye's hands just now, this is the ninja world, and his strength is perfectly displayed. The man in front of him must die. No, you got one thing wrong. Bai Ye shook his head, and raised his right hand slowly. I didn't kill you with strength, because you are not worthy, you know. Arrogance. The black-robed ninja was furious. He hates that others look down on him the most. Immediately, he manipulated the huge sword in his hand and slashed towards Bai Ye, trying to cut him in half. However, Bai Ye's body suddenly disappeared. Not good. The black-robed ninja screamed inwardly, but it was too late. A pitch-black spear appeared behind him, it was the spear in Bai Ye's hand. The extremely sharp spear directly pierced through the body of the black-robed ninja, leaving a huge hole. Is this the body replacement technique? Bai Ye asked with some doubts. He has seen the body replacement technique before. I even wanted to learn something, but failed to learn. The reason is very simple, this thing is too difficult. Bai Ye only has one heart, no soul, no perception. Even if he barely learns the body replacement technique, he can only become a walking dead walking in the dark world in the end. Advertisement. The so-called body replacement technique means that a person uses something to create another body, pretending to be his own body. But this double can't last long, it can even be called a fake, and it doesn't even have 10% of its own combat power. Not only that, this double will also be subject to various curses, and even be taken away. Once the double leaves, it will be completely reimbursed and turned into a pile of mud. Therefore, Bai Ye lacks interest in body replacement technique. And he didn't expect that the black-robed ninja in front of him actually knew the body replacement technique. Ha 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 ha, stupid brat, you don't even know what ninjutsu is. The black-robed ninja laughed and said, ninjutsu is something transcendent. This substitute of mine not only has 10% of my combat power, but more importantly, it has its own. My mind. As the words of the black-robed ninja fell, a painful expression appeared on his face. His abdomen suddenly swelled up. A hand protruded from his stomach. Immediately afterwards, a human head emerged from it, which was obviously a stand-in. This substitute is the head of the black-robed ninja. With a plop, the stand-in fell to the ground. The body of the black-robed ninja also fell limply. A wisp of blue smoke rose, and the body of the black-robed ninja disappeared without a trace, leaving only the head still standing there. Do you think that a stand-in has no weaknesses? The head of the black-robed ninja laughed mockingly, my head is a substitute. As long as my will exists, this substitute will never die and live forever. After Bai Ye was silent for a while, he complained, are you sure you're not kidding me? Huh, I admit that your power is very strange, but your chakra is too small. I don't believe that in such a short period of time, you can summon another you to give me a fatal blow. The stand-in of the black-robed ninja snorted coldly, and charged forward again. This time, he held two sickles in his hands, and he attacked fiercely and at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Bai Ye held up his shield to resist, but was sent flying by the black-robed ninja with a scythe. Blood spurted out with a poof, and the entire left arm had been chopped off and fell to the ground. The black-robed ninja's sickle is absolutely poisonous. Bai Ye's physical fitness also couldn't withstand the severe poison and corrosion, which caused the wound to expand rapidly and drip with blood. Hey, so what about your strong body? The black-robed ninja grinned, my poison is enough to kill you thousands of times. His toes touched the ground, and he rushed towards Bai Ye again. 343. Fictitious fear. The sickle in his hand cut through the air, setting off gusts of wind. But Bai Ye didn't look flustered, his eyes were slightly closed, as if he had fallen into a wonderful meditation. There was a warning sign in the black-robed ninja's heart, no matter what happened, he swung his sickle and slashed down fiercely. At this moment, Bai Ye opened his eyes, and at the same time moved his body sideways, avoiding the attack of the black-robed ninja. At the same time, a red sword light flashed out, heading straight for the black-robed ninja. The black-robed ninja raised his eyebrows, crossed his swords, and held back the red sword light, but was forced to retreat by a huge force. Boom! Bai Ye chased him up and wrestled with him. His speed is obviously much faster than the black-robed ninja. The speed of the two of them is not like two people fighting, but more like two wild animals fighting. For a while, the scene was quite intense and cruel. The black-robed ninja was startled, he never thought that he would encounter such a difficult enemy. Although his body skills are advanced, they are not as good as Bai Ye. Every time Bai Ye seized the opportunity to get close, he was helpless. The only choice is to run away, or fight recklessly. Bai Ye fought more and more fiercely. Damn, how is it possible? The black-robed ninja gritted his teeth, how could this kid keep up with his speed and still maintain such a strong strength? Even without chakra, he's a cage-level ninja. Even the existence at the bottom of the cage level is much stronger than ordinary ninjas, right? Bai Ye, how could he be so tyrannical? You are really a waste. Bai Ye's voice rang in the ears of the black-robed ninja. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* was a majestic ninja, but someone pointed at his nose and called him trash. Hateful, but the anger turned to anger. He still didn't give up, changed his method, and prepared to find Bai Ye's flaws and kill him. Bang bang bang. The black-robed ninja confronted Bai Ye again and again. He found that this kid was just like a mad dog. No matter how he attacks, the opponent will use the same tricks to deal with it, without any flaws at all. If this continues, he will die of exhaustion sooner or later, and may even be counter-killed. Advertisement. This style of play is really too shameless, too despicable, and too shameless. No, if this continues, I will definitely lose. The black-robed ninja thought. He couldn't keep procrastinating like this any longer. The black-robed ninja stopped suddenly, making Bai Ye stunned for a moment. Then, he saw the mouth of the black-robed ninja move, as if reciting a mantra. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed immediately. Sure enough, a transparent Uzumaki appeared behind the black-robed ninja, and then, a head poked out from the Uzumaki. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the surrounding area, forming a field. In the field, Bai Ye's speed dropped sharply, and attributes such as strength and agility were severely suppressed. This is illusion. Bai Ye thought to himself, and it's the top illusion. Did I get tricked? As expected of a cage-level ninja. Bai Ye secretly praised in his heart. Boy, I admit that you are the most powerful enemy I have ever encountered. Unfortunately, you are still too young. This time, no one can save you. The black-robed ninja grinned, you just stay with me, come with me in my vision. While speaking, the transparent Uzumaki slowly closed. This time, Bai Ye felt a strong danger. He had to make a change, otherwise he might be here. Bai Ye's goal is very simple, first solve this illusion. His right hand is raised. Boom. Thunder burst. The power of thunder and lightning filled the entire room. The domain that had already closed and was about to shrink was shattered by the thunder again, turning into arcs that filled the sky and wandered around. Meeting. The black-robed ninja showed a startled expression. What he used was the top-level illusion, fictitious fear, but it was so easily shattered in the end. It's no wonder you can stand undefeated among cage-level ninjas, that's why. After pondering for a few seconds, the black-robed ninja suddenly said. What he used just now was the forbidden technique researched by a certain cage-level expert. It can pull people into their own phantom world and use the power of the world to suppress them. This kind of suppression is not aimed at the physical and spiritual levels, but specifically at the most vulnerable part of human beings hidden in the depths of the spirit. Like hypnosis, control the opponent's mental state. But hypnosis can only control the mind, not the body. It can be said to be two different things. Advertisement. Bai Ye was able to break the illusion of the black-robed ninja, and use the flaws of this illusion to attack in reverse. Generally speaking, it can only prove one thing, he has an extraordinary illusion. Ask for flowers. Since you already know my secret, then. Yu Yi's tone suddenly turned cold. Ha ha ha. The black-robed ninja laughed loudly, with a triumphant smile on his face. You have no idea what my illusion represents. Bai Ye ignored him, but reached out and waved at the position where the black-robed ninja was. In an instant, the air twisted, and a black hole was born out of thin air. The area where the black-robed ninja stood collapsed and disappeared. You don't understand the power of illusionists. The voice of the black-robed ninja came out. Quote. Bai Ye was silent for 2 seconds, and then said, "Did you used to be called Konohagakure illusion class?" 0. Quote. Quote. The black-robed ninja. Not only because Bai Ye knew his name, but more importantly, the black-robed ninja felt that his illusion had failed. How can this be? His illusion has reached its peak, and it can be called an invincible illusion below cage level. A spark spattered, and Bai Ye took out his saber, and with an oblique stroke, knocked the black-robed ninja flying out of the factory. And Bai Ye, this brat, actually broke his illusion. Whoosh! Who the hell are you? The pupils of the black-robed ninja shrank slightly, and he felt a deadly sense of danger from the spear in Bai Ye's hand. With his left hand, he clenched his fist and lowered it against the black-robed ninja. Can't resist. The body of the black-robed ninja quickly retreated. Guess. Bai Ye said lightly. After all, a kid who has never even entered the cage level, even if he has excellent aptitude, has no reason to step into the cage level realm at such an age. Bai Ye's footsteps were slightly wrong, and a spear appeared in his hand. He didn't believe that Bai Ye was just an orphan with no background. Snort. The black-robed ninja snorted coldly, and the short sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory towards Bai Ye. Looking at the entire cage-level powerhouse, he dares to be called the second, and absolutely no one dares to be called the first. The only possibility is that Bai Ye has some kind of special talent. The black-robed ninja asked in a deep voice. However, Bai Ye's body followed like a shadow, and the black-robed ninja had to wave the short blade in his hand to block. 344. Illusion, death and withering. Cough cough cough. The black-robed ninja clutched his chest, coughing violently, and the sound of vomiting blood came out. Your shot is very powerful. The black-robed ninja said. However, this little damage is not a serious problem for cage-level ninjas. Bai Ye turned his wrist and clenched the sword in his hand. He knew that the black-robed ninja was not lying. The opponent is indeed a cage-level ninja, although the combat power is not high, but the recovery power. It is very difficult to kill or seriously injure it. But this difficulty does not exist for Bai Ye. Because Bai Ye owns the card Extraordinary and Saintly. Well, then let's play slowly. Bai Ye said indifferently, you can continue to release illusions, I promise, no matter how you release them, your illusions will still be unable to do anything to me in the end. Hee 810. Black-robed ninja laughed, little brat, don't think things are so simple. Oh, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows, then you should talk about it. The black-robed ninja began to mutter. Bai Ye could hear clearly, what the black-robed ninja said was the curse seal. Curse seal. Bai Ye whispered. That's right. The black-robed ninja said proudly, why do you think I dare to reveal my real body in front of you? It's because the illusion I practice is the top illusion in cage level, curse seal. Once the curse is printed, it will never stop. Bai Ye shook his head, you are just an incomplete version of learning. Nonsense, do you know what a curse seal is? The black-robed ninja glared at Bai Ye, this is my father's original illusion, completely different from the super illusions you have seen. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders. His eyes suddenly shone with a faint blue light, and his pupils instantly spread to a range of several meters. A strange wave emanated from Bai Ye. The black-robed ninja's eyes widened. A force that was completely unfamiliar to him surged from Bai Ye's body. This force seems to be able to swallow everything and destroy everything. This is Transcendence, curse, destruction. Bai Ye's eyes had completely turned into pure purple-black, and there were strange rune patterns flowing in the pupils. As I said, your illusion is useless to me, and your illusionist body cannot resist the power of the curse. Bai Ye said, your illusion is useless to me. The black-robed ninja was stunned. Advertisement. He looked at Bai Ye as if he had seen a ghost. Question mark. How did this guy know the secret of his illusion body? It shouldn't be. I will never reveal my secrets, even if it is a cage-level powerhouse. I said earlier that I don't like fighting. Bai Ye sighed. The spear in his hand shook violently, and a slender whip appeared in his hand. He swung his whip and enveloped the surrounding area. You haven't told me your last name yet. Bai Ye asked. Snort. The black-robed ninja snorted coldly. He has already decided that even if he tries his best, he will kill Bai Ye. Otherwise, this kid will inevitably become a serious problem in the future. At this moment, Bai Ye raised his hand again, and a pitch-black ring appeared on his right hand. Wisps of dark red light bloomed from the black ring, turning into a bright flower, suspended in midair. A gust of wind blows, and the flowers slowly rotate. Illusion, death and withering. Accompanied by the voice of the black-robed ninja. In the void, the snowflakes that had been falling quietly stopped suddenly, and a huge blood-colored sakura flower fell from the sky, and fell straight down, hitting Bai Ye and the black-robed ninja. The power of this trick is much more terrifying than those small-scale illusions just now. It has even far surpassed the rank of illusionist itself, and belongs to the real ninjutsu. Sure enough, Bai Ye muttered something in his heart, the spear in his hand swung lightly, ripples appeared on the body of the gun, and a cloud of green mist condensed and then expanded. A green lotus phantom appeared beside Bai Ye out of thin air, enveloping him inside. The blood-colored flower collided with Qinglian, and the explosion created a shock wave. The black-robed ninja took the opportunity to step back a few steps. His face was a bit ugly, he used almost 90% of his strength in that move just now. In the end, he was dismissed lightly by the little ghost, which instead caused a disorder of his internal strength. Who are you? The black-robed ninja asked in a deep voice. He had already noticed something wrong. This little ghost is obviously an illusionist, but he is also a grandmaster illusion. How could such a monster be born in this world? Advertisement. I've said it before, I'm just an ordinary person. Bai Ye said lightly. The black-robed ninja frowned. He didn't believe that such an ordinary person could control such a powerful and terrifying illusion. Now it seems that I have encountered a really difficult opponent. Then, how about we take a gamble? Bai Ye suddenly proposed. How to bet? The black-robed ninja asked. Let's play a game. If you win, I will let you kill me. If you lose, leave me 3 tokens. Bai Ye said. He needs to find a way to get rid of this black-robed ninja, otherwise, it will be very troublesome to monitor his whereabouts. Okay. The black-robed ninja agreed. I'll attack first, let's use our own methods. Bai Ye gestured with his hand. Can. The black-robed ninja snorted coldly. Shua. In the next second, the two of them disappeared and appeared in the distance. Boom. He knew that he had to find a way out of trouble. Boom. Since you don't want to fight with me in an upright manner, then let me send you to heaven. W. Another figure appeared in another direction, attacking the black-robed ninja. He felt that Bai Ye was like a shadow, no matter where he ran, day and night would chase after him. The black-robed ninja dodged again. The black-robed ninja twisted his body, avoiding the fatal blow narrowly. Damn it. Otherwise, the final result is to die in the hands of Bai Ye exhausted. The black-robed ninja shook violently, and a figure appeared on his left side, punching hard. Call out. The black-robed ninja gritted his teeth. Under such circumstances, his strength could not be displayed at all. This whip is as fast as thunder, and it contains terrifying power. Even in this environment, he can find himself, lock himself, and attack. Bai Ye's whip swept across the nearby trees. The black-robed ninja hurriedly retreated to avoid the whip. Bai Ye said lightly, and the whip in his hand came over again. Unless Bai Ye's true self can be found, otherwise, there is absolutely no way to take this brat. 345. The silver light of thin cow hair shoots out. This tree was directly chopped off in the middle. UB***********D. The face of the black-robed ninja changed slightly, he was indeed delaying time. But Bai Ye really planned to kill him. I appreciate your character, but unfortunately your enemy is not me. Bai Ye said with a smile. After the voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the clothes on the black-robed ninja suddenly shattered, revealing the body hidden by the black robe inside. Road. Ha ha ha. The black-robed ninja looked up to the sky and laughed. The aura emanating from his body was even crazier. Layers of scales appeared on the surface of his skin. On the arms and neck, bone spurs protrude, and 4 tails grow out of the back. The original figure has become much taller and stronger, with muscles all over his body, full of oppressive force, like pouring steel, full of amazing explosive power. The cheeks of the black-robed ninja also became rough. You are very good, but your strength is still not enough to fight against me. The black-robed ninja looked at Bai Ye with scarlet eyes and said, 21. Bai Ye nodded, so what do you want to do? Your strength is indeed very strong, and I will not underestimate you. But don't forget, this is in the Dream Forest, said the black-robed ninja. During the speech, a lot of black smoke came out of his body. The black smoke billowed and turned into an extremely hideous ninja mask. This ninja mask is obviously the king of nightmares. You be*********D. You actually dare to use the Nightmare King, you are quite courageous. The black-robed ninja snorted coldly. Unfortunately, this is a nightmare illusion created by the Nightmare King, and your illusion has no advantage against it. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, pressed it on the ninja mask on his face, and said in a low voice, break. In an instant, the eyes of the ninja mask lit up, forming 2 deep uzumaki, devouring the surrounding illusion. All kinds of phantoms that originally filled this mountain range collapsed and dissipated, and turned into fluorescent lights of stars, which merged into the 2 uzumaki. Bai Ye's attack missed again. Let's see how long you can last. The black-robed ninja taunted. Although your illusions are weird and unpredictable, they are also different. My ability can be immune to your illusions, and... Advertisement. In the nightmare illusion, my strength can be increased. Quote. Your illusion can only play a supporting role. Bai Ye didn't speak, just stood there calmly. The power on his body was also passing away rapidly. Obviously, he couldn't last long with such an attack. However, you can't stop my attack. The voice of the black-robed ninja came. In the next instant, hundreds of sword glows appeared in midair. Every sword light shone with golden light, with a sharp edge, like a blade. A rain of swords poured down the sky. Each of these sword chis is comparable to an attack unleashed by a rank 6 ninja with all his strength. A cruel and excited expression appeared on the face of the black-robed ninja. You will definitely die. Not bad. Bai Ye nodded. I'll also try my newly realized power. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ye flicked his finger slightly, and a silver light of thin cow hair flew out. With the sound of Pu Kai, the Radao sword energy instantly collapsed. However, the second, third, and fourth that followed. The density far exceeded the power of the previous sword chi, and the endless stream of sword chi completely submerged Bai Ye in it. Boom. The explosion sounded continuously. Thick gunpowder smoke fills the air, obscuring sight. After a long time, the gunpowder smoke gradually faded, revealing the figure of Bai Ye. His right side of the body was already covered with dense wounds. Blood slowly overflowed from it. And under Bai Ye's feet, lay 5 heads, which were the 5 fifth-rank ninja kings who were about to attack Rian Yi just now. The heads of the 5 people were cut off and turned into corpses and headless corpses. This is Bai Ye's masterpiece. However, his injury was more serious, and there was a huge gap in his chest. Blood stained his clothes, almost piercing his chest, and even his internal organs could be clearly seen. Hiss. Even if Bai Ye had the ability to recover, he couldn't help but take a breath at this moment. Advertisement. You monster. The black-robed ninja stared at Bai Ye. Even a 6th-rank ninja can't do this kind of power. This is because you are not worthy of this power. Bai Ye shook his head, stroking the scar on his chest with his right hand. The wound unexpectedly healed and became smooth and smooth. Quote. Who the hell are you? You are not an ordinary rank 6 ninja, you must be a rank 7 powerhouse. The black-robed ninja said in a deep voice. Hee. A smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that I want to catch you and study what's inside your body. The pupils of the black-robed ninja shrank, as if sensing Bai Ye's thoughts. He shouted. Don't think about it. After all, he rushed forward suddenly, at an extremely fast speed, and approached Bai Ye in the blink of an eye. He raised his leg and kicked towards Bai Ye's heart. The black-robed ninja's attack is extremely fierce, even a 6th-rank ninja is hard to resist. Bai Ye didn't hit hard, but his speed was a little slower. The black-robed ninja kicked empty with one move, and took advantage of the opportunity to twitch Wangbai's legs. There was a deep scar, dripping with blood, shocking. You should thank me for my kindness, otherwise, you would have been wiped out long ago. Bai Ye continued, you should understand that your ninja soul belongs to me. If I want you to live, you will live. I want you to live. You die, you have to die right away. This is the nightmare fantasy. Bai Ye smiled. It is indeed a fantasy world created by the Nightmare Lord. Such a real and almost perfect environment really gives you a bad eye. This time, even the 7th rank powerhouse couldn't bear it, and would lose his life. He wanted to struggle, but couldn't move at all. The black-robed ninja took advantage of the victory to pursue, and the Democratic Party slashed at Bai Ye's neck. The black-robed ninja spoke with difficulty. Bai Ye said lightly, don't you know how many strong men I killed? Die. You trash, you want to fight me too. Bai Ye touched his left shoulder, and his body fell to one side. The black-robed ninja stood still. The black-robed ninja opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say a word. D. Just when the palm of the black-robed ninja was less than an inch away from Bai Ye, a short black blade suddenly sliced across his throat. Blood spurted out, but he looked at his throat in disbelief, and then looked down at his stomach. 346. Try my fire-style Yanlong Liang. The black-robed ninja fell silent. Bai Ye's meaning is very simple, he can keep the black-robed ninja alive, but only if the black-robed ninja is willing to submit to him. What do you want? After a long time, the black-robed ninja asked. Surrender to me. Bai Ye looked at him with a smile. Delusion. The black-robed ninja roared, just because you want to subdue this deity. Wishful thinking. Bai Ye sighed, looked up at the sky, and muttered to himself, I am so kind, how can I not conquer you? I can promise you that I will give you great power when I need it, and help you transform. However, I am not your master. I'm just a passing passenger. The so-called power is dispensable to me. And you people, if you want to gain strength, you need to obey my orders. The black-robed ninja fell silent, as if he was considering Bai Ye's proposal. I've seen too many existences like yours. Some people are crazy for power, some are for power by any means, some are for eternal life to betray their friends, and some are for glory and wealth to abandon everything. Bai Ye said slowly, you are the only ones who stick to your heart and would rather sacrifice yourself than protect others. The black-robed ninja remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Since that's the case, I've decided to send you off and leave this ghostly place. Bai Ye continued, don't worry, I will send someone to take care of your family and relatives. The black-robed ninja remained silent. Oh, Bai Ye raised his brows, clenched his right hand into a fist, and the flames of the sun burst into flames. If you don't want to, then let me see your true strength. Try my fire-style Yanlong Liang first. A fire dragon sprang out from Bai Ye's right arm. The fire leapt and roared, rushing towards the black-robed ninja. The black-robed ninja reached out and clamped Fire Dragon's body with 2 fingers. There was an indifferent expression on his face, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the eyes were already filled with scarlet blood. There was a cold and evil aura exuding from all over his body. Like a bloodthirsty beast. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. The black-robed ninja looked up to the sky and screamed, do you think this is true? Stupid. I am the legendary ninja of the god of illusion, and I possess great power. As long as I have enough resources and a high enough price, the god of illusion will come and give me great strength and wisdom. Now, the power has returned, and I will become the master of illusionists once again. His figure was erratic, avoiding the dagger stabbed by Bai Ye. At the same time, countless kunai were condensed in the hands. Every kunai is highly poisonous, as long as it is contaminated with the enemy, even if it is an 8th rank ninja, I am afraid that it will be killed on the spot if it can't hold it a few times. This is. Bai Ye frowned, this black-robed ninja actually possessed such powerful power. Although it is not as good as his clone, it is already far superior to ordinary 7th rank ninjas. If you follow the information given by the system. The black-robed ninja is an illusionist at the peak of the 5th rank. Moreover, the technique he practiced is a very special kind of ninjutsu, 1,000 years. The cultivation of this set of exercises is extremely difficult. And every time you upgrade to one level, you must devour other ninja skills. Therefore, this set of exercises is called the method of devouring. No matter who it is, even if it is a 7th rank powerhouse, a practitioner who encounters Senju must make a detour. Unless those 7th rank ninjas who specialize in illusion may be able to restrain Senju. But Senju is a unique ninjutsu technique, the number of practitioners is the rarest. Even in this fantasy realm, there are very few ninjas who own Senju. It is not easy for the black-robed ninja to get a volume of the incomplete version of Senju. The strength he displayed now has reached the level of a 7th rank ninja, which is completely consistent with the aura fluctuations he pretended before. So, my guess is wrong. Bai Ye secretly said, you are not a black-robed ninja, but a phantom. The black-robed ninja ignored Bai Ye, but stood there. The wounds on his body are recovering rapidly, and even his broken arm has grown back. His aura became more and more strange and dangerous, like a fierce tiger about to wake up. It seems that you are determined to reject my good intention. Bai Ye sighed and shook his head. If that's the case, then fight until you are willing. After all, he rushed into the black-robed ninja. The two fought together in an instant. Advertisement. At this time, the figure of the black-robed ninja suddenly disappeared, turning into black smoke and dust, and blending into the air. Bai Ye stopped attacking. The black-robed ninja didn't attack or hide, just exposed in front of Bai Ye in such a grandiose manner. Hey, do you think that you are the only one who can hide? Bai Ye said, this time I will use the fastest speed to find your body and kill you. The black-robed ninja didn't speak, but the smoke around him began to roll and twist, like a giant snake, ready to bite back at any time. But in the next second, the giant snake was crushed and exploded by Bai Ye. Don't take out this kind of small toy to make a fool of yourself. Your illusion, I have seen it too many times, I don't bother to perform it. Also, if I were you, I would definitely choose to run away now. After all, my attack is quite a threat. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye glanced around, and then locked his eyes on a place that was slightly oscillating in the air. With a flash of his body, Bai Ye came there and stomped on it. A surging force spread out, and the black smoke was blown away, revealing a pitch-black head. The black-robed ninja hid here just now, trying to sneak attack Bai Ye. In the end, he was warned by Bai Ye. A miserable Jiao Lahao cry sounded, and the black-robed ninja flew backwards screaming in pain, smashing the wall. When the black fog dissipated, there was only a puddle of meat sauce left on the spot, blood was flowing, and the smell of blood spread in the room. Bai Ye glanced at the toe of his boot. It was stained with a drop of bloodline, the blood of the black-robed ninja. He is no ordinary illusionist, but a real illusionist. Moreover, he also mastered an unfathomable ninja skill. It's just that, with such power, it was suppressed by Bai Ye without any resistance. Well, brother, Bai Ye raised his left hand, and a ray of golden light lit up. In his hand, a thin sword emerged. The style of this sword is similar to the saber Bai Ye used before. However, it is lighter and as thin as a cicada's wing. This is not a sword, this is a thin needle, but a special phantom tool that can be used to assist in combat or perform some simple manipulations. 347. Suffocating breath of destruction. In this world, such phantoms are called phantom weapons. This sword was specially forged by me, Bai Ye said to the thin needle in his hand. His tone changed, from the gentle and calm before, to hoarse and low, as if an old man was talking about something. This kind of tone, listening to the ears, makes people feel creepy. This thin needle is called Breaking Dawn. It is a special weapon forged by Bai Ye at a huge cost. Although it is not a treasure, it is just a mortal thing, but its power is astonishing. Cooperating with open black lens bracket wonderful star Ju close black lens bracket, Bai Ye can borrow the ability of the illusion tool to temporarily simulate the illusionist. The so-called illusionist is actually another application of mental illusion. It's just that, compared with ordinary illusionists' illusions are based on true and false illusions. Once out of the category of illusion, it will be severely backlashed, leading to the death of the illusionist. The so-called death is not the cessation of the illusion, but a complete failure, falling into a permanent deep sleep as a minister. Mesmers feed off of psychic power. Spiritual power is the most precious thing for illusionists. Once lost, it is likely to be reduced to a vegetative state and indulge in self-hypnosis for a lifetime. Who are you 307? An angry shout came from a distance, and a burly figure quickly approached. Quote. Question mark quote. Seeing the person coming, Bai Ye had a strange expression. The person who came was actually a man in black robe. It's just that he now wears a ghost mask on his face. Both arms are bare and exposed, and the muscles are twisted, full of terrifying explosive power. The position of the right eye is covered with ferocious bloodstains, making people daunting. Seeing the illusory tool of daybreak in Bai Ye's hands, the black-robed man's pupils shrank sharply. This is your strength, right? Want to kill me? Dreaming. Oh, Bai Ye sneered, and threw away the phantom in his hand. Really? Do you think I'm not prepared? Boom. The sky suddenly became cloudy. The endless thunder began to wreak havoc. The face of the man in black robe changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, he jumped onto the roof, trying to avoid those thick lightning bolts. But the next moment, a purple fire dragon roared towards him. Advertisement. The body of the black-robed man swayed, barely blocking the erosion of the purple fire, but then, more violent flames surged out, enveloping him in it. Under the burning, the skin smelled burnt, and it was obvious that he was in great pain. The black-robed man let out an incomparably shrill howl. How is it? Doesn't it feel good? Bai Ye's voice came, and a purple fireball once again condensed in his hands. This time, the shape of the purple fireball was even more exaggerated. It was half a meter high, releasing a suffocating and destructive aura. Purple flame ninja flame. The man in the black robe had a look of intense fear on his face. Because the temperature of Xian ninja flame exceeded his expectations. Even with a shield blocking it, cracks still appeared in his shield. Coupled with Xian ninja's frenzied offensive, he has no time to be distracted, unable to use illusion to create illusions to resist Bai Ye's attack. PFF'd. Xian ninja flame directly penetrated the shield and landed on the chest of the man in black robe. No. The black-robed man let out a shrill cry. The next moment, his body burned up, and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye, drifting away with the wind. A round and smooth ring that exudes faint fluorescence fell out. The black-robed man died and was burned to ashes. Bai Ye stretched out his hand, and the ring fell into his hand, and he looked at it carefully for a moment. On the surface of the ring, incomparably complex runes are engraved, forming an incomparably weird imprint. It seems, is a sign. I don't know who left it for this guy, could it be? Bai Ye muttered to himself and put the ring away. The function of this thing is very powerful, but it is useless to Bai Ye. Unless he is willing to abandon the existing cultivation system, he cannot learn this illusion. As for the stone, CCBE was also put into his storage space by Bai Ye. All this is going on quietly. After Bai Ye dealt with the black-robed man, a black shadow rushed out from the corner. This is a person wrapped in a black robe. In his hand, he carried a black spear. At this moment, the black-robed man had disappeared. You're the one with clairvoyance, I remember your voice, you're the idiot, right? The man said indifferently. Hey, it is indeed a new type of doll I created, even the owner has been forgotten. Bai Ye smiled. Advertisement. An incomparably thick power of darkness also rose from his body. The pupils of the man in black shrank suddenly. The next moment, the two started at the same time. In the hand of the man in black, there was a long knife, and he slashed towards Bai Ye. And Bai Ye punched out with one punch. The two exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant, and every move was tough. The man in black is so powerful that there is even a strange energy attached to his hand, which can tear Bai Ye's body apart. Not only that, but it can also corrode his ninja soul, making his ninja consciousness chaotic, making it difficult to judge the direction. But these strange energies have no effect on the open black lens bracket heart of method. The strength, agility and other attributes of the man in black completely crushed Bai Ye. Only the speed remained almost the same as that of Bai Ye. The two of them were fighting fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged several moves. The more the man in black hit his heart, the more shocked he became. Originally thought it would be easy to